Chapter 1. The master descends from the mountain. The fiancée withdraws her engagement. In the depths of a mysterious canyon within Kunlun Mountain, 99 exceptionally powerful individuals, bound by a lifelong promise, remained vigilantly stationed there. Yet they found themselves incessantly vexed by a young man. "Please depart. We have nothing left to teach you. Your 10 senior sisters have already completed their training and departed. For heaven's sake, go and trouble them instead. I yearn for nothing more than to quietly maintain my handsome visage. Here is my bank card, may be used to withdraw funds from any bank worldwide. The Rothschild family, Citibank, and the Morgan family are all my enterprises. Consider this a token of compensation. Now be gone. This is the ring of the Grand Master of the Dragon Kingdom. Remember, the sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom is your senior brother. Seek him out in times of trouble. This token represents the 30,000 elite guards of the Western Jerusalem Church. In my youth, I was revered as their deity. When you have the time, travel west and have the Pope pamper you. This is the secret manual of the 13 ghostly needles. The 13 ghostly needles will resurface. It will be more than you can bear. Many will come to seek your guidance. Be mindful. I also bestow upon you the Medicine King's compendium. This is the latter volume. Study it diligently, for it holds the cure for the world's most perplexing ailments. Here is a formula for facial alteration, along with various recipes for beauty elixirs, complexion enhancers, and facial firming potions, all contained therein to make you a friend to women. I have also included formulas for various poisons and their antidotes. Master, get lost. I can't tolerate this. Oh heavens, if I have sinned, take me away. Why must you let this little rascal, Yi Beichun, torment us? Beichun, you have now received our true teachings. It is time for you to depart. We have nothing more to impart. Uft, uft, uft. One master even drew a knife, repeatedly stabbing at his own abdomen. Blood gushed forth, a gruesome sight. Will you leave or not? Will you truly not leave? If you don't go, I will die before your very eyes. Master Thirdanine, please do not harm yourself. I shall leave. Woe is me. Beichun displayed an utterly heartbroken expression. Beichun, remember, when you descend the mountain, do as you please, indulge in your desires. Understood, I shall indulge. Yi Beichun responded loudly, embarking on his journey home. The 99 masters of Yi Beichun were driven to madness. In the past 5 years, their greatest regret had been accepting Yi Beichun as their disciple. His innate talent for cultivation was simply too extraordinary. Not only had he mastered martial arts, medicine, silver needle techniques, swordsmanship, body techniques, lightness skills, and facial alteration to unparalleled heights, but he had also surpassed them. Finally, the little rascal has departed. Ha ha ha. He's gone, he's gone. How splendid. Ha ha ha. At last, we can enjoy tranquility. Long live. This scoundrel will surely bring chaos to those 10 stunning disciples upon his descent. In the depths of Kunlun Mountain, 99 unparalleled masters erupted in joyous laughter, more jubilant than during festive celebrations. Upon reaching the mainland, Yi Beichun navigated through various modes of transportation before ultimately boarding a plane bound for Jiangnan City. After 5 long years, I am finally returning. 5 years ago, my family was struck by tragedy just as I was about to embark on my university journey. A group of assailants stormed into our home, mercilessly taking the lives of my parents. Each time Yi Beichun recalls the harrowing events of 5 years past, his heart nearly ceases to beat. A band of martial artists invaded his home during his graduation celebration, committing murder without hesitation. Yi Beichun's parents ultimately perished while trying to shield him from harm. He fled for his life, but was eventually captured, nearly meeting his end at the hands of those ruthless killers. It was only through the timely intervention of his senior sister, who rescued him and brought him to Kunlun Mountain, that he survived. Unexpectedly, Yi Beichun proved to be an extraordinary martial arts prodigy, mastering the skills of 99 formidable warriors in just 5 years. No matter who the perpetrators are, I vow to make them pay for their bloodshed, Yi Beichun declared with unwavering resolve. Upon landing in Jiangnan City, Yi Beichun exited the airport, promptly hiring a taxi to race back to his hometown. The moment he stepped out of the airport, in a lavish estate somewhere in Jiangnan City, a stunning woman received the news. What? My junior brother has returned. Wonderful. Ha ha. My junior brother is back. I shall no longer be bored. However, my lady, your junior brother suffered tragedy 5 years ago. leaving him orphaned. A middle-aged man remarked, his face reflecting concern. I am aware of this matter. I even investigated it for Bei-chun, the individuals behind this. The woman's exquisite features displayed a flicker of uncertainty. Approaching a safe, she opened it and retrieved the document. The names on this list. She sighed heavily, closing the file. Keep a close watch on them when the time is ripe. I shall meet my junior brother, she commanded. Understood. The middle-aged man hurriedly departed. In Jiangnan City, at Yi family village, where Yi Bei-chun once resided, the villa lay in disarray, overgrown with weeds and in ruins. Father, mother, your son has returned. Eldest brother, I am back. Tears streamed down Yi Bei-chun's face as he fell to his knees. This shall be my final act of kneeling before you. Rest assured, I will find those who murdered you and take their lives myself. With gritted teeth, Yi Bei-chun displayed his unyielding spirit. Hey, that young man's silhouette seems familiar. Isn't that the youngest son of old Yi 7? Impossible. 5 years ago, the Yi 7 family. Sure. Are you trying to get yourself killed? No one in Jiangnan City dares to speak of that incident from 5 years ago. Be cautious, or you'll find yourself in grave danger. A nearby bystander, alarmed, quickly silenced the speaker. Ah, yes, the man responded, his face paling. As they turned their gazes toward the entrance of the Yi family villa, Yi Bei-chun had already vanished without a trace. Where did he go? In broad daylight, could be a ghost? At that moment, Yi Bei-chun had entered the villa area of the Yi family. After taking a few steps, he froze upon seeing 3 gravestones neatly arranged and strikingly ominous. Grave of Yi Old 7, grave of Zhou Xianglian, grave of Yi Beifeng. Father, mother, and elder brother none were left behind, all lay to rest in this place. The name inscribed on the monument reads, Zhou Ruoyu. Upon seeing these 3 characters, Yi Bei-chun's mind conjured the image of a girl. Zhou Ruoyu, a year younger than him, she should be around 22 years old now, presumably in her final year of university. When her parents were alive, they engaged in modest business dealings, accumulating a fortune of approximately 40 to 50 million. Zhou Ruoyu's father and Yi Bei-chun's father were sworn brothers, having arranged a betrothal for their children from a young age. If fate had not intervened, according to the aspirations of both families, Yi Bei-chun would have married Zhou Ruoyu upon his graduation. Alas, in a single tragic moment, the family was shattered and everything was lost. Then, as Yi Bei-chun contemplated these memories, a sudden clatter echoed behind him, followed by a trembling voice of a young girl. Yi Bei-chun, Bei-chun, is it you? You have returned?
Chapter 2 Breaking off the engagement. Who can take you away? Yi Bei-chun trembled all over and turned to look. Bei-chun, brother, it truly is you. The moment the young girl laid eyes on Yi Bei-chun, she burst into tears, rushing into his embrace, soft and delicate. The offerings and wine she had brought shattered upon the ground. Oh, how I weep! She cried, her sobs heart-wrenching. Yi Bei-chun's heart, steadfast as a rock, felt as though it might melt at this moment. He gently patted Zhou Ruoyo's back, murmuring, Ruoyo, thank you for laying my parents to rest. Brother Bei-chun. Zhou Ruoyo wept. Suddenly, her body trembled, as if recalling something dreadful. She pushed Yi Bei-chun away with force and shouted angrily, get lost. Why are you back? If you haven't died, then live well and leave Jiangnan City. Go. Our engagement ends here, I want to break off our engagement. Leave. From this moment forth, we shall have no more ties. Zhou Ruoyo's demeanor shifted dramatically as she forcefully shoved Yi Bei-chun away and turned to flee from the Yi family villa. Miss. What is wrong? An elderly man near a car at the entrance of the dilapidated villa questioned curiously as Zhou Ruoyo rushed out. Who are you? Zhou Ruoyo asked. But suddenly the old man's pupils constricted, his body quivering as he gazed in astonishment at what lay behind her. Yi Bei-chun. Young Master Bei-chun. You're alive. The old man exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Though 5 years had passed, Yi Bei-chun had hardly changed since the age of 18, save for a newfound resilience. Zhou Yi Bei-chun acknowledged, recognizing the steward of the Zhou family, who had known him since childhood. It truly is you, young Master Bei-chun. Zhou exclaimed. Filled with joy. Jobo, you are mistaken, or he is not Ibechen at all, merely someone who bears a resemblance and happened to pass by, Jo Ruoyo interjected. Her eyes filled with panic as she refused to acknowledge Ibechen's identity. Ibechen understood that Jo Ruoyo was undoubtedly worried for his safety. Hence her vigorous denial of his identity. Simultaneously, her desire to leave Jiangnan City was likely rooted in concern for her own security. This girl was so kind that it tugged at his heartstrings. Ruoyo. Ibechen called out softly. Do not call my name. I do not know you. I do not know you. Jo Ruoyo cried, her hands covering her ears as she leaped into the car, shouting, Jobo, what are you waiting for? Go. Back home. Very well. Jobo sighed, casting an apologetic glance at Ibechen before starting the car and speeding away. Brother Bechen, I'm so sorry, so sorry. In the car, Jo Ruoyo's eyes were red from crying, her voice hoarse. Miss, since he has returned, why not acknowledge him? Jobo sighed. Oh, no. He has survived with great difficulty, but I cannot drag him down any further. If those from the past learn that he is still alive, Brother Bechen will be in danger. He truly will be in peril. Moreover, our fates have diverged. Tomorrow I shall become engaged to Zhao Tai. Inform Brother Bechen, for it would be another blow to him. Sobbed Jo Ruoyuan. Alas, Jobo sighed deeply, feeling helpless. After taking just a few steps, Ibechen overheard two middle-aged women conversing at the intersection several meters away. What a wonderful girl she is. This family has been without heirs for 5 years, yet she comes to pay her respects weekly. Indeed. The Yi family suffered such tragedy back then, all perished. As the fiancée of the Yi family, she remains undeterred by gossip, continuously honoring their memory. It is said that she personally buried Yi Laoqi, Zhou Shenglian, when their son, Yi Beifeng. Who could dispute that? A girl like her is a treasure. Any family would be fortunate to have her. Yet, she is to marry Zhao Tai. Excuse me, do you know that girl? Ibechen appeared suddenly, startling the two women. Young man, you walk silently. One of them exclaimed. The other woman nodded, of course, we know her, Jo Ruoyuan. A devoted girl, but alas. She is to wed a scion of the Zhao family. Which Zhao family? Ibechen asked, his tone grave. Why, the prestigious Zhao family of Jiangnan City. Who else could it be? The middle-aged woman shook her head. The mention of the Zhao family sent a chill through Ibechen. Among the assailants who hunted him after his parents and elder brother were murdered, there were members of the Zhao family, including Zhao Ekhen, whom he would never forget. Ibechen realized the inextricable link between his parents' deaths and the Zhao family. He had returned to exact vengeance. Only to find that the Zhao family sought to claim his fiancée Zhou Ruoyuan. Very well, he thought, new grievances and old scores shall be settled together. Zhao Tai is the most notorious wastrel in Jiangnan City, having set his sights on Zhou Ruoyuan's beauty during their university days. Tomorrow, their engagement is to be announced. I hear underhanded means were employed, one woman lamented. What a pity, such a fine girl wed to Zhao Tai is akin to jumping into a fiery abyss. The other woman sighed in dismay. Ibechen's expression darkened. Young man, who are you? One woman inquired, puzzled. Ibechen, he stated tersely before turning away. What? Ibechen. The two middle-aged women exchanged shocked glances. By the time they looked back, he had vanished without a trace. In the depths of night, within the Yi family's villa district. Before 3 gravestones, Ibechen arrived with offerings and wine, lighting 3 incense sticks at each grave. Father, it has been 5 years since we last met. Let us share a drink. Mother, I miss you, he continued. Elder brother, please watch over our parents, rest assured, I will avenge you. Ibechen raised his cup, consuming 1 drink and pouring another onto the ground. Fear not, parents, I will not let your daughter-in-law slip away. Ruoyuan belongs to the Yi family, and none shall take her from me. I have preliminarily identified the one responsible for the killings. And it is associated with the Zhao family. Regardless of the Zhao family's formidable influence in Zhongnan, my return this time is solely to annihilate them, and none shall escape. After Yi Beichen uttered these words, his eyes brimmed with unwavering determination. The following morning, the city of Zhongnan was enveloped in a vibrant atmosphere of celebration. Outside the entrance of a five-star hotel in the city center, luxurious vehicles such as Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs arrived in a continuous stream. Supercars like Lamborghinis and Ferraris also joined the spectacle, all parked prominently at the hotel entrance. Furthermore, the road leading to the hotel was cordoned off, allowing only guests invited by the Zhao and Zhou families to enter with an invitation in hand. Today marked the engagement between Zhao Tai and Zhou Ruoyu. The Zhou family had indeed struck an incredible fortune. A small family of humble origin had caught the eye of the illustrious Zhao, leading to this engagement. The union with the Zhao family would undoubtedly elevate the Zhou family to great heights. Many affluent tycoons whispered amongst themselves, their tones imbued with envy and jealousy. By noon, all guests had arrived. Nearly all the senior members of the Zhao family, save for the venerable patriarch, were present. The expressions on their faces were far from pleasant. After all, the Zhou family was a minor clan, hardly worthy of the Zhao lineage. However, Zhao Tai's affection for Zhou Ruoyu, coupled with the elders' indulgence towards Zhao Tai, allowed the union to proceed. As the auspicious hour approached, the marriage between the Zhao and Zhou families was publicly announced. The host declared, "Congratulations. Congratulations." The prominent wealthy elites of Zhongnan were present, offering their hearty congratulations to the Zhao family. The atmosphere was jubilant. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the hall as a pitch-black coffin was hurled into the hotel's banquet hall, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The guests gasped in astonishment. Who possessed such audacity to deliver a coffin? Had they lost their senses? The room fell into shock. The Zhao family members were seething with rage, their faces darkened with fury. At that moment, Yi Beichen's voice resonated, "Ruoyu, you shall not withdraw from the engagement. I will not allow it. I will not abandon you. Who dares to take you from me?" Chapter 3, Are You Human or a Ghost? Zhou Ruoyu trembled, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. "Brother Beichen." "It's me." Yi Beichen entered with a gentle smile, radiating warmth. "Beichen." Yi Beichen. Zhou Ruoyu's parents, Zhou Tianhao and Li Haixia, were left speechless, their expressions a blend of joy and disbelief. Yi Beichen, the youngest son of the Yi family from 5 years ago. Wasn't the Yi family completely annihilated 5 years prior? The multitude of affluent elites in the hotel lobby stood frozen in place. Yi Beichen. "You little bastard, you are alive." Zhao Achen's brow twitched, and he bellowed, "Bring him down." Instantly, a cadre of suited thugs, nurtured by the Zhao family and stationed at the hotel's corners, surged forth at Zhao Achen's command, encircling Yi Beichen with impenetrable force. "Brother Beichen, you must flee." Zhou Ruoyu cried out in desperation, attempting to rush to him. "Yi Beichen. Is that truly you?" Zhao Tai's eyes twitched violently as he seized Zhou Ruoyu's wrist. "Release her." Yi Beichen's voice was cold as he snatched a dagger from one of the Zhao thugs and hurled it away. With a sickening thud, Zhao Tai's grip on Zhou Ruoyu's hand was severed at the wrist, and he collapsed, howling in agony, his face drained of color. "Tire!" Zhao Ekhen roared in fury. "Call an ambulance." "No need for an ambulance, you might as well contact a funeral home in cemetery. This coffin is prepared for your Zhao family." Yi Beichen's icy voice echoed ominously. He advanced step by step towards the Zhao clan, as if traversing uncharted territory. The thugs who charged at him were dispatched effortlessly, unable to rise again. An air of invincibility surrounded him. Zhao Ekhen's heart sank, sensing the ill intent emanating from Yi Beichen. He inwardly lamented. "Shen, I rely on you now." Zhao Ekhen turned to a man beside him. Shen Eyo, the commander of the Zhongnan King's elite troops, nodded stoically, his muscular frame and square jaw exuding strength. "Kid, do you even know where this is? How dare you create havoc here? Leave immediately." Shen Ao's voice was frigid. This matter does not concern you. Today, I intend to slay only those of the Zhao family. Yi Beichen cast a glance at Shen Ao. Huh? The Zhao family is a prominent lineage with ties to the Jiangnan king. Are you certain you wish to confront them? If you leave now, I can pretend this incident never transpired, Shen Ao threatened. Never transpired. Impossible. He severed my son's hand, he must pay with his life. Zhao Achen's voice was laced with chilling resolve. Shen Ao's brow furrowed, he found himself at a loss for words. Clearly, Yi Beichen was no ordinary individual, most likely a formidable warrior. Demanding a warrior to pay with his life for a mere hand was absurd. However, Shen Ao could not vocalize this thought and instead stated coldly, "Will you depart, or shall we engage in combat? The choice is yours. Those who obstruct me shall perish." Without even acknowledging Shen Ao, Yi Beichen continued his advance toward Zhao Aken. Humph, arrogant. With a cold, mocking laugh, Shen Ao leaped high into the air. Akin to a monkey, and in a single bound, he stood before Yi Beichen, launching a punch towards his face. Bang! Yi Beichen extended a hand and struck Shen Ao's crown with a resounding slap. Bang! Shen Ao trembled violently, his body stiffening as he collapsed to the ground. Uttering 4 words before his demise, "Heavenly level warrior." Hiss! A heavenly level warrior. Instantly, the hall of the hotel was filled with gasps of astonishment. Warriors are classified into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with heavenly being the highest and yellow the lowest. Above the heavenly level warriors, there exist the martial Dao masters, of whom there are none in Jiangnan. Among the 3 heavenly level warriors in Jiangnan, 2 serve as retainers to the king of Jiangnan, while the 3rd is a subordinate of that terrifying woman. Indeed, that woman is formidable, even the king of Jiangnan dares not provoke her. However, she generally refrains from involving herself in familial disputes. Before him, Yi Beichen was revealed to be a heavenly level warrior. How is that possible? You are a heavenly level warrior. Impossible. In just 5 years, even if you returned to martial arts, it would be utterly inconceivable to attain such a level. False, all of it is false. Zhao Aken was suddenly thrown into a panic. The term heavenly level warrior struck him like a heavy blow to the chest. Crack, crack, crack. Zhao Aken hastily drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it at Yi Beichen's head, threatening, "Ha ha ha, did you not expect this? I have a gun. No matter how high your martial prowess, you fear a knife. Yi Beichen, I command you to kneel." Buzz. The crowd erupted in chaos. All the guests scattering in fear of stray bullets. Thud. 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 Yi Beichen advanced step by step, completely ignoring Zhao Achen's gun. "You." Zhao Achen's heart raced, his eyes nearly popping out, cold sweat streaming down his forehead as he hissed, "Brat, have you lost your mind? I have a gun." "So what if you have a gun? Go ahead and shoot," Yi Beichen scoffed. "Take another step closer, and I will pull the trigger." Zhao Aken clicked off the safety. His voice icy, "Don't force my hand, today is my son's engagement, and I do not wish to spill blood. Brother Beichen, don't. Please get away." Zhou Ruoyu trembled, on the verge of tears. Zhou Tianhao and Li Haixia held her tightly, preventing her from rushing forward. "Dad, kill him. Please." Yi Beichen's lips curled into a chilling smile. He intended to instill the utmost fear in Zhao Aken, allowing him to savor the taste of terror. For 3 long months, he had been relentlessly pursued by Zhao Aken, living in a state of dread. Thud. 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 Yi Beichen stepped forward a few paces, closing the distance to less than 5 meters from Zhao Aken. "You brought this upon yourself, perish." Zhao Aken roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet spiraled forth, aimed directly at Yi Beichen's head. Yet, to the astonishment of all, Yi Beichen casually raised his hand and, as if snatching an insect, effortlessly caught the bullet, discarding it aside. "You." Zhao Aken was rendered nearly speechless. The guests collectively gasped in disbelief. My heavens! Is this a film? It must be special effects. Even the wealthiest magnates were left dumbfounded. Despite their vast experiences, they had never witnessed such an occurrence. Click. Zhao Ekhen fired once more. But in the blink of an eye, Yi Beichen had already appeared before him, a single finger poised against the muzzle of the gun. With a surge of internal energy, a sharp crack echoed. In an instant, Zhao Achen's pistol disintegrated, scattering dozens of parts across the floor. A single finger had dismantled the firearm. You! Zhao Ekhen was paralyzed with terror, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed up at Yi Beichen. Are you human or ghost? Chapter 4. Is the fate of my family a trivial matter? What do you think? Yi Beichen smiled enigmatically, as Zhao Ekhen finally experienced the taste of fear. He had been relentlessly pursued by Zhao Ekhen, plunging into the furious waters of the New River, nearly losing his life. Were it not for the timely rescue by his sixth senior sister. Otherwise, Yi Beichen would not be standing here today. Speak, who ordered you to hunt me down? Yi Beichen gazed coldly at Zhao Ekhen, vowing to uncover the murderer from years past. He understood that those who had stormed the Yi family were not from the Zhao clan, they were martial artists, all above the celestial level. I do not know. Zhao Ekhen stammered, a flicker of panic glimmering in his eyes. He certainly knew. Yet, he dared not speak. Yi Beichen's expression darkened. The Zhao family, renowned as a gentry clan in Zhongnan, had a legacy spanning over a century. If even Zhao Ekhen hesitated to divulge, the matter surely ran deep. If you refuse to speak, then face your demise. Yi Beichen was disinclined to engage in further discourse, now that he had returned. He would undoubtedly find the true culprit behind the murder. Suddenly, an elderly man intercepted Yi Beichen. Do you require something? Yi Beichen turned to regard the elderly gentleman clad in a traditional Tang suit. I am Tang Jing, the head of the Tang family in Zhongnan. Representing the king of Zhongnan. Young man, in such a setting, do you truly think you can kill at will without regard for the king? Tang Jing's voice was cold. And what of the king of Zhongnan? Even if he were present, should I wish to take a life, would he dare intervene? Yi Beichen chuckled. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, all were stunned, their skin prickling with dread. This was the king of Zhongnan, who governed the entirety of Zhongnan with 100,000 imperial guards at his command. This was no jest. Has Yi Beichen lost his mind? Beichen. My brother Zhou Ruoyu trembled with excitement. In her heart, she mused, this is my man, the one I sought. So formidable, so majestic. Even if I were to perish alongside him, it would be worthwhile. Zhou Tianhao and Li Haixia, the couple, were equally astonished. What has Beichen endured in these 5 years? How dare he, they thought in unison. What did you say? Tang Jing was momentarily taken aback, his jaw agape, before he recovered and, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, Yi Beichen, do you comprehend what you are saying? This is Zhongnan, the king of Zhongnan is law. As long as you are in Zhongnan, you must abide by the king's rules. I have stated before, even the king cannot intervene. Begone. Yi Beichen struck out decisively, delivering a resounding slap. Slap. Tang Jing was sent flying like a defeated dog, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Ha ha ha, what audacity. You dare show disrespect even to the esteemed king of Zhongnan. Young man. A nation has its laws, and a family has its rules. In this region of Zhongnan, if you are a dragon, you must coil, if a tiger, you must lie low. A voice of utmost authority resonated. Following this, a man clad in battle attire strode into the hotel lobby with the gait of a dragon and the might of a tiger. The Black Tiger Brothers. Zhao Achen's heart soared upon seeing this figure, his earlier fears dissipating. The commander of the 3,000 Black Tiger Guards, Zhang Hehu. What brings him here? The affluent tycoons present were utterly astonished upon encountering this individual. The king of Zhongnan commanded an elite force of 100,000, with over 3,000 men organized into guards, led by a total of 30 commanders. Among them was Zhang Hehu, a figure of immense power, indulgence, and wealth. In all of Jiangnan, none dared to provoke him. Zhao Ekhen and Zhang Hehu were sworn brothers. "Brother, rest assured, I will handle this matter," Zhang Hehu proclaimed as he strode forward with the commanding presence of a military leader. The 3,000 black tiger guards surged into the hotel lobby. Their roars echoing like thunder, an intimidating aura of slaughter rendering the faces of all present pale with fear. "Brother Beichen!" Zhou Ruoyu exclaimed anxiously, gripping her mother's hand tightly. Zhou Tianhao felt a tightening in his chest, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. "The king of Jiangnan wishes to intervene in this affair." Yi Beichen's voice was cold as he regarded Zhang Hehu. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Hehu's laughter reverberated throughout the hotel lobby, tinged with derision. "Yi Beichen, do you truly believe you are of any consequence? Does the king of Jiangnan, a man occupied with myriad affairs, have the time to concern himself with such trivialities? Is the life of my family, the Yi family of three, a trivial matter?" Yi Beichen's heart sank, a surge of wrath igniting within him. "Ha!" Zhang Hehu scoffed disdainfully, regarding human life as insignificant. "What do you think is a significant issue?" Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Yi Beichen's anger turned to a bitter smile, realizing that his loved ones were but trifles in the eyes of these powerful individuals. "If that is the case, then you esteemed dignitaries shall accompany my parents to the grave today." "Foolish clown, seize him," Zhang Hehu commanded with an icy demeanor. A cacophony ensued as 10 black tiger guards advanced towards Yi Beichen, while the remaining 2,900 stood motionless. For a mere Yi Beichen, 10 black tiger guards were undoubtedly sufficient. It was worth noting that each of these 10 were yellow-level warriors, though the lowest tier, they were still formidable fighters. Bang! 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 Like a tempest, Yi Beichen struck with lightning speed, sending the 10 black tiger guards tumbling to the ground, their armor discarded. Zhang Hehu's gaze darkened, witnessing this scene. Zhao Ekhen sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly warned, "Brother Hehu, I must remind you, head coach Shen Ao was killed by a single blow from him. And just moments ago, he caught the bullet from my gun with his bare hands." "What?" Zhang Hehu was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. Shen Ao, a Earth-level warrior and the head coach of the elite force, had been slain by Yi Beichen. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" He turned to the direction Zhao Ekhen indicated, and indeed, there lay Shen Ao on the ground, his brain shattered. Damn it! To catch a bullet barehanded. Isn't that a feat only a master-level warrior can achieve? Zhang Hehu thought in shock. Impossible. How old is he? 5 years ago, and now at most 23. A master-level warrior at 23. Ridiculous. Seize him. Zhang Hehu's eyes gleamed with a chilling resolve. As long as he was not a master-level warrior, the 3,000 black tiger guards could easily suppress him. The black tiger guards, impeccably trained, swiftly assumed a combative stance in the hotel lobby. Countless tables and guests were sent flying, transforming the entire hall into a battlefield. Zhang Hehu sat resolutely upon his throne, wielding a battle flag, commanding 3,000 black tiger guards in their assault. A chilling aura of impending death enveloped the scene. "Brother Beichen, run!" Zhou Ruoyu shouted, her voice piercing through the chaos, her concern for anything else dissipating. "Wretched woman!" Zhao Tai trembled with fury, vowing within himself, "You will pay for this, wretched soul. Today. If I do not eliminate this brat, I will make you wish for neither life nor death. Brother Black Tiger, dispose of him, leave no trace." Zhao Ekhen echoed, his voice filled with fervor. Chapter 5, Fury. Higi. Yi Beichen stood before the 3,000 black tiger guards, unflinching and devoid of fear. To capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. He stepped forward with the swiftness of a rocket, plunging into the throng and carving a path of life and death. Until he stood directly before Zhang Hehu, seizing him by the throat and effortlessly subduing him. "You Zhang Hehu trembled violently, rendered utterly speechless. As a warrior of the earth level, he found himself devoid of any resistance in that moment, completely overpowered by Yi Beichen. With an icy command, Yi Beichen declared, "Order your men to vacate the hotel, or you shall perish." Ha! The Black Tiger Guard never retreats. Zhang Hehu, as one of the 30 commanders of the Imperial Guards under the King of Zhongnan, could hardly be intimidated by a mere utterance from Yi Beichen. "Are you certain?" Yi Beichen's voice turned icy. Zhang Hehu sensed a terrifying aura of murderous intent, a chill creeping up from his soles to the crown of his head. Yet, despite this, he remained unconvinced that Yi Beichen would truly dare to take his life, mustering his courage to respond, "Are you certain?" Crack! A sharp sound echoed through the air. Almost simultaneously with Zhang Hehu's voice, the leader of the Hehu guards had his throat crushed, his lifeless body collapsing in a soft heap. "Brother Hehu." Zhao Ekhen was so frightened that his soul nearly departed his body, nearly succumbing to terror, his eyes seemingly on the verge of bursting. The other members of the Zhao family gasped in shock, a sharp intake of breath escaping their lips. The entire hotel lobby resonated with the sound of chilled air, causing all the affluent magnates present to retreat in fear. Zhang Hehu. This is indeed Zhang Hehu, one of the trusted confidants of the King of Zhongnan, Zhang Hehu, who traversed the Zhongnan region with great influence and commanded respect. Has he truly met his demise in such a manner? The throat was ruthlessly crushed by Yi Beichen, resulting in a swift and silent demise, devoid of any struggle. The Black Tiger Commander. The 3,000 Black Tiger Guards unleashed a furious roar, their blood surging like a tempest, their voices resonating through the hotel lobby like thunder. With gritted teeth, they prepared to advance and tear Yi Beichen apart. Whoever dares to take a step forward will meet the same fate as Zhang Hehu. Yi Beichen's voice was frigid, his gaze even colder, as he placed his foot upon Zhang Hehu's head, surveying the surroundings with disdain. Even in death, Zhang Hehu's expression remained one of terror, astonishment, regret, and disbelief. He never anticipated that Yi Beichen could be so ruthless, truly crushing his neck with a single grip. The 3,000 Black Tiger Guards, astonishingly, did not have a single one brave enough to take action. They were all frightened back by Yi Beichen's mere utterance, "Get lost." Yi Beichen roared with fury, unleashing a terrifying surge of inner energy. The Black Tiger Guards in the front row collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from their ears and noses. The morale of 3,000 men was utterly shattered by a single thunderous shout from Yi Beichen. The defeat was as catastrophic as a mountain collapsing, and the 3,000 Black Tiger Guards fled the hotel like panicked soldiers, vanishing from sight amidst the crowd. "Brother Beichen." Zhou Ruoyu's small mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate a quail's egg, her eyes filled with admiration. Silence enveloped the scene. Yi Beichen, resembling the Grim Reaper, fixed his gaze upon Zhao Ekhen and inquired, "Whose orders have you followed to hunt me down? And who, pray tell, was the martial artist that invaded my home that day?" I do not know." Zhao Ekhen trembled in utter terror, shaking his head incessantly. "Then you may as well perish." Yi Beichen uttered a single phrase, his formidable presence imposing upon Zhao Ekhen, who was oblivious to the orders behind the assassination attempt. A person devoid of knowledge, what purpose does their existence serve? With a flick of his finger, Yi Beichen sent the bullet fired by Zhao Ekhen soaring through the air, piercing through Zhao Ekhen's skull. It entered through his forehead and exited at the back of his head. "Father!" Zhao Tai let out a heart-wrenching roar, collapsing over Zhao Ekhen's lifeless body, shaking it frantically. "You killed my father, I shall fight you to the death." Consumed by rage and fear, Zhao Tai charged towards Yi Beichen. Bang! Yi Beichen delivered a powerful kick, striking Zhao Tai directly in the heart, killing him instantly. The members of the Zhao family were paralyzed with terror, staring in horror at Yi Beichen, awaiting the Grim Reaper to claim their lives. Meanwhile, the prominent figures and wealthy elites of Zhongnan City retreated in haste, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. An hour later, I shall personally arrive at the Zhao family's doorstep, compelling your patriarch to reflect upon who issued the orders for your family to hunt me down all those years ago. should he fail to remember. The entire Zhao family shall meet their demise alongside him, echoed Yi Beicheng's voice. Get lost. The single word resonated like a tidal wave. Buzz. The Zhao family members, as if liberated from a great burden, fled the hotel in a frenzy. The other affluent individuals seized the opportunity to escape, leaving only Yi Beicheng and the Zhou family in the grand hall. Brother Beicheng. Zhou Ruoyo broke free from her mother's grasp and rushed into Yi Beicheng's embrace. He held her tenderly, gently patting her back, smiling as he asked, "Silly girl, do you still wish to annul our engagement?" "No, I want to rescind it." Zhou Ruoyo's tears streamed down her face. "Beicheng, my child, what have you endured all these years?" Zhou Tianhao and Li Haixia were filled with astonishment. They could hardly fathom that the boy they believed had perished in the outside world after 5 years of absence had returned. "It's a long story. I was pursued back then." Yi Beicheng briefly recounted his experiences training in martial arts on Kunlun Mountain. "So, your martial prowess has significantly advanced." Zhou Tianhao's brows furrowed in intrigue. In the Dragon Kingdom, martial strength defines sovereignty. Ordinary citizens must adhere to regulations, yet for martial artists, such rules are mere formalities. If Yi Beicheng possesses the strength of a heavenly-level warrior, even the murders of Zhao Ekhen and Zhao Tai would bring him no trouble. "Beicheng, what is your current level of power? Are you a heavenly-level warrior?" Zhou Tianhao could not restrain his curiosity. "Uncle Zhou, I am uncertain of my exact strength. I still lack clarity on how martial prowess is categorized," Yi Beicheng replied, shaking his head. He spoke earnestly. Over the past 5 years, he had devoted himself entirely to training, with vengeance as his sole focus. The hierarchy of martial artists was a realm he had yet to fully grasp. Zhou He, who possesses high-tier earth-level strength, if you could easily crush him, you must at least be at the initial level of heavenly tier, correct? Zhou Tianhao speculated. The thought of a higher-tier heavenly warrior was beyond his imagination, especially considering that the esteemed attendant by the Jiangnan king was merely of high-tier heavenly strength. How old is Yi Beicheng, after all? In the grand scheme of things, at merely 23 years of age, it is utterly implausible to possess such prowess. Suddenly, Li Haixia's complexion turned pale, and she expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing to the ground. "Mother!" Zhou Ruoyu hastily rushed to support her. With a darkening countenance and weakened breath, was aunt poisoned? Yi Beicheng seized Li Haixia's wrist, his expression darkening. "It was Zhao Tai who administered the poison. He coerced me into marrying him. When I refused, he forcefully made others feed my mother the poison, claiming that only he possessed the antidote. Now that Zhao Tai is dead, mother." Zhou Ruoyu's face turned ashen, her vital energy surging, and she coughed up blood, fainting instantly. "Ruoyu." Yi Beicheng stepped forward, enveloping her in his arms. Chapter 6: The King of Jiangnan. At the Zhao family engagement scene, a man who had vanished for 5 years returned. The second master of the Zhao family, known as the most debauched scion of Jiangnan, Zhao Tai, was brutally slain. News spread like wildfire across Jiangnan, creating a tremendous uproar. Yi Beicheng. Who is Yi Beicheng? The one who had been missing for 5 years. The elusive fish that slipped through the net of the Yi family. He has returned, having killed Zhao Ekhen and his son Zhao Tai. Zhang Hehu, one of the 30 commanders under the king of Jiangnan, was reportedly strangled to death by this Yi Beicheng. Gasp. A storm is brewing in Jiangnan. From the common folk to corporate magnates, whispers filled the streets, mansions, and estates. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family villa, the bodies of Zhao Ekhen and Zhao Tai were brought back, covered in white cloth, and laid in the Zhao family's hall. The atmosphere was eerily silent. The expression on the old master Zhao's face was dark, his gaze fixed upon his son and grandson's lifeless forms, his eyes seemingly capable of shedding blood. With the loss of both son and grandson, he exhibited no wrath, only an endless silence. The depths of the old master Zhao's character were evident. Yi Beicheng. That elusive fish that had evaded capture for 5 years. He has returned. After a prolonged silence, the old master Zhao finally spoke, his voice chilling and venomous. sending shivers down spines. "Father, it was he who killed my younger brother." A man stepped forward, gritting his teeth. Zhao Chenzhong. The old master Zhao's eldest son and Zhao Achen's biological brother. He had been among the crowd when Yi Beichen committed the murders at the hotel. Had Zhang Heihu also perished at his hands? Did he manage to scare away the 3,000 Black Tiger guards with a mere word? Was he a heavenly-level martial artist or a master of martial arts? The old master Zhao's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, hands clasped behind his back. He lowered his head to observe the bodies of his son and grandson, disregarding his elder son, muttering to himself. A master of martial arts. The Zhao family members were utterly stunned. Impossible, Zhao Chenzhong trembled all over. The old master Zhao paid him no mind and continued, in the past. During the battle in Longdu, the war god of Long Nation, Yiling Shao, with a single roar, repelled a million-strong army from the Wolf Nation. Renowned as the greatest master of Long Nation. Yi Beichen is but a youth, he cannot possibly be a master martial artist. At 23 years old, a heavenly-level martial artist. Or perhaps even a high-ranking heavenly-level martial artist, is indeed noteworthy. The old master Zhao chuckled coldly, his demeanor returning to that of a formidable figure from years past. "You are to investigate Yi Beichen's origins at once. Simultaneously, contact the king of Jiangnan, I wish to meet him. A martial artist is rampaging in Jiangnan city. And the king will not turn a blind eye. My son and grandson must not have died in vain." The old master Zhao's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, glimmered with a murky chill. "Father, you wish to meet the king of Jiangnan?" The Zhao family members collectively gasped. "Huh? An old man such as myself should indeed make some moves, surely, the king will grant me this courtesy," the elder Zhao declared, rising and striding towards the hall's exit. "Prepare the carriage, we are going to the king of Jiangnan's residence. I shall see him personally." Yes. The Zhao family members were filled with excitement. Since his retirement, the elder had distanced himself from worldly affairs. If the elder were to meet with the king of Jiangnan this time, it would not only resolve the issue concerning Yi Beichen but also elevate the Zhao family's prestige to new heights. "Second brother, and my dear nephew, your demise may not be without its silver lining. Father, having withdrawn from the tumultuous struggle for power, has had his fierce spirit rekindled by your deaths. The Zhao family shall once again bask in the glory of yesteryears," Zhao Chenzhong mused, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. At the Zhou family villa, Zhou Ruoyo and Li Haixia, having fainted, were swiftly returned to the villa. When Zhou Ruoyo opened her eyes once more, she found Yi Beichen conversing with Zhou Tianhao in the living room. "Brother Beichen, how is my mother?" Zhou Ruoyo inquired, her face etched with concern. "Rest assured. Aunt is not in serious danger. I have administered acupuncture to neutralize the poison within her," Yi Beichen reassured her. "Really? Is that true?" Zhou Ruoyo exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed." She regained consciousness briefly but has since fallen asleep again, Zhou Tianhao confirmed with a nod. "Mother." Zhou Ruoyo dashed to her mother's room, and after a brief moment, she emerged, releasing a deep sigh of relief. Her mother was indeed well, peacefully slumbering. "Very well, Uncle Zhou Ruoyo, the time has come. I must make my way to the Zhao family," Yi Beichen declared as he took his leave. Determined to uncover the truth behind the tragic fate of his parents and elder brother. "Beichen, wait," Zhou Tianhao grasped Yi Beichen's arm firmly. "Child, are you truly resolved to proceed in this manner? I understand that you have acquired great skills and are no longer the defenseless child of your. But you are confronting the formidable Zhao family, and perhaps," Zhou Tianhao hesitated, his expression grave, "there is also the king of Jiangnan to consider. I advise you to leave Jiangnan at once, avoid the airport and train station. There is an Audi A8 in my garage, take it and depart via the back roads. Do not disclose your destination to anyone." With that, Zhou Tianhao produced a set of car keys and handed them to Yi Beichen. "Uncle Zhou, do you know something?" Yi Beichen's countenance shifted at the mention of the king of Jiangnan, and he refrained from accepting the keys. Zhou Tianhao appeared hesitant, clearly troubled. He might possess some insight into the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Yi Beichun's parents and brother. To inform you would be to endanger you. Zhou Tianhao's expression was complex as he sighed deeply. Brother Beichun, please do not inquire further, Zhou Ruoyo interjected. The blood feud between our families cannot be overlooked. Yi Beichun resolutely shook his head. If Uncle Zhou chooses not to enlighten me, I shall not press the matter, however, after my visit to the Zhao family. I will seek out the king of Jiangnan personally. What? Zhou Tianhao exclaimed, taken aback. Do you understand who the king of Jiangnan is? He commands an army of 100,000 elite soldiers, wields the power of life and death over Jiangnan, and is a high-ranking official of the Dragon Kingdom. Approaching him is akin to courting death. Brother Beichun, please do not. Zhou Ruoyo urged fervently. Uncle Zhou, what do you truly know? Yi Beichun gazed intently at Zhou Tianhao. Alas, Zhou Tianhao sighed heavily, after your parents' demise, I discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate the cause of their deaths. The assailants who stormed your home that day were two celestial-level martial artists. I am aware of that, Yi Beichun replied. Yi Beichun nodded. Ever since he began his martial training, he had been able to deduce the events that transpired that fateful day at home. Are you aware that these two celestial-level warriors now serve as attendants to the king of Jiangnan? Zhou Tianhao lowered his voice. Is what Uncle Zhou said truly the case? Yi Beichun's tone turned icy. If Zhou Tianhao's words held any truth, then his parents' demise might indeed be linked to the king of Jiangnan. The king of Jiangnan? Should he be implicated in my parents' death, not even his royal status will shield him from my wrath. With that resolute declaration, Yi Beichun turned and strode out of the Zhou family hall. Zhou Tianhao and Zhou Ruoyu hurried to stop him, but as he crossed the threshold, Yi Beichun's figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 7, A coffin for all to bury in the Zhao family manor, a secluded villa district is under strict lockdown. The atmosphere is tense, as if the very winds carry whispers of impending doom. The old patriarch has met with the king of Jiangnan, leaving Zhao Chengjong in charge of safeguarding the Zhao estate. He has summoned back over 500 hired enforcers, along with various leaders from entertainment venues. All loyal minions nurtured by the Zhao family over the years. As peril befalls the Zhao clan, they all return. Zhao Chengjong glances at his wrist, where a watch worth millions adorns him, his brow furrowing in concern. With only 1 hour remaining since Yi Beichun's warning, and already 59 minutes having passed, he fears what might transpire should Yi Beichun arrive. Sir, you are overthinking, a voice interjects. Yi Beichun dares to threaten the Zhao family. Such a character would never dare to breach the gates of the Zhao estate. This is a den of dragons and tigers, should he enter, he would surely meet his demise. The leaders of the entertainment venues chuckle derisively. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupts at the entrance of the Zhao manor, as a dark coffin, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, hurtles into the courtyard. The resounding noise draws forth countless members of the Zhao family. Yi Beichun strides forward, exuding an aura of foreboding. As he steps through the gates, an hour has elapsed. Will the Zhao family provide me with a satisfactory response? Yi Beichun, how audacious. You truly dare to come to the Zhao family. Zhao Chengjong steps forward, his eyes twitching involuntarily at the sight of Yi Beichun. Yet, emboldened by the sanctuary of the Zhao estate, he retorts, you insolent brat, do you dare to run amok in the Zhao family? Have you grown weary of life? Kneel before us. Preposterous. To bring a coffin to the Zhao family, do you comprehend the severity of this offense? Several leaders of the entertainment venues stand beside Zhao Chengjong, smirking coldly. They are accustomed to their arrogance and remain blissfully unaware of Yi Beichun's true terror. Silence. Yi Beichun utters with disdain, casually kicking a few small pebbles from the ground. These stones soar through the air, piercing the heads of the leaders of the entertainment venues. Amada. The women of the Zhao family collapse in terror. Eliminate him. Zhao Chengjong's voice turns icy as over 500 trained enforcers draw their axes. His eyes bulged, and he uttered his final words, had I known it would come to this, I should have fled sooner. In his heart, he still harbored dreams of the Zhao family's rise, unaware that their demise was imminent. Zhao Chenzhong. At the moment Zhao Chenzhong fell, the voice of the elder Zhao echoed in his ears. This venerable man, who once commanded respect in Jiangnan, now stormed through the Zhao family gate, consumed by fury and heartache. With only 2 sons at home and a daughter married to Jinling, he faced the tragic loss of both sons. And his grandson Zhao Tai had also fallen to Yi Beichen, leaving the Zhao lineage utterly extinguished. Yi Beichen, I shall see you dead. The elder Zhao could no longer contain himself, howling in madness. Suddenly, a throng of armored soldiers surged in, numbering 5,000 to 6,000. Armed to the teeth, they surrounded the Zhao residence, sealing it off completely. What a bold lad you are, daring to slay the noble scions in the territory of the king of Jiangnan. A voice, cold as ice, pierced the air. So Zhang Heilung's worthless life was extinguished by your hand. Another woman's voice chimed in. A man and a woman, clad in armor, entered the courtyard, both high-ranking martial artists and among the 30 elite guards of the king of Jiangnan. In addition, another figure strolled in casually, hands clasped behind his back. The moment Yi Beichen laid eyes on this man, his blood surged and his fury erupted like a volcano. He recognized that face, a visage he could recall even in dreams. It was this very man who had invaded his home, striking his elder brother in the chest, while his parents met their tragic end after pushing Yi Beichen out of the window. The deaths of my parents and brother are indeed linked to the king of Jiangnan. Yi Beichen seethed through gritted teeth. Who would have imagined that the fish that slipped through the net 5 years ago had grown to such formidable heights? The high-ranking martial artist regarded Yi Beichen with a calm demeanor. So young, yet harboring such hatred, would it not be a pity to kill him? The female captain chuckled lightly. Hong Gongfeng, you 2 captains, please eliminate this scoundrel. The elder Zhao raved. Hong Gongfeng and the 2 captains, summoned after the elder's audience with the king of Jiangnan, were tasked with ending Yi Beichen's life. With 6,000 elite guards, 2 peak-level warriors, and a pinnacle-level elder, eliminating Yi Beichen would be as easy as plucking a flower. Yi Beichen pointed to the coffin placed in the courtyard. This coffin holds the remains of my parents' murderer. It shall also entomb Zhao Ekhen, Zhao Tai, the elder Zhao, and the entire Zhao family. And it shall also entomb the king of Jiangnan. What audacity! Hong Gongfeng's expression darkened as he let out a lion's roar, stepping forward to charge at Yi Beichen. Kill! Yi Beichen bellowed, launching a punch at the approaching Hong Gongfeng. Bang! A sickening crack reverberated as Hong Gongfeng was hurled backward, his arm shattered, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog writhing in agony. You, a master! A martial arts master! Hong Gongfeng gasped in terror, his scalp prickling. Bang! Yi Beichen stepped forward and crushed the head of Hong Gongfeng beneath his foot. You! 2 commanding officers of the Imperial Guards, a man and a woman, were paralyzed with terror, their hearts racing as they gazed at Yi Beichen in disbelief. This was a revered figure beside the king of Jiangnan, a peak-tier heavenly warrior, the ace instructor of 100,000 Imperial Guards. And yet he had perished in such a manner. All units, attack! Eliminate him! The 2 commanding officers shouted, issuing the order to slay Yi Beichen. With a resonant hum, Yi Beichen advanced, reaching the pair and extending his hands, striking forcefully from both sides. Thud! Thud! Blood gushed from their 7 orifices, their helmets shattered, and their bodies fell rigidly to the ground. The 2 peak-tier officers of the Imperial Guards were thus slain by Yi Beichen's hands. The 6,000 Imperial Guards were momentarily stunned by this spectacle, when Yi Beichen's voice rang out, "You 2 have wives and children, if you wish for death, feel free to come at me. Otherwise, be gone." With a roar reminiscent of a tiger's howl and a dragon's chant. The overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Beichen was such that even the 6,000 Imperial Guards could not withstand it. In utter disarray, they cast aside their helmets and armor, fleeing in a panic from the Zhao family estate. With their leader slain by a mere slap, their morale shattered. A single command was enough to send 6,000 Imperial Guards retreating. Old Master Zhao collapsed to the ground, pointing at Yi Beichen. You. His voice faltered, his eyes filled only with boundless fear, unable to utter another word. Is the death of my parents connected to the king of Jiangnan? Yi Beichen asked coldly. Chapter 8 Yi Beichen, delivering a coffin. Ha, do you wish to know? Ask the king of Jiangnan yourself. The old man Zhao let out a maniacal laugh. Ha, you have killed my son and grandson. My Zhao family is finished, and you shall not succeed in your revenge. Yi Beichen, even in death, I shall not reveal the identity of the true culprit. Go and inquire with the king of Jiangnan. Suddenly, old man Zhao erupted in fury. Crashing into the coffin brought by Yi Beichen, his brain splattering. With malicious intent, he sought to ensnare Yi Beichen even in death, directing all suspicion towards the king of Jiangnan. If Yi Beichen dared to confront him, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Even if the Zhao family was extinguished, they would drag Yi Beichen down with them. Yi Beichen coldly observed the scene. Even without old man Zhao's words, he would personally seek out the king of Jiangnan to uncover the truth. 10 minutes later, Yi Beichen emerged from the Zhao residence, having eradicated the entire direct lineage of the Zhao family. Blood for blood. What? At the very moment Yi Beichen stepped out of the Zhao household, in a luxurious estate somewhere in Jiangnan, an enchanting woman received the news and paused in surprise. The Zhao family has been annihilated. Hong Gongfu is dead, and 2 commanders of the imperial guards have perished. My dear junior brother, what a grand surprise or perhaps shock you have given me. Clad in a cheongsam, she showcased her exquisite figure. Her elegant brows occasionally relaxed, furrowed, then sighed. Oh, this truly aligns with your temperament and character. How, back on the mountain? You did best as 10 sisters in combat. Suddenly, the woman chuckled, the sound that could outshine 100 flowers. She immediately commanded, quickly. Send someone to clean up the battlefield for my junior brother. The matters concerning the Zhao family must not leak out. Yes. The middle-aged man before her was indeed the 3rd pinnacle martial artist of Jiangnan. Oh, master, there is one more thing. The martial artist spoke again. Your junior brother has taken a coffin to confront the king of Jiangnan. Today also marks the 60th birthday of the king, and many will likely be present. What? The woman could no longer maintain her composure, her eyes widening in astonishment. Why did you not inform me sooner? Arrange for a car. I must go to the king of Jiangnan's residence. My junior brother is courting calamity. Eradicating the Zhao family may be inconsequential, but... The woman hurriedly dashed out of the hall, entering a bulletproof Rolls-Royce, racing towards the king of Jiangnan's estate. I hope I arrive in time. Provoking the king of Jiangnan is one thing, but if those from Jinling become enraged, it could lead to considerable trouble. The king of Jiangnan's residence is situated in the bustling heart of the city, occupying an immense expanse that dwarfs several city blocks, resembling a palace. Amidst the modern metropolis filled with skyscrapers, there lies a traditional Chinese royal mansion, evoking awe at the terrifying wealth of the king of Jiangnan. Today, the entire Jiangnan Wang mansion is alive with festivity, adorned with vibrant lanterns and colorful decorations, as drums resound and firecrackers explode, while red banners flutter in the air amidst a throng of people. This day marks the 60th birthday of the illustrious Jiangnan Wang. Prominent social elites and influential figures gather to extend their best wishes to him. The Zhao family has chosen this day to announce their engagement, hoping to bask in the celebratory spirit surrounding the Jiangnan Wang. However, to their astonishment, Yi Beichen has returned today. Who is this individual? What is happening? A young man strides forth, bearing a bloodied coffin on his back. What could be his intention? Passers-by are taken aback by this shocking scene. A young man walks briskly through the streets of this modern metropolis, carrying a coffin that drips with blood, creating a powerful visual impact. What is he doing? Many onlookers are astonished and incredulous. Yi Beichen pays no heed to the crowd, resolutely making his way toward the Jiangnan Wang's residence. Is he heading to the Jiangnan Wang's mansion? Has this young man lost his mind? He carries a coffin as he approaches the Jongnan Wang's abode on a day that marks the latter's grand celebration. One would risk being deemed disrespectful even for merely walking with a coffin in the street. Countless onlookers stand frozen, utterly petrified. Thud. 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 Yi Bechun's pace is rapid. Though he appears to take a single step, observers are astonished to find that this step covers an extraordinary distance. While an ordinary person may stride approximately 70 to 80 centimeters, Yi Bechun's step stretches an astonishing 7 to 8 meters. Before long, he vanishes from the crowd's sight. The wealthiest man in Zhong County, Wang Fugue, presents a jade guanyin statue valued at 8 million. The chairman of Zhongnan Yongsheng Automotive gifts a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin. The president of the five-star Jinyuan Hotel offers a premium blood coral tree. The most distinguished tycoons of Zhongnan have all arrived, with attendants at the entrance reading off the list of congratulatory gifts, allowing one guest to enter at a time. These influential figures, who command respect in Zhongnan, queue diligently at the entrance of the Zhongnan Wang mansion, resembling morning commuters waiting for buns. Yi Bechun brings a coffin as a gift to the Zhongnan Wang. The entrance of the Zhongnan Wang mansion falls into a profound silence. All eyes are drawn to him, filled with shock. Yi Bechun. Presenting a coffin? The very same Yi Bechun who murdered Zhao Wekhen and Zhao Tai. Many wealthy individuals recognize him, their astonishment palpable. They cannot believe he would dare to appear here. This is the Zhongnan Wang mansion. What audacity! How dare he come to the Wang residence and cause a scene? A commander of the royal guards emerges, directing hundreds of armored soldiers to swiftly surround Yi Bechun. Bang! Yi Bechun remains unfazed, wielding the coffin as a weapon, sweeping through his assailants. These royal guards are utterly no match for him. The finely crafted wooden coffin sends them reeling, with some coughing blood, limbs broken, lying on the ground in agony. Even the captain of the royal guards was sent flying by a single kick from Yi Bechun, his ribs shattered, resulting in his demise. Thud. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Yi Bechun forcefully strode through the gates of the Zhongnan Wangfu, casting the coffin he carried onto the ground. Declaring, "Record this, Yi Bechun, delivering a coffin." The middle-aged man tasked with documenting the gifts trembled, his brush quivering as he inscribed Yi Bechun's name alongside the offering. Was he truly defying the heavens? Wang Fugue, the wealthiest man of Zhongshui, quaked in fear. The chairman of Zhongnan Yongsheng Automotive and Mr. Lin from the Jinyuan five-star hotel stepped aside in terror, granting Yi Bechun passage. The other affluent individuals were equally aghast. The Zhongnan Wang emerged, exclaiming, "I have questions for you." Yi Bechun, with his hands clasped behind his back, showed no regard for the supposed sanctity of the Zhongnan Wangfu. As he advanced within the estate under the astonished and fearful gazes of countless guests. Chapter 9, The Aristocracy of Jinling. The Taiji master Yi Bechun made a formidable entrance, bearing a coffin upon his shoulder, to pay his respects for the birthday of the king of Zhongnan, causing a stir throughout the royal residence. Who is this young man? Who dares to present a coffin to the king of Zhongnan? The affluent magnates from Zhongnan, Jiangdong, and Jinling emerged one after another, astonished at the sight of Yi Bechun striding forward. As he advanced, the commanders of the king of Zhongnan's elite guards appeared to obstruct him, however. They proved no match for his prowess, falling one by one to the ground, their blood staining the palace. In the outer courtyard, individuals of lesser stature gathered, while only the most prominent figures resided within. 5 years ago, the demise of my family, the Yi family, was orchestrated by 2 of your attendants. Will you not provide me with an explanation? Yi Bechun's voice resonated with authority. What offense did my family commit to warrant such extermination? If you fail to offer me a response today, I shall ensure that your entire palace accompanies you to the grave. With each step, he unleashed a declaration, leaving none able to impede his path. The commotion he stirred eventually drew the attention of the inner court. Deep within the palace, a middle-aged man sat poised upon the highest throne in the grand hall. This man was none other than the king of Zhongnan himself, with a square jaw, A well-groomed beard and piercing eyes that exuded an aura of power, he commanded respect without uttering a word. Yi Beichen, he has truly arrived. The king of Jiangnan was taken aback. Just 2 hours prior, he had heard of this individual who had caused a ruckus at the Zhao family's engagement ceremony. An hour ago, he learned of the Zhao family's destruction, the deaths of 2 commanders, and the sudden demise of an attendant. Now, Yi Beichen had the audacity to invade his palace. Initially, he had intended to wait until after his 60th birthday celebration to address the matter. However, he had not anticipated Yi Beichen's uninvited arrival. Such audacity! On my uncle's 60th birthday, how dare someone intrude upon our festivities? The king of Jiangnan assured himself. Fear not, with us present, no one can defy the might of the Buddha's 5-fingered mountain. A group of over a dozen distinguished young men, dressed in fine attire, could not help but chuckle. All of them were either wealthy or noble, hailing from the 4 prominent families of Jinling, the Jia, Sha, Wang, Manshui families. They wielded significant influence across Jiangnan, Jiangdong, and Jinling, commanding the weaving bureau with great authority. These young men, emboldened, ventured towards the exit. The king of Jiangnan, feeling a twinge of concern, furrowed his brow and descended from his throne to follow them. As he stepped outside the hall, he beheld a young man striding through the rear gate, carrying a coffin with an impressive demeanor. Yi Beichen, I stand before you. The king of Jiangnan declared coldly. You are the king of Jiangnan? Yi Beichen inquired, fixing his gaze upon the middle-aged man. He directly posed the question. Is your hand involved in the deaths of my family 5 years ago? Before the king could respond, one of the young men scoffed, Who do you think you are? Speaking here. Kneel, bind your hands, and then roll out. On the occasion of Uncle Wang's 60th birthday, a group of young men confronted a brash newcomer. Who do you think you are, daring to act so recklessly here? Do you wish to bring ruin upon your entire clan? They scolded. Leave, was the sole response from Yi Beichen. What did you say? You want us to leave? The expressions of these privileged youths darkened, fury igniting within them. They were accustomed to dominance in Jinling and had never been treated in such a manner. Utter another word, and I shall end your lives, Yi Beichen retorted nonchalantly. End my life? Go ahead and try, one young man scoffed, hailing from the illustrious Shui family of Jinling. With a swift motion, Yi Beichen plucked a leaf from a nearby tree and flicked it towards the young man, severing his throat with deadly precision. Die. You. The aristocratic youths were struck with terror, their faces paling as they recoiled in fear. A celestial level warrior. An elder's cold voice emerged from behind them. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the group, and spoke in a chilling tone, Young man, do you know whom you have just slain? This is the second son of the Shui family's 3rd branch. Do you dare to kill a member of the Shui family? Did your master not instill in you the rules of martial arts? My master did not teach me to practice martial arts merely to serve the powerful as a lackey. Yi Beichen replied with a derisive smirk. You. The elder's fury erupted. You insolent wretch, you seek death. He lunged at Yi Beichen with the ferocity of a wild beast. Wait. The king of Jiangnan interjected hastily. The young men were oblivious to the recent events concerning the Zhao family and were unaware that one of their patrons, along with 3 commanders of the Imperial Guard, had already perished at Yi Beichen's hands. Rest assured, Uncle Wang, Master Hon is a mid-tier celestial level warrior. Killing him will be as easy as slaying a dog. One young man, named Jia Ichio from the prestigious Jia family, chuckled dismissively. Once Master Hon strikes, this brat is doomed, Shati Onyun sneered. It is a pity for Shui Feng to meet such an end, Shui Wanli remarked, his cousin, yet his expression betrayed no sorrow. The young aristocrats wore sardonic smiles. Bang! Just as Master Hon launched his attack, Yi Beichen retaliated with a punch that struck his chest. Master Hon's heartbeat ceased. Dead. Master Hon. Jia Ichio gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? He was killed with a single punch. Sha Tianyun and Xue Wenli exchanged incredulous glances. While the group of young men stood dumbfounded, their faces drained of color. King of Jiangnan, is the death of my parents and elder brother connected to you? What of your patron beside you? Why does he not show himself? Yi Beichen disregarded Jia Ichio and strode forward, stepping over Master Hon's lifeless body towards the king of Jiangnan. Yi Beichen, this is the Jiangnan royal residence, you have no right to act so wildly. Suddenly, an aged voice echoed as an elder emerged slowly from the hall behind the king. Elder Yang. The king of Jiangnan inclined his head slightly, showing respect for the elder. Who are you? Yi Beichen inquired, his brow furrowed. I am Yang Tianxian. The elder spoke slowly, stepping forward with an enigmatic grace, positioning himself directly before the king of Jiangnan. Yang Tianxian? The master of Tai Chi. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The illustrious name of Yang Tianxian resonated throughout Jiangnan, Jiangdong, Jiangbei, Jinling, and even the southeastern provinces of Longhua, who was unaware of his renown. The lineage of Tai Chi commanded respect across the land, its fame echoing throughout the southeast. Jia Ichio was taken aback. Contemplating, it appears that the ambitions of the king of Jiangnan extend far beyond mere local affairs. Is he seeking to forge an alliance with the young family of Tai Chi to expand his influence? It seems this birthday celebration was not in vain after all. Sha Tianyun and Xue Wenli exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. A master of Tai Chi was indeed present. No wonder the king of Jiangnan exuded such confidence. Had the king allied with a young family? The wealthiest man of Jiang County, Wang Fugui, chairman of Jiangnan Yongsheng Automobile, Stan Lin, the owner of the Jin Garden 5-star hotel, suddenly grasped the situation. And whispers began to circulate among the attendees. Surprisingly, Yi Beichen remained unfazed in the presence of the Tai Chi master, boldly declaring, "Live or face death." Chapter 10, The 10th Disciple, I will bear it all well, young man, the master cannot be insulted. With just that statement, I could easily end your life. Yang Tianshuan's expression darkened, and as he stamped his foot, the tiles at the entrance of the Wangfu Hall shattered with a thunderous crash. Before anyone could react, Yang Tianxian had already appeared before Yi Beichen, raising his fist to strike. Bang! Yi Beichen stood undaunted, meeting the blow with his own clenched fist. A wave of dread swept through the crowd as an overwhelming internal force surged forth, stinging their cheeks. The Taiji Grandmaster's punch, how could he withstand it? Gasps filled the air as the onlookers held their breath. The king of Jiangnan's brows twitched violently, his aged face darkening ominously. He could hardly fathom that the boy he had failed to eliminate 5 years ago had returned with the prowess to rival a master. It's no wonder he dares to kill and flouts the rules of Jiangnan. A young master. How could this be after just 5 years? What has he endured during that time? The king of Jiangnan's heart trembled in tumultuous disbelief. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Beichen and Yang Tianxian had exchanged over 30 blows. Yang Tianshuan's shock deepened, his eyelids twitching. He had anticipated a single strike would suffice to defeat Yi Beichen, yet he found his opponent to be astonishingly formidable. Enough games. Let us proceed. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Yi Beichen stepped forward, closing the distance to Yang Tianxian, and swung his fist down. Boom! Yang Tianxian instinctively raised his hand to block. Crack! A sharp snap echoed as the arm of the Taiji Grandmaster broke under the force. The power continued downward, crashing onto Yang Tianshuan's head, a blow he could not withstand. With a resounding thud, he crumpled to his knees, creating a deep crater in the ground. From the center of Yang Tianshuan's kneeling form, web-like fissures spread outward. You! Yang Tianxian trembled, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed at Yi Beichen. I warned you to live or face death. Yi Beichen's voice was calm and resolute. Clearly, you have chosen the latter. With that, his fist descended once more. Thud. It struck the top of Yang Tianshuan's head, turning the Grandmaster's brain to mush. A generation of Taiji Grandmaster, Yang Tianxian, dead. Hiss. A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. Initially, when Yi Beichen had stormed into the Zhongnan, if given another opportunity, I, the prince, shall personally lead a group to annihilate your entire family. So, do you admit it? Yi Beichen let out a long howl towards the heavens. Father, mother, elder brother. Do you see this? The murderer stands before us. Today, Beichen shall avenge you. Revenge. Ha ha ha. The king of Zhongnan suddenly burst into laughter. A note of self-mockery in his tone. Yi Beichen, you are exceedingly naive. I am the king of Zhongnan, and your Yi family is but a minor affluent household. With my power reigning over Zhongnan, why would I need to slay your kin? Yi Beichen was taken aback, his expression darkening. What do you mean? Someone desires your family's demise. The king of Zhongnan sneered maliciously. Who? Yi Beichen's pupils constricted slightly. Anyone capable of issuing orders to the king of Zhongnan would undoubtedly be formidable. Third. Like an agile monkey, Yi Beichen leaped high and landed before the king of Zhongnan, seizing him by the throat. The entire assembly was astonished. This was the king of Zhongnan, now seemingly like a lifeless dog, grasped by Yi Beichen's hand, while his 10,000 elite guards could not save him. Speak. Yi Beichen's voice was chilling. Junior brother, wait. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, causing everyone to turn towards the entrance of the inner courtyard of the royal mansion. A stunning woman approached swiftly, followed by a retinue of attendants. Senior sister. What brings you here? Yi Beichen was taken aback. Nevertheless, he did not release the king of Zhongnan. This woman was his senior sister from Kunlun Mountain, Wang Ruyan. What was she doing here? The top tycoons of Zhongnan were in a state of shock. This woman had emerged over the past year, consolidating a vast power with thunderous force, capable of challenging the king of Zhongnan. The upper echelons of Zhongnan were nearly all aware of her presence. A truly formidable woman. With her cunning, intellect, beauty, and strength, few could rival her. Wang Ruyan is his senior sister. Wang Fugue, the richest man in Zhong County, was taken aback. No wonder he dared to intrude upon the king of Zhongnan's residence with Wang Ruyan backing him. This woman was extraordinary, rumored to be from Jinling. The chairman of Yongsheng Automobile whispered. The Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Jinling. Lin, the manager of the Jinyuan 5-star hotel, suddenly realized. They all turned to look. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her aura eclipsing that of top-tier actresses. Yet her face was now filled with concern as she gazed at Yi Beichen. Is it her? Xue Wanli was astonished. Hey! Jia Ichio scoffed, saying she has fled from Jinling to Zhongnan, reportedly establishing some influence to oppose her family. However, that esteemed individual has already set his sights on her. Her rebellion is impossible. I suspect that esteemed one is returning soon. That individual, truly a godlike presence, he desires Wang Ruyan. And fleeing abroad will avail her nothing. Shatianyun nodded gravely in agreement. Junior brother, do not act recklessly, this is the king of Zhongnan. If you kill him, the consequences will be dire, Wang Ruyan urged anxiously. Senior sister, you know, the vendetta against my father is one that cannot be overlooked. Yi Beichen gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. For the past 5 years, my life on Kunlun Mountain has been consumed by thoughts of avenging my parents and elder brother. Today, the enemy stands before me, I will not hesitate to strike him down, whether he is the king of Zhongnan or even the emperor himself. You, Wang Ruyan, witnessing Yi Beichen's fervent demeanor, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She sighed, Junior brother, why must you go to such lengths? Senior sister, do not try to stop me. Yi Beichen's nostrils flared with rage. Very well. Wang Ruyan took a deep breath, drawing a handgun from her waist and aiming it at the head of the king of Zhongnan. King of Zhongnan, tell me, who ordered the assassination of my junior brother's family? Ha ha ha, Wang Ruyan, as a member of the Jinling royal family, why not investigate it yourself? The king of Zhongnan laughed boisterously, his eyes filled with mockery. Do you think I would reveal the murderer? Go ahead, kill me. You seek death. Yi Beichun's expression turned icy. He was about to take action when, bang! Wang Ruyan pulled the trigger, instantly killing the king of Jiangnan. The entire venue fell into silence. The air thick with the scent of gunpowder. The king of Jiangnan lay dead. Senior sister, how could you? Yi Beichun stood frozen in shock. Wang Ruyan smiled gently, her eyes brimming with compassion. Junior brother, it was I who killed the king of Jiangnan. It has nothing to do with you. Should anyone inquire, I shall bear the consequences. Chapter 11, The Death of the King of Jiangnan. The king of Jiangnan has perished. He lay rigidly on the ground, his eyes wide open. Utterly unprepared for Wang Ruyan's swift and decisive gunfire. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, chaos erupted within the entire residence of the king of Jiangnan. The king of Jiangnan is dead, the king of Jiangnan is dead. Countless affluent magnates, upon witnessing the demise of the king of Jiangnan, were seized by terror. Frantically rushing toward the estate's exit. The commanders of the imperial guards, as if confronted by a spectre, abandoned their armor and fled in a panic. With the king of Jiangnan deceased and the revered master Yang Tianshen slain by Yi Beichun's hand, they feared that remaining here could spell their own doom. Dead. The king of Jiangnan is dead? Wang Fugui, the wealthiest man in Jiangshui, trembled, his legs weakened by sheer fright. How could the king of Jiangnan die? The chairman of Jiangnan Yongsheng Automobile stood frozen, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. This woman has killed the king of Jiangnan. Am I not dreaming? General Lin from the Jinyuan five-star hotel raised his hand and struck himself sharply across the face. Slap. A wave of pain confirmed that this was no dream. Your Highness. Wailing could be heard throughout the residence. Today marks the 60th birthday of the king of Jiangnan, and he has been murdered. You killed my father, I will kill you. A young man, impeccably dressed, charged forward, intent on attacking Wang Ruyan. Dare you lay a hand on my senior sister? Yi Beichun's gaze turned icy. With merely a glance, the young man found himself paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Wang Ruyan, you truly are a mad woman. You have dared to slay the king of Jiangnan, even the Jinling Wang family cannot shield you now. Jia Ichio's face turned pale, and he hastily departed the royal residence. Mad woman. Sha Tianyun and Xue Wanli exchanged glances with Wang Ruyan before retreating alongside the elite youths from Jinling. The concubines of the king of Jiangnan scattered in disarray. What was once a lively royal residence now felt desolate, leaving only the lifeless bodies of the king and his entourage. Senior sister, why must you resort to such extremes? Yi Beichun gazed at Wang Ruyan, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Junior brother, did you not wish to kill him? Is it not beneficial that your senior sister has done it for you? Wang Ruyan replied, regaining her composure and smiling sweetly. She understood the enormity of her actions. As long as she could protect her junior brother, she would willingly bear any accusations. Moreover, by eliminating the king of Jiangnan, her junior brother would no longer pursue the truth behind his parents' deaths, thereby ensuring his safety. All she needed to shoulder was the burden of having killed the king, which seemed a fair trade. Senior sister, with this, my leads have been severe since the king of Jiangnan remained silent. I shall seek out his superior. Even if it leads me to the heart of the dragon. I am resolute in avenging my parents, to bring solace to their spirits above. What? Why do you refuse to heed my counsel? Upon hearing this, Wang Ruyan anxiously stamped her foot. Just then, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID. Her delicate features shifting slightly, and then turned to Yi Beichun with a smile, saying, Junior brother, I have some matters to attend to. I shall step away for a moment and contact you later. Senior sister, what is this about? Yi Beichun inquired, puzzled. I will explain later, Wang Ruyan replied, shaking her head as she hurried out of the residence of the king of Jiangnan. Once back in her car, she confirmed that Yi Beichun had not followed her before dialing the number she had just received. You killed the king of Jiangnan? A man's voice came through as soon as the call connected. Wang Ruyan's face hardened, her brows knitting together. Ultimately, she took a deep breath. As if making a definitive choice, then coldly responded, "Indeed. You. How dare you?" The man on the other end erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea of the uproar this will cause?" In less than 5 minutes, news has already reached Jinling, and it is likely spreading through Jiangdong, Jiangnan, and Jiangbei as well. He was the king of Jiangnan. How could you possibly kill him? Wang Ruyan laughed coldly, her demeanor full of pride. "Father, does the Wang family of Jinling fear such a mere king of Jiangnan? You foolish girl. The king of Jiangnan is a regional authority. And while my family may not fear him, he has the support of the war god. Even we, a prestigious family with inherited titles, cannot afford to offend our war god." The man seethed with rage. "Oh, I nearly forgot, it is the Wang family of Jinling that is afraid, not I, Wang Ruyan," she replied coolly. "Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts." The man retorted with a derisive laugh. "That man named Yibechen is your junior brother. Is he not? Did you kill the king of Jiangnan for him?" "Yes," Wang Ruyan answered succinctly. "Very well. I will have him killed immediately and shift all blame onto him, providing an explanation to the war god," the man spoke coldly. "Wang Chengfeng, you dare." Wang Ruyan, who had been quite composed, exploded at these words, her eyes ablaze with fury. "If you harm a single hair on my junior brother, do not expect any father-daughter affection from me. You." Wang Chengfeng was taken aback. After a long silence, a weary sigh emerged. "Ruyan, I am your father. You ceased to be my father the day you drove my mother to her death," Wang Ruyan replied, her eyes reddening, determined not to let her tears fall. "Why must you take this path? As a girl, why must you venture into the world alone? I consented when you wished to study at Kunlun Mountain. And I agreed when you wanted to develop on your own in Jiangnan, but now you have killed the king of Jiangnan. What am I to do?" Wang Chengfeng expressed his helplessness. "I will bear it alone," Wang Ruyan stated indifferently. "You cannot withstand this. The wrath of the wind god of war is such that not only you, but even my Wang family cannot withstand it." Wang Chengfeng spoke coldly. "Moreover, what of you, my junior brother? Do you truly believe the god of war would spare him?" At the mention of the god of war, Wang Ruyan let out a disdainful laugh. "Wang Chengfeng, how can you be so certain of my inability to endure? Do you have any inkling of the trials I have faced over these years in Kunlun Mountain? Not to mention a single wind god of war, even 10 or 100 of them. My junior brother Wang Ruyan is not someone who can be trifled with." "What did you say?" Wang Chengfeng was taken aback. Wang Ruyan shook her head with a self-deprecating smile. "It seems you truly do not understand your own daughter. You fear the wind god of war, but what of that person? He has returned from Longdu and has taken that individual as his master." Wang Chengfeng's voice darkened. "You know well that he has promised, upon returning from Longdu, to marry you into our family. The Wang family has no capital to refuse." Chapter 12, No Regrets. "I have already rejected him." Wang Ruyan frowned. Wang Chengfeng shook his head. "This man is quite self-absorbed, you know that well. He claims that your rejection is your issue, while his decision to marry you is solely his. Ruyan, if you do not consider your own interests, cannot you at least think about your family's? The Wang family has raised you." Beep, beep, beep. Wang Ruyan could hardly be bothered to listen and abruptly hung up the phone to avoid keeping her junior waiting. When Wang Ruyan returned to the Jiangnan Wang residence, Yibechen had already entered the office of the Jiangnan Wang, searching for information related to his parents. Unfortunately, despite his thorough search, amidst countless treasures of gold and jewels, he found no information regarding the death of his parents. "Senior sister." Yibechen sighed, shaking his head. "There is no news at all, the lead has gone cold. I inquired with that young prince, but he knew nothing and was frightened to death." "Well, since you have finally returned, I shall accompany you as you search at your leisure." Wang Ruyan beamed, winking at Yibechen, and affectionately took his hand. linking her arm with his to encourage him to sit comfortably. As for you, take a moment to rest, you reek of blood. While speaking, Wang Ruyan began to remove Yi Beichun's shirt. Senior sister, what are you doing? Yi Beichun stood up as if jolted by electricity. Pfft. Wang Ruyan giggled. Her delicate finger poking at Yi Beichun's chest. Are you afraid I might devour you? Look at you, covered in blood, have a bath and change into clean clothes. Later, I shall take you out to dine. I can wash myself. Yi Beichun felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, still shy, are we? When you were injured and lay on Kunlun Mountain for 3 months, was it not I who cared for you day and night, tending to your every need? Wang Ruyan teased playfully. This formidable woman who dared to kill the Jiangnan Wang now resembled a bashful bride. Come, let me see if my junior has grown stronger. Wang Ruyan smiled, grasping Yi Beichun's wrist. Senior sister, please, I am grown up now. Yi Beichun dashed away, fleeing into the adjacent bathroom. I can wash myself. Pfft. Wang Ruyan laughed, bending her waist in amusement, such a little boy, still shy. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, Wang Ruyan took out her phone and dialed arrange the finest hotel in Jiangnan. My junior has returned, and I wish to host a welcoming feast for him. In the depths of the military camp in the southeast province. The Jiangnan Wang is dead? The news arrived, and the meeting room filled with a hint of astonishment, quickly followed by a return to composure. The individuals seated in this conference room each held a status that was hardly inferior to that of the Jiangnan Wang. Wang Ruyan did this? That woman who only recently came to Jiangnan. She visited the Jinling Wang family years ago, reportedly went to Kunlun Mountain to study, and now, after merely a year since her return, she has firmly established herself in Jiangnan. What means could a woman in her 20s possibly possess? A group of generals lowered their heads, scrutinizing the documents in their hands. The papers contained information regarding Wang Ruyan. Name: Wang Ruyan, age 25. Identity: eldest daughter of the Wang family from Jinling, father Wang Chengfeng, height 165 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, personal history: attended Jinling First Kindergarten, First Experimental Primary School, First Experimental Middle School, graduated from Jinling High School, studied finance at Shanghai University, dropped out in the second year, left Shanghai to pursue artistic studies at Kunlun Su. Returned a year ago, and is now a behind-the-scenes stakeholder in several enterprises including Senhua Pharmaceutical in Jiangnan City, Diyuan Grand Hotel, and Taihua Real Estate. At merely 25 years of age, she has achieved such remarkable accomplishments. Could she possibly be a disciple of one of the 3 major factions? A middle-aged general with a close-cropped haircut, the stern visage, and a scar on his neck spoke in a deep voice. Beside him, another general shook his head. I have already had someone investigate. She is not a disciple of these 3 major factions. That's good. As long as she is not associated with those 3 factions, we have no fear of other smaller sections. The others in the conference room collectively sighed in relief. However, the Jiangnan Wang is a disciple of the War God, someone remarked. War God. The expressions of everyone turned grave. He is a figure of almost divine status. His personal strength surpassing that of a master, he must have reached that realm by now, they all thought in unison. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed above the military camp as the sound of an airplane filled the air, causing the generals in the conference room to become solemn. What is happening? Today is not a drill. Who authorized the fighter jets to take off? Someone reprimanded sharply. Report, General, it is not our military's aircraft, it bears markings. It is a fighter jet from Longdu. An officer rushed in, his face flushed. What? The generals in the conference room were taken aback, hastily exiting the room. They witnessed a fighter jet circling hundreds of meters above the camp a dozen times before it finally descended smoothly to the ground. The expressions of the 10 or so generals turned cold. They were eager to see who had the audacity to display such bravado over a military encampment in the southeastern province. With a clang, the fighter jet's door swung open. And a tall young man, standing at 1.8 meters, emerged. Dressed in casual attire, he wore a rebellious smile and said, "Uncles, it has been a long time." The faces of the generals shifted simultaneously. Jun Wuhue. A prodigious young man, the legitimate son of the Jun family from Zhonghai. He bore an even more formidable identity as the closed-door disciple of the war god Ling Feng. In the past, before Ling Feng became the war god, he had entered Zhonghai, falling in love with a woman from the Jun family. The Jun family was an esteemed lineage, while Ling Feng had possessed nothing at that time and was unrecognized by them, leading to their separation. Eventually, that woman never married but secretly bore a son, none other than Jun Wuhue. The name Wuhue encapsulates her sentiment, for she harbored no regrets in knowing the war god in this lifetime. It is well known that Jun Wuhue is, in fact, the illegitimate son of the war god Ling Feng, yet none dare to speak the truth. "Ah, Wuhue, my esteemed nephew. It is indeed you who has arrived. I was pondering who possessed such audacity to pilot a fighter jet over our military camp in the southeast province." The expressions of the numerous generals transformed, the gloom dissipating to reveal broad smiles. "Surely, my uncles have not been frightened, have they?" Jun Wuhue remarked, a playful irreverence in his demeanor. With the support of the Jun family from Zhonghai and his identity as the war god's illegitimate son, he could navigate freely throughout the Dragon Kingdom, save for the capital, Longdu. "My master, the war god Ling Feng, is already aware of the situation concerning the Wang of Jiangnan. He is currently attending a significant conference in Longdu and cannot return at this time, thus he has entrusted the matter to me," Jun Wuhue declared. The faces of the generals turned serious. Is Jun Wuhue truly capable of handling affairs on behalf of the war god? Indeed, he is the illegitimate son. Now, I shall not waste further words. My time is limited. I am merely passing through Jiangnan and must return to Zhonghai in 1 hour. I should have sufficient time to address this matter concerning the Wang of Jiangnan, Jun Wuhue stated decisively. "Prepare my vehicle," he commanded the assembled generals, exhibiting no trace of politeness. Chapter 13, The Dominance of the Senior Sister. The moment Yi Beichen emerged from the bathroom, fresh garments awaited him. Wang Ruyan had vanished without a trace. Once Yi Beichen donned his attire, he appeared rejuvenated. "Junior brother, you look quite handsome in those clothes," Wang Ruyan's voice suddenly echoed, as she held a glass of red wine, playfully licking her lips. "Senior sister, what brings you here?" Yi Beichen exclaimed in surprise. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Wang Ruyan chuckled lightly. "I've been seated here for half an hour, did you not notice my presence?" She languidly stretched and rose from the sofa. "Is it not a bit bold of you to change clothes in front of me? Aren't you a tad embarrassed, little man?" Yi Beichen felt a tinge of awkwardness and replied, "Senior sister, I truly did not see you." "Well, if you didn't see me, then it's of no consequence. After all, I've seen it all before," Wang Ruyan laughed, choosing not to tease him further. Instead, she stated, "From this moment on, the Jiangnan Wang Manor will be your Yi family residence. I have dismissed everyone from the manor. Is that truly acceptable, senior sister?" Yi Beichen inquired hesitantly. Wang Ruyan strode towards him with an imposing demeanor and declared, "Rest assured, you shall reside here. The Jiangnan Wang Manor will cease to exist. Only the Yi family estate will remain. Come, I have reserved a hotel, let me take you out for a meal." As they exited the room, the surroundings were impeccably cleaned, devoid of any trace of blood. Numerous exquisite maidens stood in neat rows. "These are my servants, for now, they shall attend to your needs. If they are insufficient, I shall procure more for you. Many of the living arrangements are identical to those in Kunlun Mountain, I hope you find them to your liking. Should this place not suit your preferences, feel free to voice your desires, I shall have a residence built for you anywhere in Jiangnan," Wang Ruyan said. Her gaze toward Yi Beichen filled with affection, though tinged with sorrow. "Regarding your parents and elder brother," she hesitated, her voice softening with concern. "I am uncertain how to proceed, I leave it to your discretion. I wish to bury my parents and elder brother in the ancestral grave of the Yi family." Yi Beichen responded. Very well, let us do as you wish. For now, let us dine, Wang Ruyan smiled gently, taking hold of Yi Beichun's arm as they exited the Yi residence. At the Diyuan Grand Hotel, a towering edifice with 66 stories, a symbol of Jiangnan City, Wang Ruyan personally drove Yi Beichun to its entrance. A crowd had already assembled, red carpets laid out, flowers lining the pathway, all exuding opulence. Welcome, Mr. Yi, to the Diyuan Grand Hotel. The hotel manager, along with the entire staff, stood at the entrance, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to Yi Beichun. What manner of individual is this young man, to warrant such personal attention from the owner and such courtesy? The onlookers mused. Senior sister, what is all this about? Yi Beichun asked, taken aback. Wang Ruyan smiled and said, Junior brother, if you enjoy this place, from now on, it shall be your domain. Senior sister, I am merely skilled in martial arts and possess brute strength, how could I possibly run a hotel? Yi Beichun replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. That is inconsequential. If you have no interest in managing a hotel, I have other ventures. Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall support you, Wang Ruyan assured him with a smile. I only seek to find the one who ordered the assassination of my parents, Yi Beichun stated, shaking his head. A flicker of concern flashed in Wang Ruyan's eyes. But she quickly redirected the conversation with a smile, saying, Junior brother, let us first have our meal. Very well. Yi Beichun and Wang Ruyan entered the hotel. Inside the imperial hall, a lavish feast was meticulously prepared, the timing impeccable. As Yi Beichun stepped into the hall, he was enveloped by an aura reminiscent of a royal palace. Before him lay a multitude of elongated dining tables, adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. The colors, aromas, and flavors were nothing short of splendid. An assortment of top-tier ingredients, lobster, wagyu beef, sturgeon, bird's nest, bear paw, caviar, were laid out as if they were of no cost. Yi Beichun was momentarily taken aback, disbelief written across his face. Senior sister, are you hosting a banquet? Pfft. Wang Ruyan chuckled, covering her mouth with a smile. This is all prepared for you. You endured much hardship during your 5 years on Kunlun Mountain. Now that you have returned, how could I allow you to continue suffering? Everything here has been arranged for your enjoyment, indulge yourself. If you find it unsatisfactory, I shall have more prepared. Senior sister, this is excessive. Yi Beichun quickly shook his head, finding the elaborate feast a bit overwhelming for a mere meal. He chose a seat and began to enjoy the feast heartily. Wang Ruyan sat beside him, resting her chin on her hands, watching Yi Beichun devour the food with enthusiasm. Senior sister, you must eat as well. There is so much delicious food. Yi Beichun urged. I am content merely watching you, Wang Ruyan replied with a tender smile. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside the room. Wang Ruyan's brow furrowed slightly, and she said with displeasure. Did I not instruct that no one should disturb my junior brother during his meal? Boss, several vehicles have arrived outside, displaying military plates. A person claims to be Jun Wuhui and insists on seeing you. Our staff attempted to stop him, but one of the men accompanying him struck with such force that they were rendered unconscious, reported the anxious voice of the hotel manager. Jun Wuhui. Wang Ruyan's expression darkened. Senior sister, what is the matter? Yi Beichun sensed the shift in atmosphere. Nothing to worry about. I will handle it, you continue eating. Wang Ruyan replied with a slight smile, feigning nonchalance. Yi Beichun, observing Wang Ruyan's departing figure, felt a surge of concern. He set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth clean, and followed her. As Wang Ruyan stepped out of the elevator, she spotted a young man standing in the hotel lobby, hands clasped behind his back. A smile gracing his face as he regarded her. Ruyan, it has been a long time. Jun Wuhui, what brings you here? Wang Ruyan's voice was icy. Surely, you know the answer to that. You killed the king of Jiangnan and still ask why I am here. Jun Wuhui replied with a smile, shaking his head. My purpose is simple, to bring you to justice. Secondly, the individual known as Yi Beichun is someone I intend to take away. Impossible. Wang Ruyan coldly shook her head. If you wish to lay a hand on her junior disciple, you must first ascertain her consent. Then it seems you have no say in the matter. This is a warrant for capture personally issued by the war god Lingfeng. Those who resist shall be met with merciless retribution. Jun Wuhui's voice was calm and indifferent. He raised his hand, producing an official document emblazoned with a red header. It was indeed the warrant for Wang Ruyan. The signature of the war god Lingfeng was unmistakable, accompanied by a striking seal that commanded attention. Qinglong and Zhuke, I entrust this task to you. Jun Wuhui turned and seated himself on the sofa in the hotel lobby, slamming the warrant onto the coffee table. Understood. A middle-aged man and a woman in her mid-twenties emerged respectfully from behind Jun Wuhui, responding in unison. Upon seeing the two, Wang Ruyan's expression darkened slightly. The war god's formidable guardians, Qinglong and Zhuke. Indeed. Qinglong nodded, his face devoid of emotion. Will you bind your own hands? Or shall we be compelled to intervene? Zhuke spoke coldly. Ruyan, it would be wise for you to surrender. I can assure you of your safety, after all. You are the woman my friend favors. Jun Wuhui said with a hint of amusement. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, preparing to step forward. However, Wang Ruyan scoffed disdainfully, stating, this is the Dihao Hotel, my domain. Do you dare to act recklessly here, mere master-level warriors? Even if the war god Lingfeng himself were to arrive, I would not yield to him. Guiying, Honmei, expel them. Wang Ruyan commanded, pointing at the two. As you wish, mistress. A chilling voice echoed. And two shadowy figures suddenly appeared at Wang Ruyan's side. The two attendants of Master Josha had indeed descended the mountain. Yi Beichen was taken aback. Chapter 14. Senior sister, you truly are a pervert. Are you also a grandmaster? Both Qinglong and Zhuke were taken aback. The auras of Guiying and Honmei had clearly reached the grandmaster level, yet their presence was chilling, reminiscent of the dead. Wang Ruyan, you have concealed yourself quite deeply. To have grandmaster level warriors guarding you? Jun Wuhui was somewhat astonished. He then turned to Guiying and Honmei, stating in a solemn tone. As long as you agree to follow me, no matter what conditions Wang Ruyan offers you, I shall provide triple. Whooshed. Guiying and Honmei offered no reply. They sprang into action with the ferocity of tigers, lunging towards Qinglong and Zhuke, each delivering a punch aimed at them. Seeking death. Qinglong sneered, his bones cracking ominously, as a surge of inner strength welled within him, launching a fist towards Guiying. That punch, however, passed right through Guiying's body, striking nothing but air. What? A flicker of surprise crossed Qinglong's eyes. Not good. He abruptly turned, only to find Guiying had appeared behind him like a spectre, delivering a powerful blow. Qinglong spun around just in time for the punch to land squarely on his chest, producing a sharp crack as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Staggering back several steps, Qinglong's expression turned grave as he murmured, inescapable as a shadow, who is the old ghost of Shushong to you? Qinglong zoons. Jun Wuhui's brows furrowed in disbelief. Qinglong had actually been defeated. Meanwhile, Honmei was overwhelmingly powerful, her speed and precision forcing Zhuke into a relentless retreat. Such formidable skills. With your strength, why not join the Dragon Kingdom and serve the nation? Zhuke implored, looking at the two. With your capabilities, you could be directly appointed as generals in the army. Not interested, Honmei coldly replied. Leave. Guiying uttered a single word. You. Qinglong's face darkened, exchanging a glance with Zhuke. Realizing that they could not take Wang Ruyan today. After a resentful snort, he turned and exited the Dihao Hotel. Jun Wuhui, with a grim expression, left hastily after leaving a harsh remark. Guiying and Honmei turned and vanished from the hall. After Jun Wuhui chased outside, he found Qinglong and Zhuke already seated in their vehicle. Upon entering, he noticed their faces were somewhat pale, as if they had sustained internal injuries. Uncle Qinglong, Sister Zhuke. Are you hurt? Jun Wuhui exclaimed, surprised. The battle of Grandmaster-level warriors can determine victory or defeat with a single move. We were defeated. Qinglong exhaled a breath of frustration. That person's techniques were peculiar. He is likely a disciple of the old ghost of Shuzhong. He is still alive? Zhu Chue's expression was grave. The old ghost of Shuzhong, who is that? A hint of confusion flickered in Jun Wuhui's eyes. Qinglong and Zhu Ke exchanged a glance, both descending into a profound silence. After a brief moment, the Azure Dragon spoke. That is a terrifying entity, elusive and ghostly. 50 years ago, it stirred the winds of the Dragon Kingdom, offending numerous influential figures. The kingdom even deployed 300,000 troops into the mountainous regions of Shu, yet they could not locate him. What? 300,000 troops were unable to find a single individual. Jun Wuhui inhaled sharply. Being youthful, he could not maintain his composure in the face of such overwhelming news. 300,000 troops. This was an immense force. We must immediately report to the war god. Wang Ruyan may have connections to the old ghost of Shu. The Azure Dragon furrowed his brow. The vermilion bird spoke in a deep voice. The old ghost of Shu has not appeared for 50 years. Everyone believed him to be dead. Now, with the sudden emergence of two masters, it seems they are disciples of the old ghost. Wang Ruyan has only just returned from Kunlun Mountain over a year ago. Could it be the old ghost of Shu is in Kunlun Mountain? No more speculation. We must report this to the war god immediately. The Azure Dragon shook his head, closing his eyes to meditate and heal. Jun Wuhui's brow knitted in concern. This matter was likely not as simple as it appeared. He had not anticipated that someone as seemingly inconsequential as Wang Ruyan could possess such significance. It seems I should inform him. The woman he fancies may not be so easily won, Jun Wuhui mused, a faint smile crossing his face as he thought. However, given his status, it should not pose too great a challenge to capture Wang Ruyan's heart. A rose with thorns can be rather tricky. Sister is formidable. After Jun Wuhui and the others departed, Yi Beichen stepped forward with a smile, giving a thumbs up. The coldness on Wang Ruyan's delicate face dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile as she approached Yi Beichen, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the oil from the corner of his mouth, saying, "Look at you, you haven't even wiped the grease from your lips." "I was merely concerned for sister," Yi Beichen replied with a grin. "Did you see everything?" Wang Ruyan inquired. "Indeed. I saw that the two attendants of Master Joshua were actually brought down the mountain by you," Yi Beichen nodded. Wang Ruyan sighed. "If only sister possessed your martial prowess. She wouldn't need them. You are truly impressive. Having inherited Master Joshua's teachings, you must be even more formidable than Ghost Shadow and Cold Charm." "Well, I am not certain," Yi Beichen replied. Wang Ruyan's eyes sparkled as she scrutinized him. This junior, during their time on Kunlun Mountain, had displayed remarkable talent. The 99 masters in the mountains vied to take Yi Beichen as their disciple, and in the end, none prevailed, leading to all 99 masters teaching him together, resulting in his incredible achievements today. What realm has this junior reached in martial arts? Wang Ruyan wondered, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. "Junior brother, what is your current realm?" Wang Ruyan asked. "Sister, I truly do not know. Do I possess the realm of a Grandmaster? I have never encountered one, so I am unsure." "If you were to face the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird from earlier, how many moves could you defeat them in if you exerted your full strength?" Wang Ruyan asked. Her curiosity piqued. Yi Beichen pondered for a moment, deeply contemplating, then after a brief interval, he finally articulated, "Both of them possess rather average capabilities. If I were to exert my full strength, well, I could likely dispatch them with a single blow." Poof! Wang Ruyan stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. "Senior sister." Yi Beichen swiftly supported her, his concern evident as he inquired, "Are you all right?" Cough, cough, cough. In Wang Ruyan's eyes, astonishment was palpable as she exclaimed, "Junior brother, are you certain? These are two of the top experts from the Southeast Military District. Qinglong, a colonel and a martial arts master. Zhu Ke, a major and also a martial arts master. You believe you can defeat them with just one punch?" Indeed. Yi Beichen replied with an air of conviction. Wang Ruyan's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight, which ultimately transformed into a rich expression of indulgence as she teased. You truly are quite the anomaly. Just then, Wang Ruyan's phone rang, an incoming call disrupting the moment. She pressed the answer key, her expression shifting through various emotions as she responded, What? Whom? All right, I'll return immediately. Chapter 15. 5 years ago, why did I let my senior sister go? Yi Beichen inquired, sensing something amiss with his 10th senior sister. Wang Ruyan shook her head, saying, It's nothing, just some issues at home in Jinling. Junior brother. I must return for a while and will come back to find you. All right, I will remain in Jiangnan and continue investigating the cause of my parents' demise. Perhaps Uncle Zhou knows something. Yi Beichen nodded in agreement. Very well, Wang Ruyan replied cheerfully. She then instructed that if Yi Beichen came to the Dihao Hotel for a meal, there would be no charge. After bidding farewell to his 10th senior sister, Yi Beichen hurried to the Zhou family's villa. Zhou Tianhao, Li Haixia, and Zhou Ruoyu were anxiously awaiting his arrival, and upon seeing him, they rushed forward. Beichen. Are you all right? We heard at home that the king of Jiangnan was killed by a woman of formidable background, they exclaimed. Brother Beichen, what on earth happened? The three of them gazed at Yi Beichen with concern. With a smile, Yi Beichen explained, Uncle Zhou, the king of Jiangnan has indeed died. And that woman you speak of is my senior sister. Your senior sister? The Zhou family members looked at one another, puzzled. Yi Beichen felt compelled to clarify that she was his senior sister from his time studying on Kunlun Mountain, but he refrained from elaborating on her origins or background. I see, Zhou Tianhao nodded. Zhou Ruoyu, visibly worried, said, But the king of Jiangnan is dead, you won't be in danger, will you, Brother Beichen? I'm quite concerned. Rest assured, Ruoyu, I am unharmed, no one can touch me, Yi Beichen smiled, gently holding her small hand and reassuring her. Zhou Ruoyu finally exhaled in relief. Yi Beichen continued, Uncle Zhou, do you have any news regarding my parents' and brothers' deaths? I only know that the two martial artists were associated with the king of Jiangnan. Beyond that, I could not uncover any further details, Zhou Tianhao replied, shaking his head. It seemed that alternative methods would be necessary. Yi Beichen frowned. Realizing that the implications of his parents' deaths were far-reaching, even encompassing the king of Jiangnan. By the way, I recall that during the time of your parents' deaths, the king of Jiangnan had significant dealings with families in Jinling, Zhou Tianhao suddenly remarked. Jinling? Yi Beichen's heart stirred. Yes, Beichen. Since your senior sister dared to kill the king of Jiangnan, she must certainly be no ordinary person. If you pursue this further, you may indeed uncover the truth behind your parents' deaths, Zhou Tianhao advised. Jinling understood, Yi Beichen mentally noted, planning to investigate Jinling when he had the opportunity. At that moment, Zhou Ruoyu's phone rang. Hello. You have arrived in Jiangnan. I have some matters at home. Perhaps it's best not to meet. Well, let me think about it, Zhou Ruoyu replied, the troubled expression crossing her face before she hung up. Noticing her distress, Yi Beichen asked with concern, Ruoyu, what is wrong? My university classmates have come to Jiangnan and said they want to invite me to dinner. Zhou Ruoyu expressed her reluctance to attend the class reunion under the current circumstances, especially with Yi Beichen back. She wished to spend more time with him. Yi Beichen seemed to perceive her dilemma and cheerfully suggested, what is the matter? I can accompany you. Really? Zhou Ruoyu's face lit up with joy. Am I not your fiancé? Yi Beichen replied with a smile. That's wonderful. I'll go change into something else, Zhou Ruoyu exclaimed. Dashing back to her room to change her attire and apply light makeup, exuding an enchanting aura. Let's take my car, Zhou Tianhao said with a smile as he approached. Tossing the keys to the Audi A8 to Yi Beichen. Observing the two depart, Li Haixia's expression darkened as she turned to Zhou Tianhao and asked, Darling, are you truly prepared to let them be together? What's wrong? Zhou Tianhao sensed his wife's unease. From the moment Yi Beichen entered the villa, Li Haixia's warmth had noticeably diminished, bordering on coldness. That boy Beichen has grown up before our eyes, but is he truly suitable for Ruoyu? He returned and committed murder. And that so-called senior sister he mentioned, we don't even know her, and he killed the king of Jiangnan. He is the king of Jiangnan, after all. How can we ordinary folks provoke such trouble? If this incident comes to light, what will happen to our family? Will we be implicated? Li Haixia expressed her concerns. In truth, it would have been better if Beichen hadn't returned. If Ruoyu marries Zhao Tai, it wouldn't be. Be quiet. Zhou Tianhao, exasperated, pointed a finger at Li Haixia. Zhao Tai poisoned you, and yet you speak such things. If our daughter marries Zhao Tai, it would be akin to jumping into a pit of fire. And what about Yi Beichen? Li Haixia glared at Zhou Tianhao. Is he truly the son of your sworn brother? Don't think I'm unaware. Yi Beifeng is indeed the son of Yi Laoqi. But Yi Beichen was merely picked up years ago. A wild child you've brought back, and you want to slap. Zhou Tianhao struck Li Haixia sharply across the face upon hearing those words. Silence. This matter must not be spoken of carelessly. Oh. So you strike me for a wild child? Li Haixia sobbed, feeling wronged. Zhou Tianhao anxiously glanced around, then rushed to the front door. Watching as Yi Beichen and Zhou Ruoyu drove away in the Audi A8, disappearing from sight. He let out a sigh of relief. If you utter another reckless word, it won't just be a slap, I'll end you. Zhou Tianhao's eyes twitched, his gaze cold as it fell upon Li Haixia. This is the first and last warning. If you dare mention Beichen's background again, I swear I'll kill you. You. Li Haixia was left speechless. After over 20 years of marriage, Zhou Tianhao would threaten her for the sake of a wild child. In Longdu, deep within a luxurious estate, a middle-aged man dressed in a fit outfit radiated authority. With one hand on the phone, his posture was upright, his expression fluctuating. All right, I understand, he replied. Upon ending the call, the imposing middle-aged man spoke with authority. We have indeed failed. The combined forces of the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird were repelled by the two masters accompanying Wang Ruyan. They were suspected to be disciples of the old ghost from Shu. Opposite him sat an elegant gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, who, upon hearing this statement, could scarcely believe his ears. The old ghost from Shu? Is he not dead? How could he still be alive? Brother Lin, I recall that it was you who personally led the team to hunt down the old ghost from Shu, venturing into Kunlun Mountain. The formidable figure was none other than the renowned Ling Feng, the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. Ling Feng shook his head. He escaped into that realm. And the inhabitants within. He paused momentarily before continuing. I thought he would never emerge again. It seems Wang Ruyan had indeed ventured there and remained for several years. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave. If that is the case, Yi Beichen is likely a disciple of one among those 99 individuals. Having failed to eliminate him 5 years ago, attempting to do so now may prove exceedingly difficult. He is already a master. The middle-aged man sighed heavily. He then turned to Ling Feng. Will you assist me one last time? This is your... Ling Feng furrowed his brow. A flicker of struggle crossed the middle-aged man's face before he gritted his teeth and declared, if he lives, it is I who will perish. You know that if she learns of this, she will not spare me. Therefore, Yi Beichen must die. Ling Feng slowly rose and walked towards the door. I will help you one final time. After Yi Beichen's demise, let us not meet again. Chapter 16. I am her fiancé. Yi Beichen drove to a car dealership, where he encountered a group of impeccably dressed young individuals. Their attire exuded a trendy flair, as if they had stepped straight out of a fashion magazine. Su Yoning and Zhou Ruoyu alighted from the passenger seat, greeting a girl among the group. Su Yoning, a close college friend of Zhou Ruoyu, captured the attention of several young men, their eyes widening in admiration. She was stunning, akin to a heroine from a Korean drama. Zhou, we heard you were reluctant to join us. What's the matter? You are the host here in Jiangnan, and we've come a long way. A young man remarked with a smile. Our esteemed young Master Lin has been eager to see you. Indeed, during our university days, young Master Lin pursued you relentlessly. Why didn't you accept? Another chimed in. Now he has come all the way to Jiangnan, worried you might not have a car. And has even bought you a red BMW right here, they teased playfully. Ruoyu, this car is a gift for you, just in time for your birthday. A young man across from them smiled, dressed sharply and radiating warmth with his sunny demeanor. Lin Shao, a prominent figure from their university days, was a senior admired by countless students. At that moment, Yi Beichen stepped out of the driver's seat. And who might this be? The group frowned slightly, presuming Yi Beichen to be merely the chauffeur. Greetings, I am Ruoyu's boyfriend, and her fiancé, Yi Beichen introduced himself. Lin Zhao's smile faltered, and an awkward tension enveloped the air. Ruoyu, is he truly your fiancé? Su Yoning inquired, astonished. The other young men and women struggled to maintain their composure. During her time at Zhonghai University, Zhou Ruoyu was the epitome of beauty, captivating numerous admirers, Lin Shao among them. Moreover, Lin Shao belonged to the esteemed Lin family of Zhonghai. Given such stature, it was perplexing that Zhou Ruoyu had not accepted Lin Shao's advances, or what could this man, claiming to be her fiancé, possibly offer to win her over? Zhou Ruoyu smiled sweetly. Indeed, it has been a promise since childhood. Lin Zhao's eyelid twitched slightly. Extending his hand towards Yi Beichen, he said, "Hello, I am Lin Shao." "I am Yi, so kindly suppress your aspirations," Yi Beichen replied coolly, refusing to shake his hand and regarding him with indifference. "If Ruoyu desires a car, I can procure one for her. She is my fiancée Yi. Remember that and refrain from any further notions." Yi Beichen calmly summoned a hotel staff member, asking, "What is the price of your finest vehicle?" "The Porsche 918 is priced at 8.5 million for the base model, at approximately 10 million once all costs are included," the staff member responded, not anticipating that Yi Beichen would genuinely consider purchasing a car. "Buy one, as a gift for my fiancée," Yi Beichen instructed, producing a bank card to make the purchase. This card had been handed to him by his master before his descent, adorned with images of a golden dragon, a lion, a tiger, an eagle, and a black bear. Its issuing bank remained a mystery. The Union Pay transaction, 10,000,000 yuan. The broadcast from the car dealership resonated with excitement, as numerous customers and sales personnel turned their attention in astonishment. No one anticipated that a customer would purchase the most expensive Porsche 918 without even stepping through the dealership's doors. The sales representative was overwhelmed with joy. This establishment, unlike a typical 4S store, offered a plethora of luxury vehicles, and he had only been employed for less than a month before securing such a significant deal. "Sir." Yes, I shall prepare the contract immediately," he exclaimed, jumping with elation, prompting even the dealership manager to personally greet the customer. Simultaneously, the world's financial epicenters were ablaze with fervor: Wall Street in Wolf Country, the Stock Exchange in Bear Country, the Capitol Building in Eagle Country, and the World Trade Center in Dragon Country. They all received a singular piece of information: that card had been used. The individual had returned. What? Where? In Dragon Country. Someone has spent 10 million yuan. What? Only 10 million. Quick, send someone to investigate and ascertain whether it is that godfather. The financial titans of various nations were thrown into a frenzy. Should that individual indeed return, the entire global financial landscape would be reshaped. What do you mean? "I gifted Ruoyun a Mercedes simply to honor our long-standing friendship," Lin Shao retorted, his composure faltering. Yi Beichen chuckled, "We are all adults here. Do you need me to spell it out for you?" Lin Zhao's face flashed crimson, taken aback by Yi Beichen's audacity. The atmosphere grew momentarily awkward, with several handsome men and beautiful women exchanging glances. Who exactly is Ruoyun's boyfriend to be so extravagant? Su Yoning pondered inwardly. The girls regarded Yi Beichen with intrigue. A single expenditure of 10 million clearly indicated he was no ordinary individual. All right, this is all a misunderstanding, Su Yoning interjected hastily to diffuse the tension. Others chimed in, it's a misunderstanding, we thought you were single, Ruoyun. Indeed, if you have a fiancé, why not mention it sooner? Your fiancé certainly possesses remarkable capabilities. They remarked, successfully obscuring the earlier awkwardness. Shall we depart? Lin Shao, did you not already reserve the venue for our gathering? Su Yaoning smiled. Yes. Let us head to the gathering spot, he replied. I hear it's quite a splendid estate, correct? The girls expressed their curiosity. Lin Shao cast a glance at Ibechen before nodding, it is the Jinwan International Manor, a Su-style garden renowned in Zhongnan. The owner, Mr. Lin, is acquainted with my mother. Ordinarily, this garden only admits individuals of certain distinguished status. For an average person, entry is nearly impossible. Even if they possess a fortune of billions, it simply does not suffice. As he spoke, Lin Shao wore a proud expression, casting a scornful glance at Ibechen. Sometimes wealth alone does not equate to everything. One must also possess power, connections, and status to thrive in this society. The world is governed by the hands of aristocratic families and noble lineages. Like the four prominent families of Jinling, the Jia, Sha, Wang, and Shui clans, they are all esteemed families. The Lin family of Zhonghai and the Zhao family of Zhongnan are also part of the gentry. Even if Ma Xiaoyun and Ma Xiaotan possess fortunes worth billions, what does it matter? Back in the day, at a banquet hosted by the Zhonghai aristocracy, Ma Xiaoyun and Ma Xiaotan dined at the entrance. Similarly, the recently renowned chairman of a certain platform, Zhang Yiming, must schedule an appointment 3 months in advance to meet the head of the Shui family in Jinling. Lin Shao spoke with conviction, as if he were attempting to regain the confidence that had been momentarily shattered by Yibechen's 10 million. Indeed, young Master Lin is correct. In this world, wealth alone is insufficient. Power, connections, and heritage are paramount. Several young individuals nodded in agreement. By the way, Lin Shao, you mentioned the Zhao family of Zhongnan. I wonder if you have heard about them. Suddenly, the girl shifted the topic. What about the Zhao family? The others looked on with curiosity. That Zhao family was annihilated. Just today, she replied. What? The group was taken aback. Lin Shao frowned. He had heard rumors but was uncertain. I also heard that the king of Zhongnan was killed by a woman, the girl continued. What? The king of Zhongnan is dead? No way. Is that true? While the Zhao family might be unfamiliar to them, the name of the king of Zhongnan resonated far and wide, a figure of immense stature. The king of Zhongnan has indeed passed away. Why hasn't this been reported? Someone inquired. Lin Shao shook his head. Such a monumental event is unlikely to be disclosed in the news or media, it is probably under tight wraps. The group, hailing from Zhonghai, were not locals of Zhongnan and were only partially aware of the situation, relying on hearsay and rumors. No one knew about Zhou Ruoyu's engagement to Zhao Tai. Not even Su Yoning, they were all in the dark. They were even unaware that the Zhao family had been eradicated by Ibechen, and that the king of Zhongnan had met his demise because of him. I knew the king of Zhongnan, he was a significant figure. When I was in Zhonghai, I even dined with him once. I never imagined he would meet such an end, Lin Shao sighed, somewhat reflective. The struggle for power is hardly a topic worthy of discussion, it is merely a cyclical phenomenon. Who truly killed the king of Zhongnan? Is there really such a person? The young and attractive individuals could not help but shudder. Zhou Ruoyu stole a glance at Ibechen. If they were to discover that the Zhao family had been vanquished by Brother Bechen, and that the king of Zhongnan perished because of him, what expressions would they wear? Zhou Ruoyu pondered. Chapter 17, The young lady of the Han family. Subsequently, the group set off towards the Jin Garden International Manor. This exquisite estate is a lavish Su-style garden, adorned with Taihu stones and Huangshan pines, where each element could easily be worth an entire residence. Within the confines of the Jin Garden International Manor, these remarkable trees and stones serve merely as decorative accents. Upon their arrival, they chanced upon a woman clad in a Chanel ensemble, her form-fitting skirt accentuating her silhouette as she emerged from a Mercedes-Benz. She was none other than the esteemed General Manager Lin of Jin Garden International. "Madam Lin, what a coincidence to find you here," greeted Lin Xiao with a courteous demeanor. Lin Yan, taken aback, recognized Lin Xiao as the son of her close friend. "Lin Xiao, is that you? What brings you here today?" "Madam Lin, how could you forget? I had made an appointment, as agreed, to arrive today," Lin Xiao replied with an elegant smile. "Very well, your group will enjoy a 20% discount on all purchases," Lin Yan announced. Just as she finished speaking, her gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Yi Beichen, who stood alongside Zhou Ruoyu, causing her heart to shudder involuntarily. "Goodness, what is he doing here? Madam Lin, is something amiss?" Lin Xiao noticed Lin Yan's sudden change in demeanor. Lin Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she quickly shook her head. "No. Nothing at all." Stealing another glance at Yi Beichen, she promptly declared, "All right, everyone. Feel free to enjoy yourselves today, all expenses will be waived." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "What?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. Receiving a 20% discount was already quite generous, but for Lin Yan to offer a complimentary day was beyond expectation. Su Yuning found the situation rather perplexing and turned to glance in the direction Lin Yan had just surveyed. Yi Beichen stood there, remarkably composed. Could it be because of him? Su Yuning pondered silently. The other dashing men and women present could not resist turning to see Yi Beichen. And their expressions mirrored a similar surprise. "Come now, let us not linger here, let us enter together," Lin Yan invited everyone into Jin Garden International Manor. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, a group of bodyguards clad in black suddenly appeared, obstructing the entrance and preventing anyone from entering. Even Lin Yan, the proprietor of Jin Garden International, was halted. "What are you doing? Do you not see Madam Lin is here? By what right do you stop us?" Some of the young people protested indignantly. However, Lin Yan shook her head, signaling for them to remain silent. The group was left puzzled. At that moment, an elderly man and a girl emerged at the entrance of Jin Garden International Manor. The elder, seated in a wheelchair, appeared in good spirits, though his legs were covered with a tiger-patterned blanket. The girl, clad in a qipao, her form graceful, pushed the wheelchair towards the entrance. "Miss Honyu!" Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "Honyu? Who is that?" Zhou Ruoyu's classmates inquired with curiosity. "The eldest granddaughter of the Hon family, a prominent lineage in Zhonghai," Lin Xiao elucidated. "That Hon family?" Su Yuning and others stared, taken aback. The Hon family was the foremost clan in Zhonghai, and Honyu was their cherished jewel. What could possibly bring her here? Wait. If Honyu is in Jiangnan, then who is this elderly gentleman seated in the wheelchair? "Master Hon Jinlong," a voice murmured. The crowd's pupils involuntarily contracted, instantly deducing the identity of the elderly gentleman in the wheelchair. "Do not speak recklessly," Lin Yan admonished sharply, lowering her voice. "Be cautious to avoid trouble. While here, refrain from saying what should not be said and looking at what should not be seen." The handsome men and beautiful women promptly lowered their heads. The Hon family of Zhonghai is a colossal entity, truly deserving of the title of the foremost family in Zhonghai. Is this Hon family truly powerful? Yi Beichen inquired curiously. Indeed. The Hon family can contend with the four great families of Jinling, Zhou Ruoyun quietly replied. Oh, I see. Yi Beichen nodded slightly. Grandfather, you seem much better this month. If you continue to recuperate here a few more times, your illness will surely improve. Hon Yu's melodious laughter resonated. Let us hope so, Hon Jinlong smiled. Suddenly, a voice pierced through, if you continue like this, not only will your illness not improve, but you may also be in grave danger. A profound silence enveloped the room. In an instant, all eyes turned to Yi Beichen. What are you babbling about? Su Yuning was taken aback. No matter how prominent Yi Beichen's background, could he afford to offend the Han family of Zhonghai? Let alone the venerable Han Jinlong himself. Several classmates looked astonished, unable to fathom why Yi Beichen had suddenly spoken up. Kid, are you courting death? You dare to curse Han Jinlong? Lin Shao nearly burst into laughter, initially contemplating how to regain face and teach Yi Beichen a lesson. However, it now seemed unnecessary. Yi Beichen's audacity to curse the elder Han would surely lead to his demise. Not even Jesus could save him. Furthermore, this upstart's family would also suffer the consequences. Although Lin Yan was startled, she quickly reasoned that Yi Beichen was a person unafraid even of the king of Zhongnan, and thus found her composure. Han Jinlong's gaze turned upon him, and the atmosphere became palpably tense, with everyone feeling the pressure. Even Zhou Ruoyun grasped Yi Beichen's hand anxiously. Young man. What did you just say? Han Jinlong's voice was authoritative yet devoid of anger. Do you even realize to whom you are speaking? Apologize to my grandfather at once. Han Yu's pretty face hardened, her arms crossed, exuding a chilling demeanor like an iceberg. Yi Beichen remained composed, responding calmly, your legs were broken before. Now. You've injured your tendons, experiencing excruciating pain every night at 3 o'clock for 15 minutes. Each winter, the pain becomes unbearable, yet judging by your condition. You have not taken any medication. I suspect perhaps you have not disclosed this to anyone, enduring it all these years. However, it is currently June. And with your legs covered in a tiger skin, the heat cannot dissipate. At most, in another month or two, you will completely lose sensation in your legs. Yi Beichen finished his words in one breath. A flicker of surprise flashed in the depths of Han Jinlong's eyes. Everything Yi Beichen said was accurate. Nevertheless, he remained impassive. Nonsense. Kneel and apologize to my grandfather. Han Yu commanded sharply, an aura of authority radiating from her. Lin Shao and Su Yuning were startled and retreated a few steps. Zhou Ruoyu hid behind Yi Beichen, intimidated by the imposing aura of the eldest daughter of the Han family from Zhonghai. Wait, let him continue, Han Jinlong shook his head, preventing Han Yu from speaking. Grandfather. Han Yu was taken aback. Yi Beichen continued to inquire, have you consumed ginseng recently? Huh? Knowing we are from the Han family and that ginseng is a vital tonic, you presume my grandfather has taken ginseng. Are you merely guessing blindly? Han Yu scoffed. Yi Beichen shook his head, from this moment forth, refrain from consuming ginseng. Otherwise, your legs will be rendered utterly useless. Should you experience a flare-up? Inserting a silver needle into the Yongquan 1.5 inches deep, the Kunlun 0.2 inches deep, and the Feiyang 0.5 inch deep may alleviate the pain temporarily. Huh? Young man, I have the best doctors at my disposal, if it were that simple. Han Jinlong chuckled, shaking his head. Han Yu retorted coldly, grandfather, this brat is merely spouting nonsense. Kneel and admit your mistakes. Enough, he is just a young man. We all have been young once, Han Jinlong remarked, after casting a deep glance at Yi Beichen. He instructed Han Yu to assist him into a luxury vehicle. And they departed swiftly. Once Han Jinlong and Han Yu left, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. Hey, you, Yi. Do you realize you almost brought us to ruin? Lin Shao reprimanded angrily, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Beichen. Smack. Yi Beichen swiftly knocked him to the ground with a single slap. Do not point at me. This is your first warning. I shall spare you this time, considering you are Ruoyu's classmate. You. Lin Shao was infuriated, covering his face and glaring at Yi Beichen. Just then, a notification buzzed from Yi Beichen's phone. He opened it to find a message that made his expression shift dramatically. Within 3 hours, come to Jinling Longhu Mountain Villa, or Wang Ruyan will die. Chapter 18, At any cost, is senior sister in danger? Yi Beichen was taken aback and hastily dialed Wang Ruyan's phone number, only to be met with a prompt that it was out of the service area. The mere thought of his senior sister being in peril left no room for hesitation. He dashed towards the Audi A8 without looking back. With a swift press of the accelerator, he sped towards Jinling. Lin Shao shouted after him, "You, Yi. Just you wait. This isn't over." Meanwhile, Hon Jinlong and his granddaughter Hon Yu arrived at Jiangnan International Airport, preparing to board a flight back to Shanghai. As soon as they settled into the private jet, Hon Yu could no longer contain herself. "Grandfather, why are you being so courteous to that person? I suspect he knows our identity." His words were merely an attempt to draw your attention. Pouting, Hon Yu continued, "With your status and our Hon family's connections and influence. A single word from you could have him sparing 30 years of struggle. I've encountered many like him." Hon Yu's analysis was astute, having already labeled Yi Beichen. "Where? You simply harbor too many preconceived notions. This young man is far from ordinary," Hon Jinlong replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "Humph. What makes him so extraordinary?" Hon Yu scoffed. Hon Jinlong remarked calmly, "Did you not observe that upon recognizing my identity, everyone else showed utmost respect? Yet this young man dared to comment on my health. He merely seeks to attract your attention," Hon Yu countered, shaking her head. "Incorrect." Hon Jinlong sighed. "Your ability to discern character is still lacking. The calmness exhibited by this young man is not feigned. Moreover what?" Hon Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. "Nothing." Hon Jinlong replied with a slight smile. Seeing her grandfather's reluctance to elaborate, Hon Yu took out a piece of ginseng from her medical kit to steep in water. "Grandfather, your vitality is severely depleted. You must drink ginseng-infused water daily. As for Yi Beichen's advice to avoid ginseng, I dismissed it entirely." Hon Jinlong gazed at the cup steeping with ginseng, hesitating. What if that young man's words hold truth? If so, should I continue to consume this ginseng? "Grandfather, do you truly believe him? You've been drinking this ginseng water for over half a year, prescribed by a renowned physician from Lingnan," Hon Yu replied, pouting. "Indeed." Hon Jinlong nodded, smiling. Can a young man's words possibly outweigh those of a Lingnan physician? After drinking the ginseng-infused water, Hon Jinlong's complexion brightened slightly. A warm current surged through him, imparting a sense of comfort. However, in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. He clutched his abdomen in pain. Beads of sweat pouring from his forehead, writhing in agony on the sofa. "Grandfather, what is wrong?" Hon Yu exclaimed in alarm. "It hurts my stomach. This ginseng water, there is something wrong." Hon Jinlong grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Hon Yu gasped, "How is that possible? You've been drinking this ginseng-infused water for months." The old ginseng, all sourced from Chongbai Mountain, was personally brought back by Uncle Jun. There should be no issues with it. Hon Yu suddenly felt a surge of panic and quickly summoned a doctor. A middle-aged man, hurriedly carrying a medical kit, appeared to examine Hon Jinlong's condition. The elderly gentleman was exhibiting symptoms of excessive vital energy. The tumultuous flow of qi and blood was causing him immense suffering. The middle-aged man explained, hastily attempting to alleviate Hon Jinlong's pain. Unfortunately, despite all efforts, nothing seemed to work. Painkillers and silver needles were employed, yet they yielded no effect. This surge of vital energy emerged suddenly. What could be happening? The doctor was in a frenzy. After 3 decades of practice, he had never encountered such a situation. Hon Yu, full of anxiety, implored, "Dr. Song, you are a distinguished disciple of the divine healer from Lingnan. Please think of a solution." "Miss Hon, I have never faced such a scenario either," Song Haichang replied, shaking his head, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. "What? You don't know?" Hon Yu's face turned pale. "Dr. Song, try inserting the silver needles into the Yongquan 0.1 and a third inches, the Kunlun 0.2 inches. And the Feiyang 0.5 inch," Hon Jinlong suddenly interjected, enduring the excruciating pain. "Grandfather!" Hon Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't this the unconventional remedy suggested by that young man? Where did you hear of this method? Song Hai-chung was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with confusion. Hon Jinlong shook his head, gritting his teeth against the pain. There is no time to explain, just try it. Very well. Seeing Hon Jinlong's insistence, Song Hai-chung ceased further discussion. With a swift motion, he began to administer the needles, precisely following Yi Bei-chen's instructions for the 3 acupoints without deviation. As the 3rd silver needle was placed, Hon Jinlong felt the agonizing pain within him cease abruptly. It doesn't hurt anymore, he was taken aback. What? Hon Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, her lovely face reflecting sheer amazement. Suddenly, a spark of excitement illuminated Hon Jinlong's aged eyes. An incredible scene unfolded before them. He trembled yet managed to move his legs, he was standing. Grandfather! Hon Yu gasped, nearly brought to tears, her beautiful eyes reddening. I can stand. Hon Jinlong too was astonished. Unable to comprehend the situation. After being paralyzed for 5 or 6 years, confined to a wheelchair, he had followed Yi Bei-chen's needlework method and had been able to stand. Old man, you. Song Hai-chung was equally astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Nearly overwhelmed by the revelation of his own medical prowess. Impossible. Ha ha ha. Hon Jinlong laughed joyously, filled with exhilaration. He looked at Hon Yu and commanded, Yue. Hurry back to Jinyuan International Mountain Villa and find that young man at all costs. Bring him to see me, no matter the expense. Understood, grandfather, I will go immediately. Hon Yu nodded enthusiastically, fully aware of what her grandfather standing again signified. For the Hon family of Zhonghai, this news was nothing short of monumental. Yi Bei-chen drove at an impressive speed, covering a journey that typically required 3 hours in merely 2, arriving directly at Jinling City. Longhu Mountain Villa is renowned in Jinling. A simple inquiry reveals its precise location. This estate is situated on an island at the heart of Longhu, constructed as an opulent manor, accessible only to the elite, leaving ordinary individuals unqualified to set foot upon its shores. At this moment, as dusk settled, a few fishermen concluded their day's toil, preparing to haul in their nets and return home. Old Zhang, how was the catch today? One of the fishermen inquired. Old Zhang remained silent, standing on the fishing boat, his gaze fixed in astonishment at a particular direction. God, a deity! He exclaimed. What deity? The speaking fisherman asked, bewildered, following old Zhang's line of sight. Their eyes widened in shock, nearly popping from their sockets. Before them, a figure glided across the water, balanced upon a branch. Behind him, a magnificent spray of white water erupted, creating a stunning scene of levitation above the surface. That figure was none other than Yi Bei-chen. Upon arriving at Longhu, Yi Bei-chen could not locate a fishing boat, so he seized a branch, channeling his true energy to propel himself onto the island. Once there, he effortlessly found the entrance to Longhu Mountain Villa, where dozens of cameras were already trained upon him, marking his arrival. I have arrived. Where is my senior sister? Yi Bei-chen bellowed, his voice resonating like a dragon's roar, echoing throughout the entire estate of Longhu Mountain Villa. Chapter 19, The $1 billion Bounty. The individuals within the villa were taken aback as a middle-aged man burst into the surveillance room. His face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at the monitor. I granted him 3 hours, yet he arrived so swiftly. Wait, how did he reach the island? Let me see the footage of the lake's surface. The man commanded. The personnel in the surveillance room promptly retrieved the video footage of the lake. To their shock, they were left speechless. Everyone in the room was astonished, eyes wide in disbelief. Yi Bei-chen had seemingly glided across the water's surface, propelled by a mere branch. To be precise, he traversed at a speed surpassing that of a speedboat. This brat. The middle-aged man's eyelid twitched violently as he coldly commanded. Prepare the poisoned wine for me. Open the door and let him in. No sooner had his words fallen than the imposing iron gates of Longhu Villa swung open. Yi Bei-chen's gaze darkened, the sun had set and night had enveloped the surroundings. Brilliant lights flared to life, various such lights piercing through the darkness. rendering it nearly impossible to see. Undaunted, Yi Beichen strode confidently into Longhu Villa. Soon, armed personnel emerged before him, escorting him through the garden and into a grand hall. All around, men bristling with weapons stood ready. The middle-aged man from the surveillance room appeared, flanked by a throng of armed guards, confronting Yi Beichen. "Is it you?" Upon seeing this man, Yi Beichen's eyes turned as cold as blood. This individual was none other than the second martial artist who had invaded the Yi family years ago. One of the assassins responsible for the deaths of his parents and elder brother, Hongwu, the master of Longhu Villa. A heavenly-level martial artist. 5 years prior, he had stormed into the Yi family alongside a minister of the Jiangnan king. The deaths of Yi Laoqi, Zhou Shenglian, and Yi Beifeng were inextricably linked to him. Yi Beichen would recognize him even in ashes. "It is I. I never imagined that merely 5 years would render your prowess so formidable. You traverse water, employing true energy. I presume. Have you ascended to the ranks of a martial arts master?" Hongwu intoned solemnly. "The Zhao family has been annihilated, and the Jiangnan king is dead." "Remarkable. Indeed. It is no wonder that 5 years ago, there were attempts on your family's life. Now, 5 years later, a bounty of 10 billion has been placed on your head." Hongwu shook his head. "Do you know? In the Dragon Kingdom, the bounty for a master's life is merely 1 billion. By what merit do you command a bounty of 10 billion? Who seeks my life?" Yi Beichen's expression hardened. "Do you truly believe I would divulge that information?" Hongwu chuckled, as hundreds of gun barrels were trained on Yi Beichen. Even if Yi Beichen were a master, he would be reduced to a mere pincushion under the fire of so many weapons. In ancient times, a master martial artist could be deemed invincible, cutting through the ranks of 1,000 soldiers to take the enemy general's head. Yet in modern society, amidst a hail of bullets, even a master must face utter despair. "And what of my senior sister?" Yi Beichen inquired. "Ha ha ha, that woman." Calmly, Hongwu gazed at Yi Beichen, gesturing towards a nearby tea table where a cup of poisoned wine rested. "Drink this, and I shall reveal the whereabouts of Wang Ruyan." "Very well." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Beichen stepped forward and consumed the toxic concoction in one swift motion. "Do you not inquire what it is?" Hongwu's brows furrowed in disbelief. Yi Beichen replied serenely. "It is merely poison, a toxin of sorts." Astute, yet tragically foolish, Hongwu observed with a hint of pity. "What can I do to someone of Wang Ruyan's stature? I merely bribed a hacker to sabotage her phone card, preventing you from contacting her." With a mocking glance at Yi Beichen, Hongwu's face was alight with amusement. "Who would have thought you would be so flustered as to genuinely believe Wang Ruyan was in my custody? As long as my senior sister is unharmed, all is well." Yi Beichen offered a slight smile. Hongwu, regarding him with a teasing expression, queried, "Why are you not concerned for your own safety? What you just ingested was the poison of the mandrake, with no antidote available. Furthermore, the pollen from the mandrake can dissolve your inner strength." Yi Beichen, all your 5 years of diligent training and martial arts expertise will come to naught today. Suddenly, Hongwu bellowed, exuding an imposing aura, as he stepped away from the protection of his entourage. "Today, I shall end you, this fish that slipped through the net 5 years ago, and claim the 10 billion reward. Do you know of my master, the king of Miao medicine?" Yi Beichen interjected. "In that instant you consumed the mandrake. I neutralized its effects," he stated confidently. "What king of Miao medicine?" Hongwu's brow furrowed. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, disbelief etched on his face. "You speak of that king of Miao medicine? The one who single-handedly poisoned 100,000 people? It seems there are still those in this world who recognize my master of 95. Yi Beichen nodded slightly. "I offer you a chance, reveal the mastermind behind this plot, and I shall grant you a swift end. Dream on." Hongwu's expression darkened, instinctively retreating a few steps before commanding, "Kill him." The sound of gunfire erupted as hundreds of men unleashed a barrage of bullets, raining down like a tempest upon Yi Beichen. The entire hall was engulfed in a blaze of gunfire. Yi Beichen slipped, crouching low to sweep through the chaos. Several gunmen found their legs broken, writhing on the ground in agony. Bullets whizzed past him as he evaded them with the agility of an eel, moving faster than the very projectiles aimed at him. Hong Wu's eyes widened in shock. Yi Beichen darted through the throngs like a rocket, and despite the hundreds firing at him, none could lay a finger on him. In the lavishly adorned hall, millions in decor were swiftly reduced to mere rubble. The ricocheting bullets resulted in many of Hong Wu's own men being mistakenly struck down. In less than 5 minutes, nearly all the hundreds of assailants lay sprawled on the ground, none remaining standing. Only Hong Wu and a handful of his terrified guards remained, watching in horror. Is he human or a spectre? Stop right there. The remaining few guards trembled, their voices quivering. Hands unsteady to the point where they could barely hold their firearms, pointing them at Yi Beichen. I only want Hong Wu. Yi Beichen advanced step by step. Oh! A devil, he is a devil. The guards, in a frenzy, discarded their weapons and fled towards the hall's exit. Yi Beichen did not pursue but coldly regarded Hong Wu. Suddenly, Hong Wu sensed the impending danger and turned to flee. His speed was astonishing, transforming into a blur. After all, he was a heavenly-level warrior. When it came to escaping for his life, he was remarkably swift. Yet, Yi Beichen was swifter. Just as Hong Wu had taken 3 steps, Yi Beichen appeared before him, executing a sweeping kick. A sharp crack resonated through the air. Oh! Hong Wu's legs were instantly shattered, contorting at a horrifying angle. He lay on the ground like a dying dog, wailing in agony. Tell me, who ordered the assassination of my parents years ago? And who has placed a bounty of 1 billion to kill me today? Yi Beichen coldly inquired, stepping on Hong Wu's head. Chapter 20, Is the Killer the Wind Warrior? Stop. Suddenly, a frail voice emerged, tinged with an unsettling chill. A young man, accompanied by a group of strikingly handsome individuals, exited through the grand entrance. Their garments were opulent, indicative of wealth and status. Upon witnessing the multitude of corpses strewn about, their expressions held not a trace of shock, merely a furrowed brow. Some even covered their noses, repulsed by the pungent scent of blood. That was all. The young man at the forefront appeared pallid, his steps unsteady, clearly a shell of his former self. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and long hair cascaded down, resembling a patient long deprived of sunlight. Who dares to create a disturbance at Longhu Villa? Release him, he commanded, his voice laced with authority. This was Jia Chengshu, the eldest grandson of the Jia family, the foremost among the 4 great clans of Jinling. Lacking in academic prowess and known for his debauchery, he was considered a failure among his peers. Yet, his mother held significant influence as the daughter of a prominent figure in Longdu. Although Jia Chengshu would never ascend as the head of the Jia family, none dared to challenge him in Jinling. Young Master Jia, save me! Hong Wu exclaimed, as though grasping at a lifeline. The young individuals from the 4 clans had gathered at Longhu Villa for an evening soiree. Upon hearing the gunfire, they all rushed over, leading to the scene that unfolded moments ago. Yi Beichen regarded Jia Chengshu with indifference. What are you? You think I would release him just because you commanded it? This is none of your concern, leave. What did you say? Jia Chengshu's expression darkened. The other young heirs of the 4 clans, unfamiliar with Yi Beichen, were taken aback by his audacity. Was he out of his mind? I said, get lost. Yi Beichen replied coldly. Break his limbs and toss him into the lake to feed the fish. Jia Chengshu's voice dripped with malice as he pointed at Yi Beichen. Indeed. An elder behind Jia Chengshu nodded in agreement. With sudden agility, he lunged forward like a cheetah, appearing before Yi Beichen. He refrained from striking, instead regarding Yi Beichen with a bemused expression. Are you startled by how swiftly this is unfolding? A martial arts master, Yi Beichen narrowed his eyes. Young man. You possess some discernment. Did you hear what young Master Jia said? Will it be me who takes action, or will you? The elder mocked. Before he could finish his sentence, the scream pierced the air. For Yi Beichen had already made his move. In a swift motion, Yi Beichen seized the elder by the throat, lifting him effortlessly as one would a chick. With a sharp crack, the martial arts master was caught unawares. His neck crashed with ease, discarded like a ragdoll. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 3 seconds. Silence enveloped the scene. The young heirs accompanying Jia Chengshu gasped in disbelief, instinctively retreating in terror. This was beyond terrifying. They understood the formidable prowess of the elder, a true martial arts master. This is indeed a martial arts master. It is none other than the mother of Jia Chengshu who personally designated him for protection. A martial arts master is a formidable individual capable of catching sniper bullets with bare hands, yet he was effortlessly crushed like a mere rabbit by the man before him. How old could this young man be? He appears younger than them. 20. Perhaps 25. It is utterly terrifying. Nearly everyone gazed in horror at Yi Beichen. Even Hongwu could not suppress a shiver, momentarily forgetting the excruciating pain in his legs. With a martial arts master slain by Yi Beichen, all remnants of hope vanished from his heart. Only Jia Chengshu merely twitched at the corner of his eye. Indeed, he felt no fear, though startled. He quickly regained his composure. His grandfather is a prominent figure in Longdu. He harbors no fear even for the god of war, let alone a young man. Furthermore, Jia Chengshu surmised the identity of the young man before him, uttering 3 words, Yi Beichen. Though Jia Chengshu was a scoundrel, he was quite astute. The Zhao family of Jiangnan has been annihilated, and the king of Jiangnan is dead. Although Jia Chengshu resided far away in Jinling, he remained well informed. He may be a wastrel, but he is not foolish. Besides Yi Beichen, no one could be so young yet possess the ability to effortlessly slay a master. There are no such remarkable figures in Jinling. What? He is Yi Beichen, the one who obliterated the Zhao family and the king of Jiangnan. In contrast to Jia Chengshu, the other young scions instinctively took a few steps back. Jia Chengshu was unafraid of Yi Beichen, but they were terrified. They lacked a background as formidable as his. Since you know me, why not leave at once? Yi Beichen stated coldly. Ha ha ha. Jia Chengshu suddenly burst into laughter, his voice tinged with madness. Completely dismissing Yi Beichen, do you know who you are speaking to? Do you think I am a worthless entity like the Zhao family or the king of Jiangnan? You killed my subordinate and still expect me to leave? Do you believe that with a mere command, I could ensure your disappearance without a trace? After finishing, Jia Chengshu regarded Yi Beichen with a playful expression. You are too noisy. Yi Beichen, uninterested in this self-important individual, lifted his foot and kicked a bullet from the ground, piercing through Jia Chengshu's skull. Pfft! The laughter abruptly ceased. Jia Chengshu's eyes widened, the gaping hole now present on his forehead, blood gushing forth. Bang! His lifeless body toppled, eyes bulging in shock. A horrified expression enveloped Jia Chengshu's face, as if questioning, how could he dare to slay me without knowing my identity? Jia Shao is dead. Oh! A panicked scream erupted, then everyone, as if driven mad, rushed out of the hall without a backward glance. Jia Chengshu was dead, the dynamics of Jinling would undoubtedly shift. Yi Beichen sought only to locate the murderer of his parents. He had no desire to dwell on Jia Chengshu. I will not repeat the question, Yi Beichen stated calmly, looking down at Hongwu on the ground. Hongwu trembled all over, struggling to raise his head and cast a glance at Yi Beichen. This wastrel, whom he had pursued 5 years ago, had unexpectedly attained such formidable power. He dared to kill even Jia Chengshu. Hongwu let out a bitter smile, reflecting on how, in just 5 years, Beichen had grown to be so terrifying. That is not the answer I seek, Yi Beichen replied coolly. With a sharp crack, he stamped down, shattering one of Hongwu's arms. Oh! Hongwu screamed in agony, hastily uttering, I will tell you everything. I truly do not know who killed your parents. But I can inform you that the king of Jiangnan is a disciple of the war god Lingfeng, perhaps the war god himself knows. The war god Lingfeng? Yi Beichen frowned. That Jun Wuhui seems to represent the war god Lingfeng, having come to capture the 10th senior sister. Yet, he returned in failure. Could it be that the war god intends to eliminate him? Chapter 21, The Death Assassination Organization. It appears that an opportunity must arise for me to seek out the war god Lingfeng, Yi Beichen pondered within himself. He did not falter in the presence of Lingfeng's esteemed identity. Regardless of who it may be, any foe responsible for the demise of his parents, even if it were the celestial sovereign himself, must be avenged. Who has placed a bounty of 1 billion on my head? Yi Beichen inquired. It is the people from the Death Assassination Organization, Hongwu blurted out. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. What is the Death Assassination Organization? Do you not know of the Death Assassination Organization? Hongwu expressed his surprise. In the 5 years since Yi Beichen transitioned from a mere college student to a master of martial arts, one would expect he had encountered a multitude of experiences. Yet, it was astonishing that he remained unaware of the Death Assassination Organization. Logically, every martial artist of master level and above should be familiar with it. With one foot pressing on Hongwu's head, Yi Beichen gazed down at him with cold indifference. Hongwu trembled at the sight and hastily explained. The Death Assassination Organization is the most elite assassin group in the Dragon Kingdom. Any martial artist who reaches the master realm will inevitably attract their attention, compelling these masters to join their ranks. Can the Death Assassination Organization truly threaten masters? Yi Beichen asked, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Indeed. This organization is formidable. Any task they assign must be completed, even by masters. Failure to comply results in being relentlessly hunted, Hongwu affirmed gravely. So, it was the Death Assassination Organization that instructed you to kill me? Yi Beichen frowned. Hongwu quickly shook his head. No, it is not that. I accepted the task from the Death Assassination Organization's forum. He produced a mobile device, unlocking it with his only hand before accessing a concealed application. Upon entering, a forum interface appeared. Yi Beichen took the device and observed the homepage, which displayed a series of bounty posts. Assassination order: eliminate the richest man in Southwest Province. Li Chongjiang, bounty 300 million. Earth assassination order: eliminate the king of Jiangdong, bounty 500 million. Heaven assassination order: eliminate Yi Beichen, bounty 1 billion. As Yi Beichen gazed upon his own bounty, he clicked through and discovered an astonishing level of detail, including a photograph from his high school days. Hongwu explained. These are 3 types of bounty orders, differing in value, and anyone may undertake them. You can register on the forum, post a bounty order, and if it gets approved, the administrator will assist in posting it. However, you must first transfer the bounty amount to an overseas bank account. The deadline is 1 week. If the bounty fails, no refund will be issued. Should the bounty be successful, you merely need to provide evidence of the assassination to claim the full reward. Hongwu looked at Yi Beichen and continued, from this moment onward, numerous assassins will be seeking your life. Nearly all assassins across the Dragon Kingdom will see this bounty. Among them, there will undoubtedly be masters of martial arts. You must comprehend the allure of a billion. After listening to Hongwu's elucidation, Yi Beichen gained a clearer understanding of the Death Assassination Organization. So, you two are unaware of who seeks to take my life? Yi Beichen nodded slightly. Indeed. Hongwu replied. Who ordered the Jiangnan king to kill my entire family? You do not know, Yi Beichen continued. It is. Hongwu looked at Yi Beichen's cold gaze and couldn't help but shiver. What use do I have for you then? Yi Beichen sighed, his foot descending with force, crushing Hongwu's skull. Now there are only 2 clues, one, the god of war, Lingfeng, the other, the Tiansha organization. Just as Yi Beichen pondered his next move, his phone rang. He pressed the answer button. Junior brother, how are you? My phone suddenly broke down. and I couldn't receive any signals. I immediately had it repaired, only to discover your missed call. I was worried something happened to you," came the anxious voice of his senior sister. "I'm fine," Yi Beichen replied. Wang Ruyan sensed something was amiss and quickly inquired, "Where are you?" "Longhu Mountain Villa," Yi Beichen answered. "What are you doing there?" Wang Ruyan felt an unsettling premonition. Yi Beichen recounted the entire sequence of events. "Hongwu sent me a message claiming you were in his custody, luring me to Longhu Mountain Villa. I directly killed Hongwu and his subordinates. During this time, there was a minor incident. Someone named Zhou Chengshu tried to cause me trouble, and I dealt with him." Wang Ruyan was taken aback. "What? You killed Zhou Chengshu? Is there a problem, senior sister?" Yi Beichen asked, puzzled. Wang Ruyan suddenly chuckled. "Pfft. No problem at all. It's just Zhou Chengshu. Killing him is no great loss. You needn't worry about it. Wait for me at Longhu Mountain Villa, I'll come to fetch you shortly." "All right," Yi Beichen agreed. 15 minutes later, a booming sound echoed in the night sky as a helicopter descended onto the lawn outside Longhu Mountain Villa. Wang Ruyan jumped out of the helicopter, her gaze locking onto Yi Beichen, who was covered in blood. "Junior brother, are you injured?" "It's all someone else's blood," Yi Beichen replied with a casual smile. "Look at you, getting yourself all dirty again," Wang Ruyan scolded, casting him a reproachful glance. "Come on, let us go home. Senior sister will help you wash up." "Mem," Yi Beichen nodded slightly, boarding the helicopter with Wang Ruyan as they headed toward Amana. On the way, Yi Beichen inquired, "Senior sister, do you know of the Tiansha organization?" Wang Ruyan looked at him curiously. "Of course, why do you ask?" Yi Beichen handed her Hongwu's phone, showing her the Tiansha organization forum interface. Upon seeing the astonishing bounty of 1 billion, Wang Ruyan's delicate face darkened. "Damn it. Who is so audacious to openly issue a kill order on you in the Tiansha forum?" Tick-tock. 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 At that moment, a ticking sound reached their ears. "What is that sound?" Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. "Not good." Wang Ruyan's complexion paled, and she suddenly rose, flipping open the seat of the helicopter. Inside was a bomb, counting down with only 10 seconds remaining. "This is bad." Wang Ruyan silently lamented her predicament, yet maintained her composure in the face of danger. Grasping the parachute beside her, she promptly tossed it to Yi Beichen while simultaneously securing one for herself. With a powerful kick, she forced open the helicopter door. "Junior brother, jump." Yi Beichen, having spotted the bomb, wasted no time. The two leapt out of the helicopter in quick succession. A resounding explosion erupted just 3 seconds later, the shockwave propelling them through the air. Fortunately, they had already exited the helicopter, and as they deployed their parachutes, they began a gradual descent. It was the ruthless members of the Tiansha organization. Their assault had commenced. Wang Ruyan's delicate features hardened, a surge of murderous intent coursing through her. Whoever had placed a bounty on her junior brother would not escape unscathed. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked across the ground below. Yi Beichen glanced in that direction, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Sister, there's a sniper." Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, a bullet hurtled towards Yi Beichen while another was aimed at Wang Ruyan. Yi Beichen instinctively reached for the bullet aimed at him. But Wang Ruyan was in peril. At that moment, he was over 10 meters away from her, unable to reach her in time. Both hovered in midair, rendered as prime targets. "Senior sister," Yi Beichen called out desperately. Yet, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly astounded. Chapter 22, The Man of Concern. Wang Ruyan raised her hand, as if plucking a bullet from the air, effortlessly grasping the incoming sniper bullet. "Junior sister, you..." Yi Beichen exclaimed in surprise. He was astonished to discover that his 10th senior sister possessed the same extraordinary ability. How could this be? Is it only permissible for you to be a martial arts master? Am I not allowed to be one as well? Wang Ruyan replied with a charming smile. gazing at Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen could hardly believe his eyes. Meanwhile, the two snipers below were even more astonished than he was. Upon seeing the billion-dollar bounty posted on the Tiansha forum, they had aimed to assassinate Yi Beichen to claim the reward. However, they had not anticipated that both he and Wang Ruyan were martial arts masters. Damn it. Let us go. One elite sniper shouted, discarding his rifle and vanishing into the night like a rabbit. The other followed suit, fleeing in a completely different direction. They understood that once Yi Beichen and Wang Ruyan descended to the ground, they would be relentlessly pursued. The only chance for survival lay in their separation. Only one of them might escape. At an altitude of approximately 100 meters above the lake, Yi Beichen turned to Wang Ruyan and said, "10th senior sister, be careful. I will pursue them." After uttering those words, he astonishingly unbuckled his parachute and plummeted toward the lake below. For an ordinary person, a drop from 100 meters would be akin to hitting concrete even upon landing in water. Yet, as Yi Beichen jumped just 5 meters above the surface, a surge of true energy erupted from within him, allowing him to gently touch down on the water. With a swift motion, Yi Beichen surged forward, chasing one of the snipers. Wang Ruyan watched from above, unable to suppress her astonishment. Junior brother S' strength is becoming increasingly terrifying. Has he truly reached such a realm? The first sniper moved swiftly, escaping the confines of Long Lake and dashing across the outer road. Damn. He is coming. The sniper glanced back to see Yi Beichen emerging from the woods across the road, preparing to charge forth. No wonder someone placed a bounty of $1 billion to kill this guy. For such a formidable individual, even a bounty of 20 billion, who in Dragon Country could handle that? With no time for further contemplation, the first sniper turned and fled. Once I blend into the crowd, I will be safe. I refuse to believe he can find me among the masses. The Scorpion, as he was known, remained calm, an elite sniper and assassin. Even if the assassination failed, he could swiftly merge into the crowd. As long as he became an ordinary person, he doubted Yi Beichen could capture him. Ahead lay a bustling night market. With a smirk, the Scorpion dashed into a shadowy corner. By the time Yi Beichen arrived at that spot, only a coat remained on the ground. He has escaped. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, peering into the night market ahead. A cold smile crept across his face. Do you truly think you can escape? With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled into the night market like an ordinary university student. In a corner of the night market, Xia Ruoxue and San Chen each held a bowl of stinky tofu. Clad in shorts that accentuated their figures, their beautiful legs were on full display. Many young men in the market couldn't help but steal glances at them. Some even approached with polite smiles, asking for contact information. I already have a boyfriend, Xia Ruoxue replied nonchalantly. The young man awkwardly smiled and discreetly walked away. San Qian rolled her eyes. Ruoxue, why are you doing this? That guy was quite handsome. Why claim to have a boyfriend? Everyone knows you're a stunning beauty who has been single for 23 years. Xia Ruoxue chuckled, it's wonderful to be a single noble. San Qian continued, you are just being stubborn. Why subject yourself to this? During college, so many handsome seniors pursued you, and you turned them down, claiming you had a boyfriend. What a waste. Xia Ruoxue's beauty was beyond reproach. San Qian was also a beauty in her own right. She could easily attract attention when walking alone, yet when she was with Xia Ruoxue, all the inquiries were directed at her friend. Even during their university days, talent scouts approached Xia Ruoxue, inviting her to debut in a girl group, but she had declined every offer. Those who pursued me weren't sincere. Xia Ruoxue gently shook her head. San Qian, somewhat exasperated, remarked, are you still thinking about that high school classmate of yours? Didn't you mention something tragic happening to his family, like a massacre? He might be dead by now. San Qian, don't speak nonsense. Xia Ruoxue's brows furrowed, her delicate face suddenly turning cold, her tone sharp. Startled, San Qian quickly explained, oh dear Ruoxue, I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? Alright, I apologize. Let me treat you to some crayfish today. Xia Ruoxue frowned, but then her gaze shifted, spotting a familiar figure in the crowd. Is it him? Her heart raced as she abruptly pushed San Chen away, even discarding her stinky tofu into a nearby trash can. She sprinted toward the familiar silhouette. Ruoxue. What are you doing? I was just joking. Don't be mad. San Chen, still oblivious, tossed her stinky tofu aside and hurried after her. Is it really him? Could it be? The figure resembles him so closely. Even after 5 years. He looks exactly the same. Is it really him? As Xia Ruoxue followed, her heart pounded like a wild deer. Taking a deep breath, she quickened her pace. Just as she was about to tap the shoulder of the person ahead. Suddenly, he turned around. Yi Beichun's face flickered with surprise. He had sensed someone trailing him and initially thought it was an assassin trying to ambush him. Just as he prepared to retaliate against an unexpected attack, he found it was merely a girl. Yi Beichun, is it truly you? Xia Ruoxue's body trembled with excitement. Are you Xia Ruoxue? Yi Beichun was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the girl before him, his high school desk mate. Yes, it's me. Xia Ruoxue found herself at a loss. Her delicate face flashing a deep crimson. Ruoxue, Ruoxue. San Chen gasped for breath, rushing towards them, her chest heaving. Why did you run? You exhausted me. I merely misspoke. I could take it back if need be. The person you have in your heart may still be alive. Although his parents and older brother were killed, his body was never found, right? What if he is living well? San Chen spoke in one breath. Yi Beichun was somewhat surprised, was the individual she referred to himself. Xia Ruoxue's face grew even redder as she stamped her foot at San Chen. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean, the person I'm thinking of? San Chen looked bewildered. Oh, please stop talking. Xia Ruoxue's shy countenance blushed even deeper as she stomped her feet in place. In that moment, San Chen realized that even in the presence of the most distinguished senior at Zhonghai University, Xia Ruoxue maintained her composure. She had never been so flustered before. Today, however, she was utterly unlike herself, appearing as a bashful young girl before this man. San Chen, ever so astute, quickly deduced Yi Beichun's identity and exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah! You are the man who occupies Ruoxue's thoughts." Chapter 23, The Goddess's Initiative. San Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? Xia Ruoxue blushed even more. She grasped San Chen's slender waist. Oh dear, I am going to die. San Chen quickly pleaded for mercy. While pinching San Chen, Xia Ruoxue observed Yi Beichun's expression, hoping to discern some reaction from him. Unfortunately, Yi Beichun maintained his calm demeanor, leaving Xia Ruoxue feeling quite disappointed. Where have you been all these years? Xia Ruoxue released her grip and gazed at Yi Beichun. Everyone has been searching for you for ages. With your capabilities, you clearly could have attended Zhonghai University, why didn't you? Xia Ruoxue was aware that Yi Beichun had been accepted to Zhonghai University, prompting her to alter her own application to join him there. Regrettably, despite waiting from her freshman to her senior year, she had not encountered him until now. My family encountered some troubles, just as I mentioned earlier, Yi Beichun indicated towards San Chen. Xia Ruoxue quickly interjected, I apologize. I did not mean to bring up painful memories. Have the culprits who harmed your parents and brother been apprehended? After a brief silence, Yi Beichun replied, not yet. So, for the past 5 years you have been searching for the murderer? Xia Ruoxue inquired. Sort of, Yi Beichun nodded gently, observing his demeanor. Xia Ruoxue felt a pang of compassion. This boy had once been exceptionally talented, the object of many girls' affections. Everyone believed that Yi Beichun was destined for a bright future. Yet the tragic incident that befell the Yi family shattered that hope. Xia Ruoxue had wept for a long time over it. Now that you're back, Let's leave the past behind, Sir Ruoshue offered a gentle smile, striving to divert Ibechen's thoughts from bygone events. Life is still long ahead. If you wish to continue your studies, you can take the social examinations and still enroll in university. It may take a few extra years, but you can still achieve great things. Quickly changing the subject, she asked, by the way, are you in Jinling for leisure? There are many delightful snacks here. How about I take you to try some? My treat. Do you have a place to stay tonight? If not, I can arrange accommodations for you. San Chien. I'll share a room with you tonight. He can rest in my room, Sir Ruoshue chattered away like a lively lark. Oh, okay. San Chien was somewhat bewildered, unable to process the situation, and could only nod repeatedly. Oh my. When did Ruoshue ever act this way? Offering to treat someone to dinner? Bringing someone back to sleep in her room? Other boys don't even have her contact information. This must be someone she likes. He is quite handsome, with a nice physique and a cool demeanor. San Chien thought to herself. Ibechin gently shook his head and replied, no need, I came here to find someone. Finding someone? Have you made an appointment? A flicker of disappointment crossed Sir Ruoshue's eyes. This was the night market, a street bustling with street food. Those who came here at night were either best friends or couples. Ibechin was seeking someone yet chose to visit a street filled with snacks. Could it be that he has a girlfriend? Upon contemplating this, Sir Ruoshue's complexion turned somewhat pale. San Chien noticed Sir Ruoshue's distress and, filled with indignation, glared at Ibechin, demanding, is this truly how a man behaves? Ruoshue dedicated 4 years of her university life to you, without a single boyfriend. Or even contact with the opposite sex. You vanished for 5 years without a trace, and now you return with a girlfriend. And to top it off, you come here to date in front of Ruoshue. What kind of man are you? San Chien pointed an accusing finger at Ibechin. What girlfriend? Ibechin replied, somewhat vexed, shaking his head. I am here to find someone, not a girlfriend. Not a girlfriend, huh? San Chien felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem. I got a bit too carried away. Please, continue. Apologizing profusely, she stepped aside, feeling quite mortified. San Chien vowed never to play the comedic role again. Sir Ruoshue, however, felt elated. As long as Ibechin had no girlfriend, she still had a chance. Where's your friend? I'm not sure where he has gone. Let's look for him, Ibechin pondered before responding. The night market stretched several hundred meters long. He sensed that the sniper was amidst the crowd. Yet he could not pinpoint the exact location. The opponent dared not leave the night market, for if he did, Ibechin would sense it immediately. Hence, the scorpion was using the throngs of people as cover. All right, let me show you around. I am quite familiar with this place, Sir Ruoshue beamed brightly. She led Ibechin through the street of snacks, recounting her university experiences in Zhonghai City and sharing amusing anecdotes from her college life. Wow. I never realized that Ruoshue could be such a chatterbox, San Chien remarked from behind, continually expressing her astonishment. The aloof goddess could transform into a naive little rabbit in the presence of the one she liked. Oh! How envious those people would be if they saw Ruoshue behaving this way towards a man. San Chien covered her mouth, stifling laughter. Ibechin, however, was multitasking. He listened to Sir Ruoshue while discreetly searching for the whereabouts of the scorpion. Suddenly, his gaze darkened as he focused on a particular direction. Ha! Sir Ruoshue noticed Ibechin's attention was drawn to a noodle shop. Misinterpreting his interest, she assumed he was hungry and wished to eat noodles. This noodle shop has excellent flavors, I frequent it often. Let me treat you. By the way, their Yongchan noodles are the best. With that, Sir Ruoshue playfully approached the noodle shop and cheerfully called out, Danti, 3 bowls of Yongchan noodles, and add an egg, please. Ruoshue. What brings you here with a boy today? Is he your boyfriend? The aunt at the noodle shop smiled warmly. Auntie, please don't say that, we are just classmates. Xia Ruoxue replied, lowering her head shyly, stealing glances at Yibechun from the corner of her eye. Meanwhile, Yibechun's gaze was fixed upon the interior of the noodle shop. In a corner, a young man was seated. He held a bowl of noodles in one hand while scrolling through his phone with the other. Yibechun fixed his icy gaze upon him, his eyes exuding an extreme chill. A cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead as he inwardly mused, damn it, he hasn't discovered me, has he? Impossible. How could he possibly see through my disguise? I appear to be nothing more than an ordinary university student. Yibechun remained steadfast, unmoved. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. He continued to stand there, unflinching. The noodles were ready. The lady at the noodle shop served the bowl. Beichen, come in and take a seat. Xia Ruoxue called out, waving at Yibechun as she approached the table with a bowl of noodles, now merely 3 meters from the scorpion. Damn. The scorpion suddenly erupted in anger, realizing he had been outwitted. Yibechun, you did this on purpose to scare me, didn't you? You think I was raised in fear? In a swift motion, the scorpion sprang to his feet, kicked the wall, and lunged forward. Oh! Xia Ruoxue gasped as a steel knife was pressed against her throat. Get out of here at once, or I will kill this girl. Chapter 24 Yibechun, I adore you, get out of here immediately. Or I shall take this girl's life. The scorpion's face twisted with malice. Confronted by a martial arts master, he harbored no illusions of escape. Only by taking Xia Ruoxue hostage did he cling to a flicker of hope. Oh! The students surrounding the noodle shop, upon witnessing the abduction of Xia Ruoxue, frantically fled. Some even took out their phones to dial the police. A few girls, overwhelmed with terror, collapsed to the ground in tears. Ruoxue. San Qian's face turned ashen. Frozen in place, utterly unprepared for such a scenario. Xia Ruoxue herself was also stricken with fear, her delicate body trembling slightly. She could feel the chilling edge of the knife. If this man struck, her life would be forfeit. Release her. Yibechun's voice was frigid as he glared at the scorpion. I offer you a chance, answer my questions, and I may spare your life. Ha ha ha. The scorpion laughed maniacally. Yibechun, do you take me for a fool? I am a top-tier assassin, I cannot be threatened by you. This girl is of great significance to you. Is she not? I can see she harbors feelings for you. Will you truly watch her wither away? As he spoke, he cruelly pressed the knife against her tender neck, drawing blood. The sight was harrowing. Ruoxue. San Qian gasped, her hands clasped over her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. Ugh! Xia Ruoxue felt a wave of excruciating pain, though the blade had merely grazed her skin and did not sever any vital vessels. She sensed the looming specter of death. Am I to perish? Well, even if I must die, I find solace in seeing Beichen one last time, Xia Ruoxue thought despairingly. She bit her lip, summoning her courage. Beichen, I adore you. What? Beichen was momentarily taken aback. Xia Ruoxue continued to shout fervently, I have liked you since high school. I know not what your connection is with this man, nor your current status. I simply love you. Do not let him intimidate you, leave now, quickly. Do not concern yourself with me. Her emotions surged as she prepared herself for death. With a sudden burst of courage, she beat down on the scorpion's wrist. Oh! The scorpion howled in pain, crazy woman, if you wish to die, I shall oblige. With that, he swung the knife violently towards Xia Ruoxue's throat. In that instant, Beichen made his move. His speed was like lightning, swifter than the scorpion himself. No one could comprehend what had transpired as Beichen seized a chopstick and hurled it forth. Thud! The chopstick pierced the scorpion's hand, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Oh! The scorpion, nearly fainting from the agony, was met with an opportunity as Xia Ruoxue stomped on his foot. You vile woman, perish! The scorpion roared in fury, resolved that even if he were to die, he would drag Xia Ruoxue down with him. Bang! The scorpion struck with a punch, landing squarely on Xia Ruoshue's back. With a gasp, she seemed as if she had been struck by a vehicle. Spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood, Yi Beichen sprang forward, cradling Xia Ruoshue in his arms. In a swift motion, he hurled another chopstick, piercing through the scorpion's skull. The scorpion fell lifelessly, its eyes wide open in shock. The legendary king of snipers, the merciless assassin known as Scorpion, met his demise at that moment. Ruoshue. Yi Beichen gazed down at her, holding her close. The girl's face had turned ghostly pale, her lips devoid of color. A delicate sheen of sweat glistened on her porcelain skin, trembling ever so slightly. Despite the agony coursing through her, she masked her pain. Wishing to leave Yi Beichen with a beautiful memory, even in her final moments. Yi Beichen, it hurts so much. Xia Ruoshue murmured softly. Ruoshue. San Qian rushed over, resembling a distressed duck, kneeling on the ground and weeping uncontrollably. You are going to be fine, I promise. I've already called the police and an ambulance, the doctors will be here soon, you'll be all right. She grasped Xia Ruoshue's hand tightly. Release her. Yi Beichen commanded sharply. Why are you shouting at me? San Qian glared at Yi Beichen, her petite fists raining down on his shoulder like raindrops. If it weren't for you, Ruoshue wouldn't be in this state. This is all your fault. Why did you come back after disappearing? She was fine until you returned. Does she owe you from her past life? If Ruoshue's life is in danger, I swear I want to let you off. Yi Beichen endured the blows without retaliating. His demeanor unyielding. Had it been anyone else, they would have been dealt with swiftly. She won't die, he stated firmly, laying Xia Ruoshue gently on the ground. Retrieving a jade box from his pocket. Upon opening it, San Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay a collection of silver needles, as fine as strands of hair. 3 ribs are fractured, and her liver and spleen are damaged, resulting in internal bleeding. Her heart rate is slow, she is in critical danger. Yi Beichen assessed Xia Ruoshue's condition and then produced the silver needles. It's not too serious, she can be saved. He exhaled in relief, swiftly inserting several needles into her body. He then took out a medicinal pill, preparing to feed it to Xia Ruoshue. Stop. Release that girl. A commanding voice rang out from behind him as a group of officers appeared, clad in uniforms and brandishing firearms. The speaker was a girl with a heart-shaped face and willow-like eyebrows. Her figure was graceful, exuding an air of elegance, her visage reminiscent of a prominent star. Officer. He is the one who committed murder here. A student shouted, pointing at Yi Beichen. The officers turned to see the scorpion's lifeless body sprawled on the ground. A chopstick protruding from its head. In an instant, all the officers aimed their weapons at Yi Beichen. Freeze. Drop your weapon. Get down. The female officer shouted fiercely, aiming her pistol at Yi Beichen's head. If you dare harm this girl again, I will instantly blow your brains out. Wang Jianjia. If you dare to point a gun at my junior, I will tear your face apart. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed through the air. Wang Ruyan strode forward with impressive speed, having pursued immediately upon exiting Longhu. Little did she know, she had arrived just a moment too late. Wang Ruyan. Wang Jianjia's beautiful eyes turned icy as she recognized her cousin. I am in the midst of apprehending a murderer, do you wish to interfere? Wang Jianjia stood undaunted before Wang Ruyan. Wang Ruyan let out a cold laugh. What a joke. My junior could never be a murderer. Junior. Pay her no mind and continue to save the person. If she dares to make a move, I assure you she will meet her demise before she can pull the trigger. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Oh, who was this woman? Her audacity to threaten an officer was simply unparalleled. Chapter 25, 9th Senior Sister. All right, 10th Senior Sister. Yi Beichen responded, focusing intently on saving lives. Wang Jianjia aimed her gun at Wang Ruyan. Wang Ruyan, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? This is Jinling, not your Jiangnan. Be it Jinling or Jiangnan, I, Wang Ruyan, have never felt the need to justify my actions to anyone. Wang Ruyan retorted with an arrogant smile. You. Anger radiated from Wang Zhenjia's delicate face. She understood the truth in Wang Ruyan's words. This cousin was indeed formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation even in her. Wang Ruyan continued nonchalantly, by the way. Considering we are both members of the Wang family, allow me to offer you a word of caution. The one my junior brother killed was an assassin. He had come to eliminate him. What? Wang Zhenjia exclaimed in shock, hastily sending someone to investigate. Several constables advanced, seizing the face of the scorpion and pulling off a human skin mask. The constables gasped, "It's the king of assassins, Scorpion. How could it be him? He is one of the most wanted criminals in Longwa. A bounty of 5 million RMB is placed on his head." Excitement surged among the constables. Turning to Wang Zhenjia, they proclaimed, "Captain, it's Scorpion. We've made a significant contribution." Wang Zhenjia approached, glanced down, and confirmed it was indeed the king of assassins, Scorpion. Silently, she holstered her weapon and instructed her team to set up a perimeter. They gathered witnesses to document their statements. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the end of the street, "Who killed my son?" A woman's voice, hoarse and filled with malevolence, pierced the air. In an instant, hundreds of people appeared along both sides of the night market street, forming a solid wall, advancing ominously. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Even the constables were taken aback. Pale-faced, they realized it was the Jia family. Hua Sanyang. The constables, ashen, instinctively retreated. Leading the group was an overweight woman, resembling a glistening white pig, adorned in jewels. Her eyes blazed with fury. The debauchers Yibechen had encountered at Longhu Mountain Villa trembled as they followed Hua Sanyang. Upon seeing Yibechen, they pointed at him. "He is the one who killed Jia Chengshu." With a piercing gaze, Hua Sanyang focused on Yibechen. "You are the one who murdered my son. You possess extraordinary audacity." Just half an hour prior, the corpse of her son, Jia Chengshu, had been brought before her. The murderer stood before her, and with a cruel command, Hua Sanyang declared, "Kill him. Leave no trace of his body, reduce him to pulp." A chilling dread enveloped the scene. The constables of Jinling turned pale, unable to utter a word. "Wait." Wang Zhenjia stepped forward, addressing Hua Sanyang, taking a deep breath. "Hua Sanyang, what do you intend to do? There are laws of the land and rules of the family. We, the constables, are here to ensure that whether or not this individual is your son's killer, we will conduct a thorough investigation." "Go away, Wang Zhenjia." Hua Sanyang exclaimed furiously, "You meddlesome fool, I will kill you along with him." "You." Wang Zhenjia seethed with rage. She was well aware of Hua Sanyang's identity. She was the third daughter of the Hua family from Longdu. In Jinling, no one dared to touch her. Even the head of the police department held a measure of respect for Hua Sanyang. She was a madwoman. "Kill him." Hua Sanyang pointed at Yibechen. Yibechen furrowed his brow. He was still in the process of rescuing Xia Ruoxue, and any disturbance could endanger her life. "Junior brother, do not interfere. Leave this to me," Wang Ruyan's voice rang out. "Understood," Yibechen nodded, dedicating himself entirely to saving her. "Wang Zhenjia, what use are you as a mere patrol officer? You have brought disgrace upon the Wang family." Wang Ruyan said with indifference. "Watch closely, this is how one deals with such a woman." As her words fell, Wang Ruyan moved with an ethereal grace, instantly appearing before Hua Sanyang. "You." Hua Sanyang gasped, her pupils dilating in surprise. The two warriors behind her sprang into action simultaneously. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds echoed as the warriors were swiftly struck down by Wang Ruyan's palm. Cough! Cough! Before Hua Sanyang could react, she felt a constriction around her throat. Wang Ruyan's delicate hand gripped her plump neck firmly. "The one who killed your son is my junior brother. If you seek retribution, come to me." Should I catch you causing trouble for him again, I will not hesitate to end your life. Now leave. Wang Ruyan declared with an imposing air, discarding Hu Sanyang like refuse. Bang! Hu Sanyang fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Both were heavenly level warriors, yet Wang Ruyan had effortlessly slain them with a single strike. How terrifying was Wang Ruyan's strength! Though Hu Sanyang was foolish, she was not dim-witted. Enraged and astounded, she glared at Wang Ruyan. Wang Ruyan, you will pay for this. This matter is far from over. With that, she left in a fluster, accompanied by her subordinates. What a waste of space. Were it not for your family's influence in Londu, could you have survived 3 days in Jinling? Wang Ruyan scoffed. Wang Zhenjia frowned. She is from the Jia family. Your actions will complicate matters for the head of the family. This is none of your concern. Continue playing your role as a patrol officer. Wang Ruyan replied with a proud smile, scarcely glancing at Wang Zhenjia. You. Wang Zhenjia stamped her foot in frustration, but found herself powerless. At that moment, Xia Ruoxue had awakened. Yi Beichen stabilized her injuries. She was no longer in mortal danger. If all went well, with some rest, Xia Ruoxue would return to her former self. Yi Beichen, just now, what you said. Xia Ruoxue's face flashed with warmth. Stumbling over her words, San Qian, standing nearby, chimed in. What you said just now was all heartfelt. San Qian. Xia Ruoxue exclaimed, coughing anxiously. All right, all right. It was all just a jest. Don't take it to heart, San Qian hurriedly reassured her. Oh no, that's not. Xia Ruoxue stammered, somewhat flustered. Is Ruoxue real or fake? San Qian asked helplessly, her large eyes filled with innocence. Yi Beichen also felt exasperated. As the two girls were entangled in their dilemma when an ambulance arrived. Senior sister, I will take them home fast, Yi Beichen announced. All right. Contact me once you are done, Wang Ruyan nodded in agreement. Yi Beichen boarded the ambulance and departed, while Wang Ruyan swiftly left the night market. A red Ferrari was parked by the roadside outside the night market, and a female driver emerged from it, saying, Master, I have come to pick you up. Without uttering a word, Wang Ruyan entered the driver's seat of the Ferrari, closed the door, and immediately dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. Ninth sister, are you having fun? Wang Ruyan inquired. Meanwhile, at an arcade in Zhonghai, a fashionable girl was engrossed in a gaming machine. 10th sister, I am busy playing a game, what is up? The girl responded. Wang Ruyan coldly replied, the bounty of 1 billion has been placed on Beichen's head. 15 minutes ago, the top assassin of Long Country, Scorpion, had already made his move. Scorpion is dead. I suspect another assassin, likely Viper, as they are known to collaborate and remain inseparable. What? A bounty of 1 billion to kill Beichen? The ninth sister exclaimed in fury, pausing her game. Who dares to be so bold as to threaten my junior brother? Chapter 26, Sleeping Together. The organization of Tian Sha. Someone on their forum has posted a bounty task worth 10 billion. Wang Ruyan exclaimed, damn. Have they lost their minds? Just wait, if Tian Sha ever manages to establish a forum, consider it my defeat due to inadequate skills. The fiery-tempered ninth sister declared, give me an hour, starting tomorrow. There will be a forum for Tian Sha within every server worldwide, or I shall concede. Without even playing a game, ninth sister hastily exited the arcade. 30 minutes later. On a small island in the Pacific, within the control room of the Tian Sha organization's main server, 30 individuals had completed their tasks today. And over 1 billion in bounties had been disbursed. Over 100 others had failed their missions, resulting in the deaths of 7 masters. The latest news, the ace assassin of Dragon Country, Scorpion, has perished. A man donning a clown mask, his voice low and grave, stared at the information on the computer screen, utterly stunned. Scorpion is dead. The news brought back by Viper cannot be false. Scorpion was an elite assassin, having successfully completed over 300 assassination missions, with the number of masters he had slain exceeding 10. How could he have met his end? In the control room of Tionsha, everyone was in a state of shock. Suddenly, a crackling noise erupted from all the computer screens in the control room. Following that, a symbol resembling a hat from a deck of cards appeared on the monitors. The entire network system of Tionsha was paralyzed. All forums associated with Tionsha across the globe collapsed simultaneously, revealing the same hat symbol. It was the world's foremost hacker, the Queen of Hearts. The members of Tionsha were left dumbfounded at what on earth happened. Who in our organization has provoked the Queen of Hearts? She is a formidable woman who dares to hack into even the national banking system of the Wolf Country, and the CIA is powerless against her. Meanwhile, as Ninth Sister resolved the network forum of Tionsha, Yibechen was escorting Xiaoruoxue back to her residence. It was a dilapidated complex, far from the city center. Bechen, please don't mind, we just graduated and don't have much money, the house is rather small, Xiaoruoxue said with a gentle smile. Due to having recently sustained an injury, she still felt somewhat weak. Upon entering, Yibechen discovered a modest living room with 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Though small, it was equipped with all essentials. The home felt warm and was impeccably tidy. I'll help you to your room, Yibechen offered. All right, Xiaoruoxue nodded, allowing him to assist her as he opened the door to her room. The entire room was laid bare before him, neat and imbued with a faint scent of youthful fragrance. A small bed adorned with pink sheets and a doll rested atop it. However, Yibechen was taken aback by what lay on the bed, a set of lace lingerie casually placed there, seemingly just discarded by Xiaoruoxue. Oh no! Xiaoruoxue exclaimed, suddenly recalling that she had just taken a shower and changed before heading out. She had intended to freshen up again after returning from shopping. Unexpectedly, bringing Yibechen into the room laid bare her embarrassment in front of him. Please, don't look. Xiaoruoxue hurriedly dashed forward, concealing her undergarment beneath the pillow. Yibechen awkwardly touched his nose. I saw nothing. You still dare to say? A cough escaped Xiaoruoxue, her excitement causing her complexion to pale. Yibechen stepped closer, grasping her wrist, channeling a stream of energy into her body. Xiaoruoxue finally felt some relief. You should rest, Yibechen remarked as he turned to leave. Instinctively, Xiaoruoxue clutched his arm, her eyes filled with pleading, please don't go. Eh? Yibechen was taken aback. Realizing her indiscretion, Xiaoruoxue quickly lowered her head. I'm scared. That person today frightened me, and I can't sleep tonight. How about you stay with me for a night? I promise I won't do anything. She instinctively extended 3 fingers, only to realize her faux pas. Oh my goodness. Xiaoruoxue, you're a girl, what do you mean you want to do anything? What else could you possibly do? Her heart raced uncontrollably. Yibechen smiled lightly. All right, I'll sleep on the sofa. As he moved to open the door, Xiaoruoxue blurted out, no. I'm afraid if you sleep outside, just stay in the room. However, there was no extra bed in the room. Yibechen frowned slightly. Xiaoruoxue immediately added, it's fine, my bed is quite large. Her cheeks flashed instantly as she quickly raised a teddy bear. That is not what I meant. I'll place this doll in the middle. Don't overstep. I'll sleep on the inside, and you on the outside. Is that acceptable? After a moment's contemplation, Yibechen agreed. They lay together in their clothes. Xiaoruoxue turned away, her heart pounding wildly. Oh heavens! Bechen, I'm sharing a bed with him? Xiaoruoxue. Is this a dream? Surely, I'm not dreaming. Her excitement rendered her sleepless. Though Yibechen had his eyes closed, with his abilities, how could he be unaware of Xiaoruoxue's state? He could even hear the rapid beat of her heart clearly. Bechen. Over an hour passed, and Xiaoruoxue still couldn't fall asleep, softly calling out. Yibechen remained silent. You are asleep, huh? Humph, you can sleep through anything, she huffed, a bit annoyed. You are so dense, I'm being so forward, can't you talk to me? As she spoke, she leaned closer to Yibechen, removing the teddy bear. She pressed her chest against his back, embracing him in an intimate manner. Yibechen felt the warmth of her presence behind him, nearly trembling. Thankfully, he circulated his internal energy to steady his mind. Ruoshiwe, are you trying to lead me to sin? 5 years had passed, what had she experienced? Though she said nothing, her laughter seemed effortless. However, I am aware that these past 5 years have been anything but easy for you, Sir Ruoshiwe said softly. Now that you have returned, I shall ensure that you never leave again. Sir Ruoshiwe held him even tighter. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually, she fell into a deep slumber. A smile gracing her lips. At that moment, she experienced the utmost happiness of her life. Suddenly, Yibechen furrowed his brow, sensing a wave of murderous intent approaching. Below the building, several shadowy figures emerged. They moved with remarkable speed, akin to geckos, scaling the walls to the 7th floor's windows. This is the place. They must be asleep here. Caution, this young man is capable of killing even masters, his strength is undeniably terrifying. No matter how fearsome he may be. With our mesmerizing smoke, even grand masters will meet their doom. The figures chuckled coldly as the window was slowly pushed open a crack. A wisp of white smoke wafted into the room. 3 minutes later, it's nearly time. Let us go in and eliminate him, that will complete our mission. The shadows whispered. When they turned back to peer into the window, cold sweat broke out on their brows. Where is he? He has vanished. The group was alarmed to find only Sir Ruoshiwe remaining on the bed, while Yibechen had long since disappeared without a trace. Chapter 27, My Master. The King of Medicine has disappeared. A living being right before our eyes has inexplicably vanished, despite the vigilant watch of several individuals. Such an eerie disappearance. The faces of those present turned ashen in an instant. The moonlight illuminated their features, revealing expressions of sheer terror. Could it be that we are imagining things? One person ventured. It is impossible, when we arrived, he was clearly on the bed. How could he have suddenly disappeared? Another shadowy figure responded. Perhaps he went to the restroom, the charm requires 3 minutes to take effect, speculated a dark silhouette. Another figure quickly concurred, yes. Perhaps he merely got up to relieve himself just as the charm took effect. At that moment, a voice sighed, how foolish you are. Who sent you to kill me? The intelligence of that person must be rather low, to have dispatched 5 celestial-level warriors to eliminate me. The voice carried a hint of exasperation, along with a trace of resignation. You. The shadows looked up, their pupils constricting in fear. Before them lay a scene they would find hard to forget for the rest of their lives. They beheld Yibechen extending a hand, embedding it into the outer wall of the compound, his arm forming a perfect 90-degree angle as he dangled from the wall. Hiss. The group collectively gasped in disbelief. Attack. One shadow shouted. You overestimate your abilities, Yibechen scoffed coldly. He released his grip and, as if defying gravity, soared gracefully towards them. They're coming. Be careful. 2 men in black exclaimed in alarm. Yibechen swiftly closed the distance, raising his fist to strike. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds echoed as his fists connected with their chests. The sound of ribs cracking resounded in the air. The 2 shadows let out agonizing screams as they plummeted from the 7th floor, meeting their demise upon impact. Quick! Take the bone-exploding pill. One of the remaining figures cried out, terror-stricken, as if confronting a specter. The other 2 comrades hastily swallowed a pitch-black pill. They had arrived with 5 celestial-level warriors, only to witness the instant death of 2. Now, they had no choice but to fight with all their might. In the moment they ingested the bone-exploding pill, the 3 shadows felt their power surge dramatically. It was as if an immense force was unfurling within them. Their bodies crackled audibly, as though their bones were shifting, and a layer of vitality enveloped their forms. The trio's auras surged, temporarily elevating them to the realm of junior masters. Yibetchen observed them coldly and remarked, "The bone-exploding peel ignites one's vital essence, providing a fleeting enhancement of strength. The cost? Likely a decade of your lifespan. How do you know this?" The three celestial-level warriors' pupils constricted, their faces etched with astonishment. "I not only know this, but I also understand the process of concocting the bone-exploding peel." Yibetchen replied with a playful glint in his eyes, 30-year-old ginseng, 50-year-old iron bone grass, powdered gold and stone, sulfur. What? You? The three peak celestial-level warriors were on the brink of being overwhelmed with fear, utterly astonished beyond belief. The exploding bone peel is their trump card, allowing them to transcend boundaries and slay martial arts masters. Over the years, it has been employed 3 or 4 times. Yet this time, it was unexpectedly discerned by Yibetchen, who even revealed the formula. The expressions of the three men changed drastically as they scanned Yibetchen with astonishment and disbelief. "Who on earth are you? How could that wild child from the Yi family, 5 years ago, possess such insight? What have you experienced in these 5 years?" They questioned incredulously, chuckling softly. Yibetchen thought to himself, "Do you really wish for me to disclose that I have a master who is the apothecary king? The exploding bone peel is something even dogs would refuse." He then coldly asked, "Who sent you to assassinate me? Want to know? Perhaps in your next life. Kill him." The three men exclaimed, now all martial arts masters, unafraid of him. One of the figures, brimming with blood energy, unleashed the black tiger pouncing heart technique. Like a ferocious tiger, he leaped towards Yibetchen from the windowsill, his hand resembling a tiger's claw, enveloped in true energy, aimed directly at Yibetchen's heart. Yibetchen raised his hand, uninterested in idle conversation, and swiftly seized the man's wrist, yanking it with force. A horrifying scene unfolded as the temporary martial arts master's arm was brutally torn off, blood spraying everywhere. The other 2 men were struck with terror. Yibetchen's strength was simply astonishing. Even with the enhancement of the exploding bone peel, temporarily elevating their true energy to become martial arts masters, they were still no match for him. "Oh!" The black-clad man screamed, his cry echoing throughout the neighborhood. Instantly, numerous windows lit up. Bang! Yibetchen leaped onto the man's back, delivering a crushing stomp. The man plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the concrete ground below, resulting in instant death. At the moment he fell, Yibetchen used the momentum of his kick to propel himself towards the remaining 2 black-clad figures. "Let us flee. This kid is too terrifying." The 2 black-clad men exchanged glances, each seeing the fear mirrored in the other's eyes. How frightening. How utterly terrifying. With one move, he dispatched a martial arts master. What level of power does Yibetchen possess? Like monkeys, the 2 of them plunged their fingers into the wall for added resistance, sliding down to the ground. "Do you think you can escape?" Yibetchen scoffed, leaping from the 7th floor, landing directly below. Bang! The concrete ground exploded, creating 2 deep craters at the center of his landing, with cracks radiating outwards like a spider's web. "You!" The 2 men felt their scalps tingle, nearly stunned to death by shock. The height of the 7th floor was at least 30 meters. Even a martial arts master would likely cripple their legs jumping from such a height. Yet, Yibetchen had done it effortlessly. What manner of being is this? One individual, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, drenched in perspiration. Another attempted to flee, yet his legs felt as though they were encased in cement, barely managing a few steps. Yibetchen advanced with a swift motion, delivering a powerful blow to the man's shoulder. The impact was akin to a mountain descending. Thud! The man sank to his knees. His knees a grotesque mess, utterly shattered. "Ah, spare my life. Please, I beg you. I realize my mistake, do not take my life." The man screamed, terror stripping him of all dignity, his head repeatedly striking the ground in supplication. The black-clad individual, whose legs had turned to jelly, crawled over, joining in the desperate pleas, bowing profusely. Yibechen, amused, remarked, with such feeble abilities, how dared you attempt to assassinate me? Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Yibechen sensed imminent danger, arching his body backward into a bridge-like position. Thud. An arrow whizzed past, nearly grazing his abdomen. Had he not reacted with alacrity, it would surely have pierced his heart. Although Yibechen evaded the deadly projectile, the black-clad man kneeling on the ground was struck down instantly. Another arrow flew forth, obliterating the skull of a second assassin. An execution to silence. Yibechen's expression darkened. He lifted his gaze towards the rooftop of a nearby building, where a shadow flitted away in an instant. Such swiftness in archery. Chapter 28 The Dragon Team's Female Warrior. Do you wish to flee? Yibechen's speed was unparalleled. As he dashed toward the residential building, reaching the rooftop in a mere 3 seconds. The figure turned to glance back, momentarily stunned to see Yibechen had ascended so swiftly. Under the moonlight, her eyes sparkled with clarity, revealing a hint of surprise. Despite her dark attire, her slender silhouette was unmistakable. A woman. Yibechen uttered 2 words. In the darkness, this woman resembled a wildcat, swiftly leaping from the eaves. With a few agile bounds, she reached the rooftop across the way, casting a taunting glance back at Yibechen. Ha! Yibechen, unbothered, casually picked up a tile from the rooftop and hurled it as a projectile. Sensing danger, the woman quickly turned, drawing her bow taut. Whooshed. An arrow was released, instantly shattering the tile Yibechen had thrown. Interesting. A faint smile graced Yibechen's lips as he toyed with her like a cat with a mouse. He again picked up a tile, shattering it and dividing it into 10 pieces to launch. Whooshed. 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 The woman's expression darkened. She shot 10 arrows in rapid succession, accurately demolishing each tile. She paused, casting a challenging look at Yibechen. Is that all you've got? Is it? Yibechen raised his hand once more, tossing out 10 more tiles. The woman fired 9 arrows in response. Yet, as she reached for her quiver to unleash her 10th arrow, she found it empty. Panic gripped her, her beauty paling beneath the veil. Before she could react, a tile flew forth, striking her shoulder with considerable force. Yibechen's strike was powerful. Pain surged through her shoulder, robbing her of strength. She was sent reeling, akin to being struck by a vehicle, and began to plummet from the 20th floor. Is this how I, Yuyue, am destined to perish? Despair clouded her eyes. At that moment, the face appeared before her, Yibechen. As she continued to fall, he descended alongside her. Yuyue's pupils constricted in horror. Was he mad? In the fleeting thought, Yibechen's voice rang out, I can save you, but you must divulge everything you know. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. I promise. Yuyue panicked. In the face of death, no one could remain composed. She was still young and unwilling to die. The instant she acquiesced, Yibechen extended his hands, one encircling her slender waist, the other resting upon her rear. The solid sensation of Yibechen's hands made Yuyue involuntarily gasp. Bang! Yibechen's legs crashed against the ground, his ankles sinking deep into the concrete. Yuyue's body jolted violently, and instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Can I let go now? Yibechen's voice came coldly. I was taken aback, hastily pushing Yibechen away and leaping off him. Her gaze fixed upon the man she intended to assassinate. Remember your words from earlier. You had better answer me truthfully, or I shall ensure your suffering surpasses that of a fatal fall, Yibechen asserted. I scrutinized the young man before her, who appeared to be of similar age, yet possessed an alarming prowess. Moreover, Yibechen's voice resonated with the chilling authority of death itself. I realized that this man was not jesting, he could indeed follow through on his threats. Had that style deviated even slightly, it could have struck her heart, head, or throat, sealing her fate. The agonizing pain in her shoulder compelled her to acknowledge her predicament. She nodded silently. Remove your veil, Yi Beichen commanded. After a moment's hesitation, YWI raised her hand and tore away the fabric obscuring her face. A visage of unblemished beauty, untouched by cosmetics, revealed itself to Yi Beichen. Particularly striking were her eyes, radiating a remarkable purity, rendering it inconceivable that such a girl was an assassin. What is your name? YWI. Who are you? The ace archer of the Dragon Corps. YWI replied with clarity and decisiveness. Upon hearing this, Yi Beichen was momentarily stunned. His brows furrowing, the Dragon Corps? The official special forces of the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, YWI affirmed, gazing intently at Yi Beichen. You annihilated the Zhao family with ruthless methods and even stormed the Wang residence in Jiangnan. The higher-ups are already aware of this matter. They deem you a perilous threat to social stability, and orders have been issued to apprehend you, dead or alive. Yi Beichen was taken aback. He had anticipated that his vendetta against the Zhao family would attract the attention of the authorities. Initially, he had contemplated eliminating the Zhao family to avenge his parents and then retreating to Kunlun Mountain to cultivate in solitude, never to emerge again. However, he had not foreseen the extent of the repercussions stemming from the tragic events surrounding the Yi family. Not only was it linked to the Jiangnan Wang, but perhaps it even involved the legendary war god Ling Feng. Now, it had also starred the Dragon Corps. The higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom had dispatched individuals to eliminate him. Wait, something's amiss. Yi Beichen's brows knitted in suspicion. You claim to be from the Dragon Corps. Yet what of those 5 individuals? If you are an official, why would you turn against your own? Is it not an act of silencing? YWI shook her head, her tone icy. Those 5 were assassins from the Heavenly Kill organization, unrelated to the Dragon Corps. Furthermore, they were fugitives. And I merely dispatched them in passing. I had not anticipated your formidable strength. I intended to return for reinforcements, but you pursued me. Yi Beichen was not satisfied with YWI's explanation. I do not believe you. Just wait and see. After a moment of silence, YWI retrieved a certificate from her pocket. Upon unfolding it, it was indeed an identification proving her status as a soldier of the Dragon Corps, complete with a serial number and the official seal of the Dragon Kingdom's High Command. Name: YWI. Age: 22. Height: 165 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Rank: Major. Serial number: Long A8782. Yi Beichen examined the document meticulously, finding it difficult to dismiss as a forgery. Is Yu Yue truly a member of the Dragon Group? This complicates matters considerably. He had assumed that the official response would take some time. Before the authorities could react, he had already avenged his father by eliminating all his enemies. However, he never anticipated that the Dragon Group would intervene. The Dragon Group is a specialized department dedicated to handling martial artists. When a martial artist commits murder, ordinary soldiers are utterly powerless, even those at the master level are impervious to bullets. At such times, the Dragon Group must step in. Any martial artist posing a threat to the safety of ordinary citizens will be eradicated by the Dragon Group. Yu Yue, concerned that Yi Beichen might be unaware of the Dragon Group, took the liberty to explain. She also hoped that Yi Beichen would exercise caution, knowing that she is a member of the Dragon Group. Yi Beichen, the so-called criminal, would surely not dare to harm her. So, my family of 3 from the Yi clan is destined to be slaughtered by the forces of Jiangnan Wang. My return for vengeance is now deemed a threat to ordinary people. Yi Beichen's eyes blazed with fury. Chapter 29. Do you have that? Yu Yue furrowed her brow. What do you mean? The Zhao family, a noble lineage, upheld justice and the law. Is there any justification for annihilating the Zhao family? The Zhao family upholds justice and the law. Ha ha ha. Yi Beichen seemed to have had the most absurd joke in the world. 5 years ago, my family, my father, my mother and my elder brother were brutally murdered by the men of the king of Jiangnan. The Zhao family, accompanied by warriors, pursued me for 3 months. I had nowhere to turn, no escape. You claim the Zhao family upholds justice and the law. I assent to your dragon team meant to protect ordinary people from the harm of warriors. Where was your dragon team when my family was in peril? Yi Beichun's expression was a mix of amusement and a simmering rage within him. His parents and elder brother had perished like mere ants, without causing a ripple. Now, upon returning for vengeance, he was regarded as a dangerous element. Yu Yue was taken aback. What? Such a thing happened. Ha ha ha. The king of Zhongnan wields absolute power. Are you suggesting that your dragon team was unaware? Yi Beichun chuckled. Yu Yue looked at Yi Beichun with hesitation. There are regional officials everywhere. Zhongnan should be under the jurisdiction of God of War Lingfeng. We in the dragon team truly have not heard of this matter. Come back with me to the dragon team, and I will report this to my superior. We will not let any villain escape, nor will we wrong any innocent. Yu Yue's expression grew serious. If what you say is true, then it is indeed possible that the God of War Lingfeng has been deceitful. Because your account of the tragedy from 5 years ago has not reached the ears of the dragon team. If the king of Zhongnan or the God of War Lingfeng has suppressed this matter, treating it as an ordinary case, the dragon team would not intervene. The dragon team is not afraid of the God of War Lingfeng and can advocate for you. Yi Beichun frowned. Yu Yue's words held some truth. Yet, he remained skeptical. Seeing Yi Beichun's hesitation, Yu Yue continued, Yi Beichun, do you not wish to clear your parents' name? Even if you kill many in vengeance for your parents, the world will only see you as a murderer. If what you say is indeed true, I can assist you. I will immediately investigate this matter upon my return and report it to the higher-ups. Yi Beichun scoffed, why should I trust you? I, Yu Yue, abhor evil. If the God of War Lingfeng is indeed colluding with the king of Zhongnan to harm innocent people, even if he is a god of war, we will deal with him. Yu Yue declared with righteous fervor. Yi Beichun was momentarily taken aback. This woman, was she deluded? Did she truly believe that she, a mere female warrior of the dragon team, could sway the God of War Lingfeng? How naive. Incredibly naive. Almost endearingly so. How could this female warrior of the dragon team possess such simplistic notions? Yi Beichun preferred to believe that the influential figures would shield one another rather than trust that Yu Yue would investigate the God of War Lingfeng for the sake of his parents. I swear. Yu Yue suddenly raised her hand. As she lifted herself, a sharp pain surged from the wound on her shoulder. Yi Beichun approached and extracted 3 silver needles, piercing them into Yu Yue's shoulder. The needles sank into her flesh, vanishing in an instant. The blood from her shoulder ceased flowing, and the pain dissipated. She looked at Yi Beichun in surprise, questioning his motives. Why help me? It is not for you, Yi Beichun replied, shaking his head, his gaze flickering with determination. He sought to avenge the deaths of his parents and elder brother, refusing to let them perish without justice. Even in their absence, he was resolute in clearing their names. He believed not only in avenging his parents but also in unveiling the truth for all to see. I am helping myself. Helping yourself? Yu Yue was puzzled. Yi Beichun continued, these 3 silver needles, while staunching your blood, have also entered your bloodstream. They will flow with your veins. From this moment forth, you may live. As an official and a member of the Dragon Group, you will undoubtedly uncover the cause of my parents' demise. Your expertise in tracking down the culprits will surpass mine. If you can provide me with answers within a week, I shall save you. Otherwise, these needles will remain in your heart, piercing it with every beat, leading you to a painful demise. Yi Beichun spoke as if it were a trivial matter. Do not entertain the thought of seeking a doctor for surgery. No one besides me can save you. Yu Yue's delicate face turned pale. You are so ruthless. Ha! A man without venom is no man at all. How can I trust you are not deceiving me? Yi Beichun scoffed. 5 years prior, while fleeing for his life, he had been betrayed by a seemingly honest farming couple. Just as he had evaded Zhao Achun's pursuit, he fell victim to their treachery. Upon his return, he could not afford to trust strangers easily again. Very well. Yue clenched her teeth. I will uncover the truth within a week. After declaring her commitment, she quickly departed, disappearing into the darkness. Yi Beichen touched his nose. Watching her retreating figure, Ben suddenly smiled. She is an intriguing girl, I hope she brings me some leads. Upon returning to the vicinity of Xia Ruoshue's apartment, Yi Beichen found the area cordoned off with police tape, officers bustling about. To his surprise, Wang Zhenjia was amidst the crowd. Many residents, awakened by the commotion, gathered around the barricade to witness the spectacle. The bodies of 5 wanted criminals lay covered with white sheets, while others took photographs. Hey, yet another 5 A-class wanted criminals. Wang Zhenjia was on the phone. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Beichen turned and exited the complex. He took another route, scaling walls, and entered the living room of Xia Ruoshue's rental apartment. Oh! As he stepped into the room, a startled cry pierced the air. He turned to see Sun Qian in her nightgown, her cup slipping from her grasp and shattering on the floor. The moonlight cascaded through the window, illuminating her figure. It's me, Yi Beichen announced. Sun Qian was taken aback, patting her chest, seemingly oblivious to her disarray. Oh, it's you. I thought a thief had broken in. What on earth is happening outside? Why are there so many officers? I don't know, Yi Beichen replied, shaking his head, and turned to enter Xia Ruoshue's room. Suddenly, Sun Qian smiled and called out to Yi Beichen, hey, do you have something to discuss? Yi Beichen turned back, puzzled. Sun Qian grinned, you too. Is there something going on between you? Is there anything of that sort? What sort? Yi Beichen's confusion deepened. With a knowing expression, Sun Qian teased. TSK, still playing dumb. After 5 years apart, meeting for the first time, then ending up in bed together, surely there's some fiery chemistry. Ruoshue hasn't had a boyfriend throughout her 4 years of university. A match made in heaven, indeed. And she is still a pure maiden. You better not forget her after a night together. Coughing awkwardly, Yi Beichen nearly stumbled upon hearing such explicit remarks. Don't say such things. He quickly pushed open the door to Xia Ruoshue's room and stepped inside. Though Yi Beichen possessed martial prowess capable of defeating martial masters with ease in matters of romance, he was utterly inexperienced. As a young man brimming with passion, how could he withstand Sun Qian's insinuations? Upon entering the room, he was greeted by the sight of Xia Ruoshue sprawled in a starfish position, the moonlight illuminating her skin. Her graceful legs seemed to stretch endlessly. A surge of warmth coursed through Yi Beichen's veins. Sighing, he lamented, isn't this compelling one to commit a crime? Chapter 30, Yi Beichen. You scoundrel! Yi Beichen approached the window, gazing down at Xia Ruoshue. The girl lay there, her figure, skin, and beauty epitomizing perfection. Yi Beichen, please don't go, murmured Xia Ruoshue in her sleep. Yi Beichen touched his nose, pondering whether he was to incur yet another emotional debt. The following morning, just as Yi Beichen finished his morning routine, a knocking resounded at the door. Sun Qian opened it to find a group of officers barging in, led by Wang Zhenjia. You must be Sun Qian. Did you hear anything unusual last night? Wang Zhenjia, with her striking figure, strode confidently into the room. The other officers began to search the living room for valuable clues. Last night? No, I didn't hear anything, Sun Qian replied, shaking her head. At that moment, Yi Beichen emerged from Xia Ruoshue's room, with Xia Ruoshue following closely behind. Wang Zhenjia frowned and asked, did you two spend the night together? She recognized Yi Beichen, knowing that her cousin, Wang Ruyan, had a close relationship with him. Wang Zhenjia speculated that Yi Beichen might be Wang Ruyan's man. Given that Yi Beichen was already involved with Wang Ruyan yet shared a room and a night with another woman, it was inevitable that something had transpired. Strangely, Yi Beichen appeared unfazed and calmly replied, Officer, how does this relate to your investigation? Wang Zhenjia, feeling a surge of anger, looked down on Yi Beichen, whom she considered a scoundrel. I know what you are, Yi Beichen. Regarding the Zhao family incident in Zhongnan, I am already aware. Wang Ruyan killed Jiangnan Wang for you. And yet you treat her this way. What do you mean by treat her? Yi Beichen questioned, bewildered. Huh? A scoundrel is a scoundrel. Wang Jianjia sneered before issuing an order to Yi Beichen. I cannot concern myself with the Zhongnan affair, nor do I know your background. However, 5 individuals were killed in this complex last night, and surveillance footage captured a figure resembling you in the act. You have the right to remain silent. But every word you utter from now on will serve as evidence in court. Wang Jianjia pointed at Yi Beichen, commanding, cuff him and take him away. A group of officers swiftly surrounded him, brandishing silver handcuffs. Stop. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside, as a stunning woman with an imposing presence entered the hall. Yi Beichen's brow furrowed. What was she doing here? The newcomer was none other than Hon Yu, accompanied by several men exuding a powerful aura, martial arts masters. 3 martial arts masters as protection, truly the hallmark of the Hon family from Zhonghai. She had spent the entire night tracking down Yi Beichen's arrival in Jinling. Without delay, she rushed to Jinling, employing various means to discover his whereabouts. Who are you? Wang Jianjia inquired, eyeing Hon Yu. Calmly, Hon Yu replied. You do not need to know who I am, you only need to understand that I am protecting this man. From this moment forth, you shall not take him away. Are you attempting to hinder the officer from performing her duties? Wang Jianjia scoffed. Hon Yu, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter, promptly retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Chief Lu, I have a friend who has been misunderstood by your personnel. They are currently attempting to take my friend away. I would appreciate it if you could instruct your team to withdraw for a moment. She glanced at Wang Jianjia's badge, which read JL55683937, and nodded, all right, I shall wait for 2 minutes. Chief Lu. Wang Jianjia's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that this woman was contacting her superior's superior? No sooner had Hon Yu hung up the call than, within a minute, her phone rang. Hello, Chief Lu. Wang Jianjia was taken aback. The call was not coming from her personal phone but from the official pager of the police. The badge number displayed was JL00000001. The direct line to the highest authority in the police department of Jinling. It could reach any officer at any time. What? On what grounds do you suspect Yi Beichen to be connected to the deaths of the 5 A-level wanted criminals from last night? I must take him in for questioning. Wang Jianjia's delicate features darkened. Chief Lu replied, Wang Jianjia, you belong to the prestigious Wang family, you should understand that I am under immense pressure as well. You cannot take this person away. Why persist? Wang Jianjia retorted angrily, Chief Lu, is there such a thing as favoritism in law enforcement? You. Chief Lu, feeling the weight of her lineage, restrained his words. He could only advise, Wang Jianjia, could you do me a favor? I promise to explain this matter to you later. But if you insist, I will have no choice but to suspend you. He wielded both authority and persuasion. Wang Jianjia's expression fluctuated before she ultimately chose to relent. She shot Yi Beichen a glare, do not let this happen again, you will not have a second chance. With a stamp of her foot, she turned and departed with her subordinates. Hon Yu regarded Yi Beichen with a beaming smile. Dr. Yi, I must apologize for my actions yesterday in Jiangnan. Dr. Yi? Xia Ruoshue and San Chen exchanged astonished glances. Yi Beichen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coolly inquiring, what brings you here? Dr. Yi. My grandfather's condition is indeed as you described. Hon Yu felt compelled to speak, unwilling to offend a physician of Yi Beichen's caliber, regardless of her family's standing. Even the most prestigious masters would choose to show deference in the presence of a physician such as Yi Beichen. One may disregard the powerful, the wealthy, and the military. But one must never dismiss a doctor of Yi Beichen's stature. No one can guarantee a lifetime free from illness, as long as one is susceptible to sickness. There will come a day when they seek a doctor's aid. With just a glance at her grandfather, Yi Beichen had discerned the entirety of his ailment and, with a few words, had enabled her grandfather, who had been paralyzed for 5 years, to stand once more. Hon Yu had witnessed this miracle firsthand and had unwavering faith in Yi Beichen's medical prowess. Otherwise, she would not have sought him out personally. Oh. Yi Beichen responded with a casual nod. His attitude did not provoke anger in Hon Yu, rather, it deepened her reverence. What is wrong with a capable person possessing a bit of temperament? As long as the other party does not issue an eviction order. Hon Yu believes she can persuade him. Dr. Yi, I sincerely invite you to Zhonghai to treat my grandfather, Hon Yu said with a genuine smile. However, Yi Beichen promptly declined, stating, I have no interest. Just because you invite me, does that mean I must go? Who do you think I am? Hon Yu remained unfazed, as though she had anticipated his refusal. With an air of confidence, she replied, Dr. Yi, it would be prudent to review these materials before making a decision. Yesterday, I learned of your esteemed identity, and the events that transpired in Zhongnan were truly astonishing. Therefore, I utilized the connections of the Han family to investigate certain occurrences from 5 years ago. Everything is contained within this folder. After she spoke, a female secretary approached and presented the folder to Yi Beichen with both hands. Matters from 5 years ago. Yi Beichen's expression darkened. Hon Yu nodded, saying, Indeed. Including some truths that I am certain you would find intriguing. Chapter 31, Zhou Ruoyu is in danger. Yi Beichen gazed at the folder in his hands, which meticulously documented a case from 5 years ago. Hon Yu had described in the file she provided that this was a case of home invasion robbery. The perpetrator had already faced justice. Even though the entire Jiangnan was aware that the Yi family of 3 had been murdered by martial artists. The official records at the Jiangnan archive stated that the Yi family of 4 perished at the hands of a band of robbers. Yes, the family of 4. Excluding his parents and elder brother, Yi Beichen's records were clearly inscribed within. His age at death was fixed at 18. I have thoroughly investigated and found that the individuals behind this incident were none other than the king of Jiangnan and the Zhao family. Hon Yu spoke slowly, however. The Zhao family is not the true mastermind. Zhao Bekhen was merely responsible for the cleanup, subsequently absorbing some of the Yi family's assets, and nothing more. This document was commissioned by the king of Jiangnan. I have verified this without a doubt. As for the other connections, they are all outlined therein. 2 celestial martial artists serving the king of Jiangnan, one named Hong Shao and the other Hong Wu, both perished at your hands. We have also investigated the king of Jiangnan. He has served in the military for 42 years and bears no enmity towards the Yi family. He has held dominion over Jiangnan for 15 years, without any conflict with the Yi family. 5 years ago, the Yi family was merely a moderately affluent household. Hardly a wealthy clan. How could they have any grievances with the king of Jiangnan? Yet, on a fateful day 5 years ago, 2 of the king's retainers stormed the Yi residence. Was it merely a stroke of misfortune for the Yi family? In just one night, the Han family unraveled the entire sequence of events. The implications are striking. If left to Yi Beichen to investigate, he would likely struggle to uncover the intricacies. Yi Beichen turned the page. Hon Yu's voice flowed like water as she continued, I have scrutinized all the phone records of the king of Jiangnan from 5 years ago. On the eve of the tragedy at the Yi residence, a peculiar call was made to the king. This individual. At this point, Hon Yu paused. Yi Beichen noticed that on that page, next to the name of the person who called the king, there was a large question mark. Ling Feng, the war god. Yi Beichen's eyes narrowed. Hon Yu was taken aback. She had intended to create suspense and not disclose everything to Yi Beichen. She had not anticipated that he would guess this name. She could only nod, yes, Ling Feng, the war god. Is he truly connected to the death of my parents? Yi Beichen's eyes narrowed further, a fierce glint flickering within. Hon Yu remained silent for a moment before saying, Yishani, up to this point, I have not pursued the investigation further. One night is insufficient. However, she paused. A hint of cold pride appearing in her beautiful eyes. If you were to take action to save my grandfather, the Hon family would not shy away from continuing the inquiry. The war god Ling Feng is a powerful official in the southeast province. He commands the 4 major realms of Jiangdong, Jiangnan, Jiangbei, and Jinling, all under his control. With an army of 1.2 million at his command. In ancient times, he could have easily proclaimed himself emperor. The Hon family does not fear the wind god of battle, their foundation is indeed formidable. Yi Beichen gazed coldly at Hon Yu and inquired. Are you proposing a transaction with me? Everyone has their own desires, Hon Yu replied with a smile. No need for that. I shall seek out the wind god of battle on my own. Yi Beichen replied, shaking his head resolutely. What? You intend to confront the wind god of battle alone? Has this young man lost his mind, or is he merely too naive to comprehend the dangers? Does he not realize the terrifying nature of the wind god of battle? He is the sole grandmaster of the southeast province, the one and only king in that region. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances in Zhonghai, and the Hon family's connections in Longdu, they would never dare to pursue the wind god of battle. Despite Yi Beichen's considerable strength and astonishing medical skills, how could he possibly contend with the wind god of battle? Is he overconfident? At such a young age, possessing both power and medical prowess, it is indeed easy to become arrogant, but perhaps he has taken it too far. Hon Yu mused internally. Just as she was about to speak, her phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. Yi Beichen answered the call. Are you Yi Beichen? Is it true that you used that card to make a purchase of 10 million RMB at a luxury car dealership in Longwa? Is that card in your possession? The caller's Mandarin was far from fluent, heavily accented with a foreign intonation. Who are you? Yi Beichen frowned. The foreign man on the other end replied. You need not concern yourself with who we are, nor do you have the right to know. How did you acquire that card? Did you find it? Let me inform you, that card holds significant weight. It is in your best interest to return it, or else you will never see your fiancé or family again. Slap. A sharp sound echoed through the phone. Beichen, don't come back, came Zhou Ruoyu's voice. The foreign man continued, no matter where you are. If you fail to return within an hour, we will resort to lethal measures and come for you personally. Do not doubt our capabilities, we can find you anywhere. Beep. Beep, beep. With that, the foreign man abruptly ended the call. An hour. How could he possibly return from Jinling in that time? Ruoyu. Yi Beichen's eyes blazed with fury. Throughout his 5 years of exile, Zhou Ruoyu had sacrificed so much for his family. She had tended to the graves of his parents and brother. She had always kept him in her thoughts. He had yet to repay her kindness, and now, because of him, her family was in peril. I do not care who you are, if you dare to harm Ruoyu's family, I will annihilate you all. Yi Beichen's eyes blazed with intense rage. Dr. Yi, what has happened? Hon Yu was startled by Yi Beichen's demeanor. I need to reach Jiangnan within an hour. Yi Beichen growled like a wild beast. Without hesitation, Hon Yu nodded, understood, I will prepare everything immediately. She promptly took out her phone, arranged for a plane to meet me at the rooftop of Sunshine Jin City as quickly as possible. Hon Yu's capabilities were astounding. By the time Yi Beichen and she reached the rooftop, the plane was already hovering above. Lower the rope ladder. Yi Beichen ascended directly. Hon Yu, agile in her movements, followed closely behind. She too was a martial artist, albeit of modest prowess, possessing only the strength of the Shen level. Your meridians are obstructed, if you could unblock them, your power would ascend to new heights, Yi Beichen remarked suddenly. Hon Yu's heart leaped with joy as she grasped his intent. Thank you, divine physician Yi, she exclaimed. Yi Beichen's gaze darkened as he turned towards the direction of Jiangnan. Without further ado, Hon Yu instructed the aircraft to hasten towards Jiangnan. After Yi Beichen and the others departed, Xia Ruoxue and San Qian remained in the room, still in a daze. After a prolonged silence, San Qian finally blushed and asked, Ruoxue, who on earth is Yi Beichen? Just now, the matters he discussed with that woman, my heavens. It involved the king of Jiangnan and the war god Lingfeng. Though Sun Qian was an ordinary girl, she was aware of the significance of the king of Jiangnan and the war god Lingfeng. For an average person, these figures were nothing short of monumental. Did Yi Beichen harbor enmity towards them? The very thought left Sun Qian astounded. Chapter 32. What is his background? Xia Ruoxue wore a look of shock, shaking her head as she exclaimed, I have no idea what's going on. You have no idea? You spent the night with him. Sun Qian placed a hand on her forehead. Xia Ruoxue shook her head, her cheeks flashing with embarrassment. Don't say such things, we didn't do anything. I hardly believe that. You two must have done something last night, Sun Qian insisted, doubt evident in her tone. She then adopted a lovesick demeanor. Oh my. I never imagined your crush could hold his own against figures like the king of Jiangnan and the god of war, Lingfeng. He is simply invincible. Ruoxue. You must tell me, what is his true background? Please, do share. Sun Qian's face was flushed with excitement. However, Xia Ruoxue appeared perplexed, pondering the true identity of the man she admired. The journey took 2 hours, and the plane arrived in 30 minutes. To avoid alarming their target, Yi Beichen instructed the aircraft to hover 500 meters away from the Zhou family's villa, at an altitude of about 100 meters. Yi Beichen eagerly opened the cabin door. Dr. Yi, wait. We are 100 meters up. Hon Yu hurriedly cautioned. Before she could finish her sentence, she witnessed Yi Beichen leap into the air. He actually jumped. Hon Yu was left utterly astounded. This was a height of 100 meters. Even a martial arts master would likely perish from such a fall. The highest recorded jump for a martial arts master was only from 50 meters without injury. 100 meters is equivalent to over 30 stories. Should an ordinary person fall from such a height, they would surely become nothing more than a splatter of flesh. Third, Yi Beichen landed firmly, creating a deep crater in the ground. Whooshed. Yi Beichen moved with astonishing speed, dashing toward the Zhou residence like a sprinter. Quick, descend. Hon Yu. In a panic, I urged the pilot to bring the plane down. For Yi Beichen, the 500 meters was covered in mere half a minute. The gates of the Zhou family's villa were tightly shut, and all the windows were drawn with curtains. On the rooftop, 3 Caucasian snipers discreetly aimed their rifles at Yi Beichen. Upon spotting him, one sniper immediately communicated via radio, "Boss, we have an intruder, not certain if it's that kid." At that moment, the gap in the second-floor curtains of the villa opened. Based on the surveillance footage from the driveway, it should be him. Let him in. Understood. After a brief exchange, the grand entrance of the Zhou villa swung open. The interior remained cloaked in darkness due to the drawn curtains. Yi Beichen, undaunted, strode confidently into the villa. Bang! With a resounding crash, the villa's door slammed shut behind him. The overhead lights flickered on, revealing 4 or 5 armed Caucasian men aiming their weapons at the back of Yi Beichen. Go! They urged, prodding him with the butt of their guns. In the forefront, seated upon a sofa, was a Caucasian man, elegantly holding a goblet as he savored a glass of red wine. His complexion was pale, his physique tall and slender, and his features possessed a striking 3-dimensional quality. Upon seeing Yi Beichen's arrival, he slowly rose, exuding an air of aristocracy, and in somewhat halting Mandarin inquired, "Are you the Yi Beichen? Where are Ruo Yu and Uncle Zhou?" Yi Beichen replied coldly. The white man curled the corner of his mouth in a hint of arrogance, responding, "Am I the one asking you, or are you asking me? I am Yi Beichen." Not having spotted Zhou Ruo Yu, Yi Beichen was compelled to temporarily suppress his murderous intent. "Very well," the white man nodded, his demeanor calm. "And what of the bank card?" Yi Beichen raised his hand, pinching a bank card between 2 fingers. This card was comparable in size to an ordinary bank card, yet it was extraordinarily exquisite. It was adorned with a circle of diamonds, and the front featured intricate golden engravings of a dragon, a black bear, a tiger, a lion, and an eagle. All vividly lifelike. At the sight of this card, the white man's pupils constricted sharply, and his breath quickened. Unable to contain his excitement, he stepped forward, eager to grasp the card. Yi Beichen, however, held it firmly, stating calmly, "If Ruoyu is not visible, I shall destroy it immediately." "You dare?" The white man, now agitated, had bloodshot blue eyes and bellowed furiously, "If you dare to destroy this card, I assure you, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Yi Beichen regarded him with indifference. The white man inhaled deeply, taking several gasps to regain his composure, before shouting, "Bring them up." Zhou Ruoyu, Zhou Tianhao, and Li Haixia were brought forth, bound and gagged, fortunately having endured no torment. Yi Beichen exhaled slightly in relief. Now that they are here, it is time for the card to be handed over, is it not? The white man cast a sinister glance at Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen pointed towards the villa's entrance. "Let them leave fast." The white man pondered for a moment. With only Yi Beichen present, they had over 30 individuals, including more than 20 mercenaries and 3 mercenary kings, comparable to martial arts masters, who were not intimidated by Yi Beichen. The white man nodded, "Release them and let them go." Zhou Ruoyu's family was untied. With a worried expression, Zhou Ruoyu urged, "Beichen, why have you returned? You must leave at once." "Uncle Zhou, take Ruoyu away." Yi Beichen gently shook his head. Zhou Tianhao's expression fluctuated, but he nodded at Yi Beichen, understanding that if Yi Beichen dared to come, he surely had the means to handle these men. The 3 of them departed the Zhou family villa. Once he saw Zhou Ruoyu's family safely leave, Yi Beichen slowly tucked the bank card into his pocket. The white man's face darkened. "What are you doing?" Yi Beichen, with his hands clasped behind his back, ignored the white man and leisurely approached the sofa in the villa. Settling down, he picked up a transparent glass and poured himself a glass of red wine from the table, behaving as though he were in his own home. Amidst the astonished gazes of a group of Caucasians, Yi Beichen leisurely savored a sip and remarked, "A 1982 Lafite, Uncle Zhou possesses exquisite taste. Incredible. Such audacity. Seeking demise." The white man's gaze turned frigid as he drew a Swiss Army knife from his waist. Like a serpent, it lunged towards Yi Beichen's throat. Clang! Yi Beichen effortlessly extended 2 fingers, capturing the Swiss Army knife with ease, then exerted a powerful twist. Remarkably, the top-grade alloy Swiss Army knife was snapped in twain between his fingers. "Is this even human?" "Oh!" The blade flew forth, embedding itself into the white man's thigh, causing him to collapse to the ground, wailing in agony. The other mercenaries within the villa, witnessing this, prepared to raise their weapons and fire upon Yi Beichen. Bang! With one hand holding a glass, Yi Beichen's wrist flicked. The glass shattered, and with a swift motion, shards scattered like petals in the wind. Pooh! 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 Each mercenary who sought to act found a shard lodged in their skull. A dozen mercenaries fell, lifeless on the spot. Damn! Behind Yi Beichen, 3 mercenary kings emerged. They advanced from 3 directions, intent on slaying Yi Beichen. Chapter 33, Yi Beichen, is my master truly this formidable? 3 kings of mercenaries, comparable to martial arts masters. One moves like a venomous serpent. Another, like a ferocious tiger. The last, akin to a lion. The man, resembling a serpent, with unparalleled speed, reached behind Yi Beichen and struck towards his head with a punch. Without even turning his head, Yi Beichen extended a hand and grasped the man's wrist. With a powerful tug, a resounding crash echoed as the man was flung away like a lifeless dog. The wall of the Zhou family's villa bore a human-shaped hole, a testament to his demise. The mercenary king, akin to a fierce tiger, charged at him, his strength overwhelming, muscles rippling across his frame. His fists swung like colossal hammers. One aimed at Yi Beichen's heart, the other targeting his throat. With a cold chuckle, Yi Beichen reacted with lightning speed, seizing the man's wrist. A surge of brute force erupted as the tiger-like mercenary's pupils widened in terror, a horrified scream escaping his lips as he realized Ibechen was tearing his arms apart. With a thunderous punch, Ibechen retaliated in kind, striking the area where the man's heart resided. The impact resonated as the mercenary king's heart was shattered, leading to his untimely demise. The final mercenary king, pale with fear, gasped in shock, unable to fathom the sheer terror of Ibechen's prowess. He turned to flee, prioritizing his life above all else. Ibechen lunged forward, delivering a kick that struck the man's back with the force of a freight truck. Blood spewed forth as the last mercenary king felt the impact. In the instant before his body hit the ground, Ibechen appeared at his landing spot, extending a hand to grasp his neck. With a sharp crack, the final mercenary king's neck was snapped, and he fell lifeless. Who are you?" The white man stammered, his face a mask of shock. Was this truly human? A dozen mercenaries had fallen to a mere glass of water. 3 mercenary kings had not withstood even a minute, all slain by this young man from the Dragon Kingdom. He was nothing short of a demon. Ibechen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly approaching the white man, then spoke coolly, "Is it I who inquires, or you?" In that moment, Ibechen resembled the Grim Reaper. A palpable dread enveloped the white man, his heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. The earlier arrogance had vanished entirely. Trembling, he stammered, "I am William, a member of the Rothschild family. You cannot kill me. Our family controls 1/5 of the world's wealth. I am one of the heirs. You cannot end my life. I cannot die if you kill me. Dragon Kingdom will face economic sanctions. Spare me, and I can offer you vast riches. Money, beauty, power. Status, whatever you desire. Just please, do not take my life." William revealed his identity, the Rothschild family. Any individual is acutely aware of the terror that looms over their family. Even the sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom, cognizant of his identity, would hesitate to take his life, for such an act could escalate into a dreadful diplomatic incident. Thus, William hastily elucidated his origins, employing both threats and enticements, hoping that Ibechen would refrain from harming him. Ibechen let out a cold laugh, declaring, "You have taken Ruoyu's family hostage, sought my life, and yet expect me to spare you." In a state of panic, William prostrated himself, repeatedly bowing his head. "I acknowledge my mistakes, esteemed sir. I implore you, do not take my life. You seek me for this card, do you not?" Ibechen resumed his seat on the sofa, pinching a card between his fingers. It was indeed the very bank card, adorned with intricate engravings of a golden dragon, a black bear, a tiger, a lion, and an eagle, exceedingly luxurious in appearance. Upon beholding the card, William's pupils dilated, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "Yes, revered sir, the origin of this card is rather formidable. If you were to relinquish it to me, I would gladly offer you $1 billion, or no, $100 billion. What say you?" William, astute as he was, quickly discerned that Ibechen was unfamiliar with the card. $100 billion. Ibechen was taken aback. During his descent from the mountain, a master had tossed this bank card to him. He speculated that it might contain assets in the realm of 1 or 2 billion. However, he had not inquired further about the exact amount. Yet, William was proposing a staggering $100 billion for this card. What was its true nature? What kind of enchantment did it possess? Could it be that my master truly wields control over a world-class consortium, as he claimed? Ibechen furrowed his brow, enveloped in doubt. In his possession was also a jade ring, which his master asserted was a token of the imperial teacher of the Dragon Kingdom, along with a medallion purported to summon the 30,000 elite troops of Jerusalem. Yet he had dismissed all of it as mere folly, finding the masters increasingly unreliable. As if each were merely boasting. He had thought they were merely amusing themselves at his expense. Seeing William's reaction left Ibechen somewhat bewildered. Could it be that there was truth to these claims? How much wealth lay within this card? After a moment of contemplation, he inquired in a steady voice. "William, Taken aback, regarded Ibetchen with hesitance, contemplating whether to reveal the truth. Just as he was about to fabricate a lie, Ibetchen's icy voice pierced through. "Should you deceive me, I shall send you to meet your God." William trembled, completely overwhelmed by the palpable threat emanating from Ibetchen. With his forehead pressed to the floor, he quaked as he explained, "Esteemed sir, I would not dare to deceive you. The owner of this card single-handedly established the Rothschild family, the Morgan family, when Citibank is but his private garden. The treasury of the Dragon Kingdom is at his disposal, as are the world's oil, gold, and diamond resources, all his private enterprises. However, a century ago, the owner of this card vanished, and thus this emblem of identity also fell into obscurity. A day prior, you had withdrawn 10 million RMB in cash from the Dragon Kingdom. And the masters of the foremost financial conglomerates have already become aware of the emergence of this card. Who is the owner of this bank card?" Ibetchen's expression was peculiar. William respectfully replied, "He is the patriarch of our Western world." Ibetchen was taken aback. Master 27, does he not possess the moniker the Godfather? Little did he know that his own master was so formidable. He had always assumed that those individuals were merely a group of reclusive sages, detached from the world. Some were martial arts enthusiasts, others eccentricities, and some were well-versed in medicine. Although there were titles such as the King of Medicine from Yojong and the Deadly Pharmacist. To be referred to as the Godfather of all Europe was indeed astonishing. Were the identities of the other masters also legitimate? Ibetchen felt somewhat bewildered. If Wang Ruyon were to know Ibetchen's thoughts, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Silly junior brother, if our masters were not extraordinary, from where would my confidence stem?" Chapter 34, Belongings of the Yi family. Upon hearing William's explanation, Ibetchen gained a rough understanding of Master 27's identity. "If that is the case, as long as I possess this card, I can swipe any amount I desire," Ibetchen remarked. William coughed, "Ahem, esteemed gentleman, your aspirations are rather modest. With this card, all the assets held by the world's top 5 financial conglomerates are at your disposal. All properties under their names are yours as well. You may wield over 80% of the world's wealth at your whim. With this card, the mere word from you could bankrupt the Wolf Nation. A single utterance could lead to a change in the presidency of the Eagle Nation." It sounded fantastical, yet in the realm of Western capitalism, it is indeed feasible. "A change in the presidency, you say?" Ibetchen mused, stroking his chin, seemingly intrigued. Observing Ibetchen deep in thought. A glint of malice flickered in William's eyes as he secretly chuckled, "Boy, I'll send you on your way." Crack. William pressed a button on his wrist. Boom. Smoke billowed. A bullet shot forth from his chest, darting towards Ibetchen's head with lightning speed. It was a compact pistol, cleverly concealed at his chest. With a simple press of the wrist switch, the bullet would be propelled out. With less than 2 meters separating them, no one could react in time. Hee. At the moment of firing, a sinister smile adorned William's face. "Die, you." But in the next instant, William froze, his smile abruptly vanishing. His body turned icy. And he gaped at Ibetchen as if he had seen a ghost. Are you human or a spectre?" William was on the brink of madness. The bullet had been caught by Ibetchen. Indeed, it was pinched between 2 fingers. Although the compact pistol lacked significant power, it was just a 2-meter distance. How did Ibetchen react so swiftly? "You still wish to kill me?" A cold smile curled at Ibetchen's lips. William felt a chill coursing through him. A sense of impending death enveloping his being, he was as petrified as stone, crouching there, paralyzed with fear. Ibetchen approached him, step by step. No. "I'm sorry, it was an accident," William stammered, retreating hastily. His legs, already injured, buckled under him with a sharp pain, causing him to tumble to the ground. "Is that so? Then let me have an accident as well," Ibetchen replied with a faint smile, flicking his finger. The bullet from the compact pistol shot out even faster than before, piercing directly through William's heart. Boom! William's lifeless body collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. his face still etched with terror. Have you had enough? After killing William, Yi Beichen spoke coolly. Outside, Honyu shuddered involuntarily, as she, the eldest daughter of the Han family from Zhonghai, anxiously pushed open the grand door of the Zhou family's villa. Dr. Yi, I didn't mean to. How are Ruoyu and the others? Yi Beichen inquired coldly. In that moment, Honyu felt as though she was standing before an emperor, devoid of any will to resist. They are well, my subordinates are protecting them. Yi Beichen nodded slightly and remarked, what occurred earlier must remain confidential, you understand my meaning. Correct? I understand. Honyu nodded repeatedly, her heart already stirred by tumultuous waves. These foreigners were, in fact, members of a formidable overseas consortium. The sight of Yi Beichen effortlessly catching a bullet at such close range and then turning it against William left Honyu in awe. Very well. Ensure this place is tidied up. With that, Yi Beichen turned and exited the Zhou family villa. For the astute, he deemed lengthy explanations unnecessary. Once Yi Beichen departed, Honyu found herself drenched in sweat. In that fleeting moment, she harbored a terrifying illusion that a single misstep in her words could lead Yi Beichen to take her life, regardless of her status as the eldest daughter of the Han family. After leaving the Zhou family villa, Yi Beichen sought out Zhou Ruoyu and her family. Startled from the earlier events, Zhou Ruoyu rushed into his embrace upon seeing him return safely. Brother Beichen, she trembled incessantly. Yi Beichen smiled, holding the lovely girl close, gently patting her shoulder, and reassuring her, it's all right now, you should stay at my home, this place isn't safe. Your home? The members of the Zhou family were taken aback. Wasn't Yi Beichen's residence abandoned long ago? However, upon arriving at the former Jiangnan prince's residence, now the Yi family estate, they were utterly astonished. Zhou Tianhao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Beichen, the Jiangnan prince's residence is now yours. Indeed, Uncle Zhou. You shall reside here from now on, Yi Beichen replied with a smile. His 10th senior sister had dispatched several elite martial artists and a grandmaster to conceal themselves within the Yi family estate. It would be relatively safe for Zhou Ruoyu and her family to stay there. He needed to investigate the circumstances surrounding his parents' demise and could not afford to return each time punctually. Given the shock endured by the Zhou family, Yi Beichen advised, when I find the time to visit Shanghai, I shall personally pay a visit to the Han family to treat your grandfather. Honyu hesitated slightly, expressing concern, but what about my grandfather's leg? Yi Beichen, fully aware of Honyu's worries, reassured her, rest assured, with this prescription, your grandfather will be able to walk immediately. Moreover, he will be lively and sprightly, just like any ordinary person. The only distinction is that it cannot be completely cured. I will have the opportunity to visit Shanghai once more to provide a thorough remedy for your grandfather. Upon hearing this, Honyu was overjoyed and quickly acquiesced. Yi Beichen wasted no time and promptly penned a prescription, handing it to Honyu to send her on her way. She left, expressing her profound gratitude and leaving her business card and contact information behind. Her grandfather had instructed her never to offend Yi Beichen. She dared not act presumptuously. That evening, Li Haixia and Zhou Ruoyu busily prepared an elaborate feast. Yi Beichen gazed at the spread before him, moved. It was the first time in 5 years that he savored the flavors of home-cooked meals. At the dining table, Zhou Tianhao appeared to struggle with his words, attempting several times to speak but ultimately restraining himself. After finishing his meal, Yi Beichen set down his chopsticks and smiled. Addressing Zhou, uncle, what is it that you wish to say? Please, do not hesitate. Zhou Tianhao took a deep breath, Beichen. I am aware of your prowess as a martial artist, even the king of Jiangnan does not intimidate you. In the future, you are likely to become a figure of the caliber of the war god Lingfeng. There are certain matters I have pondered for quite some time, and I believe it is imperative that I clarify them with you. Should we reclaim that which rightfully belongs to the Yi family? Yi Beichen was momentarily taken aback, that which belongs to the Yi family. Chapter 35, The Fear of Chaos and the Fear of Order. Indeed, It belongs to the Yi family. Zhou Tianhao nodded, gazing into Yi Beichen's eyes. Before your father met his untimely demise, he had established a legacy. Subsequently, it was consumed by the Zhao family, which you have now eradicated. In truth, there is something I have yet to disclose. It was a group of individuals from the East that seized your family's assets. Yi Beichen's eyes narrowed, hissed. Precisely, they also have a commercial association. Zhou Tianhao nodded, closely observing the shifts in Yi Beichen's expression. Although your father's factory was modest, it was ahead of its time, attracting the interest of a group from the East who sought to acquire it, only to be firmly rejected by him. This was something he once shared with me over drinks. After your parents and elder brother fell victim, the Zhao family allied with these individuals from the East to engulf your father's factory. Yi Beichen let out a cold laugh. So it seems that those from the East bear some responsibility for my parents' demise. Zhou Tianhao nodded. After you vanquished the Zhao family, following the death of the king of Jiangnan, the economic landscape of Jiangnan appears to be leaning towards domination by those from the East. Tomorrow, the Eastern Commercial Association will convene, and it is likely that all the affluent magnates of Jiangnan will attend. Yi Beichen's countenance turned frigid. Anyone connected to my parents' death shall not escape retribution. The assets of the Yi family must remain under the control of the Yi family. After dinner, Yi Beichen returned to his chamber. Once the master bedroom of the king of Jiangnan, it exuded unparalleled opulence akin to a royal palace. Yi Beichen settled cross-legged upon the couch, commencing the circulation of his vital energy. Over 10,000 kilometers away, in a remote ancient castle in Europe, a middle-aged man dressed in noble attire sat at a rectangular dining table, savoring his evening meal. 6 hours had elapsed without any news from William, and the others had completely lost contact. A frail, silver-haired servant bowed and reported. The nobleman, taking a bite of steak, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Have they met their fate? The elderly servant shook his head, smiling. My lord, how could that be? Although William may not compare to those young masters, he is accompanied by 3 kings of mercenaries. Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance has delayed them. You are aware that the Dragon Kingdom is not like other nations. We must not intervene, lest. The nobleman nodded. Continue to establish contact. We must retrieve that card that signifies our identity. With that card in our possession, the Rothschild family can become masters of the world. Indeed. The elderly servant bowed deeply, moving swiftly away like a spectre. Once the servant departed, the nobleman slowly rose and approached the window, gazing out at the full moon. Godfather, are you truly still alive? Brother Beichen. Just as Yi Beichen was about to rest, a faint voice drifted from outside the door. Startled, Yi Beichen opened the door, and a figure slipped in swiftly. Zhou Ruoyu donned a pair of pajamas adorned with delightful cartoon patterns. Yi Beichen chuckled softly. What is the matter? I feel scared and cannot sleep, Zhou Ruoyu murmured, her head bowed, a blush gracing her cheeks. Despite their engagement, the late hour and her intrusion into a man's chamber filled her with shyness. In today's modern society, one might deem such behavior acceptable. Yet Zhou Ruoyu was not a girl of such frivolity. Very well, you may take the bed, and I shall make do with the floor. Yi Beichen replied with a gentle smile. That simply won't do. Zhou Ruoyu shook her head. The floor is cold. What if you fall ill? Silly girl. I am a martial artist, with inner strength to shield me. I could run bare through the winter and remain unscathed. Yi Beichen laughed. Oh dear. How can you speak so brazenly? Zhou Ruoyu quickly covered her face, flustered. She dashed to the bed, declaring, we shall each occupy a side. The bed of the Jiangnan king was spacious enough that they would not feel cramped. Furthermore, Yi Beichen had previously shared the bed with Xia Ruoxue, and nothing untoward had transpired between them. He was quite confident in his self-control. Very well, let us each take a side, Yi Beichen acquiesced. Gratefully. Zhou Ruoyu nestled into the bed, eagerly glancing at him. As Yi Beichen extinguished the light and lay on his side, he sensed her breath quickening, her body inching closer to him. Her heart raced like a startled deer. She feared his advances yet also dreaded his restraint. Amidst her turmoil, Yi-Bei-chen had already drifted into slumber. "Oh dear, how did you fall asleep fast?" Zhou Ruoyu pouted, a hint of disappointment surfacing, yet her anxieties eased. She leaned over and placed a gentle kiss on Yi-Bei-chen's lips before contentedly curling up against his arm, surrendering to sleep. This girl, Yi-Bei-chen, of course, had not truly been asleep. He licked his lips, the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The following morning, as Yi-Bei-chen rose and completed his morning routine, he opened the door only to find Zhou Ruoyu stealthily exiting his room. Just then, Zhou Tianhao approached. "Father!" Zhou Ruoyu exclaimed bashfully, stomping her foot before hastily retreating. "Ha ha! Bei-chen." Zhou Tianhao stood there with a knowing smile. Yi-Bei-chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Uncle Zhou, it is not as you think. Please, allow me to explain." Though he possessed formidable martial prowess, he held a deep respect for propriety. After all, Zhou Tianhao was an elder. Zhou Tianhao's smile was laden with meaning, as if to say, "I understand. Having been through it myself, it is no great matter. Before I wed your auntie, we shared the same bed as well," he said, patting Yi-Bei-chen's shoulder with earnestness. "However, young man, do be mindful of precautions. We wouldn't want any scandals arising." Cough. Cough. "Uncle Zhou, I assure you, there is nothing of the sort," Yi-Bei-chen stammered, swiftly shifting the topic. "You mentioned yesterday that the people from the east are convening today. We ought to hurry along." Zhou Tianhao's expression darkened as he silently nodded. Jiangnan City, Guishan. The entire Jiangnan City boasts a flat terrain, with Guishan standing as the sole peak, approximately 500 meters high. Guishan is a place of remarkable talent and natural beauty, surrounded by towering skyscrapers, creating a serene oasis amid the bustling city. However, the sole source of discontent lies in the fact that Guishan is entirely adorned with Eastern architectural styles. When Yi-Bei-chen was in high school, he had heard rumors of Guishan's impending development, with numerous investors vying for bids. Even hundreds of billions could not secure a stake. In the end, Guishan became the territory of the Japanese. It now serves as the headquarters for the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, where affluent magnates continuously flock in and out. Among them, Yi-Bei-chen recognized several familiar faces, having encountered them at the 60th birthday celebration of the Jiangnan king. Their previous terror had dissipated, replaced by endless smiles in the presence of their Japanese hosts. Suddenly, Yi-Bei-chen's gaze darkened. "Chen Kunan, how could he be here? This man is a friend of Yi-Bei-chen's father, having once embarked on business ventures alongside him. In the past, Chen Kunan faced dire straits, rising from nothing. During his most impoverished days, he could scarcely afford a meal, living in a state worse than that of a beggar. Yet, Yi Laochi did not disdain him. Instead, he welcomed Chen Kunan into his business endeavors, often inviting him over for meals. At this moment, Chen Kunan donned an expensive tailored suit, a Rolex gracing his wrist. His vehicle was none other than a fully equipped Rolls-Royce, accompanied by bodyguards and a beautiful secretary, exuding an air of glamour. Compared to his former self, he appeared utterly transformed. A man clad in Eastern attire personally welcomed him through the grand entrance of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Tianhao coldly remarked, "It is indeed Chen Kunan, managing the factory that originally belonged to your father for the Japanese." A surge of anger welled up within Yi-Bei-chen. "Is it truly so? Father, Chen Kunan has wronged you. I shall bring him to see you." Chapter 36, The East Japan Chamber of Commerce. The East Japan Chamber of Commerce is an embodiment of traditional Japanese architecture, featuring wooden floors, tatami mats, an entryway, and wooden clogs. Every few steps, one encounters guards stationed, each adorned with slang samurai swords. To an uninformed visitor, it might appear as if they have stepped into the heart of the Japanese archipelago. It is indeed hard to fathom that this is the bustling center of Jiangnan City. A throng of affluent individuals continually streams through the entrance of the East Japan Chamber of Commerce, greeting the two Japanese gentlemen stationed at the door. Chen Kunan alights from his Rolls-Royce. Mr. Koizumi, Mr. Tangzawa, greetings. He has even adopted the Japanese custom of bowing, performing a deep 90-degree bow. Across from him stand the two vice presidents of the chamber, Koizumi Kutaru and Tangzawa Kazuo. Koizumi Kutaru nods, a satisfied glance sweeping over Chen Kunan. Mr. Chen, you have performed admirably over the past 5 years. Were it not for your persuasion, our chamber would not have progressed so swiftly. You shall certainly be recognized at this year's annual meeting. After the meeting today, you will officially become our representative in Jiangnan. When your children come of age, I will ensure they are enrolled in Kyoto University. Chen Kunan is overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly nodding, thank you, I am deeply grateful to the president. From once being a beggar to achieving his current status, every step has been a testament to his perseverance. Only he understands the arduous journey he has endured. At last, he has emerged victorious. However, a frown appears on Chen Kunan's brow, revealing his concern. What troubles you? Koizumi Kutaru inquires. Chen Kunan speaks softly, the Jiangnan king is deceased. And his subordinates have become a disjointed entity. With the Zhao family's downfall, the commercial group led by them has also become directionless. If we seize this opportunity to consolidate these individuals, the East Japan Chamber of Commerce will hold sway in Jiangnan. It is evident that Chen Kunan has already considered himself one of the East Japan Chamber of Commerce. He is a loyal dog. Mr. Chen, your loyalty is commendable. Koizumi Kutaru smiles knowingly, patting Chen Kunan on the shoulder. Chen Kunan bows slightly, it is my honor to serve the East Japan Chamber of Commerce. Yet, his brow furrows once more, however, Yi Beichen poses a challenge. Tangzawa Kazuo scoffs, what upheaval can a mere Yi Beichen cause? You people from the Dragon Country are inept. Bested by a young man in his 20s. Do you think we, from the East Japan Archipelago, share your incompetence? Furthermore, we maintain a respectful distance. If he does not seek trouble, neither shall we. If he does, well. Tangzawa Kazuo's cold laughter chills the air. My Tangzawa family hails from a lineage of martial prowess. Should he dare to cause a disturbance, he will be dealt with. Indeed, Chen Kunan agrees with a smile. Just then, a chilling voice cuts through the air. Chen Kunan. Who calls for me? Chen Kunan instinctively responded and turned to look in the direction from which the voice had come. There, across the street, stood a young man, oblivious to the passing traffic, making his way toward the entrance of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce. Yi Beichen. Upon seeing Yi Beichen, Chen Kunan's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils constricted sharply. The expressions of several Japanese individuals at the entrance darkened. Mr. Koizumi, Mr. Tongza, that is Yi Beichen. Chen Kunan quickly exclaimed. Yi Beichen. Koizumi Kotaro and Tongza Kazuo stared at Yi Beichen, surprised. This young man had single-handedly obliterated the Zhao family. The king of Jiangnan had perished because of him. He appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary university student, harmless and unassuming. How could someone like him annihilate the Zhao family? It was utterly inconceivable. Yi Beichen crossed the traffic and arrived at the entrance of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, disregarding the Japanese onlookers as his icy gaze landed upon Chen Kunan. Chen Kunan. Ever the cunning fox had transformed over the 5 years, he was no longer the beggar he once was. He was now the illustrious Chen Yi of Jiangnan City. Despite Yi Beichen's destruction of the Zhao family, in Chen Kunan's eyes, he still resembled a mere child. Moreover, with the Japanese present, Chen Kunan doubted Yi Beichen would dare to act against him. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Kunan smiled and said, Beichen, I've heard you returned. But I hadn't seen you until now. It's been 5 years, I was heartbroken over the tragedy of the Yi family. It's good to have you back. The spirit of Yi Laochi can finally find solace. After saying this, he looked skyward, his eyes seemingly glistening with unshed tears. Hypocritical. Performative. Shameless. Yi Beichen recalled how Chen Kunan used to address his father as Brother Yi. Now, the affectionate title had vanished, replaced by the stark formality of Yi Laochi. Yibechen smiled knowingly. Chen Kunan, after my father's passing, the factory he left behind is now in your hands. Chen Kunan paused, then responded with a grin, indeed, Bechen. You have no idea how complicated the situation was back then. Oh, is that so? Just how complicated? Yibechen inquired with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Upon seeing this smile, a surge of anger welled up within Chen Kunan. You insolent brat. What is your attitude? I am now the esteemed Chen Yi of Jiangnan, conducting business with the Japanese. Were it not for my fear of Yibechen's martial prowess, I would have long since sent him to meet the king of hell. Chen Kunan forced a smile. The factory your father left behind was valued at only 20 to 30 million at the time. After your father's demise, the workers urged me to become the factory director. Then over the years, I have expanded the business alongside the Japanese. If you wish to reclaim your father's factory, I am entirely amenable. With a wave of his hand, Chen Kunan summoned a beautiful secretary, who promptly produced a checkbook. Swiftly, he penned a sum of 30 million. Signed his name, and extended the check toward Yibechen. Bechen, consider this 30 million as compensation. With the money in hand, one could venture into a small business or even purchase a house. Uncle Chen, your kindness is truly heartwarming. Yibechen sighed and gradually stepped forward. Upon witnessing this, both Kojiro Koizumi and Kazuo Tang instinctively took a step back. For Yibechen exuded an aura of ferocity. An intangible yet palpable essence that evoked an involuntary fear within their hearts. This was a formidable figure capable of ruthlessly vanquishing a martial arts master. Do not be afraid. Mr. Tang spoke up. Kojiro nodded in agreement. After all, they were at the entrance of the Eastern Merchant Association, and he doubted Yibechen would dare to act recklessly. Chen Kunan trembled slightly, yet upon seeing Yibechen's smiling visage, seemingly devoid of malice, he continued to hold up the check. Then go ahead, Bechen. If you wish to embark on business, I can guide you. Very well. Yibechen replied cheerfully, reaching for the 30 million yuan check. A glimmer of smug satisfaction flickered in Chen Kunan's eyes. I thought there would be complications, but merely 30 million suffices. Just like your father, a hopeless case, he mused. A smirk playing on his lips. Yet in the next instant, Yibechen's hand shot out, seizing Chen Kunan's wrist with a vice-like grip. What are you doing? Chen Kunan gasped in astonishment. In a swift motion, Yibechen tore, and to Chen Kunan's horror, one of his arms was violently wrenched from its socket, leaving a gaping, bloody wound at the shoulder. Agonizing pain surged through him. Terror gripped him as a cacophony of emotions flooded his mind. He screamed, "Oh, my hand! My hand! Yibechen, you little wretch, dare you treat me thus? Help! Help! Mr. Tang, kill him. Please, help me kill him." Chapter 37, The Dog's Era. The master must bear the consequences. The anguished scream of Chen Kunan reverberated at the entrance of the East Japan Chamber of Commerce. The affluent individuals who had initially entered the chamber were drawn out by the commotion, gasping in shock at the scene before them. Passers-by, including drivers, were left bewildered by the sight. Chen Kunan's arm had been violently torn from his body, with muscle, bone, skin, and blood vessels ruthlessly severed by Yibechen. Such excruciating pain, how could an ordinary person endure it? Chen Kunan's bodyguards and secretaries stood frozen in terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could one person's strength be so terrifying? An arm could indeed be wrenched from its socket. Yibechen, you little wretch. How dare you treat me this way? Chen Kunan could not contain his cries of agony. Even Zhou Tianhao, who followed closely behind Yibechen, was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by the suddenness and horror of the situation. With a smile playing on his lips, Yibechen discarded Chen Kunan's severed arm onto the ground, crushing it underfoot. How did my father treat you back in the day? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? When you were starving, my father shared his meal with you. When you were homeless, my father rented a place for you. He provided your salary, your sustenance, your shelter. and taught you the ways of business. And this is how you repay him. Like a harbinger of death, Ibechen advanced towards Chen Kunan, disregarding the onlookers. You. Chen Kunan, trembling in fear, extended his remaining hand to point at Ibechen. You would harm me like this? Oh. Another scream escaped Chen Kunan as Ibechen seized his remaining hand, tearing his arm away once more. The sound of muscle being ripped apart sent shivers down the spines of all present, causing them to tremble. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The wealthy elite, along with the Japanese onlookers, were left in stunned silence. None had ever witnessed such a scene. Finally, Koizumi Kotaro regained his composure and shouted, Ibechen. What are you doing? Chen Kunan is our envoy from East Japan. He has acquired our nationality. From this moment forth, he is one of us. How dare you harm him? Stop this at once. Tang Zhengxiang, filled with fury, bellowed in response. Like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, he appeared behind Ibechen, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his back. Get lost. Ibechen roared, countering with a punch of his own, their fists colliding with tremendous force. Tang Zhengxiang was sent staggering backward, nearly losing his balance on the road. Shock and disbelief painted his face as he stared at Ibechen. He was a martial arts master from East Japan, the head of the Tang family, with a prowess that ranked him among the top 300 in the Asian martial arts hierarchy. The fact that Ibechen could repel him with a single blow was utterly inconceivable. It is worth noting that the Asian martial arts ranking only accommodates 1,000 masters. And those ranked below 500 are often deemed to be mere remnants, enhanced only through the use of substances. In comparison to true masters of martial arts, they are utterly inferior. Those who achieve mastery through the aid of substances merely serve as bodyguards for the affluent or as offerings for certain clans. Only the elite martial artists attain the rank of master through rigorous training and dedication. The Asian martial artist ranking delineates a clear boundary at the 500th position. Beyond this threshold lies mediocrity. Only those within the top 500 can rightfully call themselves masters of martial arts, with the top 300 representing the pinnacle of strength. These individuals either hail from esteemed martial arts families or emerge from military service. Ibechen, with a single punch, sent him sprawling, undoubtedly within the top 300. How young is he? In his 20s, perhaps. Even those who utilize substances to ascend the Asian master rankings are typically over 30. There exists not a single master in the top 300 who is under 50. Tang Zhengxiang's eyelids twitched violently, and in his astonishment, Ibechen struck again, delivering a kick that sent Chen Kunan crashing to the ground, his foot pressing down upon the man's thigh. With a sickening sound, Chen Kunan's leg collapsed. Flesh and bone shattering, skin adhering together. Ack! Chen Kunan emitted a wretched wail, desperately wishing to faint and escape the agony. Alas! Such a reprieve was beyond his reach. The excruciating pain saturated his mind, rendering him painfully alert. This torment was more harrowing than 1,000 deaths. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Kunan lay on the ground, his head striking the earth. Ibechen, I realize my mistakes, I beg for your mercy, I do not wish to die. Sob, I truly understand my wrongs, I should not have encroached upon your family's domain, it was those Easterners who instigated me. It was all them. Koizumi Kotaro and Tang Zhengxiang, they intend to establish a factory in Jiangnan City, your father is their obstacle. Chen Kunan divulged everything. I see. Ibechen nodded slightly. Chen Kunan was merely a pawn, the true culprits were the Easterners. Chen Kunan trembled as he pleaded, do not kill me. Rest assured. You shall not perish just yet, Ibechen replied with a hint of a smile, which, to Chen Kunan, appeared more terrifying than a devil's grin. Ibechen raised his hand, silver needles materializing at his fingertips, swiftly embedding themselves into Chen Kunan's shoulder and thigh, where he was injured. The needles struck, instantly halting the flow of blood. Chen Kunan would not succumb to excessive blood loss at that moment. Yet the agony was insufferable, leaving him with no option but to endure. This was more dreadful than death itself. After completing his task, Yi Beichen slowly turned to face the group of Easterners. Calmly inquiring, "This dog is yours, now that it has beaten the Yi family, how do you intend to address this?" The atmosphere turned frigid. A chill coursed through Koizumi Kotaro. Even when confronting a venomous snake, he had never felt such dread. He had an instinctive understanding that the man before him was 100-fold more fearsome than any serpent. To be ensnared by him would mean certain death. Furthermore, Tang Ziexiong had been unable to withstand even a single punch from Yi Beichen, and Koizumi Kotaro was already acutely aware of Yi Beichen's formidable martial prowess. "Lord Yi Beichen, do not misunderstand. 5 years ago, we indeed contemplated taking action against your father's factory. However, before we could act, the Yi family was annihilated." Koizumi Kotaro hastily interjected, decisively confessing. "Subsequently, it was Chen Kunan who approached us, claiming he could assist us. I swear by the honor of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce that this matter is entirely unrelated to us." "Unrelated? Huh?" Yi Beichen chuckled. "A mere dismissal of unrelated, do you think that suffices? Without the support of the Easterners, how could Chen Kunan have ascended to his current position? How could he have dared to encroach upon the Yi family's factory?" Tang Zhe-Ishiong approached, equally a master of martial arts, unafraid of Yi Beichen. "Yi Beichen, I am aware of your formidable martial prowess. There is an ancient saying in the Dragon Nation, beyond man, there are more men, beyond heaven, there are greater heavens. My Tang family is guarded by grandmasters, and we shall not permit your reckless behavior." Koizumi Kotaro, witnessing the unfolding tension, added, "Lord Yi Beichen, we are Easterners. And should you disrupt matters within the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce, it will escalate into an international incident. A threat. A warning. If Yi Beichen is wise, he ought to cease this entanglement. As for Chen Kunan, should he perish, so be it. At worst, they could seek another dog, perhaps one more obedient. When a dog errs, its master must bear the consequences. Simultaneously, I wish to witness whether your demise would indeed escalate into an international incident." Yi Beichen remarked coolly. "What did you say?" Koizumi Kotaro's expression shifted dramatically, retreating a few steps. "Kill him." Tang Zhe-Ishiong, having anticipated this, bellowed. And from behind the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce surged forth a throng of black-clad warriors. Chapter 38 He is the Devil. 30 black-clad warriors charged forth. All trained assassins cultivated by Tang Zhe-Ishiong. The air crackled with their brutal, bloodthirsty presence. Yi Beichen discerned at a glance that these were all enhanced heavenly-level martial artists. 30 assassins of such formidable prowess could easily spell doom for even the most seasoned martial arts masters. The intentions of the Easterners were indeed sinister. Their influence within the Dragon Kingdom alarmingly vast. One warrior lunged forward, wielding a katana that descended from above with lightning speed. Intent on severing Yi Beichen's head in a single stroke. Clang! Yi Beichen extended 2 fingers, pinching the blade, and with a surge of internal energy, the weapon shattered into a multitude of fragments. The warrior stood frozen in disbelief. Tang Zhe-Ishiong and Koizumi Kotaro were equally stunned. This was a katana forged from high-grade steel, capable of slicing through even ordinary iron. How could Yi Beichen possess such terrifying strength? Boom! With a thunderous impact, Yi Beichen delivered a punch to the warrior's chest, causing his torso to cave in and his back to bulge grotesquely, leading to his immediate demise. 2 more warriors approached from either side. Yi Beichen thrust out his hands, grasping their heads. Bang! Their skulls collided violently, resulting in a gruesome explosion of brain matter. Baka Yaru! 5 additional warriors appeared behind him, their wooden sandals clattering as they advanced with remarkable speed. 5 katanas slashed through the air, casting ominous shadows that sent shivers down the spines of the onlooking wealthy patrons. Yi Beichen crouched low, executing a series of kicks with the precision of autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Bang! 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 The 5 Eastern warriors were sent sprawling like lifeless dogs onto the pavement outside. Shoo! A large truck barreled down the road, unable to halt in time, crushing the 5 beneath its wheels. Baka. The remaining warriors, witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrades, roared in outrage. Yibechen, with a calm smile, did not wait for them to strike. Instead, he charged into their ranks. Bang! A single kick dispatched one warrior to his end. Crack! A punch landed, striking with a force akin to a mountain pressing down on a cow, caving in another warrior's chest. The 7 or 8 behind him met the same fate. Their chests obliterated, ribs splintering and piercing their vital organs, resulting in instant death. Third. Yibechen leapt into the air, soaring over 30 meters, landing atop the heads of these warriors. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, he dispatched them one by one. In mere moments. Not even 3 minutes had elapsed before all 30 heavenly-level assassins lay lifeless at his feet. Silence enveloped the venue. The wealthy patrons from Jiangnan, who had come to the Eastern business gathering, stood trembling in place, their faces drained of color. The young man before them was nothing short of a harbinger of death. Even Zhou Tianhao, who had accompanied him, could not suppress his shivers. He had known Yibechen was powerful, but never could he have imagined he was this formidable. As Yibechen's gaze swept across the area, he noted that Koizumi Kotaro and Tangze Ishiong had long since vanished. Did they think they could escape? None connected to the tragic events of 5 years ago involving the Yi family would be spared their reckoning. Uncle Zhou, keep an eye on Chen Kunan. I am going to kill. He strode purposefully towards the depths of the Eastern Merchant Association. At this moment, Koizumi Kotaro and Tangze had already reached the innermost part of the association. Tangze was drenched in cold sweat. He was a martial arts master. Yet the instant Yibechen made his move, he realized he was no match. Koizumi Kotaro's face turned pale as he rushed into a still-constructed room, cursing and screaming, "Madman! This madman! How can such a person exist? Damn Dragon Country people! This scoundrel! His actions have completely disrupted our plans. No, I must contact our envoy. We must bring this fiend to justice." As Koizumi Kotaro spoke, he trembled as he picked up the telephone on the table and dialed a number. Suddenly, bang! A deafening noise erupted from the steel room, as if someone had crashed into the steel walls. A wave of terrified screams echoed. Koizumi Kotaro understood that the guards outside had already been dealt with by Yibechen. Damn! How could this guy be so fast? Koizumi Kotaro's hands shook violently. His face twisted in anguish, stammering, "Answer the phone. Answer the phone. You must answer the phone, or we will perish." Tang Zai, being a martial arts master, remained relatively composed and offered reassurance, "Do not worry, these walls are 5 centimeters thick steel plates. Even cannon fire would not breach them." Just as his words fell, clang! A terrifying sound reverberated throughout the room. "Oh!" Koizumi Kotaro screamed in agony, his eardrums shattered, blood gushing forth. Tang Zai's pupils constricted violently, staring incredulously at the steel wall. He witnessed an unbelievable scene in his lifetime. There, on the 5-centimeter thick steel wall, a fist imprint had emerged, bulging outward. Clang! Another fist. A second imprint appeared. Hiss! Tang Zai gasped, his scalp tingling, trembling all over, breaking into a cold sweat. His gaze fixated on the increasing number of fist imprints on the steel wall. Clang! 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 These were the strikes of Yibechen. Was he even human? How was this possible? This was 5 centimeters of steel. Even a grandmaster might not break through it, how could he? Tang Zai could not help but shudder. At this moment, he finally understood the vast gulf between himself and the young man from the dragon country outside. It's connected, it's connected, it's connected. Koizumi Kotaro was on the verge of tears, his legs weak. He wailed, "Lord Tokugawa, help. A madman has invaded our association, all of Tang's elite have been slain. He is right outside the safe room, about to break in. Lord Tokugawa, I am your most loyal servant, you cannot abandon me." Woe is me. Clang. 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 Yi Bechon's fists continued to pummel the steel plates. Keita Koizumi's composure shattered. He harbored no desire for death, not in the slightest. Initially, he believed that the people of the Dragon Kingdom could be easily manipulated, that mere intimidation and allure would suffice to sway them. Yet Yi Bechon proved to be an anomaly. No. He was a devil. At this moment, within the opulent confines of the Japanese consulate in Shanghai, the esteemed Tokugawa Masao received a phone call, his astonishment palpable. Koizumi-kuan, what has transpired? What is that sound on your end? What is happening? Have you taken refuge in a safe house? Tokugawa Masao listened intently to the resounding blows against the steel walls emanating from the other end of the line. His surprise and disbelief mounting. He, stationed at the consulate in Shanghai, remained oblivious to the events surrounding the Zhongnan Japanese Chamber of Commerce. Yi Bechon. It was indeed Yi Bechon. He had breached the chamber. Keita Koizumi's voice rose to a deafening scream. Crash. A tremendous noise erupted from the other end of the call, nearly rupturing Tokugawa Masao's eardrum. The sound abruptly ceased. Tokugawa Masao yelled, "Hello. Hello. Hello. Koizumi-kuan. Speak to me. Hello. Damn it. Quickly, investigate at once what has transpired in Zhongnan." Chapter 39, The Grim Reaper Clang. Yi Bechon's final punch landed with formidable force. The 5-centimeter steel plate was effortlessly pierced through, creating a rectangular breach. The shattered remnants of the steel plate hurtled towards the desk of Koizumi Kotaro, obliterating it entirely. The phone ceased its ringing abruptly. Upon seeing Yi Bechon's countenance, Koizumi Kotaro felt his legs weaken in terror. The man, resembling a harbinger of death, slowly advanced into the fortified enclosure. There was but one exit, situated behind him. Despair engulfed Koizumi Kotaro. Tangze Ishiong, drenched in perspiration, contemplated for a moment before unhesitatingly kneeling upon the ground, bowing his head in submission. "Mr. Yi. I was mistaken. I apologize. This matter bears no relation to me. I swear, as the head of the Tang family, if you spare me, I shall return to the land of the rising sun at once and never set foot in Hoshio again in this lifetime." Tangze Ishiong, you. Koizumi Kotaro was taken aback. Tangze Ishiong smirked. "Koizumi Kotaro, there is an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom, those who recognize the times are the true sages. Mr. Ye's martial prowess is transcendent. He may have already ascended to the realm of the Grand Master." Grand Master. Koizumi Kotaro's body quivered. Once a martial artist reaches the Grand Master level, they undoubtedly secure a position within the top 200 martial artists in Asia. What does this signify? Even if one ranks as the 200th, there are merely 199 individuals stronger than them across nearly 2 billion people in Asia. The foremost 200 can wield absolute control over the lives and deaths of the ordinary populace. 2 meters. Just 2 meters of distance. Even if you are a Grand Master. Should I launch a surprise attack within that range, your demise is inevitable. I merely need to breach your 2-meter perimeter. Tangze Ishiong contemplated silently. How could he possibly surrender? The spirit of the samurai from the land of the rising sun dictates, better to die than to submit. Continuing, Tangze Ishiong declared, "Mr. Yi, if you spare my life, the Tang family shall always retreat in your presence. You will henceforth be the master of the Tang family." As he uttered these words, Tangze Ishiong concealed one hand behind him, signaling discreetly to Koizumi Kotaro. In an instant, Koizumi Kotaro comprehended his intent. A desperate gamble was at hand. Koizumi Kotaro, displaying cunning intelligence, collaborated with Tangze Ishiong and shouted in anger, "Tangze Ishiong, you dare to surrender? Have you forgotten the teachings of our family? You would submit to this Dragon Kingdom man. Tangze Ishiong, you will become a traitor to your own Tang family." His fury was palpable. Tangze Ishiong retorted with a cold smile, "As long as I can survive, nothing else matters. And as for being a traitor to the Tang family, Ha! Once you are dead, who will ever know? Tell me, how did you seize control of my family's factory? Yi Beichen asked with a smile. Tang Zei Ishiong was taken aback, then promptly betrayed Koizumi Kotaro. Mr. Yi, it is as follows: the Tokugawa family harbors grand ambitions. They wish to conduct business in the Dragon Kingdom, and your family's factory obstructs Tokugawa Masakazu's plans. Thus, Tokugawa Masakazu and Koizumi Kotaro plotted to annihilate the Yi family. Even contemplated kidnapping Mr. Yi's family. However, your father was impervious to threats. Yi Beichen furrowed his brows. You attempted to abduct my father. Not exactly. But we did make threatening phone calls, Tang Ziexiang replied. Yi Beichen continued his inquiry. Who is Tokugawa Masahiro? The Tokugawa family is immensely powerful. One of the foremost families in our land of the rising sun. Ordinary individuals would not dare provoke them. Among the top 10 martial families in the East. 6 serve the Tokugawa clan, Tang Ziexiang explained. Mr. Yi, I truly have not harmed your family. All of this was orchestrated by Koizumi Kotaro. I am willing to submit. I beg you to spare my life. Yi Beichen nodded indifferently. You are perceptive, begone. Haha, I've deceived him. Tang Ziexiang could not help but chuckle inwardly. Yi Beichen was merely 3 meters from the exit. If he left through the door, he would inevitably come within 2 meters of Yi Beichen. Within that distance, Tang Ziexiang would launch a surprise attack. Even a grandmaster would meet their demise. Thank you, Mr. Yi, I shall take my leave. Tang Ziexiang hastily proclaimed. Rushing towards the door behind Yi Beichen. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. He brushed past Yi Beichen, now positioned directly behind him. At this juncture, Tang Ziexiang was merely over a meter away from Yi Beichen. This distance, for a martial arts master, was nearly intimate. Die. Tang Ziexiang suddenly surged forward, channeling all his inner strength into one arm. Like a venomous serpent, it lunged towards Yi Beichen's vulnerable back. Swift as lightning. With a single strike, he could pierce through Yi Beichen's chest and crush his heart. A victorious smile adorned Tang Ziexiang's face. But in the next instant, crack! The sound echoed sharply, freezing the smile upon Tang Ziexiang's face. How is this possible? He roared in madness, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. He witnessed an unbelievable scene. Yi Beichen's hand twisted at an uncanny angle. He remained facing away from Tang Ziexiang, yet that hand had firmly grasped Tang Ziexiang's wrist. Like iron. Tang Ziexiang's wrist could not advance an inch. How can this be? At such a close range, I unleashed my full force, or how could he possibly react in time? Impossible. What manner of being is this? Such reaction speed cannot exist in a grandmaster-level warrior. Could it be? He is not a martial master. That is even less conceivable. Sweat poured down Tang Ziexiang's forehead as Yi Beichen turned, smiling at him. Yi. Mr. Yi, I was merely jesting. Tang Ziexiang's lips trembled, his face paling. Yi Beichen smiled, quite humorous. Allow me to share a jest with you as well. With a swift motion, Yi Beichen exerted force on his wrist, tearing Tang Ziexiang's arm from his body. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. Tang Ziexiang felt as if he were on the brink of unconsciousness. Pfft! Before he could react, Yi Beichen seized his other arm and yanked it down. Oh! Tang Ziexiang's body convulsed. The formidable martial arts master of the Eastern land lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. This jest, quite amusing, wouldn't you say? Yi Beichen wore a playful expression. Tang Ziexiang gazed at Yi Beichen in terror, as if confronted by a demon. You! Yi Beichen! I shall not spare you even in death. Tang Ziexiang gritted his teeth. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Yi Beichen replied with a smile. Then crushed Tang Ziexiang's skull underfoot. Koizumi Kotaro stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. He crawled towards Yibechen, pleading, "Sir Yibechen, spare me." Bang. 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 "Please, spare me." Koizumi Kotaro resembled a worm, his head striking the ground as blood flowed freely. Yibechen looked down upon Koizumi Kotaro from above. Speaking calmly, "Your first mistake was harboring thoughts about my family. Second, you should not have encroached upon my family's interests. Third, how dare you, a citizen of the Eastern Land, to wreak havoc in the Dragon Nation? You deserve death. You." Koizumi Kotaro lifted his head, a finger pointing accusingly at Yibechen. Just as Yibechen was about to strike and eliminate Koizumi Kotaro, a voice rang out from behind him, "Yibechen, wait. I cannot allow you to kill him." Chapter 40, The Return of the Yi Family. "Young Master Jun, save me." Koizumi Kotaro raised his head, tears streaming down his face as if he had seen a long-lost relative. A young man approached, hands clasped behind his back, followed by a retinue of attendants. Among them were affluent individuals associated with the East Japan Chamber of Commerce, including Wang Fugue, the wealthiest man in Jiangshui County, the chairman of Jiangnan Yongsheng Automobile, and General Manager Lin of Jinyuan Five-Star Hotel, all of whom Yibechen had encountered at the Jiangnan Wang's birthday celebration. Lin Yan, the general manager, was someone Yibechen had visited just days prior at her estate. Zhou Tianhao's complexion turned ashen as he was flanked by several individuals, clearly having been taken hostage. Jun Wuhue. Yibechen recognized the young man before him, who had recently appeared at Shaji's hotel in an attempt to capture her, only to be thwarted and forced to retreat by the specters surrounding her. Today, Jun Wuhue had reemerged, dressed in casual attire with a composed smile. Jun Wuhue addressed Yibechen, "Indeed, you were at the hotel that day. I failed to take you away then, but today. Do you wish to act violently in my presence? What, do you intend to meddle?" Yibechen's expression hardened. Jun Wuhue glanced at Koizumi Kotaro and continued. "This individual is now the vice president of the East Japan Chamber of Commerce and the envoy from the East Japan Islands to Shanghai, Mr. Tokugawa Masao. The chamber's president. My Jun family has business dealings with them. Should you harm him, it would adversely affect our enterprises. Do you grasp my meaning?" Behind Jun Wuhue, two figures, Qinglong and Zhu Kei, stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura of mastery. Qinglong ranked 279th on the Asian master list, while Zhu Kei held the 286th position. Jun Wuhue calmly stated, "You are an astute individual. Now that your mentor is absent, do you truly wish to confront us head-on?" Qinglong remarked coolly, "Yibechen, we are not the kind of worthless beings like Yang Tianxian whom you could easily dispatch with a mere slap." Zhu Kei sneered, "Yang Tianxian? That so-called master? Merely a drug-enhanced practitioner, hardly qualifies as a true master." "Bechen, let it go, let us return home," Zhou Tianhao stammered, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, his face pale, hands trembling. Jun Wuhue. The Shanghai Jun family. A formidable entity. Not to mention the rumors that Jun Wuhue was the illegitimate son of the war god Lingfeng. Despite Yibechen's extraordinary capabilities, who would dare to challenge the war god? The wealthy magnates present all averted their gazes, too intimidated to meet Jun Wuhue's formidable presence. Though still under 25, the air of authority he projected was awe-inspiring. Koizumi Kotaro realized his imminent doom was no longer a concern, disregarding everything else. He shakily rose and laughed maniacally, "Ha ha ha, Yibechen, I will not perish today. Ha ha ha, do you dare to kill me? We are partners with the Jun family. And with young Master Jun here, what can you do?" With a swift motion, Yibechen responded with a resounding slap. Kota Koizumi's head spun several times before his neck was abruptly severed by a single slap from Yibechen. The sound ceased abruptly. "What an audacious young man! How dare you!" Jun Wuhue's eyes twitched violently, as Yibechen dared to show him disrespect in front of such a multitude. A surge of fury surged within him. "Qinglong! Zhu Kei, seize him. Should he dare to resist, show no mercy." Jun Wuhue left behind a single phrase and turned to depart. Indeed, The Qinglong and Zhuge nodded and proceeded toward Yi Beichen. Foolish fellow. Dare to act in my presence. Were it not for Wang Ruyan. Do you truly believe you could survive a single day in Zhongnan? How dare you so blatantly disregard my words? With no regrets in his heart, he silently contemplated. Turning his back to Yi Beichen, he strolled leisurely towards the entrance of the East Japan Chamber of Commerce. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. A surge of inner strength surged behind him. The Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird have made their move. 7 steps, 8 steps, 9 steps. By the time the 10th step was reached, Jun Wuhui mused, surely, the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird must have him in their grasp now. 10 steps is ample distance. Young Master Jun. Those affluent magnates gazed in terror at the back of Jun Wuhui. Jun Wuhui furrowed his brows. Could it be? Instinctively, he turned his head to glance back, his pupils dilating dramatically. His heart nearly ceased to beat. Before us lies the Azure Dragon. Sprawled upon the ground, with a gaping hole at its rear. The Vermilion Bird finds itself ensnared by Yi Beichen's grip around its neck, and with a sharp crack. It is swiftly crushed. Beside the war god Lingfeng stand 2 formidable protectors, the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird. You shall perish. Jun Wuhui was suddenly taken aback. As if confronted by a specter. The wealthy magnates of Jiangnan were left speechless, their faces drained of color in sheer terror. He. Wang Fugui gaped, his mouth wide enough to accommodate a fist. Lin Yan trembled incessantly, gazing deeply at Yi Beichen. Zhou Tianhao was nearly terrified. His eyes filled with astonishment. Beichen, you. Yi Beichen smiled gently. Uncle Zhou, do not worry, there is nothing to fear. Upon my return, no one shall dare to bully the Zhou family, nor will anyone have the audacity to mistreat the Yi family. Splendid. Zhou Tianhao trembled with excitement. Fear. Elation. Quaking. His emotions were extraordinarily intricate. Yi Beichen strode purposefully towards Jun Wuhui. What do you intend to do? Do not approach me. Jun Wuhui retreated cautiously. His eyes filled with trepidation. Yi Beichen wore a smile. Can you guess what I am about to do? Even if we were to take a step back and assert that Jun Wuhui bears no connection to the war god Lingfeng. The order he just issued, a merciless execution, renders it impossible for Yi Beichen to show him any mercy. Yi Beichen approached step by step, causing Jun Wuhui to be so frightened that his soul nearly departed. The aura of authority that enveloped him vanished in an instant. Like an ordinary person, he retreated. His face paling. Stop right there. Yi Beichen, I am a member of the Jun family from Zhonghai. Do you dare to harm me? Halt. Yi Beichen chuckled lightly, continuing to stroll forward. Oh. Jun Wuhui, startled and at a loss, collapsed onto the ground. Raising his head, he gazed into Yi Beichen's eyes. Cold as those of the Grim Reaper. My father is the god of war, Lingfeng. Jun Wuhui bellowed. Fully aware that only by uttering the name of the god of war could he acknowledge his lineage and grasp at a thread of survival. The god of war. Lingfeng. Such grand authority. Yi Beichen sighed deeply. With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful kick, crushing Jun Wuhui's skull. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Zhou Tianhao and a cadre of affluent magnates from Jiangnan stared at Yi Beichen in utter disbelief. Jun Wuhui, was he truly dead? Just like that. Felled by a single kick from Yi Beichen. Amidst the shock, Yi Beichen strode towards the East Japan Chamber of Commerce, his calm voice resonating, from this moment forth. There shall be no East Japan Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan. My Yi family has returned. The East Japan Chamber of Commerce was obliterated. Jun Wuhui was dead. The entire circle of Jiangnan's elite trembled with astonishment. The news swiftly reached Zhonghai, sending shockwaves through the upper echelons, akin to a seismic event. Previously, the annihilation of the Zhao family and the assassination of the Jiangnan king had stirred such a reaction in Zhonghai. This time, It concerned the East Japan Chamber of Commerce and Jun Wuhui. The high society of Zhonghai found it impossible to maintain their composure. Who exactly was Yi Beichen? This extraordinary being? What were his intentions? Countless whispers filled the air. Chapter 41: The Wrath of the War God in Zhonghai, within the Grand Hall of the Jun family. An oppressive silence enveloped the room as nearly all the senior members of the Jun clan had gathered. The lifeless body of Jun Wuhui had been returned by air. His head gruesomely shattered, the sight most tragic. A middle-aged woman, resplendently dressed and bearing a striking resemblance to Jun Wuhui, wept inconsolably. "Oh, Wuhui, my son. Wuhui is dead. Leaf Beichen, it was he who murdered my son. Wuhui, your death is so tragic. There is not even a complete corpse. Leaf Beichen. I shall take your life." Jun Wenjing collapsed over her son's body, the death of Jun Wuhui striking the Jun family like a bolt from the blue. Everyone in the Jun family was acutely aware that Jun Wuhui was the illegitimate child of the war god Ling Feng. This connection had been the source of support from Ling Feng, allowing the Jun family to maintain their position as the second most powerful clan in Zhonghai. Second only to the Han family. Now, with Jun Wuhui gone, the atmosphere within the Jun household had become almost suffocating. No one dared to breathe a word. Only the anguished cries of Jun Wenjing reverberated through the hall. "Wenjing?" Suddenly, a voice pierced the stillness. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the hall. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut, clad in battle armor, strode in with the gait of a dragon. At the sight of him, the collective pupils of the Jun family constricted sharply. Jun Wenjing leaped to her feet, rushing frantically towards the man. Slap! A resounding blow struck the man's face. The sound crisp and clear. The members of the Jun family gasped in shock. This was none other than the war god, Ling Feng. "How dare you?" A voice thundered from behind Ling Feng, as several elite guards surged forward, their formidable presence palpable. "You dare to act with such audacity?" Ling Feng's furious roar radiated a terrifying pressure that compelled the guards to retreat from the Jun family hall. With bloodshot eyes, Ling Feng gazed at the weeping woman in his arms, a look of profound sorrow on his face. "Wenjing, I am so sorry. I failed to protect our son." Jun Wenjing collapsed into Ling Feng's embrace, her grief overwhelming. "What kind of war god are you? You could not even safeguard your own son." "Wuhui, my son." Her wails were heart-wrenching. Ling Feng held her tightly, his voice cold yet resolute. "Wenjing, do not despair. Leaf Beichen shall undoubtedly meet his end. I will avenge our son." Meanwhile, in Zhonghai, at the Japanese diplomatic mission, chaos reigned. Koizumi Kotaro was dead. Tangzawa Kazuo was dead. The headquarters of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce had been obliterated. In the entire Jiangnan region, every company, family, and wealthy individual that had collaborated with the Japanese Chamber of Commerce had severed ties. In his lavish office, Tokugawa Masao, upon receiving this news, drew a nearby katana in fury. With a barrage of strikes, he ravaged the opulent office, destroying priceless rosewood furniture worth millions. Leaf Beichen, what audacity! Who dares to obstruct the rise of my great Japanese empire? Ha ha ha! Tokugawa Masao laughed maniacally in his wrath. In the coastal city of Zhonghai, Han family members were astounded to learn that the esteemed physician he had taken on the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce and even eliminated Jun Wuhui. Han Yu was left in a state of shock for a considerable time upon receiving this news. Beside her, Han Jinlong, with his murky eyes, revealed a flicker of surprise. This young man possesses a certain audacity. Han Yu, clad in a fitted chipao that accentuated her slender figure and graceful curves, displayed an expression still tinged with disbelief. "Grandfather, both the Eastern Japan Chamber and Jun Wuhui are untouchable. In Jiangnan, Jiangbei, Jinling, Jiangdong, and Shanghai, anyone who dares to challenge either must consider if they are worthy," she exclaimed. "Physician Yi, his boldness is astounding." Han Jinlong chuckled with pride. "He reminds me of my own youthful bravado." "Grandfather, he cannot compare to you," Han Yu replied, shaking her head. "Oh, Hon Jinlong turned his gaze towards his granddaughter. With a hint of pride, Hon Yu declared, "Grandfather, what is your status? You established the Hon family, and even the powerful figures of Zhonghai would treat you with respect. Look at the Jun family, despite having the support of the war god Ling Feng, they still find themselves overshadowed by us." Hon Jinlong smiled faintly. This Yibechen exhibits a spirit no less formidable than my own in my youth. If circumstances allow. Where you are not yet promised to anyone. How about I find an opportunity to act as a matchmaker for you? What? Hon Yu blushed fiercely, her delicate features flashed, her petite foot tapping in protest. Grandfather. What jest is this? However, Hon Jinlong remained earnest. I am not jesting, Yibechen is indeed a man of great potential. His mastery of medicine and martial arts is unparalleled. He is even more remarkable than the young Ling Feng. If he were to become my granddaughter's husband, the Hon family might well secure its position in Zhonghai, standing shoulder to shoulder with the families of Longdu. Hon Yu's heart raced with alarm. Despite his age, her grandfather still harbored grand ambitions. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Grandfather, let us first ensure he navigates this crisis. We must offer our assistance, otherwise this prodigy may be lost to us." Hon Jinlong sighed, "A tree that stands out will inevitably be struck by the wind." Meanwhile, in Jinling, Wang Ruyan had just concluded her affairs when she learned about the events unfolding in Zhongnan. Stunned, she shook her head and remarked, "Junior brother, you troublemaker. How mischievous you are. Immediately send out orders to gather our forces." With a doting expression, she added, "Whoever dares to lay a hand on my junior brother must first contend with me, Wang Ruyan." Yibechen, unfazed by the ensuing commotion, returned directly to the Yi residence. The occurrences of the day were even more sensational than the death of the Zhongnan king, yet the ordinary populace remained blissfully unaware. "Brother Beichen." As he arrived at the entrance of the Yi residence, Zhou Ruoyu rushed towards him and leaped into his embrace. Having spent the night together, Zhou Ruoyu, his fiancée, was enveloped in his arms. The girl was as delicate as a petal, her skin tender, and the sweet fragrance of her youthful innocence wafted towards him. Yibechen smiled and asked, "What is the matter?" Zhou Ruoyu lifted her head, her eyelashes fluttering. "I was hoping to find you for breakfast, but I couldn't locate you." "Where have you been?" "Nowhere in particular, just tending to a few matters," Yibechen replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Let us head home. I've prepared some mung bean soup for you. It's quite hot, and it will help cool you down." Zhou Ruoyu grasped Yibechen's hand as they walked towards the gate of the Yi residence. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, at the entrance of a CAF across the street, Xia Ruoxue stood trembling, tears swelling in her eyes. Beside her, Sun Qian was seething with rage. Her anger boiling over. What a heartless man, that despicable creature. How could he do this? Such a scoundrel. It's utterly disgraceful. Just the day before, he was in bed with you, and now he is embracing another woman. Chapter 42. Ruoxue is captured. Yesterday in Jinling, Xia Ruoxue observed Yibechen hastily departing, her heart laden with concern for his safety. For an entire day, she was utterly distracted. Consequently, she did not even bother to request leave from her company, purchasing the earliest high-speed train ticket and heading straight to Zhongnan. After some inquiries, she discovered that the former Zhongnan Wangfu had transformed into the Yi residence. The entrance was heavily guarded, leaving Xia Ruoxue no choice but to wait anxiously for Yibechen to appear. Just as Yibechen returned, she was about to approach him when a distressing scene unfolded before her eyes. Xia Ruoxue's heart shattered, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably as she bit her lip in silence. "What are you crying for?" Sun Qian exclaimed in anger. "He is nothing but a heartless scoundrel. While flirting with you, he is with another woman." Xia Ruoxue shook her head. "That girl is Zhou Ruoyu. We were classmates in high school. And I believe I heard that Beichen had an engagement with her. I never thought it was true." Sun Qian's fury intensified. "What? He is engaged to someone else yet still dares to flirt with you? What a scoundrel. Let us confront him. Sia Ruoshue panicked, shaking her head fervently. No, please. I cannot. She was uncertain of how to face Ibechen. Ruoshue, what are you afraid of? San Qian retorted, her irritation palpable. You are no less than Zhou Ruoyu. You have fair skin, beauty, and long legs. Back in school, suitors lined up to pursue you. I cannot let this slide. My dear friend cannot be wronged by a scoundrel. San Qian's temper flared, her chest heaving with agitation. Yet, Sia Ruoshua resolutely refused to confront Ibechen. And the two grappled at the entrance of the CF. At that moment, several men appeared, surrounding the two girls. One man, grinning with a distinct Japanese accent, spoke, "Ladies, please accompany us." "Who are you?" Sia Ruoshue and San Qian responded with caution. The men's pallid faces suggested they seldom saw the light of day. And peculiar tattoos adorned their wrists. The Japanese man grinned wider. "You will find out if you come with us. Run." Sia Ruoshue sensed danger and shouted. However, the speed of these Japanese ninjas was unmatched. The two girls were swiftly captured and thrown into a nearby business vehicle, which sped away. From the CAF, a woman burst forth, her figure slender and cat-like. It was Yu Yue, the female soldier of the Dragon team. She had uncovered some information and intended to inform Ibechen, while also addressing the issue of the silver needles within her body. To her dismay, she stumbled upon such a scene. Japanese ninjas. Yu Yue's expression shifted dramatically. How audacious of them to abduct individuals in broad daylight. Those girls seemed to know Ibechen. What should she do? They were in peril. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yue muttered to herself, by rescuing them, I can ensure that Ibechen owes me a favor. With this leverage, I may compel him to extract the silver needles from my body. She entered a nearby sedan, accelerating to follow. The speed of the Japanese was remarkable, evading all surveillance and heading directly to the outskirts of Zhongnan. There lay an abandoned water plant. Yu Yue concealed her vehicle and trailed behind, ultimately arriving at the depths of a derelict metal factory overrun with weeds. Light as a feather, she scaled the roof of the factory and peered down. She was a female warrior, adept in reconnaissance. Along the way, she had encountered 7 or 8 visible sentries and another 4 or 5 concealed observers. Inside the factory, more than 30 individuals were present, all of them Japanese ninjas. What were their intentions? A grave expression settled on Yu Yue's face. At that moment, the Japanese had seized Sia Ruoshue and San Qian, bringing them before a middle-aged Japanese man clad in ninja garb, with 2 crossed katanas slung across his back. Sir, the defenses of the Yi residence are formidable. There are dozens of heavenly-level martial artists just on the periphery. Inside, there are even more terrifying martial arts masters stationed. 3 of our ninjas have infiltrated. Yet all have been eliminated. As he reported, they pushed Sia Ruoshue and San Qian forward. These 2 women seemed to be connected to Ibechen. We seized them effortlessly. The Japanese man glanced at Sia Ruoshue and San Qian, a sinister grin spreading across his face. What is your relationship with Ibechen? What business is that of yours? San Qian, with her fiery temper, still unclear of the situation, retorted, What are you up to? Dressed like this, you look like pirates. Are you filming a movie or some reality show? Where are the cameras hidden? I advise you to release us immediately, or I will make a phone call that will ensure you pay dearly. She still believed these individuals were merely engaging in a reality program. After all, it was modern society. In broad daylight, how could such a group of ninjas appear? Ridiculous. Baka Yaru. A furious Japanese ninja struck San Qian across the face, exclaiming, How dare you disrespect Lord Ichet Fujit? Die. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his katana, its cold gleam aimed at San Qian's head. Oh! San Qian stood frozen, her mind blank with terror. Stop! The Japanese man backed at his subordinate. With that, the katana was returned to its sheath. Yu Yue, perched atop the metal factory, was startled. Ichet Fujit, the elite ninja. What brings him to Dragon Country? Ichet Fujit's ears twitched slightly. A bunch of useless fools, unaware they are being followed. He scolded sharply. This was Diet, she had been discovered. Suddenly, the flurry of shurikens shot toward Yu Yue's position. With agility akin to a night owl, she leaped across the roof of the factory. Clang, clang, clang. The iron sheet was pierced, and the other ninjas sensed someone on the rooftop, swiftly throwing grappling hooks to ascend. Whooshed. Yu Yue let out a cold snort, drawing her bow like a crescent moon, releasing an arrow. Just as a Japanese ninja emerged, she shot him down with a single arrow. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground, brain matter splattering. 3 ninjas appeared, launching a surprise attack from behind her. However, she was acutely aware, quickly turning around. Whooshed! 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 3 arrows were shot in succession, piercing through the bodies of the 3 ninjas. They died on the spot. A master archer. A bunch of worthless fools, all of you, step aside. Yagyu Echito shouted, leaping onto the rooftop of the iron factory, wielding his sword and charging at Yu Yue. Whooshed! 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 Yu Yue fired 3 arrows simultaneously. Clang! 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 To her astonishment, Yagyu Echito split the steel arrowheads in half with a single stroke. The master of the one-sword style, Yagyu Echito. 15 years ago, you killed in the Dragon Kingdom. And your bounty still remains on its wanted list. How dare you enter the Dragon Kingdom? Yu Yue spoke coldly. Ha ha ha. Yagyu Echito laughed heartily. You must be from the Dragon Group, right? Aside from them, I doubt anyone remembers my name. Which department are you from? Archery. Ancient martial arts. If you wish to know, go ask the Dragon Group. Yu Yue scoffed, her figure agile as she swiftly retreated. Her arms spread wide, revealing a gliding wing. After nearly falling to her death in Jinling, she equipped herself with this gear. If she couldn't fight, she could flee. But just then, a surge of black mist enveloped her vision, revealing another figure. Another upper ninja. Yu Yue's pupils contracted, realizing her miscalculation. Bang! A tall man struck out with a punch. Yu Yue coughed up blood, her internal organs nearly exploding, the excruciating pain threatening to render her unconscious. She became a parabolic arc, plummeting towards the ground. In midair, she swiftly pulled out her phone, hastily sending a message to Yubechen, North Suburb Water Plant. Chapter 43, Martial Arts Association of the Southeast Province. As Yubechen settled into his seat, Zhou Ruoyu presented him with a bowl of mung bean soup. After savoring a few spoonfuls, his phone chimed with a text message. Beijing Suburban Water Plant. Yubechen pondered the cryptic words, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Who could be playing a prank with an unfamiliar number? Furrowing his brows, he dialed the number back. Meanwhile, Yu Yue lay sprawled on the ground, her phone lying 3 meters away. Struggling to rise, she aimed to retrieve her device. Suddenly, with a crack, Lucian descended from the rooftop, trampling Yu Yue's phone, and commanded, "Withdraw immediately, this location has been compromised." Yu Yue felt a sharp pain at the back of her head before everything faded to black. No answer. Yubechen frowned, redialing only to be met with a message indicating that the number was out of service. A sense of unease washed over him. Just then, a man from the Yi family approached. Yubechen recognized him as Shenhe, a martial arts master assigned by his senior sister to safeguard the household. Young master. 15 minutes ago, intruders entered the residence, Shenhe reported respectfully. Who were they? Yubechen inquired. 3 Eastern ninjas. Knowing they couldn't escape, they all committed suicide by poison. Shenhe replied. Yubechen sprang to his feet, sensing something amiss. He had only returned a few days prior, and his phone number was newly acquired. Few were privy to it, only his senior sister, Zhou Ruoyu, Xia Ruoxue, and Yu Yue. Zhou Ruoyu was present, making it impossible for his senior sister to have sent such a message. Could it be Yu Yue? Had she uncovered some information? Or perhaps Xia Ruoxue? That seemed implausible. Why would she send him to the Beijing suburban water plant? Perplexed, Yi Beichen pulled out his phone and attempted to call Xia Ruoxue, but the line was dead, indicating it was out of service. How could Xia Ruoxue, residing in Jinling, be unreachable? At that moment, the servant rushed in, whispering hurriedly to Shenhe while handing him a tablet. Shenhe glanced at it and swiftly approached Yi Beichen. Young master, half an hour ago, the sentries reported that Easterners abducted 2 girls outside the CF across the street. They retrieved the surveillance footage. Would you like to see it? Show me, Yi Beichen urged hastily. Shenhe passed him the tablet. Upon viewing the footage, Yi Beichen's expression darkened. Ruoxue, San Qian. What are they doing in Jiangnan? An ominous feeling enveloped him. Let us go to the Beijing suburban water plant. Shenhe ordered, prepare a vehicle for young master. Yi Beichen raced to the Beijing suburban water plant. In a thicket, he discovered a car. Upon forcibly opening the door, he found various belongings of girls. But their owner remained a mystery. Search the area, Shenhe commanded, and his subordinates dispersed like ants. Soon, they returned, breathless. Young master, we found signs of a struggle. Inside the factory, they stumbled upon the bodies of 4 Eastern ninjas. Yi Beichen entered the premises and indeed spotted the corpses of the ninjas, shot through the heart. Yi Beichen gazed at the wound, astonished. Young master Yi, I have discovered some arrows. Shenhe approached, holding 7 or 8 steel arrowheads. Are these Yue's arrows? How could she be involved? Yi Beichen's confusion deepened. Continue the search and see if there are any other clues. Understood. Shenhe commanded his men to scour the area. But alas, they found nothing. Only a few traces led from the abandoned water plant, stretching all the way to the riverbank, where they vanished entirely. They have crossed to the opposite shore. Yi Beichen pointed toward the vast river. Shenhe observed the surging waters and remarked, that side is Jiangbei. Yi Beichen's voice grew grave. Let us proceed to Jiangbei. Shenhe quickly interjected, young master, Jiangnan and Jiangbei are governed separately. Jiangnan is civil, while Jiangbei is martial. Although the king of Jiangnan commands an army of 300,000, they are merely for show. Jiangbei is truly a land of hidden talents. The headquarters of the Martial Arts Association of the Southeast Provinces is located there. While Jiangbei's economy may be lacking, its martial prowess is formidable, boasting at least a dozen martial arts masters. If the Japanese have gone to Jiangbei, it could pose significant challenges. Yi Beichen shook his head resolutely. No matter the challenges, we must go to Jiangbei. Yes. Seeing Yi Beichen's determination, Shenhe ceased further discussion. They drove across the bridge, arriving in Jiangbei. Shenhe answered a phone call and then said, young master, I have intelligence. Speak. Yi Beichen nodded. Shenhe stated solemnly, 15 minutes ago, a group of individuals from the land of the rising sun entered a Japanese club in Jiangbei. Let us head to the Japanese club, Yi Beichen declared directly. Shenhe elaborated, young master, this Japanese club has shares owned by the vice president of the Martial Arts Association of the Southeast Provinces. Should we? I care not for whose shares they are, even if it is the king of Jiangbei or the war god Ling Feng present, we shall depart. Yi Beichen's countenance was frigid. Understood. Shenhe dared not delay. Tentatively, he inquired, should we inform Miss? Do not trouble my senior sister, Yi Beichen declined. The vehicle sped swiftly to the entrance of the Japanese club, Paradise Hot Springs. It was a club established by the Japanese, featuring a hot spring spa and various unique attractions from their homeland. Wealthy patrons from Jiangbei, Jiangnan, Jiangdong, Jinling, and even Shanghai frequented this establishment. Upon disembarking, he reported. Young master, breaking news, 3 girls have been taken into Paradise Hot Springs. Let us move. Yibechen wasted no time and advanced toward the hot springs. Sir. This is a private club, without a reservation, please refrain from proceeding further. A Japanese man obstructed Yibechen and his entourage with an imposing demeanor. Suddenly, a dozen sumo wrestlers emerged from within the club, their bodies robust and adorned with dark tattoos, exuding an intimidating aura. Yibechen disregarded the man entirely. Striding toward the hot springs. Halt. Sir, this is as far as you may go. Advancing further would be impolite, the Japanese man warned, his expression darkening with menace. With a swift motion, Yibechen brushed past him, delivering a resounding slap that sent the man sprawling to the ground. Damn it. Upon witnessing this scene, the sumo wrestlers from the land of the rising sun surged forward, their corpulent forms moving with alarming speed towards Yibechen. Bang! With a single, powerful punch, Yibechen struck the foremost wrestler, a man whose appearance resembled that of a pig, causing his heart to cease beating. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Gasp! The sumo wrestlers collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions filled with terror as they gazed upon Yibechen. This was a heavyweight contender weighing 250 kilograms. And yet he had been felled by a mere punch. Just how formidable was the strength of this young man from the Dragon Nation? Yibechen, unrestrained and resolute, declared coldly, "Bring forth your leader to meet me, or I shall slay every one of you I encounter." "How dare you, Dragon Man? This is our territory." One of them retorted, only to find himself swiftly dispatched by Yibechen's swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. With a brutal stomp, Yibechen crushed the man's head, causing it to burst like a watermelon. He had not even been afforded the chance to finish his retort. Yibechen approached with an air of grim finality, his hands clasped behind his back. The atmosphere in the exquisite hot spring was shaken, as many, alerted by the commotion, rushed out to witness the figure of Yibechen, who bore the ominous presence of a reaper. Chapter 44, The Madman. A middle-aged man from the east, clad in a bathrobe and wooden clogs, his upper body adorned with tattoos, bellowed, "Who are you to dare intrude?" Bang! Yibechen paid no heed, delivering a swift kick that sent the stones from the flowerbed flying, shattering the man's skull. "Where is the owner of the Paradise Hot Springs? I have warned you. If he does not appear within a second, I shall take the life of an East Asian. Should he fail to show up in 5 minutes, I will annihilate this place." Yibechen's fury was palpable, he had no intention of sparing any East Asian. Anyone who dared to enter his line of sight, regardless of gender, would meet their demise. In a mere 3 minutes, the entirety of the Paradise Hot Springs was littered with the corpses of East Asians. Meanwhile, deep within the establishment, Saito Osaka received the news and nearly leapt from his seat in shock. "What did you say? A young man claiming to be Yibechen has stormed into the Paradise Hot Springs." "Wait, Yibechen? The one who has stirred up such a commotion in Jiangnan recently? Responsible for the downfall of the Zhao family and the death of the Jiangnan king?" After a brief moment of rage, Saito Osaka was taken aback. In the room, Indulgent spoke to another martial artist from the islands. "It is even worse than that. An hour ago, our East Asian Chamber of Commerce was challenged by this young man. Koizumi Kotaro has been slain. And so has Tang Ze Ishiong." "What?" Saito Osaka was left speechless. "He is incredibly audacious." Indulgent smirked. "There is yet another matter you are unaware of. This man, Yibechen, has also killed Jun Wuhui." "Jun Wuhui? The biological son of the war god Lingfeng?" Saito Osaka gasped in disbelief. Indulgent nodded silently. Saito Osaka's expression fluctuated greatly. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association in the Southeast Province, several middle-aged men were gathered. One of them spoke up. "The latest news, the East Asian Chamber of Commerce's headquarters in Jiangnan was challenged by Yibechen. Moreover, Jun Wuhui is dead. He was killed by Yibechen." A hush fell over the conference room. After a moment, someone incredulously remarked, "This Ibechen is truly audacious. He annihilated the Zhao family and disrupted the Jiangnan king's birthday banquet. I thought he had reached the pinnacle of recklessness." Another chimed in, astonished. "I never anticipated he would dare to kill Jun Wuhui." An elderly man sighed in astonishment, "But he is the son of the war god Ling Feng." A middle-aged man sneered, "The young are often fearless. This Ibechen, where did he acquire such martial prowess, believing himself to be the greatest in this world?" Someone remarked. "Well, perhaps it is not entirely unfavorable." "How so?" Another questioned, "What is there to commend about a mere young lad?" The man continued to laugh. "Though the Jiangnan king is inept, a puppet of the war god Ling Feng, his presence has prevented our interference in Jiangnan's affairs. Now, with the Jiangnan king dead, the Zhao family gone, and the East Asian Chamber of Commerce dismantled, the entirety of Jiangnan is in disarray. All present are high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Association, each possessing remarkable intelligence and emotional acumen. With a mere nudge, they become acutely aware of the turmoil engulfing Jiangnan. The moment has arrived for them to seize their opportunity. With the death of the war god Ling Feng's son, retribution against Ibechen is inevitable. They can exploit the chaos to claim Jiangnan for themselves." Suddenly, someone interjects, "There's another complication, that Wang Ruyan." A heavy silence descends upon the assembly. Another individual nods in agreement, "This woman is indeed a formidable challenge." "Humph. She is but a woman, can she truly stand against us, the entirety of Zhongbei?" scoffs an elder with disdain. At that moment, the mobile phone of Maligua, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, rings. He answers it casually. "What?" Maligua abruptly stands, his face a mask of astonishment. "What is it?" The high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Association all turn their attention to him. After hanging up, Maligua's expression grows grave, disbelief etched across his features. Ibechen has truly lost his mind. "What?" The assembly collectively frowns. Maligua, maintaining a serious demeanor, informs them. "This young man has stormed into our Zhongbei, invading the paradise pool of the Eastern Islanders. To date, he has slain no fewer than 30 of them. Ibechen has ventured into Zhongbei." The leaders of the Martial Arts Association are taken aback, their faces freezing in an icy pallor. They had been indifferent to Ibechen's antics in Jiangnan. In fact, the more chaos he incited there, the better for them, as they could watch from a distance and benefit from the fallout. However, should he wreak havoc in Zhongbei, he would cross an unforgivable line. The elder scoffs. "What nonsense is this? A mere boy dares to start trouble in Zhongbei. Do we take this place for a marketplace?" A middle-aged man slams his hand on the table in outrage. Maligua turns on his heel, declaring, "We must first investigate the paradise pool. This madman may truly have targeted it." The assembly exits the conference room, hastening towards the paradise pool. Meanwhile, within the paradise pool, Ibechen moves as if in an uninhabited realm. Saito Osaka had intended to wait for the Martial Arts Association's arrival before taking action. But he could not afford to delay any longer. Ibechen is nothing short of a lunatic. Many Eastern Islanders present have already fallen victim to his wrath, transforming the paradise pool into a hellish landscape. "Cease this at once. Lord Ibechen, I am the proprietor of the paradise pool. Your indiscriminate slaughter of Eastern Islanders suggests a blatant disregard for our nation." Saito Osaka emerges, flanked by a contingent of samurai. Ibechen casts a glance at him, noting his glasses, traditional kimono, and wooden clogs. "You are the owner of this establishment?" Ibechen inquires. Saito Osaka affirms, "Indeed. Lord Ibechen, I am aware of your reputation. Furthermore, I have no desire for conflict with you. Is it truly necessary to resort to such violence?" Ibechen, uninterested in Saito Osaka's ramblings, responds coolly, 3 women were taken captive here, hand them over, and I shall leave immediately." Lord Ibechen, There are far too many women entering and exiting my vicinity daily, or how could I possibly discern which one you refer to? Saito Osaka chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Suddenly, Ibechen sprang forth, akin to a monkey, landing directly before Saito Osaka. He reached out, seizing his neck with a firm grip. What sort of wordplay are you engaging in here? Are you feigning ignorance? A suffocating sensation enveloped Saito Osaka. He felt as though his neck might snap. At that moment, he comprehended the sheer terror embodied by the man from the Dragon Kingdom before him. Release Lord Saito. The nearby samurai, witnessing the scene, glared fiercely and drew their swords. With a swift motion, Ibechen executed a horizontal kick, shattering Saito Osaka's calf. The bone pierced through flesh and blood. Oh! Saito Osaka let out a wretched cry, bellowing. Fall back, everyone retreat. Just then, a group arrived at the Jile Hot Springs. Maligwa and others rushed in, only to find Ibechen committing an act of violence. Ibechen, you are exceedingly bold. Jiangbe is not a place where you can run amok. Maligwa roared, his voice resonating like a tiger's roar and a dragon's howl. Chapter 45, Defiance, a single punch to end it all. Maligwan and the members of the Southeast Provincial Martial Arts Association strode in. A formidable assembly of over a dozen martial arts masters. The palpable pressure they exuded left the gathered crowd gasping for breath. Upon seeing Maligwan and his entourage, Saito Osaka seized the opportunity like a drowning man clutching a life raft and shouted, "Vice President Ma, save me. This Ibechen is a vicious criminal." He barged into the Paradise bathhouse, indiscriminately slaughtering people. As for the three women he mentioned, I am utterly bewildered. Vice President Ma, you must stand up for us. The people of the East. Can it be that you, from the Dragon Kingdom, are so unreasonable? Maligwan's expression turned stern as he advanced with the poise of a dragon on the hunt, his cold gaze fixated on Ibechen. Ibechen, this is Jiangbei. Not Jiangnan. Shunhei approached discreetly and murmured, Mr. Yi, he is Maligwan, the Vice President of the Southeast Provincial Martial Arts Association. Maligwan regarded Shunhei with a contemptuous smirk. Shunhei, are you, a master on the Asian martial arts rankings, willing to follow such a character? This is none of your concern. Shunhei shook his head, it does not pertain to you. Maligwan chuckled derisively. He ceased engaging with Shunhei and turned his attention back to Ibechen. Release Mr. Saito. His voice carried an undercurrent of icy threat. A smirk appeared on Ibechen's lips. Are you threatening me? Even if you are, what of it? This is Jiangbei. Maligwan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while Saito Osaka sneered sinisterly, his eyes glinting like those of a venomous serpent. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as excruciating pain radiated from his shattered leg, twisting his expression into one of unmasked hatred for Ibechen. Ibechen. You are far too arrogant. The Paradise bathhouse is not your playground. With Mr. Mo speaking up, do you still dare? But before Saito could finish his sentence, a resounding thud echoed as Ibechen cast him to the ground, then placed a foot upon Saito Osaka's chest. A scream pierced the air, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Saito's chest caved in violently, ribs shattered, bones piercing his internal organs, pain surged through him. As he lay writhing on the floor, helpless, Ibechen's foot rested lightly upon his head. The pressure was not overwhelming, yet Saito could not lift his upon witnessing this scene. Maligwa and the members of other martial arts associations were nearly consumed by rage. Each one of them wore a grim expression, their teeth clenched in indignation. In Jiangbei, their authority was absolute, a mere utterance from them left no room for dissent. Today, as they prepared to defend the Jile Tang pool in Saito Osaka, the audacity of Ibechen to act violently in public was beyond comprehension. Ibechen, you are courting death. In a fit of fury, Maligwa stepped forward, causing the tiles beneath his feet to shatter with a resounding crash. A surge of formidable internal energy radiated from him, tearing apart his shirt as his muscles bulged with power. He unleashed a punch towards Ibechen's chest with the swiftness of a bullet. A dull thud echoed as Ibechen retaliated with his own strike, their fists colliding with a force that reverberated through the air. To the astonishment of onlookers, Yi Beichen stood undaunted, while Maligwa staggered back 7 steps. With a calm demeanor, Yi Beichen uttered a single word, "Get lost." Gasps of disbelief filled the air. The wealthy spectators were taken aback. This was Maligwa, the vice president of the Southeast Provincial Martial Arts Association, ranked among the top 20 in martial prowess within the province. The fact that Yi Beichen could stand his ground, and even push him back, was utterly unfathomable. How could this young man, who had lost everything 5 years ago, possess such strength? The members of the Martial Arts Association exchanged bewildered glances. Elder Song. How is this young man's strength so formidable? Inquired a middle-aged man. Elder Song, known for his fiery temper, maintained a stoic expression. This lad is no ordinary individual. However, his strength likely falls short of Maligwa's. That punch just now was executed with finesse. Finesse. The members of the Martial Arts Association pondered this notion. Maligwa, astonished, felt a tingling sensation in his wrist, his fist throbbing with pain. In front of so many witnesses, being forced back 7 steps by Yi Beichen was a profound humiliation. Moreover, Yi Beichen had dared to tell him to leave. Maligwa's face flashed with shame and fury, a tempest of wrath building within. Yi Beichen, I offered you a chance. You squander it at your peril. No matter your formidable connections, today, I shall end you. Maligwa roared, the words nearly grinding through clenched teeth. With a thunderous stomp, he summoned his internal energy, erupting into a fierce roar akin to a tiger's growl. The powerful aura emanating from him was palpable, causing many onlookers to instinctively retreat, gasping in fear. In that moment, he resembled a fearsome tiger, dominating the scene and rendering the crowd motionless. Kill. Maligwa leapt forward, embodying the ferocity of a predator as he lunged at Yi Beichen. His hands formed into claws. One aimed at Yi Beichen's heart, the other directed towards his throat, intent on inflicting harm. Yi Beichen stood resolute, appearing to be paralyzed with fear in the eyes of the Jeongbei crowd, as the distance between them dwindled to a mere 10 meters. In the span of 10 meters, a fleeting moment passed. As Maligwa closed the distance to merely 2 meters from Yi Beichen, he remained utterly indifferent. This boy was already as good as dead. Old Song coldly uttered a remark, within the realm of martial arts masters, if neither party takes action, the opportunity to strike is lost. A cold smirk appeared on the faces of the Martial Arts Association members. As the gap shrank to the final meter, Yi Beichen suddenly declared, I told you to get lost. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! It was as swift as lightning. Even Maligwa failed to react in time. The blow landed squarely at the position of Maligwa's heart. To the astonishment of all present, a ripple spread across Maligwa's muscles, centered around his heart, akin to a stone cast into water. Maligwa experienced excruciating pain in his chest, followed by a wave of suffocation, as if his very muscles were about to tear apart. With a violent cough, Maligwa expelled a mouthful of blood, soaring through the air like a lifeless dog. Subsequently, bang! His body crashed heavily onto the ground, devoid of any breath. Yi Beichen's solitary punch had claimed the life of Maligwa, Vice President of the Southeastern Province Martial Arts Association. Chapter 46, The Mystery of Lineage. At this moment, the world fell into utter silence. Everyone shut their mouths, their eyes wide with disbelief. Beneath Yi Beichen's feet, Saito Hikari's eyes were nearly popping out. He momentarily forgot the excruciating pain coursing through his body, trembling uncontrollably. A middle-aged man from the Martial Arts Association stepped forward to check Maligwa's breath. He turned back and gently shook his head at Elder Song. He is dead. Elder Song's pupils constricted. The members of the Martial Arts Association instinctively took a step back. An uproar filled the venue. Dead? Hiss. A chorus of gasps filled the air. My heavens, this was Vice President Ma. Vice President Ma is dead. Killed by a young man from Jiangnan. A youth who had lost everything 5 years ago, a youth pursued by the Jiangnan king, struck dead with a single punch. A group of affluent individuals from the north looked on in astonishment. The Zhao family was annihilated. The Zhongnan king was slain. They had long had the name Yi Beichen. The name Yi Beichen resonated like thunder. Ding ding. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the phones of these wealthy individuals began to ring incessantly. They hurriedly answered their calls. What? The Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce has been destroyed. Jun Wuhue is dead, killed by Yi Beichen. No way, is this real? The sky is falling. Due to the timeliness of the news, these wealthy individuals had not been immediately informed of the events transpiring in Zhongnan. At this moment, the news finally reached their ears. Coupled with the sight of Yi Beichen striking down Maligua right before their eyes, the shock was indescribable. He seems to be just in his early 20s, someone whispered. Indeed. A young man in his 20s possesses such terrifying strength. In the future, both Zhongnan and Zhongbei will undoubtedly have a place for him. They seemed to witness the birth of a new king. Yi Shao's power is utterly terrifying. Maligua was at least approaching the Grandmaster level. Struck dead by Yi Shao with a single punch. Shen, he thought in astonishment. Even he could not maintain his composure. He pondered for a moment. If that punch were aimed at him, could he withstand it? As he contemplated, a sheen of fine sweat beaded on his forehead. Quick! Quickly bring those 3 women out. Lord Yi Beichen. Lord Yi. Yi Shao, spare me, it has nothing to do with me. Saito Hikari was rendered speechless, howling like a beaten dog, pleading for mercy. With Maligua dead from Yi Beichen's punch, he harbored no illusions of safety. Xia Ruoshue, San Qian, and Yu Yue were carried out, unconscious. With a mere glance from Yi Beichen, Shen he stepped forward to examine them. Yi Shao, they are merely unconscious. There is no serious harm, Shen he reported. Yi Beichen nodded slightly, instructing Shen he to take them away. Saito Hikari hurriedly interjected, Lord Yi Beichen. It's not my fault. Someone contacted me to say Osaka Saito could no longer afford to maintain her dignity. Dignity? Is life not more precious? With a disdainful snort, Yi Beichen grew weary of Osaka Saito's rumblings and struck down with a single blow. Her head shattered like a watermelon, and the sound abruptly ceased. The members of the Martial Arts Association felt their eyes twitch violently. Old Song glared coldly at Yi Beichen, do you dare to kill Maligua? Do you know who he is? From this moment forth, the Paradise Hot Springs will be shut down. If I discover that it remains open, I will show no mercy. Yi Beichen simply turned and walked away, ignoring Old Song's words entirely. The wealthy elites of Zhongbei and the members of the Martial Arts Association were left in stunned silence. This young man possessed an audacity beyond measure. They watched in disbelief as Yi Beichen departed, with not a single person daring to intervene. Who would dare to stop him? Maligua, who had dominated the martial arts world for over 40 years, had been felled by a single punch. To obstruct Yi Beichen would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. As Yi Beichen stepped out of the Paradise Hot Springs, Old Song's furious roars echoed, Yi Beichen. What do you think I am? What do you think the Martial Arts Association is? What do you think Zhongbei is? Unfortunately, Yi Beichen had already left. Upon entering the car, he found 3 stunning women sprawled across the back seat in disarray. Fortunately, the rear seat was spacious enough. After sitting down, Yi Beichen felt a wave of exasperation. These 3 women had decidedly unladylike sleeping postures. Xia Ruoshue and San Qian, clad in short skirts, lay with their legs spread in a manner reminiscent of a big character. San Qian, fiery-tempered and endowed, was even wearing Mickey Mouse attire. Meanwhile, Yu Yue donned a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her enviable figure, her curled position revealing a tantalizing glimpse. Even in a state of unconsciousness, Xia Ruoshue exuded a captivating charm. Coughing awkwardly, Yi Beichen rubbed his nose. Wasn't this situation bordering on criminal? Perhaps it was best to wake them first. With a resigned sigh, he resolved not to engage in any unbecoming actions. Observing that the three women had succumbed to a mild toxin, he deftly inserted silver needles into their acupuncture points. Simultaneously, the three women awakened, staring wide-eyed at one another. Then, a chorus of startled screams erupted, nearly rupturing Yi Beichun's eardrums. He could vanquish a master with a single punch, yet found himself utterly at a loss before these three beautiful women. It took a full 3 minutes for the cacophony to subside. Xia Ruoxue promptly leaped into Yi Beichun's embrace, her fear manifesting in tears. "Wu, I thought I was going to die. Why did you come? You scared me. Those people said they would kill me in San Qian, and use us to threaten you." San Qian, with reddened eyes, clung to his leg, tears welling in her gaze. This fiery girl had been greatly frightened. Sitting opposite Yi Beichun, a mere glance downward would reveal her Mickey Mouse attire. Yu Yue remained vigilant, meticulously surveying her surroundings. She soon discovered that everyone was inside a moving car, which brought her a sense of relief. "Ruoxue, you are safe now," Yi Beichun reassured as he patted Xia Ruoxue on the shoulder, making her feel somewhat better. However, as Yu Yue observed the two embracing, an inexplicable sentiment began to stir within her. She was at a loss for the reason behind it, but her mood soured nonetheless. With a frown, she exclaimed, "Yi Beichun, given the circumstances, is this really the time for such displays of affection?" Yi Beichun met her gaze and replied, "The Easterners have abducted Ruoxue and the others. What are you doing here?" Yu Yue, feeling a twinge of annoyance, retorted, "I was here to rescue them, wasn't I? But now," she faltered, the embarrassment weighing heavily on her. The female warrior of the dragon team had indeed stumbled into a predicament. Yi Beichun chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Yet, Yu Yue shifted her focus, locking eyes with him, and said, "Regarding the investigation you asked me to conduct, I have some leads. Your background is quite extraordinary, but be prepared, as the revelations may be quite overwhelming for you." "What do you mean?" Yi Beichun frowned. Yu Yue continued. Chapter 47, How could it be him? Yu Yue stated, "We have discovered that you are likely not the biological child of your parents." "What do you mean?" Yi Beichun's heart constricted. The notion that he was not his parents' child was unfathomable. Yu Yue gazed at Yi Beichun, her expression grave. "After my last visit, I promised to uncover the truth behind your family's death. However, I encountered a peculiar phenomenon. All records concerning your family in Jiangnan have been erased. Even with the resources of the Dragon Team, we could find no trace." "What is the Dragon Team?" Yi Beichun inquired. "It is akin to the Imperial Secret Police of ancient times, much like the Jinui." The fact that even the Dragon Team could not uncover any information about the Yi family indicated something amiss. "Thus, I traced back over a decade." "Over a decade?" "Yes," Yu Yue affirmed. "Do you remember, Yi Beichun, when you fell gravely ill many years ago?" Yi Beichun pondered briefly before recalling. "I believe I was around 5 or 6 years old at the time. Indeed, that strange illness was untreatable throughout the entirety of Jiangnan." Yu Yue produced a stack of newspapers, pointing to a specific column. This incident drew the attention of the entire region. Medical experts were conducting inspections in Jiangnan and happened to encounter your case. None could provide a remedy, and it even made the news. Yi Beichun reminisced about his childhood. "Before I fell ill, I was remarkably healthy, unlike others. In kindergarten, I could run faster than adults. My appetite was such that I could consume food equivalent to 2 or 3 adults' portions. At times, while in class, I could even hear conversations occurring on the street outside." He continued, "I reported this to my teacher, but they dismissed it as mere fabrication. After that severe illness, those abilities vanished entirely." Yu Yue then retrieved a piece of paper from her pocket. "This is the blood test report from the hospital conducted for you and your parents, which indicates that there is no blood relation between you." Yi Beichun's breath quickened as he took the report. The stark words leaped out at him, "Yi Laoqi, Li Xianglian, and Yi Beichun have been determined through medical examination to have no blood relation." How could this be? Yi Bechun's pupils dilated in shock, struggling to accept this revelation. Yu Yue regarded him with a hint of sympathy. 5 years prior, his family had been shattered. Now, after returning, he finally had the chance to avenge his parents, only to learn he was not their biological offspring. It was a truth any person would find difficult to bear. Xia Ruoxue grasped Yi Bechun's hand. Bechun, do not lose heart, I am here for you. Regardless of your origins, I will stand by your side. She looked at him with tenderness and concern. Yu Yue felt a twinge of annoyance. All right, for now, this is all I have uncovered. The matters I promised to investigate remain unresolved, but rest assured, I, Yu Yue, am committed to seeing things through. I will continue my inquiries. Please allow me to exit the vehicle, I have no time for your flirtations. She concluded her remarks in one breath. A somewhat sour sensation lingered in the air. Stop the car, Yi Bechun commanded. He promptly applied the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. Yu Yue opened the door, preparing to exit. Wait. Yi Bechun interjected. Yu Yue furrowed her brow. What is it? Do you have something else to discuss? Yi Bechun replied. I must express my gratitude for your assistance regarding this matter. As for my parents, there is no need for you to concern yourself. The information you've uncovered is sufficient. I will investigate further through my own means. I will assist you in removing the 3 silver needles within you. After his words, Yi Bechun reached toward Yu Yue's chest. Oh! A tingling sensation surged through her. Yu Yue gasped in surprise, but before she could react, thud. The 3 silver needles pierced through the flesh near her heart, landing in Yi Bechun's hand. Yu Yue glared furiously at him, flung open the car door, and sprinted away. She dashed for several hundred meters, seeking refuge in a narrow alley. Her pretty face was flushed crimson, as if it could drip with water. The tingling sensation in her chest persisted. How dare he touch such a place? Without even a warning, this was utterly outrageous. With gritted teeth, Yu Yue moved like a shadow, swiftly disappearing from view in the alley. Leaning against the car, Yi Bechun clutched the report in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he exited the vehicle. He, take them back to the Yi residence to rest. Yes. He drove off towards the Yi estate. Both Xia Ruoxue and San Chen were visibly shaken and in need of respite. Yi Bechun, however, with the report in hand, headed toward the hospital that had conducted the paternity test years ago. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association in Gyeongbei, Southeast Province, Elder Song and other veterans of the association gathered, their expressions dark and foreboding. Our Southeast Province Martial Arts Association has been established for decades, and we have never encountered such an incident. A grave humiliation, the profound disgrace. The esteemed vice president was publicly beaten to death. If we do not make Yi Bechun pay for this, who will ever regard us in Gyeongbei again? Who will take our martial arts association seriously? The elders expressed their indignation. Among them were over a dozen masters ranked within the top 500 of the Asian martial arts masters list, a formidable force. At this moment, their faces were all grim. Yi Bechun must die. He must pay the price. Many declared. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. The president has arrived. The president has returned. Countless individuals rose to their feet, even the venerable Elder Song stood upright, gazing toward the entrance of the conference room. There appeared a middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, entering with an imposing presence that enveloped the room. An immense pressure washed over everyone, compelling many to bow their heads in submission. Unable to meet his gaze, it was Lin Songhai, the president of the Martial Arts Association of the Southeast Province. His voice, as heavy as a mountain, resonated in the ears of all present. I have just returned to the country and I am already aware of the situation regarding Vice President Ma. I have been away for but a few days, and yet, who is this Yi Bechun? Such audacity! The Zhao family of Jiangnan, the Wang of Jiangnan. The East Japan Chamber of Commerce, Jun Wuhui, and even we of Zhongbei. How can a mere 23-year-old youth cause such upheaval? Elder Song signaled discreetly. A young man from the Song family stepped forward, respectfully presenting a photograph. President, this is Ibechen. Lin Songhai's gaze shifted to the photograph. His pupils dilating in shock as he exclaimed, how can it be him? Chapter 48. This son-in-law, our Han family has reserved in Zhonghai. Han Yu hurriedly rushed into the courtyard of the Han family, breathless, calling out, grandfather, grandfather. Ma Ligua, the vice president of the Southeast Province Martial Arts Association, has been killed by Yi Beichen with a single punch. Han Jinlong was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard as part of his rehabilitation training. Ever since he began taking Yi Beichen's medicinal formula, he had gradually regained the ability to walk without relying on a wheelchair. Although his recovery was slow and required consistent training, the improvement was remarkable compared to his previous condition. What? Han Jinlong exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Even he could not maintain his composure, gazing incredulously at Han Yu. Who did you say died? Ma Ligua, the vice president of the Southeast Province Martial Arts Association. Ma Ligua. Han Yu's breath quickened, her cheeks flushed. Dressed in a qipao. She paid no heed to her appearance as she rushed back to convey this news to her grandfather. One could only imagine the magnitude of shock this news had imparted upon her. Han Jinlong's brows twitched in disbelief as he muttered. The last Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Conference was 5 years ago, wasn't it? Ma Ligua's strength was substantial, even if he was not a grandmaster. He was perilously close to one. Wait, how did Ma Ligua die? Killed by a single punch? He looked at Han Yu, uncertainty clouding his expression. Did he mishear her? Han Yu confirmed emphatically, grandfather, he was killed by Yi Beichen with one punch. Are you certain? Han Jinlong was utterly astonished. Han Yu's chest heaved as she replied, yes. Grandfather, it was indeed with one punch. At that time, many wealthy individuals from Zhongbei witnessed it firsthand. Numerous elders from the Southeast Province Martial Arts Association were also present. Han Jinlong stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. I truly underestimated him. How powerful was the war god Ling Feng, Yi Beichen's age, in comparison? Not even a fraction of his strength. Han Yu shivered at his words. Suddenly, Han Jinlong broke into a smile. We must seize this opportunity. I have already decided that the next time we meet Yi Beichen, I shall propose marriage for you. This son-in-law, we, the Han family, have reserved. In Jinling, Wang Ruyan was attending to her affairs when she was struck dumb by the news. Ma Ligua was killed with a single punch. Even she was taken aback. Her surprise palpable. This junior brother of hers was indeed full of astonishing revelations. Junior brother, your pace of cultivation is astonishingly rapid. A smile played at the corners of Wang Ruyan's lips. If only her senior sisters knew, they would be unable to sit still. Yi Beichen, holding a DNA test report, returned to the hospital where he had undergone a paternity test over a decade ago. Hello, I would like to see Dr. Li Shirong, he stated at the central counter. The young nurse glanced at Yi Beichen, bemused. You wish to see old Li? Huh? Such audacity in a young man to call him by his name. Do you think old Li is someone you can simply meet? Countless wealthy individuals have waited years for an appointment. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, stating, I am not here for medical treatment, I have some inquiries for him. The young nurse coughed, her expression rife with disdain. You should return whence you came. Li Lao is not someone of your ilk can meet. He sees but one patient a day. Even the Dragon City's patients, when invited, are often turned away. It is said that one such individual was a high-ranking official. That esteemed official from Dragon City did not hesitate to come to Jiangnan. Yi Beichen inquired nonchalantly, so, Li Shirong is in the hospital. Indeed. Li Lao resides on the topmost floor of this establishment, the nurse replied with an air of arrogance. The highest tier of this hospital is comprised of elite wards. Not a single ordinary room is available for less than 10,000. The Pinnacle VIP wards begin at a staggering 100,000 a day. Is it exorbitant? Undoubtedly. Yet, the wealthiest man in the Southeast province once spent over 3 months in a VIP ward to prolong his life. Ultimately, he still succumbed. Over 3 months, 100 days. He paid more than 10 million just to extend his existence by 3 months. This allowed him to arrange his affairs without inciting strife within his extensive family. Oh! Ibechen said, dismissing the nurse entirely as he strode toward the VIP elevator leading to the top floor. What do you think you're doing? The nurse exclaimed in shock, swiftly positioning herself in front of him. You can't. With a swift motion, Ibechen raised his hand, sending her sprawling to the ground. He then pressed the elevator button and stepped inside. By the time the nurse regained her composure, Ibechen had already reached the top floor. You're wrong. Ibechen called out loudly as he exited the elevator. His voice resonated through the entire upper level of the hospital like a fierce tiger's roar. Suddenly, the doors of several VIP wards swung open, and a number of young men and women, as well as middle-aged men, emerged. They were either affluent or noble. Their elderly relatives nearing death, desperately seeking to extend their lives here. Who are you? How dare you raise your voice here? My father is recuperating. Ibechen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, disregarding their presence. Li Xiaorong, I have matters to discuss with you. You. The middle-aged men and young individuals shouted angrily. We are speaking to you, did you not hear? What is your name, to act so brazenly here? One man demanded. Already retrieving his phone to summon security personnel. Ibechen cast a fleeting glance at him, asserting, Ibechen. With those 3 succinct words, the once bustling corridor of the hospital's top floor fell into an eerie silence. Ibechen. The name seemed to possess an enchanting power, choking all in attendance. Why? Ibechen, you, oh, no, you are Mr. Ibechen. The man poised to make the call froze. His finger hovering above the dial button, unable to press it, utterly paralyzed with fear. Not only the middle-aged man who spoke, but also the other young men and women fled in terror back to their ward, hastily shutting the door behind them. Madness. They were truly on the brink of being frightened to insanity. How could this terrifying figure have come to the hospital? He was the one who annihilated the Zhao family, the cause of Zhongnan Wang's demise. The one who obliterated the Dongying Chamber of Commerce and eliminated the illegitimate son of the war god, Ling Feng. No matter how wealthy or powerful they were. How could they possibly compare to Zhongnan Wang? How could they measure up to the war god, Ling Feng? Ibechen inquired nonchalantly, do you know where Li Xiaorong is? Third. This billionaire, impeccably dressed in a suit, collapsed to his knees on the floor. Why Yi, Mr. Yi, Li Lao is. In the back, he stammered, pointing in a direction. By the time he lifted his gaze again, Ibechen had already vanished without a trace, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat from fear. Ibechen arrived at the innermost office on the top floor. The soundproof door prevented any noise from penetrating the space. With a gentle push, the door swung open. Inside, several individuals unexpectedly turned to face the entrance. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, a young woman in her 20s. And 2 middle-aged men standing behind the elderly figure, hands clasped behind their backs. Ibechen immediately discerned the martial prowess of the 2 men. They were of the master realm. Lastly, there was an elderly gentleman with reading glasses, appearing to be in his 60s. Ibechen furrowed his brow, addressing the 2 elders. Which of you is Li Xiaorong? Inside the office, an eerie silence ensued. The young woman, with a sharp voice, exclaimed, Who are you? How dare you intrude here? Do you possess a death wish? Chapter 49, 13 Needles emerge, the king of hell retreats. The 2 martial arts masters took a slight step forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of the elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit. Ibechen paid them no heed and directed his gaze towards the bespectacled man in his 60s, inquiring, Are you Dr. Li Xiaorong? Dr. Li furrowed his brow, responding, Young man, who are you? This is the top floor of a hospital. How did you gain access? With a smile, Yi-Bei-chen replied doctorly. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to ask you a question. Is this DNA report your handwritten signature? He raised the slightly yellowed document. Its paper hardened from the passage of over a decade. Dr. Lee adjusted his glasses, struggling to discern the details. Beside him, the young woman exclaimed, Dr. Lee. What does this mean? Does your hospital not accept only one patient a day? My grandfather traveled all the way from London. Is this the attitude you display? She then turned her defiant gaze towards Yi-Bei-chen, asserting, I don't care who you are. This is my grandfather's time for treatment, so leave at once. With that, she stretched out her hand, forming a claw-like gesture, aiming for Yi-Bei-chen's throat. A cold smile escaped Yi-Bei-chen's lips. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit felt a surge of danger and shouted, Rouge, be careful, you are no match for him. Alas, it was too late. As Rouge made her move, Yi-Bei-chen's speed surpassed hers in an instant. Before she could comprehend the situation, he had seized her throat. A suffocating sensation enveloped Rouge, causing her body to tremble. She gazed in shock at Yi-Bei-chen, a young man seemingly of her own age, yet his speed, strength, agility, and prowess far exceeded her own. The elderly man hastily interjected, Young friend, please show mercy. I am Yi Jincheng, and this is my granddaughter. She is accustomed to being spoiled and acted impulsively, offending you in the process. Behind him, the two martial arts masters fixed their eyes on Yi-Bei-chen, poised to intervene at any moment. However, Yi Jincheng subtly shook his head, prompting the masters to take half a step back. This action slightly alleviated Yi-Bei-chen's murderous intent, and he gradually released his grip. Coughing, Rouge quickly retreated, tears welling in her eyes. She had never endured such humiliation. Grandpa, please teach him a lesson. He is too much. Yi Jincheng gently shook his head. It is you who has gone too far, acting without understanding the situation. May I inquire the name of this young friend? Yi-Bei-chen replied nonchalantly, I am Yi-Bei-chen. Yi-Bei-chen? Yi Jincheng expressed surprise. You are indeed Yi-Bei-chen. The young man before me is truly Yi-Bei-chen. His astonishment was palpable. Though he had heard of the events in Zhongnan, he had never taken much interest. To encounter the very protagonist stirring the waters of Zhongnan was an unexpected revelation for Yi Jincheng. Yi-Bei-chen, intrigued, asked, Old sir, do you know me? Yi Jincheng chuckled. Indeed, your recent exploits have been nothing short of earth-shattering. The old man had long since retired. Yet he had heard of certain deeds attributed to you in the dragon capital. Oh, is that so? Yi-Bei-chen nodded, astounded that his own affairs had reached such distant ears. Yi Rouge, equally incredulous, exclaimed, Did the king of Zhongnan truly perish because of you? Yi-Bei-chen refrained from responding and turned his gaze to Dr. Li Xiurong. Dr. Li, could you kindly verify if this document bears your signature? Yi Rouge, incensed, stamped her foot in frustration. How could this insolent youth disregard her? In the dragon capital, countless peers had circled around her. Yet here, in this impoverished corner of Zhongnan, a mere pauper dared to adopt such an attitude. Indeed, her assessment of Yi-Bei-chen was succinctly encapsulated in 3 words, poor boy. Even if he accomplished extraordinary feats in Zhongnan, it would still pale in comparison to the stature of the Yi family in the dragon capital. Li Xiurong, aware of Yi-Bei-chen's identity, dared not be dismissive. He took the document, examined it, and nodded earnestly. This is my handwriting. Yi-Bei-chen's pupils constricted slightly. Are you certain? Li Xiurong affirmed, Mr. Yi. I am quite certain. Upon seeing this document, I recalled that you were the child who fell gravely ill years ago. The hospital needed to perform a blood transfusion. I remember your brother and parents attempting to match your blood type, but they were incompatible. Ultimately, a DNA test confirmed there was no biological relation. A profound shock coursed through Yi-Bei-chen. He was, in fact, not related to his parents by blood. He inhaled deeply and turned to leave. not wishing to linger for a moment longer. Wait. Young man, Yi Jincheng called out, yet Yi Beichen continued on his way, showing no signs of stopping. Alas, what a promising talent. Yi Jincheng gazed at Yi Beichen's departing figure and couldn't help but express his admiration, even pursuing him briefly from the office. Yi Rouge wiped away her unjust tears. Grandfather, what are you saying? Yi Jincheng remarked, this young man possesses extraordinary talent. At such a tender age. He has already surpassed many masters, a truly exceptional prospect. Contemplating, he raised his hand gently. Phone. A martial arts master nearby retrieved a mobile phone and respectfully handed it to him. Hello, old friend, I have someone to recommend, he said. The man on the line was taken aback. Who could it be that warrants such a personal endorsement from you? Yi Jincheng replied with a hint of excitement. A young man named Yi Beichen, whose conduct aligns perfectly with my preferences. You are in need of talent, are you not? Make an exception and accept him. The man on the other end expressed surprise, Yi Beichen. The one stirring up the Jiangnan city. Indeed, Yi Jincheng confirmed. The man continued, however, he has gone too far. The king of Jiangnan and the son of the god of war, Ling Feng, also perished because of him. Those from the island nation of Donging have also suffered losses at his hands, and now they demand an explanation. I will address the issue concerning the god of war. Yi Jincheng stated solemnly. As for the Donging people. What explanation do they require? Let them live. His expression darkened. The man on the phone paused momentarily. Then replied with a chuckle, all right, brother, it's your call. He hung up. Yi Jincheng then said, Dr. Li, please continue with your diagnosis. Where did we leave off? Li Xiurong's expression grew grave as he responded, Old Yi, I have already conveyed your condition. The damage to your meridians, compounded by previous ailments, is quite severe. My knowledge is limited, and I cannot provide a cure. Recovery is only possible if the legendary ghost hand divine doctor emerges and employs the 13 ghost needles for treatment. The mention of the ghost hand divine doctor left Yi Jincheng in a quandary, and he could not help but sigh. He has been missing for decades. Is he truly still alive? Yi Rouge inquired with curiosity, Grandfather, who is this ghost hand divine doctor? Is he truly formidable? Let me put it this way, as long as there is breath in one's body, the ghost hand divine doctor can bring them back to life. With the 13 needles administered, even the king of hell shall retreat. Chapter 50. The invincible god of war Yi Beichen had just exited the hospital when a sleek black luxury vehicle screeched to a halt at the entrance. From it emerged several robust men, each bearing a distinctive X-shaped scar upon their faces. They moved with a commanding presence, exuding an aura of military discipline and a palpable air of menace. In that instant, Yi Beichen sensed that these were no ordinary individuals, they hailed from the military. The leader among them smiled, You are astute. The god of war, Ling Feng, wishes to meet you. Very well, Yi Beichen replied with a composed nod, surmising that it was indeed time for him to meet Ling Feng. He felt no trepidation as he followed the men into the vehicle, which sped swiftly towards the outskirts of Jiangnan city. He was aware that beyond the suburban confines lay a military encampment. True to his expectations, the vehicle entered a heavily fortified military base, where highly trained soldiers could be seen rigorously engaged in drills. Yi Beichen was escorted deep into the heart of the base, ultimately arriving in a grand hall where a middle-aged man sat upright, his closely cropped hair accentuating his stern demeanor as he perused an ancient military treatise. Yi Beichen. At last, we meet, the man declared with a booming voice. Are you the god of war, Ling Feng? Yi Beichen inquired. Presumptuous. You stand before the god of war and do not prostrate yourself. A colonel, one of the scar-faced men, backed from behind Yi Beichen. With a sudden movement, the scarred man lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Yi Beichen's knee, intending to force him to kneel. In an explosive moment, Yi Beichen turned and struck the man squarely in the chest, sending him crashing out of the hall, lifeless. You! The remaining scar-faced men seethed with rage and prepared to retaliate. Ling Feng's voice cut through the tension, cold and commanding, "Stand down, retreat. You are no match for him." Reluctantly, the men retreated, their eyes glinting with malice as they cast accusatory glares at Yi Beichen. In a swift motion, Yi Beichen surged forward once more, targeting one of the men. He raised a hand and pressed down upon the man's shoulder with tremendous force. A sharp crack echoed as the man's shoulder shattered, causing his legs to buckle, his knees plunging into the ground. Agonizing pain contorted his features, and he let out a piercing scream. Yi Beichen loomed over him like a harbinger of death. "That was your first warning. Should you cast such a look my way again, you shall meet your demise." The man glared defiantly at Yi Beichen, but the latter's cold demeanor left no room for negotiation. "Clearly, you do not comprehend human language," Yi Beichen retorted, striking down with his hand and obliterating the man's skull. The other scar-faced men recoiled in horror, gasping at the ruthless efficiency of Yi Beichen's actions. Too intimidated to raise their heads. In less than half a minute, 2 of their companions had perished. The audacity of Yi Beichen to commit such acts of violence in the presence of Ling Feng was truly chilling. "The Wind Warrior," with an air of indifference, remarked, "Yi Beichen, you truly surpass my imagination. To dare commit such acts of murder before me." Yi Beichen refrained from responding to this statement and coldly inquired, "Did you send someone to kill my parents?" "It has nothing to do with me," the Wind Warrior replied, shaking his head. "Then whose responsibility is it?" Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. The Wind Warrior appeared somewhat surprised. "Do you actually trust me?" Yi Beichen nodded. "Given your status as a warrior of renown, there is no need for you to deceive me." "Ha ha ha." The Wind Warrior laughed heartily. "Yi Beichen, you truly possess remarkable qualities. So young, yet you exhibit such depth, intellect, and audacity. It is indeed enviable. Had I possessed but half of your abilities in my youth, my standing would be far greater than it is today." Yi Beichen's frown deepened. "Who ordered the assassination of my parents?" "I know who it is, but I cannot disclose that information," the Wind Warrior responded, gazing intently at Yi Beichen. "The king of Jiangnan is my disciple. Someone has bypassed me and directly commanded him to annihilate your entire family. By the time I became aware, it was too late." Yi Beichen's breath quickened, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Like a ferocious beast, he asked coldly, "Who wishes to obliterate my family?" "That individual is beyond your reach. And even I cannot touch him," the Wind Warrior subtly shook his head. Yi Beichen, being exceptionally astute, deduced, "As the warrior of renown, you command the military in the southeastern provinces, with an army of 1,000,000. In the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, how many individuals are beyond your influence? Is he from Longdu? Even if he is, he likely hails from one of the prominent families there, perhaps even from the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom." The Wind Warrior was taken aback, gazing at Yi Beichen in disbelief. "Your intellect is rather intimidating." Yi Beichen pressed, "Who is it?" "I cannot reveal that," the Wind Warrior replied, shaking his head. "I had originally agreed to assist this person in eliminating you, but now I have reconsidered. Your talents are astonishing and remarkable. I have taken a liking to your potential. If you kneel and acknowledge me as your adoptive father, I can arrange for you to feign death, thus concluding this matter. I can assure you that in 20 years, you will occupy my position, bestowed as a warrior of renown. At that time, you may eliminate whomever you desire." The position of a warrior of renown. No one could resist such temptation. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, there are no more than 30 warriors of renown, each a formidable presence governing a province. Yi Beichen was astounded. "I have killed your son, and yet you seek to win me over." "Ha ha ha." The Wind Warrior laughed heartily. "Jun Wuhue is my son, exceptionally talented and hardworking. He is indeed a worthy candidate for succession. However, he stands behind the Jun family of Zhonghai, which is why he holds his current status and position." "And do you think I have only one son?" "With Jun Wuhue deceased, gaining another Yi Beichen is not a loss, not in the slightest." "You are overthinking this." Yi Beichen shook his head. "If not as an adoptive father, Then as a mentor, that is also acceptable. The Wind Warrior furrowed his brow, conceding to a lesser option. Yi Beichen let out a derisive laugh. You are unworthy to be my master. This statement utterly infuriated the Wind Warrior. His aura shifted abruptly, turning chillingly cold. Imbued with an intense murderous intent. Yi Beichen, are you certain? Life and death hinge upon your decision. Are you truly choosing the path of demise? The Wind Warrior threatened in a frigid tone. A wave of icy menace enveloped the grand hall. Yi Beichen remained undaunted. He stood with arms behind his back, smiling at the Wind Warrior, silent yet amused. You made your choice. The Wind Warrior's gaze was devoid of warmth, his powerful physique trembled as he stomped the ground, charging forth like a fierce tiger. Boom! The cement floor cracked, forming a web-like pattern from the force of his step. Whoosh! In the next instant, the Wind Warrior appeared before Yi Beichen, launching a punch with the swiftness of lightning. Roar! The tiger's roar echoed through the forest. As the Wind Warrior unleashed his blow, a surge of white energy erupted behind him, tumultuous and fierce. Furious Tiger Fist. This is intriguing, Yi Beichen remarked with a smile. Wind, listen to the dragon's roar. He raised his hand, coalescing it into a fist, and struck towards the Wind Warrior's punch. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded. Bang. Their fists collided. Thud, thud, thud. The Wind Warrior staggered backward, astonished as he gazed at Yi Beichen. Dragon Suppression Fist. You. The Wind Warrior's pupils constricted violently, as if an earthquake had struck. He could hardly believe his ears as he bellowed, How do you possess the Dragon Suppression Fist? Who are you to the Dragon Kingdom's Fist Emperor? Chapter 51, The God of War kneels. What is the Dragon Country's King of Boxing? This is the Dragon Subduing Fist imparted to me by my master. Yi Beichen uttered these words, boldly advancing towards the God of War, Ling Feng. Ling Feng was nearly paralyzed with fear, gasping as he retreated in the face of Yi Beichen's onslaught. How could this be? In all the world, only the king of boxing from the Dragon Country knows the Dragon Subduing Fist. Where did you learn it? The king of boxing is your master. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. I trained under him for 3 years, yet he only taught me the Tiger Subduing Fist. How could you possibly have mastered the Dragon Subduing Fist? Ling Feng seemed greatly agitated, roaring and bellowing, his jealousy surging uncontrollably. His eyes were bloodshot. Yi Beichen, hand over the manual of the Dragon Subduing Fist. I do not possess the manual, Yi Beichen replied, shaking his head. Then you must draw out all the techniques for me. Ling Feng was nearly beside himself with excitement, his tone urgent as he commanded Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen laughed. Ling Feng, do you truly believe you are someone of significance? With another punch, Yi Beichen struck out. Bang! Ling Feng, immensely powerful, unleashed a primal force from within. When their fists collided, a shockwave erupted. How can this be? You are a grandmaster. Under 30. No, under 25 years of age. Ling Feng inhaled sharply, utterly astounded. The Dragon Country's Dragon Commander, Yi Lingshao, became a grandmaster past the age of 35. Yi Lingshao was 29 when he achieved mastery. He nearly shattered the record of the Dragon Country. A grandmaster at 35 is a rarity, unprecedented in history. Ling Feng attained grandmaster status at 50, a full 15 years later than Yi Lingshao. Yet even so, he was among the top talents in the Dragon Country. Yi Beichen, not yet 25, already possessed the strength of a grandmaster. Truly astonishing. Wait. Suddenly, Ling Feng recalled a terrifying fact. 5 years ago, Yi Beichen's family was hunted down, nearly annihilated by 2 heavenly class warriors. At that time, Yi Beichen was certainly not a martial artist. He was merely an ordinary high school student. In 5 years, a mere 5 years. What has he endured during this time? How has he transformed from an ordinary person into a grandmaster? Ling Feng felt a chill run through him. A dreadful sensation made his heart race uncontrollably. To become a grandmaster in 5 years. Have you truly ventured into that valley? Ling Feng asked, horrified. Yi Beichen replied coolly, your chatter is excessive. Ling Feng, I have no time to waste on you. Who ordered the assassination of my entire family? Ling Feng shook his head, do you wish to know? Only if I kneel. I shall grant your wish. Yi Beichen uttered 4 words. In the next moment, Yi Beichen's aura surged dramatically. The bones within him cracked ominously. 2 jets of white energy erupted from his nostrils. The essence of his true energy spilled forth, taking on a palpable form. Kneel down. Yi Beichen bellowed, leaping high into the air, descending like a heavenly force. He struck a powerful punch towards the god of war. Ling Feng. Bang. Ling Feng extended his hands to meet Yi Beichen's assault. The instant their arms collided, Ling Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Clatter. His knees buckled. A tremendous crash reverberated. Centered around Ling Feng's kneecaps, the entire floor of the hall shattered into pieces. Ling Feng's complexion turned ashen as he raised his head in terror. Yi Beichen, one hand resting behind his back, placed the other firmly upon Ling Feng's shoulder. Like a deity, Yi Beichen spoke with an eerie calmness, now that you are kneeling, can we converse? In that moment, the battle-hardened god of war, Ling Feng, trembled deep within his gaze. He was filled with indescribable dread. Yi Beichen was astoundingly young, frighteningly so. Yet the indifference reflected in his eyes sent chills down the spine of this warrior. How old can he be? This is terrifying, Ling Feng pondered. Swallowing hard, I must tell you it is your biological father who seeks to annihilate your entire family. What did you say? Yi Beichen was momentarily taken aback. Though he had prepared himself for the possibility that his current parents might not be his biological ones, hearing this revelation shocked him profoundly. He could not help but inquire, you mean it is my biological father who wants to kill me? Why? Who is my biological father? What is the meaning of this? Ling Feng, if you dare utter a single falsehood, I shall end your life. Bang. Yi Beichen's arm tightened, nearly crippling Ling Feng's knees. He bore the excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, blood spilling from his mouth, Mr. Yi. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to utter Yi Beichen's full name. I speak only the truth. Your biological father is Yi Mingyuan of the Yi family in Longdu, Ling Feng declared. I, Huan Ling Feng, swear upon my life. Yi Beichen fell into a prolonged silence before murmuring 3 words, Yi Mingyuan. His emotions were tumultuous. Could it be that his biological father truly belonged to the Yi family of Longdu? Yi Mingyuan. Why would he seek to kill him? Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. Why would he want to kill me? Yi Beichen pressed. Wan Lingfeng responded, because Yi Mingyuan intends to marry a woman of formidable standing. He already has you and your mother. And you both have become obstacles to his union with this woman. Initially, Yi Mingyuan planned to send you to an orphanage for upbringing. However, later, he commanded a servant, Yi Laoqi, to leave Longdu and bring you to Jiangnan. This matter was meant to conclude there. Yet Wan Lingfeng paused, looking intently at Yi Beichen. Years have passed. And all seemed well. 5 years ago, that woman became aware of your existence. She compelled Yi Mingyuan to silence anyone who knew. Yi Beichen has already grasped the entire sequence of events. He chuckled, so, my biological father, in a bid to please a woman, intends to have me killed. Abandoned me 18 years ago, and now seeks to end my life again. Ha ha ha. Yi Beichen laughed heartily toward the heavens. Wan Lingfeng sighed heavily. Yi Beichen's laughter subsided. And his gaze darkened. What of my biological mother? To this, Wan Lingfeng replied, I cannot say. Perhaps only Yi Mingyuan knows her whereabouts. Having obtained the information he sought, Yi Beichen turned to leave, casting aside a warning. Wan Lingfeng, I hope your words ring true. I will investigate, and if any of it is false, even if you are a warrior of renown, I will ensure you find no rest in death. Wan Lingfeng understood. The legendary warrior nodded in response. As he watched Yi Beichen's retreating figure, an unexpected tremor shook his heart. Suddenly, Wan Lingfeng's head struck the ground with force, performing a gesture of deep reverence. The esteemed warrior of Lingfeng, the foremost figure of the southeast province, was actually bowing before Yi Beichen. Were anyone to witness this, they would be utterly astounded. Yi Beichen turned back, somewhat astonished. "What are you doing? Mr. Yi, please accept me. From this moment forth, Wan Lingfeng shall serve you, dedicating himself entirely to your cause." Wan Lingfeng proclaimed loudly. Chapter 52, The Fury of Yi Beichen. Why? Yi Beichen was taken aback. Soon after, his brows furrowed, unable to suppress his inquiry. This was the foremost war god of the southeast province, a grand master in power, commanding an army of 1,000,000. Such a formidable figure was actually willing to kneel at his feet. To serve him alone. Yi Beichen felt a mix of surprise and even delight. If he could bring Wan Lingfeng under his command, it would indeed be a splendid choice for him. Wan Lingfeng took a deep breath and spoke solemnly, "The world knows me as the god of war. Yet they are unaware that I bear only the title without the true essence of it. The 4 prominent families of Jinling, the Han and Jun families of Zhonghai, and the Martial Arts Association of the Southeast Province in Jiangbei, all represent pinnacle strength. I may be said to command an army of millions. But do I truly intend to pit this force against such adversaries?" Wan Lingfeng smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. He was a war god. Yet all his abilities were rendered ineffective. Yi Beichen nodded slightly, comprehending Wan Lingfeng's current predicament. "What good would it be for you to follow me? How could it be of no use?" Wan Lingfeng suddenly became animated, his eyes gleaming with light as he declared, "Mr. Yi, at just 23, you possess strength that surpasses that of a Grand Master. Should you ever achieve that level, the stage of long war would be far too small for you to showcase your talents. Though I am known as the god of war, my life has been constrained within the southeast province. Only by your side may I find the opportunity to truly realize my ambitions. A wise bird chooses its tree, and fish follow the dragon into the sea." Yi Beichen nodded gently. This reasoning was quite compelling. "Mr. Yi, please accept me," Wan Lingfeng proclaimed fervently. Bang! 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 The esteemed god of war bowed thrice before Yi Beichen. In the realm of martial arts, might dictates the hierarchy, no matter your prowess, rank, social status, or wealth. Everything is measured by strength. Adhering to the law of the jungle, Wan Lingfeng bowed willingly. Yi Beichen smiled faintly, accepting Wan Lingfeng. He was a man of passion and wisdom. "Rise, I grant you this," he said. "Thank you, my master." Wan Lingfeng was overwhelmed with excitement. "When alone, call me master. In the presence of others, you may refer to me as Mr. Yi." Yi Beichen contemplated briefly before stating, "If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded." The god of war, comparable to 100 Zhongnan kings, had directly acknowledged Yi Beichen as his master. Just as Wan Lingfeng was about to rise, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his knees. He let out a muffled groan, nearly toppling over. Yi Beichen's punch had been devastating, injuring his meridians. "I shall tend to your wounds." Yi Beichen extended his hand, assisting Wan Lingfeng to a seated position. Wan Lingfeng was taken aback. The young man before him was no ordinary individual. He was a youth capable of effortlessly slaying a grandmaster. Yi Beichen extracted several silver needles and pierced them into Wan Lingfeng's legs. He then furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you harbor a hidden ailment within?" Wan Lingfeng nodded. "Indeed, during my years of military service, I sustained some irreversible injuries." "I see," Yi Beichen mused, casually planting a few more silver needles into Wan Lingfeng's body. In an instant, an astonishing transformation occurred. Wan Lingfeng trembled, staring at Yi Beichen in sheer astonishment, exclaiming, "I feel as though my body has recovered significantly. What is happening?" Yi Beichen replied calmly, "I have used the 13 ghostly needles to clear your run and do meridians. I have also addressed some of your hidden afflictions. Shortly, I will prescribe a concoction for you. Follow it diligently, and within 3 months, all your ailments will vanish." Upon hearing this, Wan Lingfeng was utterly dumbfounded, as if petrified. Third. He rose from his chair, disregarding the excruciating pain in his knees, and knelt once more. Master. Your grace is akin to a rebirth. Wan Lingfeng was completely overwhelmed. Henceforth, no matter the task, he would face fire and water without hesitation, ready to sacrifice his life. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. Could decades of hidden ailments truly be cured? It was precisely these ailments that had prevented him from breaking through the shackles of the Grandmaster level and reaching a higher realm. Ibechen's resolution of his hidden afflictions and the unblocking of his meridians felt like a rebirth to his very parents. This time, Ibechen did not assist Wan Lingfeng to his feet. Instead, he commanded, "There is a matter you must attend to immediately. Ascertain the identity of my biological mother. Determine whether she still lives, and upon discovering any news, inform me at once." "Yes." Wan Lingfeng replied respectfully. 5 minutes later, Ibechen departed from the military camp, with Wan Lingfeng personally seeing him off. Witnessing this scene, numerous elders within the camp were left in stunned silence. What is happening? Why is the god of war, Lingfeng, personally escorting Ibechen? Wasn't Ibechen responsible for the death of Jun Wuhui, Lingfeng's illegitimate child? Have they reconciled? A peculiar sensation washed over some, as they sensed an emerging respect from Lingfeng towards Ibechen. However, others immediately dismissed this notion, shaking their heads in disbelief. Ibechen instructed Wan Lingfeng to accompany him to the entrance of the Yi residence. Just as he was about to enter, an unsettling feeling enveloped him. Not good. Ibechen narrowed his eyes, gazing at the gate of the Yi residence. Wan Lingfeng also raised his head to look. The gate stood ajar. Yet not a soul was in sight. What is amiss? Wan Lingfeng pondered, unable to perceive anything unusual. Ibechen remained silent, leaping from the carriage and striding towards the entrance. Upon entering the courtyard, he was suddenly confronted by a group of over a dozen Caucasian men who sprang forth. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour. Whooshed. Ibechen moved with astonishing speed, his hands flowing gracefully through the air as if performing Tai Chi, deftly grasping the bullets that rained down around him. With swift precision, he hurled them towards the surrounding group of white men. The bullets, propelled faster than they could be fired, pierced the hearts of these men with lethal accuracy. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence, thick with the scent of gunpowder. A round of applause echoed through the air as several cold-eyed white men, their lips curling into mocking smiles, approached slowly. Tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Each stood over 6 feet tall. Ibechen's expression darkened. Are you members of the Rothschild family? Intruders from outside the Dragon Kingdom. Wan Lingfeng entered, his face grave upon seeing the group. One of the women remarked, "So you know us. This implies that fool William has already met his end at your hands. And what of the people in the mansion?" Ibechen Chapter 53, The Terrifying Men of the Dragon Kingdom. As the words fell, Ibechen struck with astonishing speed. He resembled a wild beast, lunging towards the white woman before him, extending a hand to strike her head. "You!" The white woman was utterly terrified. She never anticipated that Ibechen's speed could be so horrifying. However, this woman was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts. According to the martial arts hierarchy of the Dragon Kingdom, she too possessed the rank of master. Could it be that her master-level prowess was no match for Ibechen? As this thought flickered through her mind, the white woman instinctively retaliated. Her delicate fist surged forward, aiming to strike Ibechen's palm. The moment their arms made contact, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The white woman's arm shattered, the bone piercing through flesh, a sight most gruesome. "Oh! How dare you treat me this way? I will kill you. Regardless of who you are, I will ensure your demise, leaving you with neither the ability to survive nor to die." The white woman emitted a voice filled with venomous rage. In her extreme fury, her Mandarin surprisingly became remarkably fluent. Ibechen coldly replied, "You have no more chances left. Go meet Ruoyun and Ruoshue in the afterlife. With a thunderous punch, he struck her chest. Blood spewed forth as her chest caved in. She was propelled back, crashing against a stone pillar, her head bursting upon impact, leading to her demise. Romies. No. A handsome white man with golden hair and blue eyes cried out in anguish. He charged at Ibechan like a maddened beast. The other white men and women shouted, "Dawson, be careful. This young man's strength is terrifying. Retreat." Blinded by fury, Dawson roared, "He killed Romies, I want him dead. He must pay for Romisa's death." "Is that so?" Ibechan's eyes blazed with fury. "You should have considered the consequences when you killed Ruoyon and Ruoshue." "Dawson, no. Stop him." The white men and women cried out in desperation. But alas, it was too late. Ibechan stepped forward, his movements uncanny, appearing right before Dawson. He raised his hand and delivered a punch. The sound of a dragon's roar resonated. Dragon subduing fist. In the background, Huan Lingfeng's pupils constricted. Bang! Dawson was struck, sent flying as if hit by a truck, and in midair he exploded. A living man was obliterated by Ibechan's punch, akin to a watermelon bursting. The remaining white men and women were paralyzed with terror. Hiss! They gasped in disbelief. What manner of person is this? A devil, he is a devil. Someone cried out in horror, nearly paralyzed with fear, turning to flee. Thinking of escaping? Ibechan's rage surged. He was incensed, unable to fathom that these individuals had dared to invade the Yi residence. Die! Ibechan bellowed, lifting a boulder from the ground and hurling it with ferocity. Third. A white man, fleeing for his life, lay on the ground with his spine shattered, lifeless. The remaining 5 white individuals felt a surge of dread, their eyelids fluttered, their bodies trembled, and goosebumps covered their skin. A chilling sensation surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Oh my God, who on earth is this young man? This is terrifying. I want to live. I never wish to set foot in the Dragon Kingdom again. They thought, consumed by fear. Ibechan approached, his eyes bloodshot, each step echoing the presence of death. Sir! Please don't misunderstand, one of the white men exclaimed. What Romies said was all false. When we infiltrated this residence, there wasn't a soul here. Ibechan replied coldly, do you think I would believe that? Sir, it's true. We did not commit murder. We came only to obtain that card. The group insisted. Their apprehension palpable as they regarded Ibechan, who seemed utterly formidable. Ibechan furrowed his brow and retrieved his phone to dial Zhou Ruoyu. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Ibechan. Why the sudden call? Zhou Ruoyu's voice brought him a moment of relief. Ruoyu, where are you? Oh. I'm out with Ruoshue and her friend San Chen to buy groceries. It's been so long since we last met, we are all high school classmates. We are preparing to cook together tonight. My mother is also out, then Uncle Shen he insisted on accompanying us for protection, she said with a sweet smile. The anger within Ibechan dissipated significantly, his concern had led to confusion. Romies' earlier words were intended to provoke him, and he had not anticipated the ensuing consequences. All right, return later, he exhaled deeply. Why? We've already finished shopping, Zhou Ruoyu replied, puzzled. Ibechan smiled gently, I crave the mandarin fish from near my old home. Could you fetch one on your way back? Sure, just wait patiently for us at home, Zhou Ruoyu agreed, sweetly requesting, to which Ibechan readily complied before hanging up. Have this place cleared, then take these survivors away to ascertain their origins and true intentions, Ibechan instructed, gesturing toward the white individuals. Yes, master, Wan Lingfeng responded respectfully. In the next moment, Wan Lingfeng charged like a beast into a pack of wolves. The white individuals were no match for him. With a swift strike, he subdued them all. He then called upon his personal guards outside the Yi residence, clean this place within 20 minutes. Take these white individuals for interrogation. Remember, leave no casualties. Understood. Wan Lingfeng's entourage moved forward to apprehend the white men and women. Halt! The war god Lingfeng is inside, unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entering. A furious voice rang out from outside. The astonished voice of Zhou Tianhao echoed, "The war god Lingfeng, what is happening? Where is Beichen? Where is Yi Beichen? Let him in." Yi Beichen spoke. However, Wan Lingfeng's loyal guards remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to Yi Beichen's words. Yi Beichen frowned. Wan Lingfeng, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily reprimanded, "Did you not hear what Mr. Yi said?" His guards, taken aback, turned to look. What in the world is going on? Wan Lingfeng's voice resonated once more, "From this moment forth, Mr. Ye's words shall be my commands. No, Mr. Ye's directives hold an even greater authority than my own. Even if Mr. Yi orders you to take my life, you must act without hesitation or reservation. Do you understand?" "Yes." Wan Lingfeng's guards, shocked to their core, answered in unison. "My heavens, what is the meaning of this? The war god, what has happened to him? This young man. Did he not slay the son of the war god? How could the war god treat him in such a manner?" pondered the guards in their hearts. Zhou Tianhao had already been ushered in. He gazed upon the carnage strewn across the ground, blood everywhere, his scalp prickling with fear. You are the war god Lingfeng?" Zhou Tianhao's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 54, To be responsible or not. Wan Lingfeng silently nodded, "It is I." Zhou Tianhao shouted, "Beichen, quickly flee. He intends to kill you." Wan Lingfeng forced a smile. How could he dare? Yi Beichen smiled faintly. "Uncle Zhou. Wan Lingfeng is one of us." "The war god of Lingfeng? Wan Lingfeng? One of us? What is going on?" Zhou Tianhao was momentarily stunned, staring in astonishment at Yi Beichen. The renowned war god of Lingfeng, the foremost figure in the southeastern province, turns out to be one of their own. Did Beichen not just kill his son? Yi Beichen discerned the confusion in Zhou Tianhao's heart and said, "Uncle Zhou, some matters I shall explain later. At present, I have a more pressing question for you." Yi Beichen's voice became gravely serious. Zhou Tianhao sensed something was amiss, yet he nodded, "Proceed with your inquiry." "Uncle Zhou, you and my father are sworn brothers, correct?" Yi Beichen inquired. "Indeed," Zhou Tianhao replied. "Why the sudden question?" "Then Uncle Zhou must know that I was brought back from Londu by my father 23 years ago," Yi Beichen suddenly stated. You. Zhou Tianhao's eyes widened, his face a mask of shock. He stammered for a moment, unable to articulate a single word. Seeing this, Yi Beichen already knew the answer. It seemed to be true. A trace of desolation flickered in his gaze. The parents who had raised him for 18 years were not his biological ones. The brother he had called brother for 18 years was not his true brother. After a moment of silence, Zhou Tianhao slowly said, "It appears you are already aware. Indeed, you are not the biological son of Ilauchi." "How much do you know, Uncle Zhou?" "I can tell you directly that your father hails from the Yi family in Londu," Zhou Tianhao revealed candidly. Given the circumstances, Yi Beichen would uncover the truth sooner or later. "You mean Yuan?" Yi Beichen let out a self-deprecating laugh. Zhou Tianhao was taken aback. "You even know this?" Yi Beichen glanced at Wan Lingfeng. "With the war god of the southeastern province present, how could I remain unaware?" Wan Lingfeng quickly interjected, "Master, you flatter me." Only Yi Beichen and Zhou Tianhao were present, hence Wan Lingfeng did not address him as Mr. Master. Zhou Tianhao's eyes nearly bulged out. He had believed that Yi Beichen and Wan Lingfeng had merely reached some form of understanding or, for certain reasons, had temporarily become friends. He could never have imagined that Wan Lingfeng would refer to Yi Beichen as master. My heavens! Beichen, this is the war god of the southeastern province, the illustrious Wan Lingfeng. How can he call you master? Zhou Tianhao's heart surged with tumultuous waves of disbelief. After a moment, Zhou Tianhao finally accepted this reality. Breathing heavily, he said, "Beichen, let this matter come to a close. You have annihilated the Zhao family, dismantled the Dongying Chamber of Commerce, and now the war god of Lingfeng is also under your command. The wealthy individuals of Zhongnan are willing to contribute resources to restore your father's former company. Your father and the others are at peace in the heavens. Heed my counsel, do not pursue this matter further. Instead, marry Ruoyu soon, have a child, and live out your life. Yi Beichen shook his head. That is impossible. Once I resolve matters in Zhongnan, I shall journey to Longdu. What? You intend to go to Longdu? Zhou Tianhao exclaimed in astonishment. He hastily added, no, Beichen, listen to my advice. Longdu is a place teeming with hidden talents. If you recklessly venture there, given your temperament, you may unwittingly invite disaster. Wan Lingfeng was equally alarmed. Master, Longdu is not Zhongnan. Even I tread carefully there, reluctant to act impulsively. Your presence could lead to irrevocable consequences. Yi Beichen chuckled lightly. Shall I simply forget my parents' demise? Zhou Tianhao was taken aback. What do you mean? Beichen. I will ascend to Longdu and personally inquire of Yimin Yuan regarding his intentions. Yi Beichen gazed towards the north. And what of my biological mother? Who is she? An hour and a half later, Zhou Ruoyu, Xia Ruoxue, and San Qian returned, accompanied by Li Xianglian and Shen He. Upon entering the Yi residence, Shen He furrowed his brow, detecting the scent of blood. Over an hour had passed, and Wan Lingfeng's men had thoroughly cleaned the estate. The girls could discern no signs of disturbance. Mr. Yi, what has transpired? Shen He asked, astonished. Yi Beichen shook his head slightly. A few minor nuisances have been dealt with. I see, Shen He nodded gravely. Zhou Ruoyu approached, linking her arm with Yi Beichen's, and smiled. Brother Beichen. Ruoxue and the others have informed me. They encountered trouble in Zhongnan, and you came to their rescue. Oh. Yi Beichen paused, glancing at Xia Ruoxue, who subtly shook her head. Instantly, Yi Beichen realized that this girl had not disclosed the events in Jinling to Zhou Ruoyu. Beside them, San Qian's beautiful eyes flared with indignation. She regarded Yi Beichen with disdain. Though he had saved her, she viewed him as nothing more than a fickle rogue. Zhou Ruoyu headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal, with Xia Ruoxue assisting her. Shen He approached to report, young Master Yi, I inquired with the staff. The group that arrived at the estate moments ago consisted of foreigners. From the moment they appeared, the maid sensed something amiss and fled into the hidden passages of the Yi residence, constructed by the former king of Zhongnan. Yi Beichen nodded slightly. The maids of the 10th senior sister possess exceptional skills in evasion. Yi Beichen. Suddenly, a bold voice called from behind. Without turning, he knew it was none other than San Qian. The buxom girl approached, fuming. Shen He smiled slightly. Young Master Yi, I shall take my leave. Yi Beichen looked at San Qian with exasperation. Miss San, what troubles you? Miss San? Huh? Do you think that just because you call me Miss and once saved my life, I would let you off the hook? San Qian marched forward, glaring at Yi Beichen. Her nose nearly pressed against Yi Beichen's face, a fragrant breeze swept over her. You have a fiancé, yet you still sleep with Ruoxue. If it weren't for Ruoxue's kindness in concealing this from your fiancé, you would be facing utter disgrace right now. San Qian exclaimed, filled with indignation. You had better provide Ruoxue with a proper explanation. Zhou Ruoyu is also a good girl. How could you be so callous, inflicting pain on two women at once? San Qian fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. I am giving you a chance to resolve this matter yourself, otherwise, you shall face my wrath. With that, San Qian stormed off. Yi Beichen sighed deeply. He found himself in quite a predicament. Zhou Ruoyu was his fiancée, and yet he had shared a bed with Xia Ruoxue. Although their relationship had not progressed significantly, he could not remain irresponsible. Yi Beichen merely wished to inquire of those present, what should he do? Chapter 55, The Challenge Arrives. General Longhan appears. A delightful dinner unfolded, filled with warmth and camaraderie. Yi Beichen had not enjoyed such a meal in quite some time. The girls interacted harmoniously. And he chose to let go of his concerns, focusing instead on discovering the identity of his mother. Was it truly Yi Minyuan who had ordered his demise? Young Master Yi. The Martial Arts Association of the Southeast Province has sent a challenge. Shen He announced as he entered. He handed Yi Beichen a yellowed envelope made of leather. A challenge? Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. Upon opening it and glancing through the contents, he lost interest and tossed it aside. Young master, what is the matter? Shen He inquired, puzzled. Yi Beichen gestured towards the letter. You may read it yourself. Shen He picked up the letter and, upon reading it, his expression changed. The Martial Arts Association invites you, young Master Yi, to the martial arts platform for a life and death duel in 3 days. This is the martial arts platform. A place where the laws of the Dragon Kingdom hold no sway. For martial artists, there are countless grievances, hence an unwritten rule: once a martial artist steps onto the platform, it is akin to signing a death warrant. The state does not pursue those who perish there. Shen He spoke gravely. Uninteresting, I shall not attend, Yi Beichen replied, shaking his head decisively. Shen He was taken aback. You want to go? What could be the purpose of that? I find no desire to squander my time with them, Yi Beichen yawned, his interest waning. Shen He reminded him, young master, if you refuse to attend, they will surely label you a coward. For martial artists, let them say what they will, I am indifferent to reputation, Yi Beichen responded with a slight smile. What is fame? Can it be consumed for sustenance? Furthermore, Yi Beichen had resolved to depart for London the following day. He intended to confront Yi Minyuan directly and inquire why he sought to end his life. Who was his true mother? Whether it be life or death. The Southeast Province Martial Arts Association. The Martial Arts Platform. Whoever wishes to go may do so. Cough cough. Very well. Shen He cleared his throat, contemplating how today's youth could be so untroubled. As night fell at the entrance of the Yi residence, a military green jeep screeched to a halt. A middle-aged man, accompanied by a young man and woman, emerged from the vehicle. All three were clad in military attire, adorned with a dragon emblem upon their chests, indicating they were not part of an ordinary unit. One of the young women pouted. Slightly disgruntled, I wonder what the commander is thinking, sending us here at night to invite a young man named Yi Beichen to join Longhan. The young man beside her frowned and remarked coolly, he annihilated the Zhao family in Zhongbei, and the king of Zhongnan fell because of him. I hear that in the past day or two, he dismantled the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce and killed the illegitimate son of the war god, Ling Feng. Isn't he a troublemaker? Why does he provoke conflict everywhere? The girl rolled her eyes in disbelief, her tall figure standing over 1.7 meters. The military uniform constrained her slender waist, making it appear delicately petite. Her face, adorned by makeup, featured round, wide eyes and an air of pride about her demeanor. I am uncertain why the commander has chosen to associate with such individuals, the young man shook his head. Enough. The middle-aged man in military attire backed, is it your place to discuss the commander's decisions? Be wary, for if I return, I shall impose confinement upon you both. The young man in military garb promptly fell silent. The girl, however, spoke with a charming allure, Uncle Yu, if you do not speak, how would the commander know? I beseech you, during the new year, I even offered you my greetings. How can you be so unreasonable? It truly baffles me. The military man, Yu Tianlong, shook his head helplessly, a trace of affectionate exasperation crossing his features. You too, had it not been for the camaraderie I shared with your parents, I would surely have punished you appropriately. The two were named Yong Xuanhe and Tang Wenjun, offspring of Yu Tianlong's comrades, hailing from distinguished families in Longdu. Thank you, Uncle Yu. You are the best. Tang Wenjun stuck out her tongue playfully. Yu Tianlong's expression turned serious. We have arrived, so cease your frivolities. Xuanhe, go and knock on the door. Yes, sir. Young Xuanha saluted before hastily ascending the steps to rap upon the door of the Yi residence. A servant peeked out. Inquiring with confusion, "Who do you seek?" Young Xuanha, with an air of pride, proclaimed, "Inform Yi Beichen that General Yu Tianlong of the Dragon Soul Special Forces is here in person. Request that he come forth to greet us." Dragon Soul. The servant's expression shifted dramatically. He was not an ordinary individual, but a martial artist, fully aware of the significance of Dragon Soul. He hurried to inform Yi Beichen. Meanwhile, having concluded his conversation with Shenhe, Yi Beichen placed a call to Wan Lingfeng, by intent to depart for Longdu tomorrow. "I entrust the security of the Yi residence to you. Upon my return, I expect no injuries or issues to have arisen." Wan Lingfeng, startled, responded, "Master. Are you truly going to Longdu? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you," Yi Beichen replied coldly. "Very well, I understand," Wan Lingfeng acknowledged. After a few more instructions, Yi Beichen ended the call. At that moment, a voice emerged from outside. "Young Master Yi, there are visitors at the estate, claiming to be from the Dragon Soul Special Forces. Among them is a general named Yu Tianlong, who wishes to see you." Dragon Soul. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. "Let us go and investigate." He made his way to the entrance of the Yi residence and indeed found 3 individuals standing at the foot of the steps. A middle-aged man stood firm as a mountain. A young man stood upright. A youthful woman displayed a haughty countenance. The trio formed a triangular formation, all standing straight and tall. Yi Beichen, standing atop the steps, made no move to descend, and coolly inquired, "Do the 3 of you require something? What kind of attitude is this?" Tang Wenjun's temper flared. They had arrived some time ago, and only now had Yi Beichen deigned to appear, remaining aloof and lofty above them. It was utterly infuriating. Yi Beichen smiled lightly and shook his head. "What attitude do you want from me? If you have business, just say it. If not, I shall take my leave, as I am quite busy." The Dragon Soul had once sent Yu Wei to assassinate him. Although it had failed, it was still a fact, wasn't it? "You all sent people to kill me, yet you expect me to exhibit a certain demeanor. Were it not for the fact that Dragon Soul is an army of Longwo, he might have acted directly." "You?" Tang Wenjun's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that Yi Beichen would dare to speak to them in such a manner. She inhaled deeply. "Did your subordinates not make it clear? We are from the Dragon Soul Special Forces. This is General Yu Tianlong." "General? A general of Dragon Soul. Do you understand?" "Oh." Yi Beichen replied nonchalantly with a single word. "You." Tang Wenjun was nearly driven to the point of spitting blood in frustration. This rascal was impervious to reason. He didn't even regard a general of Dragon Soul. Young Xuanha wore a cold expression. He harbored a strong dislike for Yi Beichen, believing him to be excessively arrogant. Beside them, Yu Tianlong could not suppress his frown. "You are Yi Beichen, correct?" "Indeed," Yi Beichen nodded. "So, what exactly do you want?" Yu Tianlong was momentarily taken aback, thoroughly incensed by Yi Beichen's demeanor. He forced himself to contain his fury and produced an appointment letter. "Yi Beichen, this is the appointment letter from Dragon Soul. From this moment onward, you are a member of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. I am your superior, please sign this document, and it will." Before he could utter the words take effect, Yi Beichen interrupted with 3 words, "Not interested." He turned and entered the room, disappearing in an instant. The only ones left standing in stern silence were Yu Tianlong, Young Xuanha, and Tang Wenjun, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 56, Journey to the Dragon Capital. Outside the grand gates of the Yi residence, the chilling breeze swept through, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. Yu Tianlong stood rooted to the spot, his aged visage darkened with frustration, wishing he could simply vanish into the ground. As the general of the Dragon Soul, he had personally come to recruit an ordinary member, only to be met with rejection. The mere thought of it would surely invite ridicule from the world. Uncle Yu, that Ibechen is insufferably arrogant. Tang Wenjun exclaimed, her fair face flushed with indignation. Young Xuanhe chuckled derisively. He likely has no comprehension of the dragon soul's true significance. Such audacity towards Uncle Yu is nothing short of reckless. Young Xuanhe, with his cunning demeanor, deliberately magnified Ibechen's insolence, casting it as a direct affront to Yu Tianlong. This would undoubtedly stoke the flames of Yu Tianlong's ire. Let us depart. Yu Tianlong huffed coldly. Even if the marshal were to reprimand me, I shall not darken his doorstep again. Ibechen. Humph, I shall remember that name. The jeep soon departed in disarray, vanishing into the shroud of night. Meanwhile, Shenhe stood in the garden, awaiting Ibechen's return. Young master. Did the dragon soul send for you? Shenhe inquired, curiosity piqued. Ibechen shook his head lightly. They sought my enlistment into the dragon soul. What? Shenhe gasped, his breath quickening. Did you accept? I declined, Ibechen replied with a calm demeanor. What? You turned them down? Shenhe's eyes widened in disbelief and disappointment. Young master, how could you refuse? Such a pity, such a tremendous loss. What is it? Ibechen gazed at Shenhe. Shenhe took a deep breath. Young master, this is the dragon soul we speak of. The pinnacle of our nation's military force. Accessible only to the most prestigious families. Moreover, commoners must possess exceptional capabilities to even consider joining. The dragon soul is among the most enigmatic factions, with nearly every member being a martial arts master. Every member is a martial arts master. Ibechen was taken aback. Shenhe nodded sagely, indeed. It is only in this manner that our nation can maintain order among the martial artists. Otherwise, how could the ordinary military hope to restrain them? Ibechen acknowledged the point. There is some truth to that. Shenhe struck his thigh in frustration. Young master, what a loss. Even Wan Lingfeng was deemed unworthy of joining the dragon soul. With his talent, he became a legendary warrior. If you had joined, your future would have been boundless. Ibechen shrugged nonchalantly. It matters not, I have already declined, and I possess no interest in the dragon soul. Forget it, let us retire for the night. Tomorrow morning, I shall journey to the dragon capital. As Ibechen walked away, Shenhe nearly struck his thigh in despair. He sighed deeply, consumed by regret. He longed to be in Ibechen's position, to have simply accepted Yu Tianlong's offer to join the dragon soul. Oh, young master. Do you know that for an ordinary person, joining the dragon soul is akin to ascending to the heavens? Shenhe found himself at a loss for words. The following morning, Ibechen clarified matters with both Zhou Ruoyu and Xia Ruoxue before embarking on the high-speed train to Longdu. He had contemplated taking a flight but deemed it unsafe should someone be deranged enough to orchestrate an air disaster aimed at him. With his current level of cultivation, plummeting from thousands of meters above would surely spell his demise. The high-speed train, on the other hand, offered a greater sense of security. The journey from Jiangnan to Longdu would take merely 4.5 hours. After checking his ticket and entering the station, Ibechen settled into his business class seat. It appeared that many affluent individuals had also chosen this route, as the carriage was nearly full. Just before the train departed, a tall girl with fair skin and an extraordinary presence entered the carriage. Her flowing hair and exquisite bone structure, accentuated by her makeup, rivaled that of top-tier female celebrities. Remarkably, she sat right beside Ibechen, who was seated by the window while she took the aisle seat. Upon sitting down, she was apprehensive that Ibechen might strike up a conversation, furrowing her brow in concern. To her surprise, Ibechen did not lift his gaze even once, instead opting to rest with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a young man seated in the adjacent aisle spoke up. Hello, beautiful, may I have your contact information? I own a film company in Longdu, and I believe with your charm you could undoubtedly make a debut. Let us exchange contacts and discuss further. The girl, Wei Yanran, displayed a cold demeanor akin to an ice mountain, responding curtly, no, thank you. She hailed from the Wei family of Longdu. Had she not overslept and missed her flight, she would never have resorted to taking the high-speed train. It was her first time on such a train, and to encounter this situation was rather amusing. The young man chuckled, "Think it over, beautiful. My name is Song Chong Fong, and I am from the Song family in Longdu." The mention of the Song family, one of the elite families, caused a stir among the business class passengers. Those able to afford the exorbitant fare were certainly not ordinary individuals. They belonged to the circle of the wealthy. Yet, compared to the Song family, they were insignificant. They understood that Wei Yanran was in for a rough time. "Is the Song family in Longdu that impressive?" Wei Yanran scoffed. "What did you say?" Song Chongfeng rose abruptly. The Song family was regarded as a second-tier family, if not a top-tier one, in Longdu. Gasps of surprise echoed among the passengers. "You dare to speak to me, Song Chongfeng, like that? You are nothing but a chicken." He approached Wei Yanran, glaring fiercely at her. "Am I a chicken?" Wei Yanran's anger flared. How could she, a member of the Wei family, be insulted in such a manner? "Did I speak incorrectly? A person of your caliber is worth at most 2,000 for a night." Song Chongfeng sneered. "I'll give you 20,000 if you accompany me for one night, and we can consider this matter settled." Otherwise his demeanor was menacing. Wei Yanran instinctively inched closer to Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, opened his eyes, and cast a glance at the two. The atmosphere grew tense. Wei Yanran looked at Yi Beichen with a hint of desperation. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Such a cliché. How boring. Yi Beichen simply closed his eyes, showing no intention of making a move. Wei Yanran, witnessing his demeanor, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. It appeared that this young man was nothing more than a coward. "Ha ha ha." Song Chongfeng burst into laughter, his arrogance spilling over as he shouted at Yi Beichen, "Kid, stop pretending to sleep. Get up, I am claiming your seat. I intend to engage in some delightful conversation with this beautiful lady." Yi Beichen did not even lift his eyelids, responding curtly, "Get lost." The once lively carriage fell into a sudden silence. Wei Yanran was taken aback, unable to restrain herself from turning to look at Yi Beichen. She never anticipated that he would dare to utter such a word. Just moments ago, he had not even been willing to lend a hand. "What did you say?" Song Chongfeng thought he had misheard, a surge of anger flooding his mind. "Damn it. Noisy." Yi Beichen spat out two words. Bang. In an instant, no one could comprehend what had transpired. Song Chongfeng was sent flying, a footprint emblazoned on his chest. He lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, frothing at the mouth, mingled with blood, his life hanging by a thread. "Young Master Song." Several men sprang from their seats, their faces contorted with horror. They had not witnessed how Yi Beichen made his move. "Take your master and get lost. If I see you on this high-speed train again, I will show no mercy," Yi Beichen declared. "Martial artists, leave." The men exchanged glances, hurriedly carrying Song Chongfeng off the train. "I am Wei Yanran, of the Wei family in Longdu. Should you encounter any trouble in Longdu, feel free to seek me out with my business card," Wei Yanran offered, presenting a card. "I did not assist you," he attempted to seize my seat, "and I merely taught him a lesson, nothing more. What happens to you is of no concern to me." Yi Beichen remained indifferent, his eyelids still closed. "What kind of person are you?" Wei Yanran was left speechless. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Beichen interrupted. "Do not buzz in my ear, be silent." Chapter 57, So Handsome. Wei Yanran was utterly exasperated. When she was in Longdu, she held herself with the pride of a phoenix soaring in the sky. Encountering someone like Song Chongfeng was one thing, but now there was a completely oblivious young man as well. She felt aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes, nearly on the verge of weeping. Her silver teeth ground together in frustration. "You scoundrel! Fool! Villain! Beast! No, you are even worse than a beast. Wei Yanran silently cast Yi Beichen in her heart. As for Yi Beichen, he was preoccupied with contemplating how to address matters with Yi Minyuan upon entering Longdu. The incessant chatter of Wei Yanran was quite bothersome. The high-speed train was moving swiftly, and Yi Beichen took the opportunity to rest his eyes. He had resolved that once he arrived in Longdu, he would seek out Yi Minyuan for clarity. Meanwhile, Wei Yanran continued to grumble about Yi Beichen throughout the journey. Upon the train's arrival in Longdu, Yi Beichen disembarked with alacrity, weaving through the throngs of people towards the station exit. Wait! Wei Yanran called out, sprinting after him as she exited the station. Yi Beichen furrowed his brows and halted in his tracks. Oh! Wei Yanran, in her haste, had not anticipated Yi Beichen's sudden stop and collided into him. Yi Beichen remained impassive, while Wei Yanran's chest made intimate contact with his back, nearly contorting under the impact. Fortunately, her assets were genuine, or had they been artificial, they might have burst under the pressure. Third. Wei Yanran plopped down onto the ground, wincing in pain and nearly in tears. You! How can you be like this? You just stand there when I say stop, and it hurts so much. Is there something you need? Yi Beichen replied calmly, turning to regard the seated Wei Yanran. Wei Yanran was nearly apoplectic with rage, glaring at Yi Beichen. I, Wei Yanran, have never owed anyone a favor. You just saved me, and I intend to repay you. No need, Yi Beichen stated, turning to leave. Wei Yanran scrambled to her feet and positioned herself in front of him. No, I must repay you. Yi Beichen frowned. I mentioned before, I did not act for your sake. Humph. Wei Yanran huffed, her pride unabated. I know you did not act for me, but your intervention was tantamount to aiding me. Therefore, I owe you a favor. What business do you have in Longdu? Or whom do you seek? I can assist you. Just this once, and after this, we shall be even. Yi Beichen felt a stir of emotion within. If Wei Yanran could facilitate a meeting with Yi Minyuan, it would indeed be a favorable development. Just then, a Rolls-Royce glided to a stop at the entrance of the train station. An elderly man emerged, his demeanor respectful, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Miss, I apologize for my tardiness. Wei Yanran's delicate features darkened. How do you conduct your business? The plane left without waiting for me. And do you know how close I came to trouble on the train? What? Miss, what happened? The elder was taken aback and hurriedly inquired. Wei Yanran, feeling quite vexed, replied, I'll tell you later. Yi Beichen suddenly interjected, I do have a matter to discuss and would like your assistance. Upon hearing this, Wei Yanran couldn't help but smile. Just moments ago, the imperious Yi Beichen had swiftly changed his tone. Was it perhaps because he had caught sight of her luxurious Rolls-Royce? Oh! So he too is one who adapts to the winds of fortune. I had presumed you possessed a stronger character. Very well, assist me this once. And I shall owe you a favor, clearing our accounts, Wei Yanran mused with amusement. Now, what is it? She regarded Yi Beichen with a frosty gaze. Yi Beichen replied calmly, I wish to meet Yi Minyuan. Yi Minyuan? Wei Yanran was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously asked, the Yi Minyuan of the Yi family in Longdu. Indeed, Yi Beichen affirmed with a nod. Wei Yanran regarded him with skepticism. What could this young man possibly want with Yi Minyuan? Humph. Most likely he is merely concocting an excuse, hoping to ingratiate himself upon seeing my Rolls-Royce, she mused dryly. Do you know Yi Minyuan? I do not. What do you seek him for? That is of no concern to you, Yi Beichen shook his head. Upon hearing such a response, Wei Yanran became even more convinced of Yi Beichen's intentions. Very well, I shall assist you this once, she said. A knowing smile gracing her lips as she turned to enter her vehicle. As it happens, there is a charity gala this evening, where more than a third of Longdu's elite will be present. Yi Minyuan is likely to attend as well. I can allow you a distant glimpse of him. But you must not engage him in conversation, nor approach him closely. He will be surrounded by numerous bodyguards. I will escort you inside. And after you have seen Yi Mingyuan, we shall be even. Yi Beichen replied nonchalantly, that suffices. As long as I can see Yi Mingyuan. Get in, Wei Yanran instructed. Yi Beichen promptly complied. Wei Yanran had previously thought that Yi Beichen's change of heart was due to his admiration for her Rolls-Royce, but in truth, his real intention was simply to be near her. As the cherished daughter of the Wei family, Wei Yanran was accustomed to being adored and pursued by countless admirers in Londu. She did not believe that her beauty could fail to captivate Yi Beichen. His aloof demeanor was merely a fade to draw her attention. Huh? Does he think I am a lovesick girl or a naive character from a romantic drama? Such trivial antics are transparent to me. Wei Yanran chuckled inwardly, filled with pride. She was certain that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Yi Beichen would certainly seize an opportunity to strike up a conversation within 3 minutes. However, upon entering the Rolls-Royce, Yi Beichen settled in and closed his eyes in contemplation. 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and he showed no inclination to speak. How peculiar. Wei Yanran thought, curiosity piqued. She idly scrolled through her phone, all the while discreetly observing Yi Beichen. Could I have misjudged? No. Wei Yanran, how can you entertain such notions? Do not fall into his trap. She admonished herself. This is undoubtedly a high-caliber player. Too bad he has encountered me. The Rolls-Royce sped along, its special license plate granting it the privilege of uninterrupted green lights. After several twists and turns, they arrived at an upscale villa community on the 3rd Ring Road. The vehicle had scarcely come to a halt when a servant, who had been waiting, approached with a welcoming smile. Welcome home, miss. Wei Yanran alighted from the car, followed closely by Yi Beichen. She instructed him to take a shower and change into fresh attire. Pointing at Yi Beichen, Wei Yanran turned and entered the villa. Yi Beichen frowned, questioning. Do I really need to shower? Without looking back, Wei Yanran, exuding an air of authority akin to a queen, replied, Tonight is a charity gala. And your current attire is simply unacceptable. If you choose not to shower and change, then you shall certainly miss the opportunity to see Yi Mingyuan. Reluctantly, Yi Beichen acquiesced. As Wei Yanran sauntered towards the villa's grand entrance, the playful smile danced on her lips as she mused, Just you wait, I will have my way with you. An hour later, after he had bathed and donned a pristine suit, Yi Beichen emerged before Wei Yanran, leaving her utterly mesmerized. Handsome. So incredibly handsome. Chapter 58, The 4 Young Masters of Londu on the high-speed train. Yi Beichen, with his tousled fringe obscuring most of his brows, had transformed into a figure of elegance after donning a tailored suit, complete with a stylist attending to his hair. In an instant, he metamorphosed from an awkward youth into a distinguished heir. Particularly striking were the depths of indifference and coldness in his gaze, which nearly pierced Wei Yanran's heart. Ahem. You, well. The word handsome almost slipped from her lips. Are we leaving or not? Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. Wei Yanran swallowed nervously, almost caught in her moment of vulnerability. Enraged by her own embarrassment, she shot him a glare. What is the rush? The charity gala starts at 6. We have ample time if we arrive by 5:30. There's still over an hour left, just wait. She retreated to her room, leaving only Yi Beichen standing alone in the foyer. An hour later, Wei Yanran reemerged, adorned in an exquisite evening gown that elevated her presence to that of a luminary stepping off the television screen. Descending the circular staircase of the villa, she found Yi Beichen seated on the sofa, his eyes unflinching, betraying no acknowledgement of her arrival. Does this Jack not see me? Wei Yanran felt a twinge of irritation. Hey, what is your name? To this point, she remained unaware of Yi Beichen's identity. Did it matter? Fine, I won't ask. Let us go. Frustrated, she felt a sense of defeat. He is undeniably attractive, but utterly lacking in appreciation. With such a disposition, how does he navigate the intricacies of Longdu? Merely a pretty vase, she thought, shaking her head inwardly. The pair entered a Rolls-Royce and set off towards the charity gala. Throughout the journey, Yi Beichen maintained his silence, prompting Wei Yanran to question herself. Could it be that this fellow is genuinely here to see Yi Mingyuan? Yi Mingyuan holds a prestigious position, ranking among the elite in Longdu, even surpassing my father's status. How could a boy from Jiangnan possibly know him? Wei Yanran was perplexed. As the Rolls-Royce arrived at the gala venue, Wei Yanran alighted and offered a cautionary remark, "Just find a spot to wait, Yi Mingyuan will appear in due time." "Understood." Yi Beichen replied succinctly, finding a discreet corner to settle in. Meanwhile, Wei Yanran mingled with a crowd of young elites from Longdu, engaging in lively conversation. "Yanran. Who is that? He is rather handsome, did he come with you? Surely he is not your boyfriend." Some girls from her circle teased, their laughter ringing with playful banter. They were all of remarkable poise, daughters of esteemed families, either born into privilege or with parents in prominent positions. Wei Yanran retorted with annoyance, "I just met him today." "Don't be ridiculous, there is nothing between us." Meanwhile, several young individuals turned their gazes toward Yi Beichen. "Who is this person? Why is he here with Miss Wei? Indeed, he doesn't seem to belong to our circle. Could he possibly be a fresh face from the entertainment industry? How could Miss Wei be attracted to someone of such caliber? What does he have that compares to Xiaoyang?" The young people whispered among themselves, shaking their heads in disapproval. Their eyes fixated on a young man seated on the sofa, delicately holding a glass of red wine. Qin Xiaoyang. Hailing from the third branch of the Qin family in Longdu, one of the 4 prominent youths of the city. It is common knowledge that he is also one of Wei Yanran's admirers. Wei Yanran, the cherished daughter of the Wei family in Longdu, is adored by the elder Wei. How could an ordinary individual hope to win her heart? Moreover, there have never been rumors surrounding her romantic life, let alone a boyfriend. Yet today, she has brought a young man to an important charity gala, and to claim they are not involved would be implausible. Let us see what he is capable of. Qin Xiaoyang spoke coldly. A young man named Zhou Zong chuckled, "Should I give him a taste of his own medicine? Just don't make a scene." Qin Xiaoyang smiled, taking a delicate sip of his red wine. "Rest assured, I will handle it." With Qin Xiaoyang's assurance, Zhou Zong felt emboldened. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to act recklessly at such a high-profile charity event. If he offended those influential figures, the Zhou family would surely suffer the consequences. With Qin Xiaoyang's endorsement, he felt confident. Yi Beichen sought a secluded corner to sit, striving to avoid attracting attention. He merely wished to await the arrival of Yi Mingyuan. Every server here is nearly a martial arts master. The security at the entrance is also disguised as grandmasters. There must be at least a dozen masters hidden in the shadows. Ordinary people have no idea that there is an army stationed outside, secure as a fortress. Is this what Longdu is like? For a charity gala, there are at least 30 grandmasters present, Yi Beichen mused. Within 5 minutes of his arrival, he had pinpointed the locations of all the martial arts masters. The sound of polished shoes echoed in the air. Zhou Zong approached from a distance. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, trouble was brewing. It was Zhou Zong. Among Wei Yanran's circle of friends, some noticed Zhou Zong striding toward Yi Beichen. "Yanran. Zhou Zong is no pushover, your young man is about to face some trouble," the girl remarked. Wei Yanran frowned slightly, letting out a soft huff. His temper is quite fierce, letting him suffer a bit here will pave the way for a smoother life ahead. She did not believe Yi Beichen would dare to act out here, despite his commendable skills. At that moment, Zhou Zong had already reached Yi Beichen. Looking down from a position of superiority, his tone arrogant, "Kid, who are you? 3 seconds to reveal your identity." "Leave," was Yi Beichen's succinct reply. Zhou Zong's anger flared, his voice icy. "What did you say? Isn't this your young boyfriend? Are you just going to let him be bullied like this?" Another girl exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Yanran rolled her eyes, exclaiming, I've already stated he is not my boyfriend. Oh, what about in the future? One girl inquired. Well, it depends on his performance, Wei Yanran replied, momentarily taken aback before letting out a soft laugh. What? The girls were momentarily stunned. They were merely jesting. Playfully teasing Wei Yanran. It was evident to everyone that she could never be interested in Yi Beichen. However, no one anticipated that Wei Yanran would respond in such a manner. As the girls pondered, a sudden sharp sound resonated. Zhozong was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing into several tables before landing on the ground. His face was swollen, resembling that of a pig, with his eyes rolled back and foam escaping his mouth. Oh! Wei Yanran's friends, still engrossed in their discussion about Yi Beichen, were startled by the unexpected turn of events. What? Wei Yanran's pupils dilated. She never expected Yi Beichen would dare to act so boldly here. Qin Shaoyang's expression darkened as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Yi Beichen. He could hardly believe that a young man, seemingly emerging from nowhere, would have the audacity to strike someone here. What was happening? How did this altercation arise? Around them, some affluent figures from the Dragon clan, esteemed individuals of high status, and top-tier superstars were equally astonished and turned their attention to the scene. Yi Beichen sensed that some martial artists in the service and hidden masters were also converging towards him. Chapter 59, Then let me end your life. Yi Beichen furrowed his brows, ever ready for combat. Who dares to cause a disturbance here? Such audacity. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, strode forward, prompting the martial artists to halt in their tracks. It appeared that the authoritative figure had arrived. Mr. Wu, it was he. Zhozong had merely exchanged a few words with him before he resorted to violence. His actions were nothing short of those of a thug. Call the police and have him arrested. A few young individuals gathered around Qin Shaoyang, vociferously demanding action. Qin Shaoyang's expression darkened ominously, yet he remained silent, concealing his thoughts. Wei Yanran, perceiving the tension, swiftly stepped forward to shield Yi Beichen. Mr. Wu, this is all a misunderstanding. Miss Wei. Wu Baishan was taken aback. Is this your friend? Indeed, I brought him into the venue, Wei Yanran affirmed. Wu Baishan knitted his brows, his voice low and serious. Miss Wei. You are well aware of the significance of today's charity gala, are you not? I do not wish for such a farce to occur again. I am extending a favor to the Wei family. With their intervention, let us resolve this matter amicably. Wu Baishan was no fool. Zhozong was not worth delving deeper into. Thank you, Wei Yanran nodded, casting a warning glance at Yi Beichen. Do not cause any more trouble, or you shall be expelled. Yi Beichen shrugged. He initiated the conflict. You. Wei Yanran was somewhat at a loss for words. Can you not just endure this once? The word endure does not exist in my vocabulary, Yi Beichen chuckled. Young man. I understand you possess a fiery temperament, but this is Londu. Temper your wrath, or you will find yourself in dire straits. Wu Baishan cautioned Yi Beichen before preparing to leave. The audience collectively assumed the commotion had reached its conclusion. Zhozong was injured, and medical personnel arrived to assess the situation. He had merely fainted and sustained no serious harm. Suddenly, Yi Beichen made his move. Before the watchful eyes of the multitude, he strode towards Qin Shaoyang. Could it be? Witnessing this scene, the eyes of all the affluent present widened in shock. They simultaneously contemplated a dreadful possibility. Was this young man truly unwilling to let the matter rest? Everyone knew Zhozong was affiliated with Qin Shaoyang. Yi Beichen approached Qin Shaoyang, gazing down at him with an air of indifference. Kneel and apologize. Gasp. The entire assembly was astounded. Everyone remained frozen in place, eyes wide, questioning whether they had misheard. This young man was demanding Qin Shaoyang to kneel. What did you say? You want me to kneel? Qin Shaoyang stood dumbfounded, his eyes twitching with barely contained fury, an invisible blaze igniting within them. Hey, what are you doing? Wei Yanron's complexion paled. Her female companions were expressions of disbelief, stamping their feet in excitement. Heavens! Yanran, your little boyfriend has quite the temper. I admire such a disposition. Do not be foolish. He is in trouble now. Wei Yanron's brows furrowed tightly together. Did I mishear that? Gulp. Gulp. Behind Wei Yanran, a girl clad in a tank top and an ultra-short skirt gasped, he made Qin Shaoyang kneel. Qin Shaoyang is one of the 4 young masters of Longdu. The girls behind Wei Yanran stood frozen in place. Wu Baishan, maintaining his departure, turned back in astonishment upon hearing those words. A profound silence enveloped the room. Ha ha ha. Qin Shaoyang, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly, making a gesture as if to clean his ears. Do you even know who you are speaking to? You want me to kneel? Do you have any idea who I am? The venue was eerily quiet. Yi Beichen's voice broke the tension. Oh. Who are you? Qin Shaoyang, momentarily taken aback, then coldly replied, Qin Zhongchen is my grandfather. Qin Rongan is my father. Tang Qingcang is my maternal grandfather. Qin Zhongchen, one of the 10 great families of Longdu, served in high positions within the central government. Qin Rongan, the chairman of Taihua Group, worth hundreds of billions, oversees dozens of multinational corporations. Tang Qingcang, one of the 10 war gods of the Longhan Special Forces. The identities of these 3 individuals were terrifyingly formidable. United, they were a force few in the entire Dragon Nation dared to challenge. Otherwise, how could Qin Shaoyang possibly be one of the 4 young masters of Longdu? Now, do you know who I am? Qin Shaoyang tilted his head, regarding Yi Beichen with a playful glint. Yi Beichen nodded, understood. You may kneel now. What did you say? Qin Shaoyang was stunned. Hiss. The other wealthy elites of Longdu gasped in shock. Wei Yanron's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth agape, as if she could fit a chicken egg inside. Have you lost your mind? Yanran, he truly is insane. This is undoubtedly the behavior of a lunatic. Wei Yanron's friends blushed in astonishment, their chests heaving with intensity. I said, kneel. Yi Beichen stomped his foot. An aura of murderous intent surged forth. Qin Shaoyang trembled all over, his body weakening as he fell from the sofa. His knees crashed heavily onto the floor. Thud. Qin Shaoyang knelt. Not willingly, but compelled to kneel under Yi Beichen's terrifying might. You. Qin Shaoyang lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. I have no grievances or grudges with you. How dare you treat me this way? Yi Beichen chuckled with amusement. No grievances or grudges. If that is the case, why did you send someone to trouble me? I am quite easy to negotiate with. Bow 3 times and apologize, and we can call it even. What? The flames of fury within Qin Shaoyang surged uncontrollably. For someone of his stature to bow and apologize. What was the difference from killing him? What is this young man doing? Is he demanding Qin Shaoyang to bow in apology? I assent that a slap in the face to the old Master Qin, Mr. Qin, and the war god Qingcang. Some wealthy elites from Longdu, watching from a distance, were terrified and began to retreat continuously. Wei Yanran exclaimed loudly, Hey, who on earth are you? Please, stop this. We are in Longdu, at a highly significant charity gala. Your actions could lead to serious trouble. Fear gripped her, and for the first time, she spoke with a tone of desperation. I beg you, please. Let us just go back. Wu Baishan quickly interjected, Young man, do not act recklessly. The martial arts masters lurking in the shadows also sensed the escalating situation and silently emerged among the onlookers, poised to strike down Yi Beichen at a moment's notice. In this scenario, Yi Beichen's identity had become irrelevant. Eliminating him to restore order was of paramount importance. Yi Beichen, of course, noticed the encroaching martial arts masters but dismissed them entirely. Turning to Qin Shaoyang, he reiterated, bow down and apologize. What if I refuse to bow and apologize? Qin Shaoyang's gaze was as piercing as a cold blade. Then you shall die, Yi Beichen replied succinctly. Do you dare to kill me? Qin Shaoyang paused, then chuckled. Then let it be so, Yi Beichen nodded, and with that, a palm descended upon Qin Shaoyang's crown. Chapter 60, He is Yi Beichen what? Qin Shaoyang's pupils constricted. His face a mask of horror. Bang! With a sharp crack, Yi Beichen shattered Qin Shaoyang's skull on the spot. Until his last breath. A look of terror lingered on Qin Shaoyang's face. He could never have imagined that Yi Beichen would have the audacity to kill him. Who is this audacious young man? Regrettably, Qin Shaoyang would never have the chance to uncover the truth. Qin Shao. Qin Shaoyang's companions cried out in terror. You killed Qin Shaoyang? Wei Yanran was struck dumb, her complexion drained of color. The girls behind her fled in a panic. The wealthy elite of Longdu also retreated, scrambling to a safer distance. They gazed at Yi Beichen in fear. Who is this young man? He has killed Qin Shaoyang. You dare to kill young Master Qin. Wu Baishan was on the verge of madness. Qin Shaoyang. This is indeed Qin Shaoyang. Not one among Qin Jiongchen, Qin Rong'an, or Tang Qingcang would let him go. The wrath of the entire Qin family descended, and no one in Longdu could withstand it. Seize him. Just leave him breathing, even if he ends up crippled. Wu Baishan roared, his face contorted with rage. At this moment, 4 martial arts masters emerged from all directions, surrounding Yi Beichen. Simultaneously, a black Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the charity gala's entrance. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, stepped onto the red carpet. Immediately, someone reported, Mr. Yi, the charity gala has been cancelled, something major has occurred inside. What happened? Yi Mingyuan's brow furrowed. Qin Shaoyang has been killed. What? Even someone of Yi Mingyuan's stature was taken aback. What did you say? Qin Shaoyang. Are you certain it's Qin Shaoyang? Yes, the informant nodded. Let us go see. Who possesses such audacity? Yi Mingyuan's expression darkened. His heart was already tumultuous. This is Qin Shaoyang. He has actually died. The old man of the Qin family will surely go mad. And Tang Qingcang. The esteemed Tang Qingcang, one of the 10 war gods of Longhan. Who dotes on Qin Shaoyang? Because of his status, Qin Shaoyang roamed the streets of Longdu without fear of retribution. Today, Qin Shaoyang has been murdered. Who could have committed such an act? Yi Mingyuan pondered as he approached the venue, his gaze fixed on the scene ahead. His pupils abruptly constricted. Mr. Yi. It is this young man, someone pointed to Yi Beichen, now surrounded by 4 masters. Yi Mingyuan's expression was a tapestry of emotions, astonishment, surprise, disbelief, horror, and gravity, flashing across his face in rapid succession. How did he come to Longdu? Go. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Mingyuan turned to leave. Yi Beichen remained oblivious, unaware that the opportunity for their meeting had slipped away. You there, young man. Who are you? What audacity you possess to dare kill in Longdu? The 4 master-level warriors advanced step by step, their imposing presence suffocating. One of the masters spoke coldly, Do you know whom you have slain? Qin Shaoyang. He seems to have a rather formidable background, Yi Beichen replied nonchalantly. Knowing that, do you still dare to kill him? Another master's brow furrowed. Are you aware of the calamity you have unleashed? You have pierced the heavens. Your actions could implicate your entire clan. Who is your master? Yi Beichen shook his head. My master is not someone you are worthy to know. Your tongue is quite defiant. I wonder if you will remain so obstinate when you kneel. A master sneered from behind Yi Beichen. Suddenly, he stepped forward, appearing like a specter behind Yi Beichen, extending a palm as broad as a fan, striking towards Yi Beichen's back. At such proximity, a single blow could prove fatal. The other 3 masters showed no inclination to intervene. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. Puff. The attacking master spat out a mouthful of blood, his face etched with disbelief. Yi Beichen, who had previously faced away, had somehow turned around. With a single punch, he struck the master's chest. The master's heart ceased to beat, and he was sent flying like a lifeless dog. How could this be possible? The other three masters felt their eyes bulge in shock. Cold sweat poured forth. A master slain by a single punch. This was utterly terrifying. In their momentary stupor, Yi Beichen took the initiative, appearing before the three like a ghost. Bang! 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 Each punch landed directly on their hearts. The hearts of the four masters were obliterated, leading to their immediate demise. You. Wu Baishan trembled, pointing at Yi Beichen, nearly rendered speechless with fear. Wei Yanran stood frozen, her body rigid as she stared in horror at Yi Beichen. The other wealthy individuals present were equally stunned. A master-level warrior had been killed with a single blow. Who exactly are you? Wu Baishan inquired hastily. Yi Beichen, came the calm reply of 3 syllables. Yi Beichen. You are the Yi Beichen from Jiangnan. Wu Baishan exclaimed, his voice trembling. The other wealthy individuals erupted in astonishment. He is Yi Beichen. The events from Jiangnan had stirred great commotion. How could Longdu remain unaware? The Zhao family, a prominent clan from Jiangnan, though not as powerful as the aristocracy, held significant standing. They had been annihilated by Yi Beichen. The Jiangnan king had perished because of him. The son of the war god Ling Feng had also fallen at his hands. These horrifying feats rattled the nerves of the affluent in Longdu. He is indeed Yi Beichen. Wei Yanran stood dazed, murmuring to herself. Capture him. Quickly, seize him. Wu Baishan shouted as he regained his composure. The hidden masters at the charity gala surged forth, totaling over 30. The military stationed outside the venue also rushed in, armed and ready, all aimed at Yi Beichen. My son. A heart-wrenching roar pierced the air. A middle-aged man, his eyes ablaze with fury, stormed in, Qin Rongan, the father of Qin Shaoyang. He had come to attend the charity gala but learned of his son's murder along the way. The driver, disregarding traffic laws, sped through numerous red lights, finally arriving at the scene. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of Qin Shaoyang lying quietly at Yi Beichen's feet, Qin Rongan's composure shattered. Mr. Qin Wu Baishan, Sing Qin Rongan, felt as if he had encountered a pillar of strength. Suddenly, slap! Qin Rongan struck Wu Baishan, sending him sprawling to the ground. Is this how you conduct your affairs? My son is dead and you bear responsibility in this matter. Qin Rongan's fury erupted. His wife had long passed away. And it was Qin Shaoyang's close relationship with the war god Tang Qingcang that had garnered support for the Qin family. Now that Qin Shaoyang was gone, with no ties to hold him, how could Tang Qingcang continue to support the Qin family? Thus, Qin Rongan was bereft not only of a son but also of the backing of one of the 10 great war gods of Longhan. This loss was more devastating than that of his son. Mr. Qin, this is not my fault. It was that man, Yi Beichen, who did this. Wu Baishan was on the verge of tears. Indeed, you are Yi Beichen. Beside Qin Rongan stood a man from the island nation of Japan, Tachibana Masao. Having seen Yi Beichen's photograph before, he instantly recognized him upon entering. Chapter 61, Is there a need for justification to slay the Easterners? From behind Tokugawa Masao, 2 Easterners emerged. Their presence was chilling, akin to venomous serpents. Tokugawa Masao, the affairs of my dragon nation do not require your Eastern intervention, Qin Rongan declared coldly, his tone unexpectedly assertive. Qin Jun, are you certain? Tokugawa Masao's expression darkened. The 2 individuals behind him possessed the strength of grandmasters. If they acted, they could undoubtedly extinguish Yi Beichen's life. With the Eastern Commerce Association obliterated, the entirety of Jiangnan had essentially fallen under Yi Beichen's dominion. Tokugawa Masao, unable to proceed with his plans, had journeyed to Londu in search of another opportunity. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering Yi Beichen there. This young man truly was a spectre that refused to dissipate. Seizing this opportunity, Tokugawa Masa was determined to eliminate Yi Beichen directly. Although Qin Rongan seethed with anger, he inherently held the Easterners in contempt. His son had been slain, did he need the Easterners to exact vengeance? Lin Lao, I entrust this to you, Qin Rongan said coldly. An elderly man stepped forth behind him. Do you have any specific demands? Lin Qianjue, the patriarch of the Lin family, a prominent martial arts clan from the southwest, a grandmaster in strength, ranked 163rd among Asia's martial arts masters. Only one demand: I desire his death. To accompany my son to the grave. Qin Rongan nearly ground his teeth in determination. Lin Qianjue nodded slightly, his aged visage resembling a tightly clustered chrysanthemum. Mr. Qin, my ancestors of the Lin family owe your Qin family a favor. I have stated before that I would act on your behalf 3 times, this is the 3rd. If I eliminate this young man, from this moment forth, the Lin family of the southwest and the Qin family of Longdu shall have no further entanglements. Are you certain? Lin Qianjue stood with his hands clasped behind him, his head held high. He emanated an aura of ancient dignity. In his eyes, Yi Beichen was akin to an ant easily crushed beneath his heel. The agreement between the Lin and Qin families far outweighed the life of Yi Beichen. Did it truly require an opportunity to act against an ant? Lin Qianjue felt a tinge of indignity. I am certain, Qin Rongan affirmed. He directly employed Lin Qianjue, wishing to deny Yi Beichen any chance of survival. Lin Qianjue furrowed his brow, letting out a silent sigh. Very well. He felt a mix of disappointment and self-reproach. However, since Qin Rongan had made his decision, he refrained from further words. His gaze shifted to Yi Beichen, and he declared, Young man, do not hold this against the old man. Whooshed. As his words fell, Lin Qianjue moved like a celestial dragon, reaching Yi Beichen's side in an instant. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Qianjue struck, grazing his withered arm to deliver a powerful blow to Yi Beichen's chest. One punch was sufficient. Bang! In the next moment, Yi Beichen extended his palm, astonishingly capturing Lin Qianjue's fist, rendering him immobile. It was as if his hand were encased in steel. What? Lin Qianjue's calm demeanor shattered, disbelief washing over him. How is this possible? This young man's strength is utterly terrifying. Lin Qianjue was taken aback. Lin Lao. Qin Rongan's brows furrowed, sensing an ominous turn of events. Wei Yanren gasped, did he block the Grandmaster's attack? Goodness! Wu Baishan collapsed onto the ground, nearly paralyzed with shock. Only Tokugawa Masakazu wore a grave expression, his demeanor revealing a realization: this young man has indeed reached the realm of the Grandmaster. A Grandmaster? How old is he? Qin Rongan's complexion shifted dramatically. A Grandmaster? Wei Yanran was utterly astonished. Though not a martial artist herself, she understood the significance of a Grandmaster. Nothing is impossible, Yi Beichen remarked, shaking his head with a smile directed at Lin Qianjue. Hey! Do you think this is all there is? Lin Qianjue, momentarily taken aback, suddenly broke into laughter. His arm trembled, a surge of internal energy erupting forth. Buzz! A wave of power burst from his chest, akin to a rocket engine. Yi Beichen sensed Lin Qianjue's arm swell with strength, yet he dismissed it entirely. With a forceful twist of his wrist, raw power surged forth. Oh! Lin Qianjue screamed in agony as Yi Beichen shattered the bones in his arm. You dare! Lin Qianjue howled, disregarding the image of a Grandmaster, extending his other hand to grasp Yi Beichen's throat, attempting a brutal choke. Such cruelty! Then you shall not be spared. Yi Beichen scoffed. With lightning speed, he extended his other hand. Crack! Seizing Lin Qianjue's remaining arm, he forcefully broke it. Oh! Lin Qianjue cried out once more. Bang! Yi delivered a decisive kick to Lin Chenjue's abdomen. Swift and efficient. The dantian was obliterated. The internal energy dissipated. Lin Chenjue lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, convulsing uncontrollably. It was evident he could not survive. A grandmaster, vitally incapacitated in less than 10 exchanges. Just how formidable is Yi? All the affluent members of the Dragon clan present cast a profound gaze at Yi, imprinting the visage of this young man in their memories. Heavens! Is this still a human being? Wu Baishan exclaimed, as if stirred by an unseen force. Yi. His name is Yi. Wei Yanran trembled with excitement, feeling her blood boil. She was astounded and shocked. Even more so, a thrill coursed through her. As if electricity surged through her body. Her heart raced wildly. In that fleeting moment, her perception of Yi shifted entirely. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, Yi strode towards Qin Rong'an. You. Qin Rong'an was stunned, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Unable to maintain his composure, he instinctively retreated. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to kill me? Yi did not spare Qin Rong'an a glance. His gaze shifted to Tokugawa Masakazu standing nearby. Were you intending to kill me just now? Yi, are you truly prepared to oppose the Heavenly Deity Society? Tokugawa Masakazu replied coldly, filled with trepidation. Swish. Swish. Behind Tokugawa Masao, two cold-eyed warriors from the east stood guard before him. Upon witnessing this, Qin Rong'an silently stepped aside and made 2 phone calls. Hello, father, there's been an incident. Woe is me, father-in-law, Xiaoyang has been murdered. Yi did not reply to Tokugawa Masao. It appeared you harbored malicious intent towards me just now. You annihilated my East Japan Chamber of Commerce. Do you not permit me to harbor resentment against you? Tokugawa Masao was incensed. Yi sneered, my father's factory was seized by your kind. To eradicate them is nothing short of just. To put it another way, does a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom require justification to eliminate a denizen of the East Island? Yi declarations were audacious beyond measure. In this era of peace, must one have a reason to take a life? Tokugawa Masao found himself momentarily bewildered, instinctively responding. Is it unnecessary? Is it necessary? Yi retorted with a smile. Chapter 62, Qin Zhongchen. Do you think you can kill the Easterners at will? What do you take them for? Roared Tokugawa Masao. Yi smiled disdainfully. Easterners, do you truly believe you deserve to be called humans? Do you think that having limbs and a brain qualifies you as such? To liken you to swine or dogs would be a grave insult to those creatures. Disgrace. Utter humiliation. You seek death. Kill him. Tokugawa Masao bellowed, pointing at Yi, nearly driven to madness. In an instant, 2 Eastern Grandmasters sprang into action. Kitegami no, the Grandmaster from the East, ranked 155th on the Asian Grandmaster leaderboard. Watanabe Jiro, another Grandmaster from the East, ranked 149th. Whoosh! A metallic katana sliced towards Yi neck, carving a crescent-shaped arc of blade energy. Swish! Yi retreated swiftly, the blade energy barely grazing his throat. Swish! Kitegami no launched an assault from the side. He hurled a black smoke bomb, instantly enveloping Yi in darkness. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of shurikens flew out. Faster than bullets, piercing through the smoke without any blind spots. Each shuriken was laced with deadly poison. In the absence of visibility, Yi was undoubtedly doomed. Swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, every shuriken emerged from the smoke. Kitegami no was caught off guard, suffering lacerations to his skin. The flesh around the wound turned pitch black in an instant. Oh no! It's poisoned. The Eastern Grandmaster's expression changed drastically as he hastily retrieved the antidote and swallowed it. Yi emerged step by step from the smoke. Appearing like a specter before the Eastern Grandmaster. He extended an arm, devoid of any flamboyant movements, delivering a single punch. Baka Yoru. Kitagami no shouted in defiance. He was incensed. How could a young man from the Dragon Kingdom contend with a Grandmaster? Even after witnessing Ibechen slay Lin Chenjue with a single blow, he remained unconvinced. Kitagami no retaliated, launching his fist towards Ibechen's. Crack. The bones in Kitagami no's fingers shattered instantly, snapping cleanly. Muscle and bone severed in an instant. Ah! Kitagami no screamed in agony. Defiance proved futile. Reality delivered a harsh lesson. Ibechen did not relent, he swung another punch, targeting Kitagami no's chest. Swish! Watanabe Jiro rushed in. Should this punch connect with Kitagami no, the latter would surely perish. He swung his blade down to intervene. Ibechen, aware of the imminent threat, quickly retracted his fist. Whooshed! The sound of slicing air resonated. The blade descended perilously close to Ibechen's chest. Ibechen's gaze darkened as he turned to confront Watanabe Jiro, simultaneously sweeping his right leg horizontally, delivering a powerful kick to Kitagami no's chest. Bang! Kitagami no coughed up a mouthful of blood. Utilizing the momentum, Ibechen at this moment, Ibechen was completely airborne, devoid of any leverage. Watanabe Jiro sneered, "Fool. In such a state, you are nothing more than a living target for a Grandmaster. The Chinese pig is indeed a pig, devoid of any wit. Kill." With remarkable speed, Watanabe Jiro dashed to Ibechen's side, wielding his katana, poised to cleave him in two. However, Ibechen merely smiled, executing an unexpected and uncanny somersault in midair. With a swift kick, he struck. Bang! Watanabe Jiro was utterly unprepared for Ibechen's aerial maneuver. He failed to react in time and was met with a devastating blow that shattered his skull. Upon landing, Ibechen retrieved the fallen katana and approached Begonye. You! Begonye trembled uncontrollably. In an instant, Ibechen surged towards him like a spectre, and with a crisp sound, Begonye's head fell to the ground. Bang! As his head hit the floor, every heart present quivered in unison. With the bloodied katana in hand, Ibechen turned his gaze towards Tokugawa Masao, a slight smile gracing his lips. "It's your turn." Those 4 brief words resonated like a death sentence. You! Tokugawa Masao, gripped by fear, stumbled backward, even seeking refuge behind Shinrongan. In that moment, all pretense of composure, dignity, and bravado vanished. This was terrifying. 2 Grandmasters had perished in less than 3 minutes. What martial prowess does Ibechen possess? Ibechen, will you continue your slaughter? Shinrongan inquired coldly. Ibechen smiled faintly, pointing at Tokugawa Masao. "Just one more." You! Shinrongan was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. The other affluent figures from Longdu felt their scalps prickle in dread. This was a harbinger of death. Such audacity! "Here I stand, Qin Jiongchen. Do you dare to commit more violence, young man?" Suddenly, Shinrongan turned to see an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit striding forward, surrounded by a throng of admirers. He was not a warrior, merely a mortal, yet he exuded an intimidating presence without the need for anger. The moment Qin Jiongchen appeared, he became the focal point of the gathering. "Old Master Qin. Elder. Teacher." The esteemed dignitaries of Longdu hurriedly approached, bowing deeply. A tremor coursed through Wei Yanron's delicate form as she instinctively glanced at Ibechen, her anxiety palpable. The status and identity of Qin Jiongchen were immensely formidable. With his arrival, Ibechen was abruptly thrust into a precarious situation. Qin Jiongchen, embodying the aura of a superior, coldly fixed his gaze upon Ibechen. "Ibechen. I have come. Will you not lay down your weapon? What are you to me?" Ibechen replied nonchalantly. A collective gasp echoed throughout the crowd. "Qin Jiongchen. He is none other than Qin Jiongchen, one of the highest-ranking individuals in Longdu. Among the top 10 families of Longdu, only 10 possessed a status akin to that of Qin Jiongchen. Yi Beichen had the audacity to question Qin Zhongchen's significance. Yi Beichen, cease your reckless words. Have you lost your mind? This is Elder Qin. Wei Yanran blurted out instinctively. The girl, possessing a kind heart, also knew how to offer reminders. In stark contrast, the young women behind Wei Yanran were nearly fainting from fear. What is Qin Zhongchen? Such a statement would likely never be uttered by anyone throughout the entirety of Longwe. What am I, an old man? Qin Zhongchen's face darkened, and he forcefully suppressed the fury boiling within him, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Ha ha ha, very well. Allow me to enlighten you as to what I am. It was evident to all that Qin Zhongchen was seething with rage, particularly emphasizing the word thing. With a mere utterance, I could cause the noble families beyond Longdu to crumble. 1/5 of the influential figures in Longwo are my disciples. Over a third of the hundreds of martial arts masters in Hoxia are my guests. More than half of the revered warriors of Longhan are my friends. With each word Qin Zhongchen spoke, he took a step closer to Yi Beichen. Finally, he halted, standing atop the steps, gazing down at Yi Beichen. Pray tell. What do you think I am? Ha ha ha, you and your grandson share the same audacity. Yi Beichen chuckled. In the next moment, Yi Beichen's expression turned icy. Noble families. Influential figures. Martial arts masters. Warriors of Longhan. In my lifetime, who could possibly obstruct my path? Those who dare to stand in my way shall be annihilated. Yi Beichen declared with unyielding pride. Chapter 63, Master, I have arrived late. What? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Even Wei Yanran could hardly believe that Yi Beichen dared to speak in such a manner. Madness. Utter madness. This is Qin Lao. His status surpasses that of my grandfather. How dare he? Is he ignorant or merely audacious? Such temperament is far beyond the second and third generations of Longdu. Wei Yanran thought in shock. Who is this young man? Yi Beichen, he is called Yi Beichen. Many affluent individuals in Longdu have indelibly etched this name in their memories. Mr. Li, this young man is formidable. Exclaimed a middle-aged man clad in an exquisite suit. Mr. Li nodded, indeed. Mr. Wang, we are humbled by such audacity. The young man in the midst of the gathering did not waver in the presence of Qin Zhongchen. Qin Rongwan's eyelids twitched violently. How dare he? Wu Baishan was nearly paralyzed with fear. His back was drenched in sweat. Tokugawa Masayuki's pupils constricted repeatedly as he hurriedly interjected, Qin Lao. The Heavenly God Society maintains a favorable relationship with the Qin family, you cannot overlook this matter. Furthermore, Yi Beichen has slain your grandson. This is a blood feud that cannot simply be dismissed. Tokugawa Masayuki whispered in Qin Zhongchen's ear. Qin Zhongchen's fury surged. His aged face darkened ominously. He could not fathom Yi Beichen's audacity. He had already made his status known. Who, possessed of sound judgment, would dare to speak to him in such a manner? Well. Qin Zhongchen sneered, as the commander of the 9 gates, you ought to know how to deal with this child, yes. Teacher, the student understands. A voice resonated from the back of the crowd. Wei Yanran instinctively turned around to behold a man clad in black armor, striding forth with a commanding presence. The commander of the 9 gates. A military title that has endured from ancient times to the present. The commander of the 9 gates in Longwo controls the 9 vital routes into Longdu. Within the Longdu military district, he commands an army of 100,000. While 100,000 may seem fewer than the 300,000 of the Jiangnan king, these 100,000 troops are the elite of the elite. Each ordinary soldier is a celestial level warrior. Squad leaders are at least above the master level. Yi Beichen is wreaking havoc in Longdu, committing murder, he must be apprehended immediately. Those who resist will be dealt with mercilessly. The commander of the 9 gates barked. Understood. A chilling atmosphere descended upon the assembly. Many affluent individuals in Longdu recoiled in terror, with several tumbling to the ground in disarray. Some women wept in fright. A suffocating sensation enveloped the air. Mr. Lee. What do you anticipate will transpire next? Mr. Wang whispered, trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Lee paused for a moment, slowly shaking his head, difficult. No matter how formidable Yi Beichen may be, he cannot contend with the commander of the Nine Gates. These are the most esteemed martial arts masters. Regardless of their high status, immense power, or wealth, they remain utterly vulnerable before the iron-blooded soldiers. Stop. Suddenly, the thunderous shout echoed, causing everyone to instinctively turn around. A man clad in golden armor approached with an imposing presence, a Ling Feng, the god of war. The crowd collectively gasped, their pupils contracting. Ling Feng, the god of war, exclaimed General Li in astonishment. What brings him to Longdu? General Wang's face was a mask of disbelief. Without a decree from the war god, one cannot enter Longdu. What could his purpose be? Whispers circulated among the pale-faced tycoons of Longdu. I heard that Yi Beichen killed Wan Lingfeng's illegitimate son, Jun Wuhui. He must be here for revenge, they murmured anxiously. Wei Yanran felt a chill. Yi Beichen was in peril. What brings you here, Wan Lingfeng? Qin Zhongchen asked with a stern expression. If you intend to harm Yi Beichen, stand back. Who said I wished to kill Mr. Yi? Wan Lingfeng replied, shaking his head with amusement. In the next moment, under the gaze of countless spectators, he strode purposefully towards Yi Beichen. Third. The god of war from the southeast province knelt before the crowd, one knee to the ground. Wan Lingfeng pays homage to my master. Master, I have arrived late, please forgive me. He declared with a voice that resonated powerfully. A collective gasp filled the air, followed by an eerie silence that enveloped the charity gala for a full 30 seconds. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Master. General Li's scalp tingled in shock. How is that possible? General Wang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Wan Lingfeng referred to Yi Beichen as his master. This young man, not yet 25, was the master of the god of war. The wealthy elite of Longdu were paralyzed with fear. It was utterly preposterous. SSSS Wu Baishan continuously drew in sharp breaths, nearly fainting from the shock. Wei Yanran trembled, her arms covered in goosebumps, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yanran, what is happening? Her friends could hardly stand, their legs weak, grasping nearby chairs to maintain their balance. Master. How could this be? Tokugawa Masayuki nearly suffered a heart attack. What did you say? Qin Rong'an asked incredulously. Master. Wan Lingfeng, did you just call him master? Qin Zhongchen was momentarily stunned, even a man as composed as old Master Qin was taken aback. The sheer magnitude of shock coursing through the crowd was palpable. This was Wan Lingfeng, the god of war of the southeast province. How many gods of war were there in the Dragon Kingdom? Yi Beichen had become the master of the god of war. Who was not astonished, who was not afraid? Yi Beichen extended a hand into the void and said calmly, rise. Yes, Wan Lingfeng replied as he slowly stood. Yi Beichen then asked. Didn't I instruct you to remain in Zhongnan? Why have you come? With solemnity, Wan Lingfeng responded, Master, I worried for your safety upon your arrival in Longdu. Rest assured, I have made all arrangements in Zhongnan, there will be no issues. Very well, Yi Beichen conceded. Yi Beichen nodded slightly. The appearance of Wan Lingfeng in this context was somewhat unexpected. Qin Zhongchen's eyes twitched, and he coldly remarked, Wan Lingfeng, do you not think your audacity is excessive? As a god of war, to enter Longdu without permission, are you not afraid of being dismissed and held accountable? Wan Lingfeng remained unperturbed, asserting. Whether I am dismissed is a matter for those above, it has nothing to do with you. A chuckle escaped Qin Zhongchen's lips, let us suppose, this is Longdu. Can you alone protect Yi Beichen? At this moment, the commander of the Nine Gates stepped forward, and dozens of masters behind him brandished their weapons, ready to act at a mere command from Qin Zhongchen. Seize them. Take them down. Qin Zhongchen raised his hand, gesturing forward. Let us see who dares to touch my junior brother. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Who is it now? Confusion rippled through the crowd. Was this matter not yet resolved? Was it truly so challenging for the Chin family to subdue a single Ibechan? Once again, all eyes turned towards the entrance of the venue. There appeared a woman, striding in alone, exuding a formidable aura. Senior Sister 10. Upon spotting Wang Ruyan, Yibechan called out, "What brings you here?" Wang Ruyan disregarded everyone present, her face adorned with a tender smile. "Little junior brother. I was worried you might struggle alone in Longdu." "Senior sister, I am no longer a child," Yibechan replied, his lips twitching slightly. Wang Ruyan approached him amidst the gazes of the crowd, playfully pinching his cheek. "In the eyes of your senior sisters, you will always be a child. Do not fret. Leave the rest to me. I shall slay Qin Shaoyang." Yibechan shook his head. "You shouldn't." Wang Ruyan scoffed dismissively, "He is merely a frivolous young man. Killing him is no great feat." Chapter 64, Is the senior sister a female war god? A profligate. If she must die, so be it. This statement instantly ignited the ire of the Qin family. Qin Rongwan erupted in fury. "That is my son, or who do you think you are? Your audacity is beyond measure. Young lady, do you comprehend where you are? This is Longdu." Qin Jiangchen spoke coldly. "What of Longdu?" Wang Ruyan chuckled softly. She gazed at Qin Jiangchen with profound significance. "Longdu is merely a dominion of the Qin family, is it not? Or do you assert that Longdu belongs solely to your clan?" The atmosphere became charged with fervent discussions. Had this girl lost her mind? How dare she utter such words? Wang, lowering his voice, trembled slightly. "What is her background?" "I have no idea. She certainly does not seem ordinary." Li shook his head, his expression grave, however. "As a mere girl, she likely cannot contend with the colossal Qin family." Wang fell silent for a moment and remarked, "I believe this girl can withstand the Qin family." "Impossible. The chief of the 9 gates is no pushover, a mere Wan Lingfeng cannot stand against him." Li decisively shook his head. "Well then, shall we wager? If she can withstand the Qin family, you owe me 10 million. Wang laughed heartily. "Ha, what is 10 million? Let us wager 100 million. Li scoffed. "Agreed." Wang nodded decisively. Qin Jiangchen, taken aback, remarked, "Young lady, your tongue is quite sharp. Chief of the 9 gates, apprehend them fast. Once they are imprisoned, we shall see if their bravado remains." "Yes, master." The chief of the 9 gates nodded, issuing a command. And the dozens of martial arts masters behind him surged forward in an instant. "Senior sister, allow me." Yibechan prepared to intervene. Yet, Wang Ruyan smiled charmingly, "Junior brother. There is no need for action." With that, Wang Ruyan stepped forward, gracefully raising her hand, revealing a golden token. "Halt." The moment the chief of the 9 gates beheld the token, his pupils constricted sharply, and he could not help but shout. The dozens of martial arts masters simultaneously halted, turning back in bewilderment to look at the chief. "What is happening?" Li furrowed his brow. "Why has the action ceased?" Wang inquired curiously. "A golden token. What is this?" The affluent individuals present in Longdu looked on in confusion. Qin Rongwan was taken aback, staring intently at the golden token in Wang Ruyan's hand. "How do you possess such an item?" Qin Jiangchen was equally startled. "This is..." Wan Lingfeng gasped in astonishment. Wei Yanran and the others were expressions of perplexity. "What on earth is this token?" "It appears to be crafted from solid gold, adorned with a golden dragon coiling around it." At last, the crowd discerned the inscription upon the golden token. 4 golden characters were engraved upon it: Ruyon, War God. Gasp! A chill ran down everyone's spine, and they inhaled sharply. "My word, a female war god." Mr. Li was nearly brought to his knees in frustration. Mr. Wang, his face alight with astonishment, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Mr. Li, you have lost 100 million. His cheeks flashed with excitement. Mr. Li stood frozen, his mind buzzing in disbelief. "You are the female war god of Longhan?" Qin Zhongchen gasped in astonishment. While even the patriarch of the Qin family appeared utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. A female war god. The young woman before them was indeed a war god. Could there be anything more astonishing than this? "Ah, so you recognize her," Wang Ruyan remarked to Qin Zhongchen, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Yi Beichen, equally stunned, could hardly believe his eyes. "Senior sister, you are the female war god of Longhan." Wang Ruyan turned to him, smiling gently. "What is the matter, little junior brother? Is that not permissible?" Coughing lightly, Yi Beichen nearly choked. "Senior sister, cough, this is just too unexpected." The atmosphere at the charity gala erupted in chaos, with everyone in a frenzy. The affluent elite of Longdu were left utterly stupefied. The female war god of Longhan. Could it be true? My heavens, Longhan actually has a female war god. She appears so young, not even 30, perhaps not even 25. These affluent individuals felt as if their entire worldview had shattered. Wei Yanran stumbled backward, collapsing into a chair. The female war god, how could it be? Her senior sister was a female war god. Realization dawned upon Wei Yanran as she cast a deep glance at Yi Beichen. Now I understand why he was so arrogant. Now I see where his confidence stems from. Now I understand how he dared to kill Qin Shaoyang. This is the female war god. Wei Yanran felt as though she had been drained of strength. As the crowd remained in shock, a commanding voice resonated from the entrance of the charity gala. "The female war god? Ha ha ha. Wang Ruyan, is your identity as the war god of Longhan merely a means to bolster your reputation?" Mr. Wang interjected, "This 100 million. I have yet to lose." Mr. Li's gaze suddenly darkened as he turned toward the entrance of the gala. "Who is that? Mr. Wang's heart raced as a name flashed through his mind. The divine war god, Tang Qingcang. Is this not over yet? Goodness! How long will this spectacle unfold? Everyone present was captivated, their attention drawn to the entrance of the venue. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, strode in with an imposing presence that struck terror into the hearts of many, compelling heads to bow in submission at his mere arrival. It was indeed him. Mr. Wang gasped in awe. Tang Qingcang. Mr. Li's jaw dropped in astonishment. The divine war god. He has arrived. The atmosphere in the venue had reached a tense climax. The moment Tang Qingcang appeared, it felt as if the very air had been sucked from the room, leaving everyone with a sense of suffocation. Wei Yanron's face flashed crimson, nearly unable to catch her breath. Yu Baishan sat on the ground, trembling like a quail. The war god of the Dragon Kingdom, such a terrifying aura. My own war god of the East, I fear I shall never catch up. Tokugawa Masao thought in terror, hiding behind Qin Rongan, unwilling to meet the gaze directly. Yi Beichen's brow furrowed as he glanced at Tang Qingcang, such a formidable presence. His strength must have surpassed that of the Grand Masters, I dare say. Wang Ruyan maintained a calm demeanor, her smile unwavering. Tang Qingcang, exuding an aura of authority without anger, declared, "War god Ruyan, Yi Beichen has annihilated the entire Zhao family of Jiangnan, that is his first crime. He has flouted the law and indiscriminately slaughtered our friends from the East, that is his second crime. In Longdu, he brazenly killed my grandson Qin Shaoyang in public. That is his third crime. Any one of these could warrant the death penalty." Wang Ruyan, undeterred by Tang Qingcang's imposing presence, stood firm before Yi Beichen. "No one can hold my junior disciple accountable for these accusations. Not even you, Tang Qingcang." Chapter 65, 3 strikes defeat the mighty war god. The moment Wang Ruyan uttered those words, an eerie silence enveloped the entire arena. A conversation unfolded between a female war goddess and the mighty war god Qingtian, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Mr. Li, what do you think will happen next?" In the hushed crowd, President Wang's voice trembled, his body quaking with anxiety. Mr. Li's gaze remained fixated, unable to tear himself away from Wang Ruyan and Tang Qingtian. His throat constricted. I do not know. The other affluent members of Londu were equally shaken. Wu Baishan crouched on the ground, grinning through tears. Yet dared not utter a sound, utterly frightened. Cold sweat streamed down Wei Yanron's forehead, her legs turned to jelly, rendering her unable to stand. Qin Rong'an's expression was grave, while Qin Jiangchen's sharp eyes were fixed on Wang Ruyan. The atmosphere had become palpably tense. Ha ha ha, am I incapable? No one in Longhan, or even the entire Dragon Nation, would dare say I am. Tang Qingtian's thunderous laughter echoed. Today, I shall personally take down Yi Beichen. What do you think of that? As his words resounded, Tang Qingtian stepped forward. Roar! The roar of a tiger and the cry of a dragon surged forth. A wave of energy radiated from Tang Qingtian, rippling outward like water. Many retreated, their internal energies roiling, their faces ashen. The might of the war god Qingtian was truly terrifying. No one may lay a hand on my junior disciple while Wang Ruyan stands here. Wang Ruyan stepped forth, confronting the war god Qingtian directly. I, Wan Lingfeng, stand here. Who dares to touch my master? The million-strong army of Jiangnan is not to be trifled with. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Amidst the profound silence, Yi Beichen suddenly spoke. Senior sister, Lingfeng, step back. I shall handle this myself. I must resolve my own matters. He could not remain forever under his senior sister's protection. The unexpected voice struck a jarring note. With a swish, all eyes turned to Yi Beichen's face. After a brief second of silence, the crowd erupted. What? He intends to face the war god Qingtian alone. Is he mad? The war god Qingtian ranked 6th among the top 10 war gods of Longhan. Possibly even within the top 5. Insanity, absolute insanity. The affluent members of Londu were rendered utterly speechless. Mr. Li, it seems I am about to lose this Yi Beichen. How dare he? President Wang's body trembled. Mr. Li shook his head in disapproval. Too young, too naive, too arrogant. Wei Yanron's body quivered as she gazed at Yi Beichen in disbelief. Qin Jiangchen and Qin Rong'an exchanged solemn glances. Master. Wan Lingfeng turned back in astonishment. Junior disciple, you. Only Wang Ruyan displayed a hint of surprise and delight on her delicate face. Yi Beichen approached, beaming with a smile. Senior sister, do not worry. I shall watch the show unfold. Wang Ruyan's eyes sparkled with joy as she quietly stepped behind Yi Beichen, granting him space. Wan Lingfeng, witnessing the unfolding events, silently retreated. Could it be that his master is a rival to the war god of Qingtsang? In the next moment, Yi Beichen, with an icy demeanor, fixed his gaze upon Tang Qingtsang, stating, this matter was originally none of your concern. However, since you have chosen to step forward, you shall bear the consequences. Tonight, anyone who dares to impede my retribution against the Easterners shall meet their demise. Death. The attendees of the charity banquet were left utterly stunned. Even figures like Qin Jiangchen, Qin Rong'an, and Wei Yanran were rendered speechless. Wu Baishan, Mr. Li, and Mr. Wang bit their tongues in disbelief. Did Yi Beichen just declare his intent to kill Tang Qingtsang? Wan Lingfeng stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. In Wang Ruyan's eyes, there was a glimmer of excitement. My junior brother truly exudes dominance. Laughter erupted from a single individual, Tachibana Masakazu, who, with exuberance, exclaimed, fool. Yi Beichen, are you truly that naive? How dare you utter such words? Ha ha ha. Foolish, incompetent, brainless. You are courting death. His laughter was genuine, filled with delight. Before Yi Beichen made his declaration, Tachibana had harbored concerns for his safety. Yet, upon hearing those words, his worries dissipated entirely. Indeed. What stature does Tang Qingtsang hold? He is the supreme war god of the Dragon Nation's Dragon Soul Special Forces. Within the dragon soul, aside from a few high-ranking generals, his status is unparalleled. How audacious of Yi Beichen to publicly proclaim his intent to slay Tang Qingcang. Taken aback, Tang Qingcang let out a chuckle, his anger evaporating in an instant. Shaking his head in resignation, he remarked, "Yi Beichen, I once viewed you as a formidable figure, yet here you are truly disappointing. How could you utter such words?" Yi Beichen replied calmly, "Do you truly believe I lack the capacity to kill you? How do you intend to accomplish that?" Tang Qingcang countered, shaking his head. Suddenly, without warning, Yi Beichen bent his knees and leapt towards Tang Qingcang. The marble floor beneath him shattered with a thunderous crack, revealing terrifying fissures. He dares to initiate an attack. No one anticipated this. Before Tang Qingcang could act, Yi Beichen had already struck fast. "Impudent child, seeking your own demise." Tang Qingcang narrowed his eyes, one hand resting behind his back. With a single hand, he unleashed a punch towards the advancing Yi Beichen. A tempestuous surge of internal energy surged forth, akin to a violent storm, sending debris flying and toppling tables and flower pots in its wake, leaving the spectators unable to open their eyes. With a resounding crash, Yi Beichen and Tang Qingcang's fists collided. The impact reverberated. Tang Qingcang felt a searing pain in his fist. Unable to withstand Yi Beichen's strike, he staggered back 5 or 6 steps. Each footfall left a half-inch deep imprint on the marble floor, causing the very ground to splinter. How could this be? The war god of Qingcang bested by Yi Beichen. Tang Qingcang could only hear a series of incredulous gasps around him. The second punch. Yi Beichen struck with the swiftness of lightning. The second punch was upon him. Tang Qingcang's aged face flashed with a mix of astonishment, bewilderment, and seriousness. As the internal energy within him surged forth, akin to a dragon breaking free from the depths of the water, flooding into his arms. Bang! Bang! The two engaged in a rapid succession of strikes. Thud, thud, thud. Tang Qingcang continued to retreat. This. Hiss. A collective intake of breath resonated through the crowd. Seizing the moment, Yi Beichen bellowed, "The third punch. Get lost." Tang Qingcang was engulfed in fury, as one of the 10 war gods of the dragon soul. How could he be overpowered by a mere youth? Roaring, he unleashed a punch, a fierce sound echoing like a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. Spectators even witnessed a phantom of a dragon and tiger, formed from his concentrated internal energy, materializing behind him. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding impact. A sharp crack reverberated, the sound of bone and flesh tearing apart. Thud, thud, thud. Once more, Tang Qingcang was forced back several steps. Nearly thrown out of the charity gala. One of his arms hung limply, drenched in blood. Chapter 66, The God of War. Tang Qingcang. A profound silence enveloped the entire venue. General Li abruptly rose, his body rigid with shock. General Wang slumped into his chair. His complexion pale and his body convulsing. Wei Yanran trembled, her mind buzzing, engulfed in a void. Wu Baishan, terrified, covered his eyes as if he had witnessed a ghost. The memory of his earlier attitude towards Yi Beichen filled him with dread. Father, how could this happen? Qin Rong'an gazed at Qin Jiangchen, his pupils reflecting sheer astonishment. This young man. Invincible. Qin Jiangchen resembled a deflated balloon, his aged face quivering slightly. It's over. I cannot perish. Tokugawa Masakazu realized that unless he devised a plan, his demise was imminent. He concealed himself at the back of the crowd, took out his phone, and dialed the embassy of the East Japan Islands. I am Tokugawa Masakazu. I wish to see the esteemed ambassador. Master, we have triumphed. Wan Lingfeng trembled with excitement, standing like a sharp blade. It appears that upon descending the mountain, my junior disciple's prowess has significantly advanced. Wang Ruyan wore a satisfied expression, preparing to reward her junior disciple generously that night. Meanwhile, in a luxurious courtyard somewhere in Londu, an urgent servant burst in, breathlessly reporting, "Master, the latest news, Yi Beichen has defeated Tang Qingcang." What? Yi Mingyuan's complexion changed dramatically, and he inhaled sharply, Tang Qingcang. The god of war, Tang Qingcang. He has been defeated. Indeed, master, replied the kneeling servant. Yi Mingyuan's expression fluctuated, immediately head to the airport. We must leave Longdu. He has come to find me. Go. At the charity banquet, the sound of dripping echoed. One of Tang Qingcang's arms hung limply, blood trickling to the ground. His aged face bore astonishment. Yi Beichen. From where did you emerge? Jiangnan, Yi Beichen. He replied coolly. Jiangnan. Confusion clouded Tang Qingcang's old visage. He could not fathom how, from a place steeped in indulgence, such a prodigious talent could arise. Yi Beichen made a startling proclamation, Tang Qingcang, I offer you a choice, a yield, or perish. The audience was astounded. When Yi Beichen initially spoke such words, many deemed him mad. Now, hearing this again, they realized the source of his audacity. Ha ha ha. Yi Beichen, I, Tang Qingcang, have been renowned for 60 years. Do you truly believe you can slay me? Tang Qingcang laughed heartily, his aura surging dramatically. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a god of war, ready to conquer the battlefield. None can rival me. Yi Beichen, even with but one arm remaining, I can still vanquish you. Tang Qingcang sneered, shedding all restraint. He had indeed underestimated his opponent moments ago. A roar akin to a beast erupted from Tang Qingcang, the sound akin to a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. Cease at once. Suddenly, a calm voice resonated through the air. Who possesses such audacity to speak at this moment? The numerous affluent individuals of Longdu furrowed their brows, some visibly perturbed. Only Qin Zhongchen and his son, Qin Rongan, turned in astonishment. Their surprise was not due to the word stop, but rather the familiar accent of the speaker. Tang Qingcang, who had just taken action, immediately halted upon hearing that voice. The terrifying aura dissipated abruptly. Secretary Qian. What brings you here? Qin Zhongchen approached swiftly, extending his hand in greeting. A middle-aged man in his early 40s approached, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a neatly cropped hairstyle. Dressed in a tailored suit, he stood tall and impeccably composed. Secretary Qian. Qin Rongwan followed suit, offering a slight bow. The gathering of Longdu's elite gasped at this scene. Who could command such respect from Qin Zhongchen? Could it possibly be him? Wei Yanran, astute as ever, recognized Secretary Qian instantly. She had encountered him during her grandfather's birthday celebration, where he had been seated at the head table. This indicated that his status in Longdu was second to none among the 10 prominent families. Even Tang Qingcang's expression grew grave upon seeing Secretary Qian. Did his arrival signify urgent matters? I am merely here to convey a message. If the esteemed General Qingcang has no pressing concerns, it would be prudent for him to remain at the military camp. It is advisable to avoid unnecessary involvement in Longdu. Secretary Qian stated with a warm smile, exuding an approachable demeanor. Tang Qingcang's face instantly paled. Qin Zhongchen's frail body trembled as he gazed up at Secretary Qian in shock. Secretary Qian smiled silently. Father. Qin Rongwan, equally stunned, quietly called out, steadying his elderly father. He could sense the tremors in his father's body. I understand. Tang Qingcang's forehead glistened with a sheen of sweat visibly accumulating at an alarming rate. Without uttering a word, he hastily departed. Secretary Qian turned to Yi Beichen with a smile. Yi Beichen, puzzled, inquired, what is happening? Nothing of significance, young Master Yi. Please, continue. Secretary Qian surveyed the crowd before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he seemed to recall something and turned back with a smile, young Master Yi. As I entered, I noticed individuals from the Eastern Japan Embassy approaching this way, but they were intercepted by our people. Having said this, Secretary Qian hurriedly exited. His arrival was swift, and his departure even swifter. What? Tokugawa Masayuki's face turned ashen upon hearing this. At this moment, The pride once held by the elder Qin had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. What could the Qin family dare to do now? Rongwan, we must leave. The elder Qin summoned all his strength to utter this phrase. Father. Qin Rongwan's heart felt heavy as he, alongside his father, exited with the assistance of their subordinates. Mr. Yi, regarding our young master's remains, a servant from the Qin family approached, his voice trembling. Take them away. Yi Beichen replied without further complicating matters. Thank you, thank you. The servants of the Qin family hurried forward to properly lay to rest the body of Qin Shaoyang. Suddenly, once the Qin family members departed, the atmosphere became tumultuous. What an astonishing revelation! Yi Beichen from Jiangnan possesses such an extraordinary identity. The news of this event will undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Londo. My goodness! The entire charity gala erupted in a frenzy. Wei Yanran sat in her chair, her gaze fixated intently on the profile of Yi Beichen, her body trembling with excitement. Her female companions fervently shook her, exclaiming, Yanran, who is he? What is happening? Isn't he your boyfriend? How can he be so remarkable? Yanran, your fortune is simply extraordinary. The girl spoke animatedly, while Wei Yanran could only smile wryly, realizing that this had nothing to do with her. Chapter 67, The Eighth Senior Sister Wishes to See You, Mr. Li wore an expression of disbelief. Did Yi Beichen truly achieve a miraculous turnaround? The Qin family, the people of the East, even the god of war, Qing Tsong, could not subdue him. Ha ha ha. Mr. Wang burst into laughter. Mr. Li, you have lost. Yi Beichen has triumphed. Come, come. Let us settle the wager of 100 million in cash. At this moment, Yi Beichen's gaze darkened as it fell upon Tokugawa Masakazu. He picked up the katana from the ground and strode toward Tokugawa Masakazu. What do you intend to do? I am the head of the Tokugawa family in the Great Eastern Empire. Do you dare to kill me? Tokugawa Masakazu bellowed, his voice trembling with fear as he fled toward the exit of the charity gala. Yi Beichen followed him like a harbinger of death, blade in hand. Help! Help! Tokugawa Masakazu cried out, escaping the charity event, his legs trembling beneath him. Meanwhile, across the street, an SUV from the East Island came to a halt, blocked by Mr. Qian's men. It is Tokugawa. He has emerged. The East Islanders rejoiced at the sight. Inside the vehicle sat a strikingly beautiful woman from the East, her figure graceful, her legs long, yet her eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. Chiba Seko, the daughter of the East Island's diplomatic minister, had come to assist Tokugawa Masakazu in her father's absence. Something's amiss. Tokugawa's condition appears troubling, Chiba Seko remarked. What is wrong with Tokugawa? The other East Islanders inquired. He seems to be in a hurry, even losing a shoe in his flight. Chiba Seko's voice deepened. Someone is pursuing him. What? The East Islanders gasped as they turned to look. Indeed, they saw Yi Beichen emerging from the charity venue, katana in hand. Mr. Qian had already taken action to seal off the area, leaving the streets devoid of vehicles. Tokugawa Masakazu crawled desperately, recognizing the vehicle of the East Island Embassy across the road. Tokugawa! Chiba Seko called, waving to him as she exited the vehicle. Seeing her was akin to grasping a lifeline for Tokugawa Masakazu, who scrambled over, his knees and palms scraped, bloodied and in a pitiful state. Yi Beichen followed with a faint smile. Miss Chiba, save me. Tokugawa Masakazu trembled in terror, his face a mask of fear. At that moment, the head of the Tokugawa family lay on the ground, resembling a defeated dog. Tokugawa! Several East Islanders rushed forward to help him up. Yi Beichen, katana in hand, strolled leisurely across the road. Chiba Seko positioned herself protectively in front of Tokugawa Masakazu. Who are you to dare pursue our Tokugawa? Yi Beichen, he replied calmly. Chiba Seko gasped, you are Yi Beichen. How audacious of you, Tokugawa is. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Beichen had already struck. Puff! The katana was extraordinarily sharp, piercing through Tokugawa Masao's heart. You. Chiba Meko was left in a daze. The other inhabitants of the Eastern Isles were expressions of shock, gasping in disbelief. They never anticipated that Ibechan would strike with such decisiveness, directly ending Tokugawa Masao's life. Tokugawa Masao widened his eyes, fixating on Ibechan, his pupils devoid of light. Tokugawa-kuan. Chiba Meko shouted in fury, glaring at Ibechan, "What do you mean? Ibechan? Tokugawa-kuan is one of our own from the Eastern Isles, do you not regard us as you kill him in public?" She extended her hand, pointing accusingly at Ibechan. With a swift motion, Ibechan brought down his katana. Chiba Mako's delicate arm was severed cleanly. Ah! The pain nearly caused her to faint, collapsing to the ground. "Miss Chiba! How dare you?" The people from the Eastern Isles were terrified, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Ibechan's decisive action stunned everyone. They could scarcely believe that he had audaciously severed Chiba Mako's arm. Ibechan spoke coolly, "A mere Eastern Islander dares to act recklessly in the Dragon Kingdom. Remember, I detest being pointed at. This is your first and last warning." Chiba Mako's fair face turned pale, a cold sweat breaking out from the agony. "Ibechan, I will remember you. Do not look at me in that manner. This is your second warning." Ibechan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly regarding Chiba Meko. She shivered, lowering her gaze in fear. She felt an unsettling premonition that to meet Ibechan's gaze again might lead to her demise. This was no jest. "Remember this, in the lands of the Dragon Kingdom, should any Eastern Islander encounter me, do so with courtesy. Lest I take it upon myself to eliminate anyone I see fit." After delivering this chilling statement, Ibechan effortlessly snapped the katana made of fine steel before turning away. His presence was overwhelmingly formidable. Wang Ruyan and Wan Lingfeng emerged from the charity gala. Wan Lingfeng, his face aglow with admiration, exclaimed, "Master, I am in awe of you. Even the war god Qingtian has fallen, I could hardly have dreamt it would unfold this way." Wan Lingfeng, still contemplating his own gamble to support Ibechan, was unprepared for Secretary Qian's arrival with the decree of the national leader, which had shifted the tide of battle, rendering his efforts unnecessary. Moreover, Wan Lingfeng was astonished to discover that Wang Ruyan was also a formidable female warrior. He suddenly understood why, during their time in Zhongnan, Wang Ruyan had dared to eliminate the king of Zhongnan. A mere king was no obstacle for a war god, after all. Has Yi Mingyuan not arrived? Ibechan furrowed his brow. He had no interest in the Qin family, Tang Qingtian, or the Eastern Islanders. His sole desire was to see Yi Mingyuan. Wang Ruyan approached him. "I have just received the latest news. Yi Mingyuan has already departed from Longdu." "What? He has fled?" Ibechan was taken aback. He had come to Longdu specifically to seek out Yi Mingyuan. "To my astonishment, Yi Mingyuan has fled. This cannot stand. Though Yi Mingyuan has escaped, the Yi family remains. And I am determined to uncover the truth." Ibechan shook his head resolutely. "I must go to the Yi family." "Master, are you truly heading to the Yi family?" Wan Lingfeng exclaimed in shock. "The Yi family is not akin to the Qin or Tang families. They are protected by the unparalleled war god Yi Lingshao. Yi Lingshao. In the Dragon Kingdom, he is almost regarded as a deity." Wan Lingfeng's very name was inspired by Yi Lingshao before he enlisted in the military. "Come with me. There is someone who wishes to see you," Wang Ruyan stated. However, Ibechan shook his head. "Senior sister, regardless of who wishes to meet me, that must wait. I shall go to the Yi family tonight. I need to ascertain whether Yi Mingyuan is truly my biological father. And who is my real mother? Is she alive or deceased?" Ibechan's heart was tumultuous. He yearned to uncover the truth, to understand what transpired all those years ago. Wang Ruyan cautioned him, "Junior brother. These matters cannot be clarified in merely a day or two. Moreover, Yi Mingyuan fears you and has already fled from Longdu. If you go to the Yi family now, those within may not even be aware of the events from back then." Upon hearing this, Ibechan furrowed his brow. Surely, someone in the Yi family must know. He remained silent for a moment before expressing, "Are you certain?" "My 8th senior sister wishes to see you." Wang Ruyan smiled sweetly. 8th senior sister. Yi Beichen was taken aback as a captivating figure flashed through his mind. Chapter 68, The 8th Senior Sister. Liu Sueki, Yi Beichen and Wang Ruyan departed from the charity gala, leaving behind a scene of exuberance. Who exactly is Yi Beichen, that he could elicit such a reaction from the esteemed attendees? The recently enriched Mr. Wang glowed with triumph, having just secured a fortune of 1 billion. How ruthless! He had vanquished Qin Shaoyang with a single blow and defeated the formidable Qingtian battle god with 3 strikes. Ultimately, Secretary Chen made an appearance. Although Mr. Li lost 1 billion, the spectacle of the evening was undoubtedly worth that sum. The affluent patrons of Longdu were flushed with excitement. Yan Yan sighed, "How handsome he is. Oh, I so wish to marry him." "Yan Yan, do you have his contact information?" "Yan Yan, speak to me." Wei Yan Yan sat in a daze, reminiscing about her encounter with Yi Beichen on the high-speed train. It dawned upon her that she had been overly optimistic. A person like Yi Beichen would never take an interest in someone like her, even if she hailed from the Wei family of Longdu. A sense of defeat washed over this young lady. As everyone prepared to leave, the commander of the 9 gates positioned a group of soldiers at the exit of the charity gala. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received orders from above. The events of tonight are to remain confidential. My men will record your information, and you must sign a non-disclosure agreement. Anyone who dares to leak this information will face severe consequences." Ouch! It hurts so much. Chiba Masako clutched her severed arm. Her delicate features contorted in pain. "Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen. I cannot let this vendetta rest." Beep beep beep. Chiba Masako's phone rang, and upon answering, her father's voice resonated through the line. "Masako, how are you faring? I just heard that your arm was severed." The man on the other end expressed concern. Chiba Masako gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain, forcing a pale smile. "Father, I am fine. My arm can be reattached, please do not worry." Yi Beichen must die without fail. "Yi Beichen. Again, it's Yi Beichen." The man's voice grew furious. "Our plans in Zhongnan have failed entirely because of him. Tokugawa Masayuki is dead. The repercussions are too grave." Chiba Masako replied coldly, "Father, I want Yi Beichen dead. Rest assured, Masako. I have summoned the IGA shinobi to Longwe. Once they take action, not even Jesus could save Yi Beichen," her father declared. Chiba Masako's heart soared. "Father, you have indeed called upon the IGA shinobi." "Certainly. Our Chiba family's plans are, in fact, those of His Majesty the Emperor. Yi Beichen has become an obstacle. With the IGA shinobi here, his demise is inevitable," her father asserted coldly. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Poor Yi Beichen, once the IGA shinobi intervenes, he will have no chance of survival." Chiba Masako smiled cruelly, feeling an unexpected tinge of sympathy for him. Wang Ruyan drove Yi Beichen to a secluded courtyard in Longdu. After a series of security checks, the 2 individuals finally entered a grand hall. They had scarcely taken their seats when a woman approached. Standing approximately 168 centimeters tall, she possessed a graceful swan neck and a well-defined silhouette. Her alluring curves seamlessly connected her petite waist to a pair of long, elegant legs that would evoke envy even in Wang Ruyan. Her skin was fair, and her arms were long and delicate, exuding a charisma that could easily overshadow even the most celebrated superstars. Humph. The senior sister has become more beautiful again. Spending each day among a group of men in the military, how does she manage to maintain such a lure? Wang Ruyan felt a twinge of jealousy. The woman smiled warmly and looked over. "Little junior sister, what are you saying?" Her demeanor was both commanding and imbued with a hint of tenderness. "Elder sister, Liu Sueki." Wang Ruyan replied with a smile. "I wasn't saying anything. Yi Beichen, suppressing a chuckle, approached the elder sister. Elder sister, it has been a long time. Little junior brother. Lu Sueki said with a smile, unexpectedly extending her arms to embrace Yi Beichen tightly. The pressure from her bosom nearly left him breathless. Ahem. Elder sister, please. Yi Beichen quickly interjected. Humph. Wang Ruyan huffed lightly, crossing her arms and standing aside, visibly displeased. Lu Sueki scrutinized Yi Beichen with a look of affection. Come. Let me see you. It's been over a year since we last met, and you've grown taller. With all that's happened today, are you injured? That old fool Tang Qingcang even dared to lay a hand on my junior brother. Next time, I will certainly teach him a lesson until he submits. The words of a woman in her 20s regarding the war god Qingcang would surely astonish anyone who overheard. Lu Sueki meticulously examined Yi Beichen's arms and legs. Yi Beichen wore a broad smile, allowing the elder sister to inspect him, feeling a warmth in his heart as he remarked, "Elder sister. How did you know I was coming to Longdu?" You. Lu Sueki playfully poked his forehead with a finger. You arrive in Longdu, and who among us sisters wouldn't know? But you are quite bold. To venture alone into Longdu, aren't you afraid of being bullied? She took Yi Beichen's hand and urged him to sit down, naturally positioning herself behind him to massage his shoulders. Elder sister, please don't do that, I am not a child anymore, Yi Beichen protested. What? Do you disdain your elder sister? Lu Sueki feigned anger. Of course not, he replied, how could I possibly disdain you? Then sit down. I shall help you relieve some tension in your muscles, Lu Sueki said with a tone of authority. Yi Beichen had no choice but to allow her hands to glide over him. Lu Sueki's fingers moved rhythmically across his meridians. Yi Beichen was astonished to find that his internal energy began to flow in sync with her touch. The area around his dantian felt ablaze. What is happening? Yi Beichen exclaimed in surprise. Your progress in cultivation is remarkably rapid, and I am concerned about the potential strain on your meridians. I have just cleared all your acupoints. So fret not, Lu Sueki remarked with a smile. Elder sister, I want to join too. Wang Ruyan exclaimed as she rushed over. Stay put for a moment. Lu Sueki playfully admonished. Humph, elder sister, you are biased. Wang Ruyan pouted, scrunching her delicate nose. With a haughty smile, Lu Sueki retorted, and what of it? Yi Beichen interjected, elder sister, I require your assistance, I am looking for Yi Mingyuan. He is quite possibly my biological father. The moment those words escaped his lips, an abrupt silence enveloped the hall. Lu Sueki and Wang Ruyan exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of unease in the other's eyes. Yet, they concealed it adeptly, leaving Yi Beichen oblivious to their turmoil. It appeared they were both reluctant for Yi Beichen to meet Yi Mingyuan. Elder sister, what troubles you? Yi Beichen inquired, bemused. Chapter 69 of Yi Beichen, young Marshal Lu Sueki hastily remarked, Junior brother, regarding Yi Mingyuan's matter, I shall assist you in investigating it. However, there is an urgent matter at hand that requires your assistance. What is it, senior sister? Yi Beichen inquired with curiosity. Observing that Yi Beichen's attention had shifted, Lu Sueki decided to be forthright. In a few days, there will be an international military arms conference. This event will draw participation from first-rate nations across the globe, including the Dragon Nation, Wolf Nation, Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, and the Island Nation of the East. Of course, the requirement is that participants must be military personnel under the age of 30. With a smile, Lu Sueki gazed at Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen, looking somewhat helpless, responded. Elder sister, I understand your implication. You wish for me to participate in the military conference, don't you? Please, junior brother, I implore you, Lu Sueki said, adopting a charming demeanor as she linked her arm with his. I do not expect you to secure first place, simply achieving a position within the top 10 would suffice. The pair of mountains upon her chest brushed against his arm, an encounter that would surely astonish any other members of the Dragon Soul. Cough, cough. Wang Ruyan cleared her throat, her expression one of righteous indignation. Some individuals should be more mindful, there is a third party present. Lu Sueki shot Wang Ruyan a glare. Wang Ruyan felt somewhat disheartened, after all, Lu Sueki was the senior sister. Fine, fine. I shall endure. Yi Beichen hesitated, elder sister, what exactly is your status? The 10th sister is a war deity of the dragon soul, but I sense that your position surpasses hers. With a confident smile, Lu Sueki replied, Junior brother. You have discerned my secret. Indeed, I possess considerable standing within the dragon soul, they refer to me as the Great Marshal. Yi Beichen nearly choked on his breath. His 8th sister was actually the Great Marshal of the dragon soul. This is extraordinary, he exclaimed, utterly astonished. Lu Sueki gently lifted his chin with her palm. Junior brother. Do not be so surprised, none of your senior sisters are ordinary individuals. My title as a mere Great Marshal is hardly significant. What? Yi Beichen felt a sense of bewilderment. Then our masters must be formidable figures. As he recalled his descent from the mountain, he remembered how each of those old masters boasted impressively. It seemed that perhaps their claims were not mere exaggerations, but rather truths. While Yi Beichen was lost in thought, Lu Sueki retrieved a folder from a nearby drawer, casually flipping it open. To his astonishment, it contained an official document from the Dragon Nation. Junior brother. It is settled then. This is your appointment, from now on, you shall be the young Major General of the Dragon Soul. Lu Sueki glanced at the document, her brow furrowing slightly. Major General. Is that all? This won't do. With a displeased expression, she picked up a pen and began to amend the official document. She replaced the character in the title of Major General with, from this moment on, you shall be the young commander of the Dragon Soul. Lu Sueki grasped Yi Beichen's hand and applied seal paste, slapping it onto the official document. Someone, deliver this. Lu Sueki called for a subordinate, who swiftly took the red-headed document and departed. Yi Beichen's brow furrowed intensely. 8th sister, are you jesting? The young commander of Dragon Soul? Wasn't that a formal document? Can such things be altered so casually? Fear not, it's all in good fun, Lu Sueki waved her hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. She then led Yi Beichen to the adjacent side hall, where a sumptuous banquet awaited. The 3 disciples sat together to dine. 30 minutes later, in a brightly lit office somewhere in the dragon capital, a middle-aged man sat at his desk. General Lu has sent you the documents. Secretary Qian entered respectfully, holding a folder and standing at attention. Place it down, the man said coolly. Yes. Secretary Qian dared not speak further and carefully placed the folder before retreating from the room. 5 minutes later, after completing his tasks, the man finally opened the folder on his desk. Upon glancing at the official document, he paused momentarily. It has been altered. The man sighed. A hint of resignation crossing his face, followed by a faint smile. Well, let it be, a young commander is still a young commander. It was bound to happen eventually. In the next moment, he picked up the phone on his desk and dialed out, appoint Yi Beichen as the young commander of Dragon Soul. This is a top-secret matter. No one beneath the general is to be informed. We shall discuss everything after the military weapons conference. After the meal, Yi Beichen returned to the residence arranged by 8th sister. Lying on the bed, sleep eluded him. Back in Jiangnan, I sensed that 10th sister did not want me to investigate my origins, Yi Beichen murmured to himself. Now that I am in Dragon Capital, it seems 8th sister is also hindering my quest for the truth. What could be the reason? 10th sister is the goddess of war for Dragon Soul. While 8th sister's identity is even more formidable, she is the general of Dragon Soul. If they wished to uncover my identity, they could have done so long ago. What is the underlying reason? Yi Beichen's brows knitted tightly. He was not foolish, rather, he was astute. Both sisters had no objections to him. Yet what could be the reason for their reluctance to let him explore his origins? Sisters, forgive me, but if you will not permit me to investigate, I shall do so on my own. Yi Beichen shook his head resolutely. Under the cover of night, he stealthily exited his room. Yi Beichen possessed keen perception and immediately sensed several guards lurking in the shadows. Silently evading them, he left Eighth Sister's residence. Upon reaching the street, the vibrant nightlife of Dragon Capital unfolded before him. He flagged down a taxi to the Yi family in Dragon Capital. Half an hour later, Yi Beichen stood at the entrance of the Yi family estate. He gazed upon the ancient courtyard before him, his eyes glinting as he identified a blind spot in the surveillance. With a leap over the high wall, he entered. The Yi family estate was vast, originally transformed from an ancient royal palace. Gardens, rockeries, ponds, and pavilions adorned every corner. Guards were stationed every few steps, and martial artists lurked in both shadows and light. With a sudden, hushed command, Yi Beichen moved like a phantom, blending seamlessly into the moonlight. His speed was remarkable as he ventured to the innermost part of the Yi residence. To his astonishment, he discovered that all sentinels, both hidden and visible, had vanished. The inner courtyard lay utterly deserted, devoid of any presence. Not entirely, however, one figure remained. Perched upon the eaves, Yi Beichen looked down to see an elderly man with hair as white as snow, sitting upright in a pavilion, playing chess with himself. "I knew you would come. Since you are here, do descend," the old man said with a smile. His voice, as delicate as a fishing line, reached Yi Beichen's ears like a thunderclap. Yet, the Yi residents remained enveloped in silence, for no one but Yi Beichen could hear this utterance. "Who are you?" Yi Beichen inquired as he leapt down. The old man smiled. "Yi Lingshao." Yi Beichen gasped, "The first war god of the dragon nation, Yi Lingshao." Chapter 70, The Ancient Martial Family Fast. "Ha ha ha. I am not the first." Yi Lingshao shook his head. "What is the benefit of being the number one in the world? In times of peace, it is far more enjoyable to stay at home, play chess, and raise dogs." Yi Beichen was somewhat astonished. Yi Lingshao. Even though Yi Beichen was not a soldier, he had heard this name before. Since his elementary school days, he had been influenced by it. Who in the Dragon Country does not know Yi Lingshao? The current foremost war god of the Dragon Country is none other than him. Yi Lingshao has fought countless battles throughout his life, earning the title of the military god of the Dragon Country. His status and renown were forged on the battlefield. Yi Lingshao is the faith of nearly all soldiers in the Dragon Country. Although he was never bestowed the title of Grand Marshal, he remains the war god. To countless individuals who have enlisted, Yi Lingshao is the undisputed king, the true military god of the Dragon Country. At this moment, facing Yi Lingshao, Yi Beichen felt as though he were confronting a ferocious tiger. "Old Yi, I have come today." Yi Beichen spoke gravely. Yi Lingshao smiled slightly, interrupting him. "I know why you have come to the Yi family. Minyuan has already left Longdu. I am aware of everything. Your inquiries will yield the same answers." Yi Beichen's breath quickened. "Am I a member of the Yi family?" he asked, momentarily taken aback. Yi Lingshao sighed softly, "Yes and no." "What do you mean?" Yi Beichen pressed on. "Is Yi Minyuan my father or not?" Yi Beichen stepped forward. "I would rather hope that Minyuan is your father," Yi Lingshao lamented. "But what merit does he possess to be worthy of uniting with your mother?" "What do you mean?" Yi Beichen was stunned. "What kind of person is my mother? Do you know her? Who is she? What is her name? Where is she? Is she alive or dead?" Yi Beichen nearly shouted. Yi Lingshao regarded Yi Beichen calmly, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "Your mother is an extraordinary woman. When she arrived at the Yi family, she was already with child. Minyuan publicly claimed you were his illegitimate son to protect her identity. After giving birth to you, your mother left behind some belongings and vanished. Is this true?" Yi Beichen felt dazed. He had thought he was drawing closer to the truth of his origins, yet Yi Lingxiao's words cast everything into a state of confusion. Yi Mingyuan is not my father. Yi Lingxiao shook his head. He is not, but others may believe that Yi Mingyuan is your father. Very few people knew this matter back then. Yi Beichen maintained a stern expression. If he is not my father, then why would he want to kill me? Yi Lingxiao fell silent, contemplating for a moment. Before your mother departed, she left behind some powerful and terrifying items, he revealed. Mingyuan was captivated by these things, losing his senses. Moreover, he married a woman from a formidable family, and that woman did not wish for you to live. Even if you are not Mingyuan's son. Upon hearing Yi Lingxiao's words, Yi Beichen felt perplexed. What do you mean? Only this jade pendant remains. Yi Lingxiao did not answer Yi Beichen directly, instead. He produced a white jade pendant and tossed it to Yi Beichen. Is this something my mother left behind? Yi Beichen grasped the white pendant, his spirit jolted. The pendant was exquisitely smooth, emanating a warm sensation when held. It was intricately carved with 2 dragons, the craftsmanship so fine that they appeared lifelike. Yi Lingxiao stated. This is merely one of them. What about the other items my mother left? Yi Beichen lifted his gaze, fixing Yi Lingxiao with a wolf-like stare. Yi Lingxiao was momentarily taken aback. Truly, he was the son of that woman. 5 years ago, it was still in Mingyuan's possession. But now it had been taken by her. Yi Lingxiao shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. Who is that woman? Yi Beichen's eyes were filled with coldness. To take away what his mother had left and even wish to kill him. No matter who she was, in Yi Beichen's heart. She was already a dead person. Yi Lingxiao fell silent once more. After a long pause, he finally spoke. She belongs to an ancient martial arts family. Ancient martial arts family. This was the first time Yi Beichen had encountered this term. Yi Lingxiao nodded gravely. The ancient martial arts families are not known to the public. Yet they have existed for countless years. Since ancient times, during the feudal dynasties, these families have been formidable. They do not engage in conflicts. Yet no one dares to underestimate them. For the ancient martial arts families, the martial arts masters are just beginning. Can you imagine? Even a mere janitor or stable hand from an ancient family could very well be a master-level martial artist. Yi Beichen was taken aback. If Yi Lingxiao's words were true, it was indeed terrifying. What exactly did my mother leave behind that even the ancient martial arts families covet? Yi Beichen inquired. Yi Lingxiao picked up a chess piece and slowly placed it down. Some formulas and elixirs that enhance a martial artist's strength. They were originally meant for you. Formulas? Elixirs? Yi Beichen's pupils contracted. As a disciple of the Medicine King, he understood the significance of formulas and elixirs beneficial to martial artists. Typically, a martial artist seeking to enhance their strength would need to soak in a medicinal bath, a concoction brewed from herbs accumulated over decades, even centuries. By immersing themselves in it, they could elevate their martial arts prowess. Many martial arts masters in the world have achieved their status this way. However, those who advanced through such means would be easily defeated by masters who had diligently trained. Yet, if one consumed elixirs to enhance their martial arts strength, they would be on par with those who trained rigorously. There would be no distinction. If an ancient family were to obtain a formula and then mass-produce elixirs, subsequently cultivating a multitude of masters, the consequences would be unimaginable. The formulas and elixirs are all that your mother left for you, Yi Lingxiao sighed. Mingyuan's selfishness led him to seize these items for himself, fearing your retribution. Thus, he pursued you relentlessly. In that instant, Yi Beichen understood. Yi Mingyuan was intent on silencing him. The formulas and elixirs, capable of enhancing martial artists' cultivation, indeed posed a great risk for Yi Mingyuan. Will you spare Yi Mingyuan when you next see him? Yi Lingxiao inquired. Yi Mingyuan is his son. Yi Beichen chuckled. Even if Yi Mingyuan had not taken my life, He has slain my adoptive parents and my elder brother. My adoptive parents hold equal significance to me as my mother. Thus, Yi Mingyuan must perish. Yi Beichen proclaimed with unwavering conviction. There is no room for negotiation. Sighing heavily, Yi Lingshao stood frozen in place, silently nodding. After a moment, he uttered, Yi Beichen. I have conveyed all that I know to you. I hope you do not blame the Yi family. Should you kill Yi Mingyuan, I shall not intervene. Nor do I possess the power to do so. The more he understood, the more Yi Lingshao realized the terrifying nature of this young man. As the god of war of the Dragon Nation, he did not dare harbor thoughts of killing Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen gazed at Yi Lingshao. The once mighty god of war of the Dragon Nation, now aged. Very well, I shall only take the life of Yi Mingyuan. I will not return to the Yi family in Longdu. Yi Beichen nodded, turning to depart from the Yi residence. He had acquired the answers he sought. Upon leaving the Yi residence, Yi Beichen walked along the street, clutching a jade pendant. Suddenly, his mind became a blur, and he collapsed to the ground. Yi Beichen. Wei Yanran, having left the charity gala in a state of profound distress, was driving along the street when she happened upon Yi Beichen lying on the ground. With a screech of brakes, she rushed to assist him. Yi Beichen, what has happened to you? Chapter 71, The Qian Kuan Town Prison Tower. What is happening? My body is immobile. Yi Beichen was startled, collapsing onto the ground. He could perceive everything occurring around him. Yet he was rendered speechless and unable to control his own body. Wei Yanran? What could she possibly want? Yi Beichen observed a woman rushing towards him. It was indeed Wei Yanran. She cast aside her Gucci handbag and, resembling a little duck, knelt beside him. She embraced Yi Beichen tightly and pinched the area between his nose and upper lip. Hey! Yi Beichen, what is wrong? Why have you fainted? Aren't you a formidable warrior? What is going on? Is it anemia? Despite Wei Yanran's efforts to rouse him, Yi Beichen remained unresponsive. He yearned to call out to her. To respond, but it was as if his voice had been swallowed by silence. What is going on? Yi Beichen furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings. It became apparent that he was encased in a nebulous realm, shrouded in grey mist, as if he were ensconced in a chaotic dimension. Before him stood a colossal milky-white stone tower, towering over 100 meters in height, its size utterly staggering. To the left of this tower, a phoenix was intricately carved, while to the right, a dragon was depicted. At the entrance of the tower, a prominently displayed plaque bore the inscription, Qian Kuan Town Prison Tower. Yi Beichen, you are so heavy. Should I call you Yi means heavy? Wei Yanran exclaimed, struggling to awaken him. Unable to rouse him, she hoisted him onto her back and made her way towards her sports car with great effort. After considerable struggle, she managed to place him in the passenger seat. In the distance, a young man witnessed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, I've seen girls carrying corpses, but never a man. This girl is impressive, she could rival Lu Yifei in beauty. I could handle that too. Wei Yanran's face darkened at the remark. She slid into the driver's seat, pressed down on the accelerator, and sped towards her villa. That fellow is certainly in for a treat tonight. Indeed. A group of young men chuckled lewdly. The Qian Kuan Town Prison Tower. The dragon and phoenix motifs bear a striking resemblance to the jade pendant my mother left me. Yi Beichen mused, stroking his chin. Suddenly enlightened, he gasped, wait. Is this the world within the jade pendant? No way. This is too absurd. There exists a space within the pendant. Could it be what my masters referred to as the out-of-body experience? Who exactly was my mother to possess such extraordinary powers? Yi Beichen felt somewhat dazed. Boom. As his thoughts settled, the entire Qian Kuan Town Prison Tower began to tremble, its structure illuminating with a dazzling brilliance. Yi Beichen was momentarily blinded by the radiance. A solemn voice resonated, a mere warrior at the spirit realm dares to tread upon the Qian Kuan Town Prison Tower. Very well, it has been millennia since anyone has entered the Chen Kuan Town prison tower. The spirit realm? Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. Is that the state of my martial prowess? Truth be told, he was uncertain of his own level. However, he was certainly above the Grand Master tier. What are you still lingering for? Step forward. Blood test. If one cannot activate the Chen Kuan prison tower and obliterate the primordial spirit, they shall be condemned to eternal reincarnation. A voice resonated from within the Chen Kuan prison tower. Yi Beichen experienced a peculiar sensation. As if the voice did not emanate from a being inside the tower but rather from the tower itself. A tower capable of speech. What sorcery is this? With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning struck beside Yi Beichen, scorching the ground and releasing tendrils of smoke. What are you dawdling for? Come forth at once, commanded the Chen Kuan prison tower. Yi Beichen frowned. Are you instructing me? Just because you tell me to advance, I shall do so. The tower's tone was somewhat indifferent. Hey, young man, do you have any notion of whom you are addressing? Yi Beichen replied, are you not the Chen Kuan prison tower? The tower responded with a scoff. Humph. What are you waiting for? Conduct the blood test. If all is well, from this moment forth, this divine tower shall bind itself to you. Yi Beichen chuckled. Why would I bind myself to you? What purpose does that serve? The Chen Kuan prison tower was perplexed. Yi Beichen merely held a piece of jade. A relic left by his mother. Clutching the jade, he envisioned his mother's visage, and suddenly found himself in this space. Is that so? The Chen Kuan prison tower was taken aback. Nevertheless, it continued, no matter, since you have entered, you may proceed with the blood test. If successful, I shall bind with you and establish a master-servant contract. I shall be the master, and you the servant, guiding you on an invincible path. Not interested. How do I leave this place? You shall escort me out. Yi Beichen shook his head, declining. What? He actually rejected me. The Chen Kuan prison tower was stunned. It was the first time in countless epochs that someone had refused the Chen Kuan prison tower. Throughout innumerable eras, the tower had been the catalyst for countless slaughters. After a considerable pause, the Chen Kuan prison tower spoke. Young lad, do you truly not comprehend my origins? I do not know, nor am I interested. Let me go. Yi Beichen replied, shaking his head. The Chen Kuan prison tower felt immense frustration, attempting to elucidate its background. Tales of being the foremost divine tower of all time. Of celestial and divine realms battling for its possession. Of the universe's dawn and the birth of heaven and earth, it was all a haze to Yi Beichen, causing him a headache. Enough, enough. Cease your boasting, I cannot bear it any longer. Release me. Yi Beichen implored. You. The Chen Kuan prison tower felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. It earnestly sought to have Yi Beichen acknowledge its existence. It coaxed him, asserting that once the master-servant contract was signed, he could enter the tower and obtain unimaginable benefits. Yi Beichen decisively stated, if a master-servant contract is to be signed, then let it be so. I shall be the master, and you shall be the servant. While Yi Beichen suspected that the Chen Kuan prison tower might be deceitful, he surmised that, as a relic left by his mother, it was certainly not ordinary. What? Impossible. In the realm of Chen Kuan, the prison tower resolutely declined. What a jest. To serve as a servant. Such a phenomenon has never transpired throughout history. Never mind, Yi Beichen shook his head. Wait. The Chen Kuan prison tower grew anxious. It had awaited for tens of thousands of years, and Yi Beichen was the first to stand before it. If this opportunity were to slip away, would it have to wait another tens of thousands of years? Thus, let us establish an equal treaty, proposed the Chen Kuan prison tower. Yi Beichen scoffed, what do you think? I shall be the master, and you shall be the servant. Otherwise, our discussion is moot. The Chen Kuan prison tower wrestled with its inner turmoil. Ultimately, it took a deep breath and gravely stated, "A servant it shall be. You may proceed with the blood verification, or as long as all is well, I shall acknowledge you as my master. After all, human lifespans are fleeting, you will inevitably perish. Just ensure that you can take me away from here." A slight smile graced Tibet's lips. Following the Chien Kuan prison tower's instructions, he arrived at the entrance on the first floor, sliced his palm, and let his blood spill upon the door. The instant the blood met the door, boom! The Chien Kuan prison tower blazed forth like the sun, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Good heavens, ha ha ha, your bloodline. Ha ha ha, what a windfall. The Chien Kuan prison tower erupted into laughter, struggling to contain its exhilaration. Do not rush, the contract requires several hours to finalize. P.S. The entire narrative is steeped in high martial arts, devoid of any cultivation themes. Chapter 72, The Crisis of Wei Yanran. Yibechen remained in a state of unconsciousness. Wei Yanran brought him back to the villa, calling for assistance to lift him from the passenger seat. "Miss, what has happened to him? Wasn't he with you at the charity gala?" questioned her butler, his expression one of astonishment. Ordinarily, after attending the charity event, Wei Yanran and this man would have no further connection. Why had she brought him back? The events of the charity gala were bound by confidentiality agreements. No one dared to speak of it. Thus, the public remained unaware of what transpired at the gala, let alone Yibechen's formidable energy. Wei Yanran had no time to explain. He fainted on the way. Quickly, summon a doctor. Understood. Several individuals worked together to carry Yibechen to Wei Yanran's room. The doctor arrived shortly thereafter. After a thorough examination, he stated, "Miss, this man is in perfect health and appears quite vigorous, there should be no issue. Perhaps he is merely asleep or fatigued." The doctor shook his head, unable to determine the cause. Wei Yanran frowned. "Asleep? Fatigued? How could that be? I witnessed him collapse directly to the ground. Had it not been for the flowers and plants nearby, he would have struck his head." "Are you certain?" Wei Yanran inquired. The doctor, now in a difficult position, replied, "From my years of medical experience, I assure you, his body shows no signs of distress. Even if he does not awaken tonight, he may very well do so by tomorrow morning." "Very well." Wei Yanran turned to gaze at Yibechen, who lay on the bed, his breathing steady, his chest rising and falling in a rhythmic manner. He did not appear ill. "You may leave now," she gestured. And the doctor complied, exiting the room along with the other servants. At this moment, only Wei Yanran and Yibechen remained in the room. She sat at the edge of the bed, lowering her gaze to observe Yibechen's visage. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her breath quickened. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze to his cheek, murmuring, "Who exactly are you, possessing such great power that even the sovereign speaks on your behalf?" "It is the first time I have seen the Qin family patriarch humbled in such a manner. And the war god of Lingfeng acknowledges you as his master. Defeating the war god of Qingtian is nothing short of fantastical. And that senior sister of yours, who is she? A female warrior of the dragon soul?" As Wei Yanran continued to mutter to herself, her gaze burned with intensity. Her delicate hand, seemingly beyond her control, brushed against Yibechen's cheek, caressing it gently. Suddenly, she felt as if electrified, her legs clenching instinctively. In an instant, she withdrew her hand, stammering, "Cough, cough. I did not mean to. Please do not misunderstand. I simply..." At this point, she paused abruptly, an audacious thought taking root in her mind. After all, he might not awaken. She reached out once more, pinching Yibechen's nose and ear, exploring his face. In that moment, Yibechen could fully sense his body. Yet, he found himself unable to exert control over it. He wished for Wei Yanran to cease her actions, yet she remained oblivious. The Chien Kuan prison tower chuckled. "This girl is quite enchanting, isn't she? It seems she harbors an interest in you. What is her relation to you?" Yibechen was at a loss for words. "We are mere acquaintances, hardly familiar." Hardly familiar. Yet she was the one who carried you back, otherwise you would have fainted in the street, unaware of what transpired. The Chen Kuan prison tower remarked with amusement. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. Can you perceive the external world? What I can sense, you can sense as well, replied the Chen Kuan prison tower. Yi Beichen's expression shifted. He was now bound to the Chen Kuan prison tower. Would it not know of anyone he encountered or any secrets he held? I am your master now. I command you to block all external perceptions unless I explicitly allow it, Yi Beichen declared. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Chen Kuan prison tower. Yi Beichen's command had actually taken effect. Could it truly be? Yi Beichen felt a surge of excitement. The Chen Kuan prison tower appeared somewhat resigned. Yi Beichen then changed the subject. By the way, you mentioned I am a martial spirit. What does that mean? Are you not aware of the realms of martial artists? The Chen Kuan prison tower inquired, puzzled. Yi Beichen hesitated, quickly pondering. The Chen Kuan prison tower might possess a hierarchy of martial arts entirely distinct from that of Earth. What do you know of martial artists' realms? Yi Beichen asked urgently. The Chen Kuan prison tower responded, for martial artists, there are 4 levels, heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, marking the entry level. Following this are martial masters, great martial masters, martial spirits, martial kings, martial emperors, then so forth. So my realm is that of a martial spirit. Yi Beichen exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, while on Kunlun Mountain, he had been uncertain of his martial arts level. His masters had not revealed it to him, merely stating that Yi Beichen's skills were rather extraordinary. Now it appeared his martial arts level was merely that of a martial spirit. Was the martial master equivalent to a grand master? The realm of great martial master corresponding to Dao grand master. Martial master. Martial arts grand master, great martial master, great grand master. It truly seemed plausible. Yi Beichen suddenly realized. Miss Ziqing, you cannot barge in. Miss Yanran has already retired for the night, came the voice of a maid from outside. A sharp sound echoed as the maid was struck twice. Then, with a crash, the door to Wei Yanran's room was flung open by an imperious woman. She was adorned in a Chanel ensemble, her figure curvaceous and voluptuous, clad in a form-fitting skirt and flesh-toned stockings, her eyebrows arched in a dramatic Hong Kong style, exuding an air of superiority. Wei Ziqing. Wei Yanran sprang to her feet. The woman before her was her cousin, one of the direct descendants of the Wei family. Oh! Wei Yanran, in just 2 days, a Wei family's pharmaceutical group will unveil a new product in Zhonghai, Wei Ziqing remarked, her gaze landing on the figure of Yi Beichen on the bed. You seem to be enjoying yourself, playing the pretty boy in the room. You might be unaware that the new product you designed has issues, I presume. The final drug test did not pass. Wei Ziqing slammed a document onto the table. What? How is that possible? Wei Yanran could hardly believe her ears. Seizing the opportunity while she was in a daze, a click. Click. Wei Ziqing swiftly took 2 photographs. Yi Beichen lay on Wei Yanran's bed while she stood beside him. The implication was unmistakable. Ha ha ha, the evidence is in hand. Wei Yanran. I trust you know what must be done. Wei Ziqing turned to leave, at the press conference in Zhonghai in 2 days. I expect you to personally announce your withdrawal from the Wei family's pharmaceutical group. Otherwise, this photograph will find its way to grandfather. Wei Yanran was left frozen in place, her mind buzzing. May I take a look at your formula? Suddenly, the voice echoed in the room. Chapter 73, Return to Jiangnan. Have you been awake for long? Wei Yanran turned her head and found Yi Beichen already sitting up, gazing intently at her. Her delicate face flashed crimson as she stammered. Did you hear everything? You know what just happened? Yi Beichen nodded. I am aware, though I was unable to speak. Wei Yanran felt utterly mortified, her embarrassment palpable as she attempted to clarify. Yi Beichen, I meant no offense, I was merely curious. I don't have feelings for you. No, please don't misunderstand. Her heart raced uncontrollably, internally berating herself. Wei Yanran, what are you even saying? Yi Beichen spoke slowly. I must thank you for bringing me back, otherwise I would have been left to sleep on the streets. May I see your formula? All right. Wei Yanran's mind was a blank slate. At this moment, she could only comply with whatever Yi Beichen requested, instinctively handing him the folder she held. Yi Beichen opened it, examining the contents for several minutes. Then, he picked up a pen from the nearby table and began to scribble. After 2 minutes, he closed the folder, stating, I have revised your products, they should be fine now. The efficacy should surpass the previous version by more than 10-fold. He tossed this remark over his shoulder before turning to leave. What? Wei Yanran was left in a daze. By the time she regained her senses, Yi Beichen had already vanished without a trace. She looked down at the folder, noticing that some of the medicinal ingredient formulations had been altered by him. Is this a joke? Wei Yanran felt incredulous. This was a beauty product formula she had painstakingly developed over the past 2 years. Set to launch in Shanghai in just 2 days. All preliminary experiments, development, and clinical testing had concluded. She never anticipated that problems would arise at the last moment. Suddenly, it dawned on her that this was the doing of Wei Ziqing. But with only 2 days left, time was not on her side. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Wei Yanran's phone rang. It was a call from the laboratory. Miss, there's been a problem with the experiment. All the preliminary data no longer matches. The initial data was fabricated. There is a mole in the lab. Wei Yanran had already anticipated this outcome, yet hearing the news from the laboratory still made her tremble. She took a deep breath. All right, I understand. If it comes to that, let it go. Even now, I cannot believe it. How could a formula that Yi Beichen casually revised in less than 5 minutes possibly yield any results? Despair engulfed Wei Yanran's heart. Miss, are you truly going to give up? The voice on the other end was tinged with bitterness. With a heavy sigh, Wei Yanran replied, let it go. Very well. She hung up the phone, sitting there with vacant eyes, her heart steeped in desolation. If she fails this time, she will be completely cast aside. From then on, she will hold no position in the Wei family. Perhaps she will only serve as a mere tool for arranged marriages. An entire hour has passed. Wei Yanran's gaze darkened as it fell upon the folder, and she gritted her teeth, muttering, I must treat this dead horse as if it were alive. Yi Beichen, you must not let me down. Yi Beichen returned to the residence of his senior sister at nearly 6 in the morning. He decided against sleeping. Meditating until 7 the next morning, his senior sister, Lu Sueki, indeed arrived. She linked her arm with Yi Beichen's and spoke sweetly, Junior brother, you must hurry to Shanghai. The military competition is set to commence in a week. You promised your senior sister that you would secure a place in the top 10. Do not disappoint me. Wang Ruyan chimed in with a smile, Junior brother, the 9th senior sister is in Shanghai as well. You can go and have fun with her. Yi Beichen wore a smile, fully aware that his 2 senior sisters were eager for him to leave Longdu. However, he had already gleaned some information about his mother. Yi Mingyuan was not his father, and staying in Longdu had little significance for him. Yi Beichen replied, all right, I will return to Jiangnan for a while. Lu Sueki looked puzzled. Why did you agree to leave? Aren't you going to the Yi family? Wang Ruyan furrowed her brow. Yi Beichen responded with a grin. 2 senior sisters, I know your intentions are good, and I thank you. Rest assured that I will find my mother. And I will achieve a notable rank in the military competition. 8th senior sister, is breakfast ready? I am quite hungry. Yi Beichen cheerfully got out of bed and hurried to wash up. Lu Sueki frowned, what is going on? Junior brother seems a bit strange. Could it be that he already knows about her? Wang Ruyan gasped. Lu Sueki shook her head, absolutely impossible. All right, let's not discuss this matter any further. It is for the best that junior brother leaves Longdu, let him go to Shanghai and temporarily divert his attention. Agreed. Wang Ruyan nodded solemnly. After breakfast, Yi Beichen boarded the high-speed train back to Jiangnan. He still chose not to fly. Traveling at an altitude of 10,000 meters was truly unsafe. What if someone, in a fit of madness, used a plane to kill him? At such heights, Yi Beichen could not guarantee his survival. On the high-speed train home, Yi Beichen closed his eyes to rest, and the voice from the Chenquan town prison tower echoed, "Kid, let me sense the outside world for a moment. I haven't experienced it for tens of thousands of years." "Sure," Yi Beichen casually replied. Buzz. In an instant, Yi Beichen's mind trembled. Within a radius of several hundred meters, everything came into his view. The train was speeding along. The tracks thundered beneath. Ants scurried on the ground. Birds soared in the sky. He could even hear the whispers and low conversations of passengers within the train car with crystal clarity. What is happening? Yi Beichen stood up, astonished. "Mr. Yi. What is wrong?" Sitting nearby, Wan Lingfeng gazed at Yi Beichen with a look of astonishment. Why did the master suddenly inquire what is happening? What could possibly be the matter? The others in the carriage turned their attention, their brows furrowing in annoyance at the disruption. "No, it's nothing," Yi Beichen replied, shaking his head in an effort to regain his composure. To his surprise, he discovered that he could actually sense Wan Lingfeng's martial prowess, crystal clear, the peak of a grand master. Very well. Wan Lingfeng sat down, perplexed. The voice from the Chenquan prison tower resonated, "He, this is the essence of shared perception. Everything I can sense, you can sense too. Within a radius of 500 meters, nothing can escape your notice. Not only can you perceive external elements, but you can also distinctly sense the levels of any martial artist within that radius. Alas! If only I were at my peak." In the carriage, there were 3 martial spirits and 1 martial king. Yi Beichen's expression turned grave as he glanced in a particular direction, members of an ancient martial family. What is happening? At the other end of the carriage, several young men and women, along with an elderly man, looked over. A young girl spoke up, transmitting her voice through inner energy. That young man seems to be named Yi Beichen. A figure from Jiangnan, he has been making quite a star recently. Beside him is the war god Lingfeng, Wan Lingfeng. A young man scoffed, "What nonsense is this war god? This secular nation loves to bestow grandiose titles that are utterly hollow. That Yi Beichen, I could vanquish him with a single punch. As for the war god Lingfeng, I could make him kneel and sing conquered." The elderly man's expression darkened. "Buchen, do not act recklessly. The ancient martial families have endured through the ages precisely because they refrain from engaging in worldly conflicts. The Dragon Kingdom is quite different from the feudal dynasties of history," he admonished. "What difference does it make? They are nothing more than a bunch of clods," Jiang Bakan retorted disdainfully. "That person named Yi Beichen is looking this way," the young girl remarked. Another young man chimed in, "Could he have sensed us?" "Impossible. What is Yi Beichen that he could detect our presence?" Jiang Bakan dismissed. Yet, in the next moment, the faces of the ancient martial family members shifted. They beheld Yi Beichen rising and striding directly toward them. Chapter 74, Overly Arrogant. "Where are you headed, gentlemen?" Yi Beichen inquired, approaching with a calm demeanor. An eerie atmosphere began to permeate the carriage. Wan Lingfeng stepped forward, quietly asking, "Master, what troubles you?" Yi Beichen gestured towards the group. "I am intrigued by them. Investigate their identities." "Understood." Wan Lingfeng nodded, instructing the individuals to present their identification. "You." Jiang Buchang's eyes blazed with fury. He had never endured such humiliation before. With a sudden movement, he stood up, glaring icily at Wan Lingfeng. "Are you looking for trouble? I warn you, not everyone in this world is someone you can provoke." "Oh. Pray tell. Who exists that my esteemed Mr. Yi cannot handle? Wan Lingfeng chuckled. He summoned the train attendant, whispering a few words to them. Moments later, the attendant brought forth the onboard officer to verify the identities of the group. Do you know who I am? Jiang Buchang said coldly. Wan Lingfeng had already reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster cultivation. Jiang Buchang was aware that, with all his strength, he could swiftly eliminate Wan Lingfeng. Yet, Wan Lingfeng remained oblivious to Jiang Buchang's prowess, which left him feeling profoundly frustrated. He felt like a fierce tiger compelled to bow before a mere rabbit. The elderly man beside him shook his head. Buchang, stand down. Very well. Jiang Buchang gritted his teeth, reluctantly retrieving his identification. The elder and several young men and women followed suit, presenting their IDs. After a thorough check, Wan Lingfeng reported, Mr. Yi, there are no issues. This elder is named Jiang Shanha, the lovely young lady is Jiang Honwei, and the rather arrogant one is Jiang Buchang. Yi Beichen nodded, turning his gaze to Jiang Shanha. What brings you out here? Jiang Shanha was taken aback. Could it be that Yi Beichen had discerned their identities? That was impossible. They had just boarded the high-speed train. And it had been less than an hour. How could Yi Beichen possibly know who they were? With a smile, Jiang Shanha replied, Sir, we are all businessmen. We are here for business. Is there a problem? My inquiry pertains to your affiliation with the ancient martial arts family, Yi Beichen stated, with striking boldness. In an instant, Jiang Shanha stood up, while Jiang Honwei beside him widened her eyes in shock. Jiang Buchang was taken aback, clenching his fists tightly. Wan Lingfeng gasped, Mr. Yi. What do you mean? What ancient martial arts family? He certainly understood what the ancient martial arts family represented, an ominous force beyond governmental control. Were these men, women, and children all part of such a family? Jiang Shanha's smile froze, his mind racing before he managed to respond, Sir, I am unsure of what you are referring to. I do not comprehend the term ancient martial arts family that you mentioned. The others, wary, regarded Yi Beichen with apprehension. Though they were martial spirits, the pressure Yi Beichen exerted upon them was immense, profound and inscrutable. At that moment, the train reached its destination. Sir, we have arrived. Jiang Shanha smiled faintly, guiding the group to disembark swiftly. They hastened towards the train's exit. I shall bring you to your knees, and you shall understand the essence of cruelty. Jiang Buchang glanced back at Yi Beichen with a chilling gaze at the train door. Oh! Yi Beichen chuckled. Suddenly, he stepped forward, appearing right before Jiang Buchang. With a resounding crash, he struck Jiang Buchang's shoulder. The sound echoed violently as Jiang Buchang's shoulder crumpled under the force, akin to being struck by a truck. Unable to withstand such terrifying power, Jiang Buchang's knees buckled, collapsing to the ground, his knees shattering as blood gushed forth. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, cold sweat pouring down his brow. You! Jiang Buchang struggled to lift his head, his face a mask of shock. Buchang! Jiang Shanha exclaimed in alarm. The members of the ancient martial arts family, including Jiang Honwei, were expressions of utter astonishment. They had never anticipated that Yi Beichen would act so suddenly, overpowering Jiang Buchang with a single blow. Wan Lingfeng sensed the shift in dynamics, rallying his companions to encircle Jiang Shanha and the others. Jiang Shanha, suppressing his fury, inquired coldly, Young man, what is the meaning of this? Nothing much, I simply dislike being threatened, do you understand? Yi Beichen replied with a slight smile. Jiang Shanha was taken aback, studying Yi Beichen intently. Weighing the pros and cons, he commanded solemnly, Buchang, apologize. Elder. You want me to apologize? To him? Jiang Buchang was nearly driven mad, his eyes bulging with rage. Jiang Shanha's gaze turned icy as he commanded, apologize. The authoritative tone brooked no dissent. Reluctantly, Jiang Buchang acquiesced, addressing Yi Beichen, I'm sorry, I should not have threatened you. The words were nearly ground out through clenched teeth. Now, be gone. Yi Beichen waved his hand dismissively. Let us go. Jiang Shanha instructed his people to assist Jiang Bucheng as they exited the train. The high-speed train resumed its journey. While several members of the ancient martial arts family remained on the platform, their eyes fixed on Yi Beichen through the window. Wan Lingfeng, the astonished, asked, "Master, what transpired? Are those individuals from the ancient martial arts family?" "Indeed," Yi Beichen affirmed with a nod. "How did you know?" Wan Lingfeng was bewildered. He had shared the same train with members of the ancient martial arts family and had felt nothing amiss. Yet, Yi Beichen had discerned the truth. What level of power did the master possess? It was truly terrifying. The Chenquan Zhenyu Tower, somewhat taken aback, communicated telepathically, "Kid, you've been rather arrogant. Those young individuals are on par with you, all martial spirits. But that elder is a martial king. Should he engage, you would not stand a chance against him. Is your behavior not overly audacious, excessively risky, and impulsive?" Yi Beichen replied with indifference, "I merely wished to probe the limits of the ancient martial arts family's resolve. It appears that their bottom line is quite profound, and they hesitate to reveal their identities. Furthermore, the belongings left by his mother were seized by members of the ancient clan, not necessarily those from the Jiang family. However, Yi Beichen harbors no fondness for the ancient martial arts families." He continued, "While I may not be a match for that martial king, I can certainly ensure my own safety. Moreover, should I falter, I have you to rely on, do I not?" The Chen Quan prison tower paused in surprise. "Me? Surely you possess some skills, do you not? Perhaps you could lend me a bit of your strength, or assist me in eliminating one or two martial kings." Yi Beichen replied with a smile. A moment of silence ensued. "You truly are astute." After a brief pause, the Chen Quan prison tower responded, "Indeed. Should I choose to intervene, I could effortlessly vanquish a martial emperor." "Such strength?" Yi Beichen was taken aback. He had considered that the Chen Quan prison tower might possess some abilities, yet he had not anticipated it could so easily obliterate a martial emperor. Chapter 75. Shall we discuss the marriage? Indeed. Remember, it must be a swift and decisive action, leaving no room for resistance. The Chen Quan suppression tower remarked, "However, it requires your body as a vessel to unleash my power. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain from using it. Once I intervene, you shall be rendered weak for at least 7 days. During this time, you will be as vulnerable as a mere mortal, easily slain by an ordinary foe." The Chen Quan suppression tower was cautioning Yi Beichen. Should he encounter formidable adversaries, persistence could be rendered swiftly, but after such an act, he too would succumb to weakness. Yi Beichen nodded solemnly, comprehending the gravity of the situation. It meant that unless in dire circumstances or in absolute safety with only one enemy remaining, he must not allow the Chen Quan suppression tower to take action. Otherwise, the risks would be too perilous. The high-speed train departed. Several members of the Jiang family remained on the platform, lingering. Yi Beichen, his name was Yi Beichen. Jiang Bucheng's knee was shattered, and his shoulder blade fractured. The excruciating pain could not overshadow his fury. His eyes were bloodshot, and his once handsome visage was now grotesquely contorted. He found himself kneeling and even apologizing to Yi Beichen. The more Jiang Bucheng pondered, the angrier he became. Wishing he could eliminate Yi Beichen immediately, "I shall not let him escape. I, Jiang Bucheng, vow that my foremost priority in life is to eliminate Yi Beichen." Jiang Shanha also retrieved his mobile phone, dialing a number. "Investigate a person for me, Yi Beichen." His voice was cold and merciless. "I want to know this person's background. Family, identity, every piece of information. Conduct a thorough investigation from the moment of his birth. Leave no stone unturned." Jiang Honyue furrowed her brow. "Elder, isn't this approach a bit excessive? Throughout history, no one has ever dared to humiliate the ancient martial families." Jiang Shanha replied icily. "Those who bring shame must die." On the high-speed train, after concluding his dialogue with the Chen Quan suppression tower, Yi Beichen directly addressed Wan Lingfeng. "Wan Lingfeng, your subordinate is here. the war god replied. At this moment, he had completely accepted his role as Ibechen's servant, willingly and resolutely. Spare no effort to investigate all ancient martial families throughout Longwa, Ibechen commanded. Additionally, look into the Yi family of Longdu. Especially over the past 20 years. Scrutinize all ancient martial families that have had close ties with the Yi family. Pay particular attention to Yimin Yuan. I require all information and documentation regarding him. Ibechen conveyed in one breath. What? Wan Lingfeng stood up in shock. The war god of the southeast province was left speechless, nearly paralyzed by fear. Each command sent shivers down his spine, leaving him in a state of dread. Investigating ancient martial families. And the Yi family of Longdu. Good heavens! Has my master lost his mind? Master, the ancient families are far more formidable than you can imagine. Wan Lingfeng wore a concerned expression. And the Yi family of Longdu, they are one of the top families in Longwa. With Yi Lingshao at the helm, no one dares to challenge them. Whether it be the ancient martial clans or the Yi family of Longdu, they are not adversaries I can afford to provoke. Ibechen smiled confidently, reassuring, rest assured. If anything occurs, I will handle it. Wan Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled how Ibechen had triumphed over Tang Qingzong with merely 3 strikes. Moreover, he showed no fear even towards the Qin family, with the monarch himself vouching for him. Perhaps, indeed, the master harbors no trepidation. Resolute in his decision to follow Ibechen, he resolved to execute his commands without hesitation. Understood, I shall return and mobilize all provincial resources for an investigation. Wan Lingfeng nodded affirmatively. Upon the high-speed train's arrival, Ibechen instructed Wan Lingfeng to attend to his matters first, while he made his way back to the Yi residence. The estate was deserted save for Shenhe. Young master, you've returned so soon? Shenhe inquired. Ibechen nodded, asking, where are the others? Shenhe replied, Miss Ya and Miss San went to Longdu. Believing you would not return for a while, they left for Jinling yesterday afternoon. Miss Zhou has gone to Zhonghai, apparently to prepare for her graduate examination. They did not wish to disturb you in your affairs in Longdu, hence did not inform you. Ibechen nodded slightly. Just then, his phone rang. A call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? He answered. The voice on the other end replied, Mr. Yi, we are subordinates of Miss Wang Ruyan. The graves of your parents and elder brother have been relocated to the ancestral grave area of the Yi family. The interment has been successfully completed. Would you like to come and see? I'll be there shortly, Ibechen responded. At Yi village, on the ancestral grave mountain, lie the tombs of the Yi family's ancestors. Ibechen's parents and elder brother, having met a tragic end, were deemed inauspicious and thus unworthy of resting in the ancestral grounds until now. Finally, their remains have been returned to the ancestral grave mountain. Father, mother, brother at this moment. Ibechen knelt before the 3 graves, igniting joss paper. Thank you, father and mother, for raising me as your own for all these years. Regardless of circumstances, you shall forever be my parents. Brother, we will always be blood kin. Father, mother, brother, bless me in my quest to find my mother. The Zhao family has been eradicated, and the king of Zhongnan has perished. He poured a cup of wine, spilling it before the grave of Yilauqi, declaring, now only Yimin Yuan remains. Father, mother, brother, rest assured, anyone connected to your demise, no matter how slight the relation, including Yimin Yuan, a foreigner from the east, shall not escape my wrath. At that moment, Ibechen sensed a presence approaching, an ebony vehicle nearing the ancestral grave mountain from 500 meters away. Zhou Tianhao arrived, bringing wine and delicacies. Bechen, I heard you were here, so I came to pay a visit. Zhou Tianhao set the offerings before the graves, pouring a cup of wine at each tomb before pouring one for himself and Ibechen. Let us drink together as a family, Zhou Tianhao smiled. The 2 men raised their cups and drank deeply. Until noon, Zhou Tianhao was both laughing and crying. Ha ha ha, brother Yi Beichen has now achieved great success. Those evildoers have nearly met their demise. You can finally rest in peace in the heavens. I hope he marries Ruoyu and they have a healthy son, to carry on the Yi family's legacy and continue the lineage. Furthermore, brother Yi, I have successfully re-established your company. The small enterprise that once existed has now transformed into one of the leading corporations in Jiangnan City. It was not until the afternoon that they departed from the Yi family's ancestral graveyard. Once in the car, Zhou Tianhao wiped away a tear. Beichen. The revival of the Yi family company will follow brother Ye's original vision and continue to flourish. Your parents' and brothers' grievances have been avenged. Isn't it time to consider your marriage with Ruoyu? Zhou Tianhao, slightly inebriated, smiled at Yi Beichen. Chapter 76, the heir of the ghost gate. Yi Beichen fell silent for a moment and spoke. Uncle Zhou, there are still many matters I have yet to address. As for my marriage with Ruoyu, let us discuss it at a later time. Zhou Tianhao was taken aback, a fleeting awkward smile gracing his lips. Very well. We shall postpone it. With a sigh, Zhou Tianhao thought to himself, the golden-scaled fish is not destined for mere ponds. This is a true dragon, my daughter. It is up to you to seize the opportunity. The following morning, Yi Beichen set off alone for Zhonghai. His senior sister had provided him with a phone number, instructing him to contact this individual upon his arrival. This person would facilitate Yi Beichen's participation in the upcoming military weapons conference in a week. Zhonghai, renowned as the magic city of the Dragon Kingdom. The streets were bustling with traffic, a kaleidoscope of lights and luxury. Towering skyscrapers rose majestically, captivating the eye with their splendor. While on the high-speed train, Yi Beichen dialed a number. Hello. That single word sent a wave of excitement through Honyu on the other end of the line. Yi. Dr. Yi. She exclaimed. It's me. I've arrived in Zhonghai. Yi Beichen replied calmly, having promised Honyu that he would prioritize the treatment of Hon Jinlong's legs upon his arrival. Overwhelmed with joy, Honyu set aside her work. Great. Where are you? I'll be there right away. An hour later, she arrived at the high-speed train station. I'll come to pick you up personally. 30 minutes later, Honyu, accompanied by a group of people, stood waiting at the train station. A crowd of 40 to 50 individuals lined the roadside, eagerly awaiting Yi Beichen's arrival. Honyu, in her elegant Givenchy ensemble, stood on tiptoe. Her graceful figure accentuated by a touch of makeup, drawing attention from all around. Is that Honyu, the eldest daughter of the Hon family? What brings her to the train station? Murmurs spread through the crowd. Could she be here to greet some significant figure? Some travelers recognized Honyu, and soon enough, Yi Beichen emerged from the station. Honyu spotted him amidst the throng. Mr. Yi. She called out, but hesitated, feeling the weight of the crowd. It wouldn't be appropriate to shout Dr. Yi in such a public setting. Seeing the commotion, Yi Beichen raised an eyebrow. Honyu quickly explained. I was just concerned about not being able to greet you promptly. The car is ready, we should leave immediately. Without further ado, Yi Beichen entered the vehicle with Honyu, heading directly to the Hon family residence, leaving behind a flurry of speculation. Who is that? So young and handsome. Surely he couldn't be just some new celebrity, could he? As the car journeyed deeper into the Hon estate, Yi Beichen was introduced to Hon Jinlong, who greeted him with a beaming smile. Dr. Yi, welcome to my humble abode. The news of the charity gala in Longdu had been tightly sealed. The assassination of Qin Shaoyang and the defeat of Tang Qingcong had not reached Shanghai, otherwise Hon Jinlong would not have greeted Yi Beichen with such warmth. To Yi Beichen's surprise, he discovered that Hon Jinlong was, in fact, a martial artist. The power appears to be at the level of the celestial realm. Could it be that his meridians are damaged and his legs have succumbed, resulting in a decline in strength? I have some matters to attend to. Proceed with the treatment directly. Yi Beichen remained composed. Do you not need to prepare? Hon Jinlong inquired, his brow furrowing. Yi Beichen shook his head, no need. Just take a seat. Very well. Hon Jinlong responded, somewhat surprised. Were it not for the efficacy of the prescription provided by Yi Beichen, which indeed enabled him to walk, he would never have placed his trust in him. Now he could only place his faith in him this once. After all, no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom could treat his affliction. Yi Beichen retrieved silver needles from his pocket and remarked calmly, the meridians in your legs are damaged. Due to medication, they have partially recovered. You can walk, but the vital energy cannot circulate. You were once a grandmaster, were you not? The seemingly casual statement landed upon Hon Jinlong and Hon Yu like a thunderclap. You. Hon Jinlong was genuinely astonished. Dr. Yi, how could you discern that? Hon Yu clasped her mouth tightly, her face awash with astonishment. Is this difficult? Yi Beichen replied with a gentle shake of his head. Your current strength has indeed fallen to the level of the celestial realm. Gasp. Hon Jinlong inhaled sharply. If Yi Beichen utilized some connections, perhaps he could uncover that Hon Jinlong was once a grandmaster. However, the entire Hon family remained oblivious to the fact that his strength had diminished to the celestial realm. Yet, Yi Beichen had seen through it. Hon Jinlong utterly believed in Yi Beichen's medical skills and could not help but exclaim, Dr. Yi, you are truly remarkable. The elder Hon's address had shifted entirely. Yi Beichen waved his hand nonchalantly, I will reconnect your meridians and thoroughly cure your hidden ailment. If recovery proceeds well, within a year or two, you may regain your grandmaster strength. What? Even with Hon Jinlong's composure, he stood in disbelief, shocked, surprised, and astounded as he gazed at Yi Beichen. Oh! Hon Yu exclaimed, covering her mouth tightly, her hands turning purple from the pressure, trembling all over. Dr. Yi, did you just say that I can restore my grandmaster strength? Hon Jinlong's mind buzzed. Hon Yu's gaze remained fixed on Yi Beichen. Yi Beichen nodded calmly. Indeed. He wasted no time and instructed Hon Jinlong to sit. He took out several silver needles and placed them on a dozen acupoints across Hon Jinlong's body. A mysterious force flowed through these points. Buzz. Mere seconds later, the severed meridians were astonishingly reconnected by this enigmatic energy. Hon Jinlong trembled, tears streaming down his face. He felt his inner strength surging into his legs. The legs that had previously lacked power and could only walk normally were now infused with vigor. That long-lost sensation had returned. Recovery was indeed at hand. The grace of Dr. Yi felt like a rebirth. Hon Jinlong bowed deeply to Yi Beichen, expressing his profound gratitude. Hon Yu exclaimed, Grandfather, have you truly recovered? Indeed, my dear Yue, I have regained my strength. Hon Jinlong's voice resonated with renewed vigor. Tears streamed down Hon Yu's face. Her grandfather had suffered from broken legs and damaged meridians, losing the prowess of a grandmaster. The Hon family had been declining with each passing day in recent years. Now, with her grandfather's meridians restored, should his strength return to its former glory, the once mighty Hon family would rise again. On the surface, Yi Beichen appeared to have saved only Hon Jinlong, yet in truth, he had salvaged the entire Hon family. Yi Beichen, having put away his silver needles, calmly remarked, Your meridians have just been reconnected, they are still rather weak, so take care. Yes. Hon Jinlong nodded, treating Yi Beichen's words a sacred decree. A divine physician such as he was undoubtedly correct in all matters. Here is a prescription, take it for a month without fail, Yi Beichen added, writing another prescription and handing it to Hon Jinlong. Well then, I shall take my leave. Hon Jinlong was momentarily taken aback and quickly urged, Yi, esteemed physician, please stay with us in the Hon residence. If this place does not suit your liking, I can arrange for another villa or estate. I have some personal matters to attend to, Yi Beichen declined with a shake of his head. Thus, Hon Jinlong had no choice but to have Hon Yu escort Yi Beichen away. Barely 3 minutes had passed when Hon Yu returned. Hon Jinlong, surprised, asked, Why have you returned so soon? Where is Yi, esteemed physician? Grandfather, he did not allow me to accompany him, he hailed a taxi and left on his own. Honyu replied, somewhat helpless yet excited. Grandfather, are your legs truly better now? A broad smile spread across Hon Jinlong's face. Yes, my legs are completely healed. But grandfather, did you not say that only the Ghost Gate 13 needles could save your legs? Honyu questioned hesitantly. Hon Jinlong paused, then suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. The Ghost Gate 13 needles. How could I have forgotten? Yi Beichen is the disciple of the legendary Ghost Hand Divine Physician. After decades, the heir of the Ghost Hand Divine Physician has emerged. His expression grew serious. Send word forth, from this moment on, any member of the Hon family who encounters Yi esteemed physician shall treat him as if they were meeting me, Hon Jinlong, in person. Chapter 77, Yi Beichen, dare you come to Zhonghai? After departing from the Hon family, Yi Beichen promptly made a phone call. Ruoyun, I have arrived in Zhonghai. He resolved to meet Zhou Ruoyun first. As for the military competition, there was still a week left. There was no need to rush. On the other end of the line, Zhou Ruoyun, who was studying in the library, leaped up upon receiving the call. Overwhelmed with excitement, she exclaimed, Brother Beichen, you are in Zhonghai. That's wonderful. Where are you? I will come to fetch you right away. All right. Zhou Ruoyun hastily told her roommate, Yuning, please take my books back to the dorm. She dashed out of the library in a flurry. Boom! The library erupted in a stir, with numerous students whispering among themselves. Isn't that the goddess of affection, Zhou Ruoyun? What is happening? She just dashed out with such enthusiasm. And what is this about Brother Beichen? Could it be that her beloved has arrived? Most likely. My goodness, this is big news. The goddess of affection, Zhou Ruoyun, is in a relationship. The library buzzed with excitement. By the time Yi Beichen reached the entrance of Zhonghai University, Zhou Ruoyun was already waiting there. Upon seeing Yi Beichen stepping out of the taxi, she rushed forward like a fragrant breeze. Yi Beichen instinctively wrapped his arm around Zhou Ruoyun's slender waist, enveloped in her delightful presence. With so many people watching, aren't you a bit embarrassed? Yi Beichen chuckled lightly. Humph. Zhou Ruoyun playfully huffed, her face adorned with a charming pout. What is there to be afraid of? I wish the whole world knew that you are my boyfriend. Is that so? Yi Beichen smiled softly. Just then, a voice filled with surprise and joy called out, Yi Beichen, what brings you to Zhonghai? Su Yuning, Zhou Ruoyun's close friend. After graduating from their senior year, the two had agreed to pursue graduate studies together and shared the same dormitory. Not long ago, Su Yuning and a group of classmates had traveled to Jiangnan, where Yi Beichen had met her. Su Yuning, a stunning beauty in her own right, seemed to pale slightly in comparison to Zhou Ruoyun. Recently, she had gathered numerous pieces of information about her best friend's fiancé, Yi Beichen. However, some of the news was quite astonishing. Truth and falsehood intertwined, leaving Su Yuning skeptical. I came to see Ruoyun, Yi Beichen replied nonchalantly. This calm demeanor was a stark contrast to his interaction with Zhou Ruoyun. Su Yuning felt a tinge of disappointment and managed a smile. Since you are in Zhonghai, why not enjoy a few days here? Ruoyun and I can show you around. Zhou Ruoyun furrowed her brow. She had hoped to spend some quality time alone with Yi Beichen. What did she mean by showing Brother Beichen around? Yi Beichen chuckled, there's no need for that. Ruoyun's company is sufficient for me. Haha, I was just saying that casually. Su Yuning laughed nervously, glancing at the time on her phone. Oh no, Ruoyun. We are running out of time. Today is the school centennial celebration. Oh no, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Zhou Ruoyun suddenly remembered. Hurry and explain to Yi Beichen. Today marks the centenary celebration of Zhonghai University. Numerous luminaries and celebrities will be in attendance. Zhou Ruoyu has prepared a talent performance and must change her outfit. Time is of the essence. Brother Beichen, I need to return and change my clothes. Will you accompany me to the celebration later? Zhou Ruoyu expressed eagerly. Yi Beichen chuckled, since there was nothing pressing at the moment. He agreed to join her for some fun. Great! Zhou Ruoyu exclaimed, joyfully grabbing Yi Beichen's hand as they dashed towards the girls' dormitory, drawing the attention of many onlookers. What is happening? Zhou Ruoyu is running wildly through the campus, hand in hand with a boy. Many students were left speechless. Over the past 4 years of university, numerous suitors had pursued senior Ruoyu, yet none succeeded. Who is this young man? Some murmured in discontent. Yi Beichen stood at the foot of the girls' dormitory, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, feeling remarkably tranquil. Soon, Zhou Ruoyu emerged, adorned in an exquisite evening gown with a delicate shawl that revealed one shoulder, showcasing her collarbone. Her waist was perfectly cinched, and her legs appeared as smooth as jade. She approached like a graceful swan, captivating everyone's attention. Yi Beichen nodded with a smile. Not bad, the little girl has grown up. Brother Beichen, all you do is tease me, Zhou Ruoyu retorted playfully, giving him a gentle punch on the chest. Their flirtatious banter caused quite a stir. Let us hurry. Su Yuning descended, equally splendid for her performance. She wore a stunning outfit, once donned by a certain actress on the red carpet of a film festival, which she had rented for a hefty sum of 50,000. Brother Yi, how does my outfit look? Su Yuning asked with a sweet smile. Yi Beichen didn't even glance her way, his gaze fixed on Zhou Ruoyu. It's decent. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Su Yuning masked her feelings. Let us head to the celebration venue. The trio arrived at the celebration site, where a red carpet had been laid out and reporters swarmed. Numerous A-list celebrities and top-tier tycoons strolled confidently down the carpet into the auditorium of Zhonghai University, while ordinary students entered through the side entrance. Zhou Ruoyu led Yi Beichen into the venue. From several meters away, a young man in a tailcoat observed Yi Beichen entering the celebration. His previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantaneously. Yi Beichen, he has come to Zhonghai. This man was Lin Xiao, who had previously traveled to Jiangnan with Su Yuning, harboring intentions to pursue Zhou Ruoyu. Unfortunately, she had repeatedly rebuffed his advances, offering no response whatsoever. Dare you return to Zhonghai? Ha, ha. Although Lin Xiao had heard rumors of the Zhao family's downfall in Jiangnan, the demise of the Jiangnan king, and the collapse of the Dongyan Business Association, such tales seemed exaggerated to him and many in Zhonghai's upper echelons. The ruler of Jiangnan met his demise due to a young man named Yi Beichen. The esteemed gentry of Jiangnan was vanquished by none other than Yi Beichen. Remarkably, he single-handedly dismantled the Eastern Island Merchants Guild in Jiangnan. Even more astonishing, Jun Wuhui was said to have been slain by Yi Beichen. Everyone knows that Jun Wuhui is the illegitimate son of the war god Ling Feng. If such were the case, Yi Beichen would certainly not remain unscathed, standing here without a care. Thus, a Lin Xiao family believes that all tales concerning Yi Beichen are mere fabrications, utterly baseless rumors. The upstart from Jiangnan. Ha! I still remember that slap vividly. A cold sneer unfurls within Lin Xiao's heart. Zhonghai is my territory. Yi Beichen, dare you tread into Zhonghai? Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you shall kneel before me. The grievance of that slap shall be repaid 1,000-fold. At this moment, atop a skyscraper soaring over 600 meters in Zhonghai, a woman with a parachute stood at the edge of the rooftop, glancing at her phone. Her junior disciple has arrived in Zhonghai. How delightful, this shall be entertaining. With that, she leapt into the abyss. Chapter 78, A donation of 1 billion to Mr. Yi Beichen followed Zhou Ruoyu into the venue. Zhou Ruoyu was stunningly beautiful, akin to a graceful swan. Su Yuning was no less remarkable. As for Yi Beichen, he was not quite as dazzling. The attention of the crowd was firmly fixed on Zhou Ruoyu and Su Yuning. It was him. In the distance, among a group of elite tycoons, two wealthy individuals gasped in astonishment, nearly dropping their glasses. They were none other than Mr. Lee and Mr. Wang, who had attended the charity gala in London that very night. Both were graduates of Shanghai University and had come to celebrate the centenary of their alma mater. Though they had not anticipated encountering Yi Beichen here, their astonishment quickly morphed into excitement. How had he arrived in Shanghai? Mr. Wang set his glass down and approached Yi Beichen directly. Zhou Ruoyu and Su Yuning had performances to attend, so they headed backstage. Yi Beichen found a corner to sit in. Mr. Yi. Mr. Wang was the first to approach, visibly thrilled. I am Wang Chang'an. And it is a pleasure to meet you here. Mr. Yi, I am Li Kaxiong. Mr. Li chimed in, introducing himself eagerly. Yi Beichen looked perplexed. Do I know you? While you may not recognize us, we are well aware of who you are, Wang Chang'an replied with fervor. We were present at the charity gala in London the night before last, Li Kaxiong interjected hastily. The two prominent tycoons from London were exceedingly courteous in the presence of Yi Beichen. Oh, Yi Beichen nodded casually. Mr. Yi, please come sit with me. I have the best seats available, Wang Chang'an offered. Mr. Yi, my venue also boasts excellent views, and there will be performances shortly, Li Kaxiong added. No need. You may carry on with your activities, Yi Beichen waved his hand dismissively. The two men understood his desire for privacy and tactfully withdrew. In that moment, simply becoming acquainted with Yi Beichen was sufficient, they dared not intrude further. No sooner had they departed than several individuals from the east arrived. Chiba Masako. Her severed arm had been reattached, and she was accompanied by several Eastern martial artists, 2 pinnacle masters and 3 others of lesser rank. Thanks to the Qian Quan Zhenyu Tower, Yi Beichen discerned their prowess. A familiar face trailed behind Chiba Masako, Wei Ziqing. How had Wei Yanron's cousin come to be here? Mingling with the Easterners. Seated in the corner, Yi Beichen remained unnoticed by them. The centennial celebration commenced. After an extensive performance lasting over 2 hours, it was nearing its conclusion. Zhou Ruoyu delivered a stellar performance, eliciting wild cheers from countless students after her song. Finally, the host took the stage for the donation segment. I pledge 3 million to my alma mater. I will donate 5 million. I commit 1 million. 2 million. Many distinguished alumni from Shanghai University have generously donated. The atmosphere is exuberant. Lin Shao ascends the stage, holding a check. I, Lin Shao, on behalf of the Lin family of Shanghai, am contributing 50 million. Applause resounds continuously. The audience erupts in excitement. Lin Shao chuckles, ladies and gentlemen, as far as I know, there is another prominent figure present at our anniversary celebration. The term prominent figure is emphasized with a hint of sarcasm. I trust you have all heard the recent tumult in Zhongnan. The Zhao family has met a tragic fate. And there are rumors of the Zhongnan king's demise linked to a certain individual. Even more amusingly, it is said that the son of the war god Jun Wuhui was also slain by this person. Ha ha ha. Just half a month ago, I was sharing drinks with Jun Shao. How could he possibly be dead? Lin Shao breathlessly concludes. Suddenly, an eerie silence envelops the venue. All eyes are fixed on Lin Shao. Has he lost his mind? How dare he utter such words in this setting? Wang Chang'an and Li Kaxiong instinctively glance towards the corner where Yi Beichen sits. A smirk creeps across Yi Beichen's lips. What is Lin Shao attempting to accomplish by introducing him so brazenly? Shao, what are you doing? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Zhao's father, Lin Chongshan, sits in the audience. His heart racing with dread as he urgently whispers, "Stop your foolishness. Calm down now." Lin Chongshan is on the verge of panic. Does Lin Shao not grasp the gravity of the situation? This is all too real. Father, I have spoken no falsehood, Lin Shao feigns innocence. Son, please. Do not act recklessly. Calm down. Lin Chongshan insists in a hushed tone. Yet, Lin Shao seems oblivious. Pointing towards the back corner and loudly proclaiming into the microphone, the central figure of the recent uproar, Yi Beichen, is right here with us. Come. Let us warmly welcome this legendary figure, Yi Bei-chen. His tone drips with mockery. In unison, the crowd turns to gaze at Yi Bei-chen. Yi Bei-chen? Is that truly him? How remarkably youthful. The students of Zhonghai University are filled with curiosity. Qian Yizhenzi wears a stern expression, surprised to find Yi Bei-chen present. Her heart brimming with murderous intent. Wei Ziqing is taken aback. Is that really Yi Bei-chen? The man who spent the night with my cousin, Wei Yanran, is none other than Jiangnan's Yi Bei-chen. This is intriguing. Wei Ziqing muses. Lin Shao mockingly states, Mr. Yi Bei-chen, are you not quite wealthy? Back in Jiangnan, you tossed $1 million to buy a luxury car for Wei Ruoyo. Money should be of little consequence to you, correct? Today, at Zhonghai University's anniversary, my Lin family is donating 50 million. Surely, Mr. Yi, you could surpass my family's contribution. For Ruoyo's sake, a donation of 70 or 80 million. Or even 100 million would hardly be excessive, would it? The gaze of the crowd once again fell upon Yi Bei-chen. Lin Shao, what are you doing? Zhou Ruoyun inquired, her tone tinged with indignation. Lin Shao replied with a smirk, Ruoyun, he can spend $1 million to purchase a luxury car for you. Furthermore, donating 70 to 80 million under your name would not be amiss. Only in such a manner can he truly demonstrate his affection for you. Lin Shao harbored but a singular intent, to humiliate Yi Bei-chen. This tactic, though rather base, proved to be exceedingly effective. If Yi Bei-chen refrained from making a donation, he would be thoroughly embarrassed. Conversely, should he indeed contribute a substantial sum of 70 to 80 million, Lin Shao, with merely a few utterances, would have orchestrated a significant financial loss for Yi Bei-chen, which would be quite an achievement. Just as everyone assumed that Yi Bei-chen was ensnared in a predicament, a voice resonated from the entrance of the auditorium. On behalf of Mr. Yi, the Hon family of Zhonghai is donating 1 billion to Zhonghai University for Miss Ruoyun. The atmosphere in the venue fell into a sudden hush. At that moment, an enchanting woman gracefully entered through the auditorium doors. Chapter 79, Insufficient. 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 Hon Yu, the eldest daughter of the Hon family in Zhonghai. Miss Hon. Many were taken aback, recognizing Hon Yu. Hiss. At the Centennial School anniversary, a collective gasp resonated. All the students were astounded. 1 billion. Truly, the Hon family is immensely wealthy. Even the affluent were taken aback. $1 billion in cash would be a significant blow to them. It seems the events occurring in Jiangnan are largely true, otherwise the Hon family would not adopt such a demeanor towards Yi Bei-chen, someone murmured. The other wealthy individuals from Zhonghai felt a chill in their hearts. Wang Chang'an and Li Kechuan continued to smirk coldly. How could you possibly comprehend Mr. Ye's capabilities? A mere clown. Hon Yu approached, casting a cold glance at Lin Shao. Lin Shao was nearly paralyzed with fear, prostrating on the ground, unable to utter a word. How could this be? What does this mean? What does Hon Yu mean? Could it be that those rumors are not mere fabrications? That they are indeed true? Thus, my father's earlier reaction. Oh my heavens, Yi Bei-chen. Did he truly kill Jun Wuhui? In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded Lin Shao's mind. At that instant, he felt a profound desire to perish. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color, as he weakly called out, Dad, save me. Lin Chongshan hurried over, bowing his head, Miss Hon. My son. Silence. Hon Yu reprimanded icily. She then strode towards Yi Bei-chen. Dr. Yi, how shall we proceed? Hey. Yi Bei-chen chuckled, rising and approaching Lin Shao and his father. Yi Bei-chen, what do you intend to do? Lin Shao gazed at Yi Bei-chen in terror. It was at this moment he realized the true extent of Yi Bei-chen's menace. His previous thoughts seemed utterly foolish. Yi Bei-chen smiled. Do you wish to tease me or ridicule me? Or perhaps, you desire to see me humiliated? Tell me, if I were to let you off easily, how would others treat me thereafter? I. Lin Shao trembled, his face pale. He could not utter a single word. Upon realizing the veracity of those matters, his mind went blank, utterly petrified with fear. Suddenly, Lin Chongshan seized a chair, raising it to strike. A sharp crack echoed. Oh! Lin Shao let out a wail. One of his legs was brutally broken by Lin Chongshan. Hiss! The crowd in the auditorium collectively inhaled sharply. Lin Chongshan was ruthless. With red eyes, Lin Chongshan declared, "Mr. Yi Beichen, my son has offended you, it is indeed my son's fault. I have broken one of his legs to offer my apology." Yi Beichen's expression remained indifferent, insufficient. What? Lin Chongshan's countenance changed, gritting his teeth. Very well. Then I shall break another leg. Dad, no. Crack. Oh. Lin Shao trembled violently, nearly fainting from the pain. Mr. Yi Beichen, is one pair of legs sufficient? Lin Chongshan asked through gritted teeth. Yi Beichen shook his head once more. Not enough. Lin Chongshan's body trembled. Mr. Yi Beichen, he is my son, he exclaimed. In that case, I will donate 10 billion in your name to Shanghai University. A pair of legs, plus 10 billion, is that sufficient? Lin Chongshan's eyes were bloodshot. Dad. Lin Shao was utterly bewildered. Was Yi Beichen truly that formidable? 10 billion. Yet Yi Beichen continued to utter two words, not enough. What? Lin Chongshan was taken aback. A surge of fury rising within him. He suppressed his rage, lowering his voice to a chilling tone. Mr. Yi Beichen, if this is insufficient, then what more do you desire? I want his life. Yi Beichen's words were delivered with a dispassionate calm. Thud. He delivered a fierce kick. Lin Shao flew like a discarded ragdoll, crashing against the wall. Dead. Son. Lin Chongshan's vision darkened, and he fell unconscious. Take them away. With Hon Yu's command. Several individuals immediately carried away the Lin father and son. Lin Shao is dead, he is dead. Su Yuning trembled uncontrollably. Zhou Ruoyu remained composed. Having witnessed Yi Beichen's lethal prowess previously at the Zhongnan Wangfu and the Zhao family. Dr. Yi, there is an auction taking place shortly. Would you care to participate? Hon Yu inquired. Yi Beichen, intrigued, responded, an auction. Yes, Hon Yu smiled. There will be items related to martial artists, along with some treasures. You may wish to take a look. Very well, Yi Beichen contemplated before agreeing. He desired to learn more about the external martial arts world. After 5 years of training on Kunlun Mountain, aside from his unprecedented strength, exceptional medical skills, unparalleled agility, invincible lightness of foot, and unrivaled prowess in both poisoning and detoxification, he was utterly ignorant of martial arts matters. All right, then take me to see it. After some consideration, Yi Beichen consented, bringing Zhou Ruoyu along. With Chiba Masako present. Zhou Ruoyu's presence was a potential liability. Should they capture her to threaten him, it would pose a significant problem. With determination, Su Yuning trailed behind, heading towards the auction venue. Throughout the journey, she stole glances at Yi Beichen's silhouette, her emotions a tumultuous blend of shock and complexity. Before long, they arrived at the auction site, located at Shanghai University, which was celebrating its centenary today. A multitude of affluent individuals had gathered from all corners of the world, making it an opportune moment for an auction. The venue was a lavishly constructed underground auction hall, boasting over 300 seats. Hon Yu introduced Dr. Yi. This auction is hosted by Sotheby's. There are a total of 31 items up for bid tonight. She produced an exquisite booklet and handed it to Yi Beichen. He had arrived. Chiba Masako spotted Yi Beichen. Wei Ziqing furrowed his brow. This fellow is a variable. He won't disrupt our bidding, will he? That item is essential for me. Chiba Masako wore an expression of unwavering confidence. Even if he attempts to vie with me, he could never surpass my wealth. The Chiba family is a colossal financial conglomerate from the land of the rising sun, wielding assets amounting to trillions of dollars. How could Ibechan possibly have more riches than I? Ibechan perused the booklet in his hands, which initially showcased an array of antiques and jewels. To his astonishment, there were even elixirs designed to enhance a warrior's prowess. However, these were elixirs suitable only for heavenly-level warriors, with starting bids around 20 million. Unfortunately, Ibechan had already surpassed the Grand Master level. These elixirs held no value for him. As he turned to a particular page, a quaint bronze cauldron came into view. This cauldron is remarkable, it can be utilized for alchemy, the Chien Kuan prison tower suddenly interjected. Ibechan felt a stir of interest. Alchemy. The Chien Kuan prison tower nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it can be employed for alchemy. It will elevate your martial prowess. Relying solely on time to accumulate inner strength could mean you might not achieve the martial sovereign level in a decade. With this cauldron, I can instruct you in several alchemical recipes, allowing for a swift enhancement of your abilities. It is imperative that we acquire it at all costs. Meanwhile, Chiba Meko was also engrossed in the booklet, arriving at the page featuring the bronze cauldron. With this, our Chiba family could mass-produce masters. Chiba Mako's face radiated with fervor as she vowed, "Tonight, whoever dares to compete with me shall meet their demise." Chapter 80, 100 billion. The number of attendees at the auction site continued to swell. Wang Chang'an and Li Kechuan had also arrived, and from a distance, they greeted Ibechan with cheerful waves. With Honyu present, they refrained from approaching to engage in conversation. After approximately 10 minutes, the lights in the auction hall dimmed. A graceful woman clad in a cheongsam emerged from the center stage. She appeared to be in her early 20s, remarkably youthful and exquisitely maintained. Her skin was fair, and her figure was both delicate and alluring, exuding a gentle charm. There was an inherent nobility about her that could not be replicated, it was simply innate. The woman in the cheongsam introduced herself. "Hello everyone, for those who have attended Sotheby's auctions before, I am not a stranger. However, it is evident that there are some unfamiliar faces present. To accommodate these friends, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Jiaxin. Hailing from the Li family of Hong Kong Island, I serve as the chief representative of Sotheby's in the mainland. The 4 words Hong Kong Island, Li family speak volumes, no further introduction is necessary. 10 years ago, the Li family of Hong Kong Island was the wealthiest in the Dragon Country. In recent years, however, they have been surpassed by mainland luminaries such as Jack Ma and Tony Ma. Nevertheless, the Li family has long held the title of nobility from the Eagle Nation, having transcended social classes. Li Jiaxin. She is Li Jiaxin, the princess of the Li family of Hong Kong Island. A fashion icon. A supermodel. Su Yuning exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Ruoyu gazed at Li Jiaxin on stage with envy. "Wow, she is so beautiful." Ibechan smiled slightly. "My Ruoyu is the most beautiful." "Brother Beichen, you always know how to flatter," Zhou Ruoyu replied, her cheeks turning a charming shade of red. Ibechan chuckled. "I speak the truth." In comparison to Li Jiaxin, Zhou Ruoyu's beauty was not lacking at all. If she were to consume some beauty-enhancing and complexion-stabilizing elixirs, she could undoubtedly eclipse Li Jiaxin. Ibechan mused that it would be wonderful to refine a batch of such elixirs for Zhou Ruoyu if the opportunity arose. Now, let us present the first auction item, a painting of a lady. With Li Jiaxin's command, the auction commenced. An ancient painting was brought forth and displayed on an easel, with a starting bid of 30 million. After a round of bidding, it was sold for an astonishing 80 million. The subsequent 7 or 8 auction items consisted of various antique calligraphy and paintings, which did not pique Ibechan's interest. He patiently awaited the 15th item. "Wow, how beautiful!" Zhou Ruoyu could not contain her astonishment. "Do you like it?" Ibechan inquired with a smile. This was a red jade pendant, as vibrant as blood, intricately carved into the likeness of a phoenix, so lifelike. Red jade was exceedingly rare, each piece fetching astronomical prices, especially this one. which had once belonged to the imperial court. Its value was incalculable, a true national treasure. Too expensive, it starts at 80 million, Zhou Ruoyu shook her head. Wealthy bidders continued to vie for it. 83 million. 88 million. 95 million. The price was far from the initial 80 million and continued to surge. The price was astronomical for Zhou Ruoyu. Even though she adored it, she had no desire to pursue it further due to its exorbitance. No worries, Yi Beichen remarked calmly. Raising his bid with confidence, 300 million. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Yi Beichen, filled with astonishment. Even the wealthiest tycoons were rendered speechless. Was there truly someone who played the auction game in such a manner? While others gradually increased their bids, Yi Beichen had boldly tripled the amount in one breath. 300 million. Su Yoning swallowed hard. Chiba Masako glanced over, sneering, so he is merely here to entertain the ladies. 300 million once. 300 million twice. 300 million thrice, sold. With the auctioneer's hammer falling, the crimson jade was secured by Yi Beichen for the staggering sum. As the auction house staff approached to process the payment, Wang Chang'an swiftly intervened. Wait, allow me. He intercepted the staff. I am his friend, I will handle the payment. With a smooth swipe of the card and a signature, the auction staff stood in bewilderment, still processing the whirlwind of events. As Wang Chang'an seized the jade and promptly delivered it to Yi Beichen. Mr. Yi, your item. Yi Beichen was both amused and exasperated as he accepted the jade. You are remarkably quick. Of course, it's my duty. Please, carry on with your business, Wang Chang'an replied cheerfully as he returned to his seat. Many affluent individuals cast incredulous glances. One businessman in an expensive suit frowned, questioning whether it was worth spending 300 million to cultivate a relationship with Yi Beichen. Certainly not. Another tycoon shook his head. Wang Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle to himself, how could you possibly know what transpired at the Longdu charity gala? I would gladly spend not just 300 million, but even 1 billion. Hon Yu remained silent, amusement dancing in her eyes. She had intended to pay. But Wang Chang'an had snatched that opportunity away. Li Jiaxin also looked over, her beautiful eyes blinking as she inquired a few questions to her attendant. Only to realize the truth. Li Kashuan's eyes burned with jealousy, he had hesitated for just a moment, allowing Wang Chang'an to outbid him. How infuriating. Ruoyu, it's yours. Yi Beichen said as he handed the crimson jade to Zhou Ruoyu. Oh. Zhou Ruoyu was overwhelmed with joy, gazing at the phoenix-shaped red jade with unyielding admiration. Meanwhile, Su Yoning was torn between envy and jealousy, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. As the next item was presented, it was a medicinal pill suitable for celestial-level warriors. Starting at 30 million. Ultimately, each pill was auctioned off for approximately 150 million. Yi Beichen was taken aback. Yishani. These pills are exceedingly difficult to concoct and can be mass-produced for celestial-level warriors. For some tycoons, this is already an extravagant indulgence. Hon Yu recognized Yi Beichen's surprise. Indeed. Not everyone could ascend to the level of a master warrior. For an ordinary individual to reach celestial-level status, it would require a lifetime of dedication and effort. Such an extraordinary talent as Yi Beichen may not emerge even once in a millennium. As the auction of elixirs drew to a close, Li Jiaxin made her appearance. Pushing a cart adorned with a small bronze cauldron. In an instant, all eyes in the room converged upon it. Many affluent individuals found their breaths quickening in anticipation. Wei Ziqing's gaze sharpened. Is this the cauldron that Miss Chenya has longed for? Indeed, it is. At any cost, I must have it. Chenya Zhanzi suddenly rose to her feet. After receiving astonished glances from those around her, she stifled her excitement and took her seat once more. The ancient bronze cauldron. Its era uncertain, was something that those vying for it had undoubtedly researched prior to this moment. Li Jiaxin smiled slightly. The lights gleaming on the bronze cauldron, without further ado, I announced the starting bid at 10 billion. 11 billion. 15 billion. 30 billion. Several wealthy individuals from the Dragon Kingdom began to place their bids in succession. Clearly, they were well prepared and already aware of the cauldron's worth. Qianye Zhengzi laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Tonight, none of you shall contend with me. I bid 100 billion. As her words echoed through the hall, an uproar ensued. 100 billion. Su Yonning nearly bit her tongue in shock. Beside her, Zhou Ruoyu was equally astonished. Hon Yu furrowed her brow, initially considering a challenge. But upon hearing the staggering bid of 100 billion, she swiftly opted to withdraw. Is it Qianye Zhengzi? Has this woman lost her mind? 100 billion. Incredible. Some affluent individuals from the Dragon Kingdom began to express their disbelief. The price of 100 billion was indeed terrifying. If they continued to compete, they risked financial ruin. Is there no one else? Ha ha ha, the cauldron is mine. Qianye Zhengzi's delicate face flashed, her expression one of exhilaration. Just when everyone believed the cauldron was to be claimed by Qianye Zhengzi, Yi Beichen revealed a confident smile and calmly uttered 3 words, 1,000 billion. Chapter 81, Facing Death. Su Yuning reacted strongly, abruptly turning her head, nearly toppling from her chair. Brother Beichen, was that you speaking just now? Zhou Ruoyu was frozen in place, her small mouth slightly agape, exuding an adorable charm. Hon Yu gazed in astonishment at Yi Beichen, exclaiming, Dr. Yi. 100 billion. Did you call for that? Even she felt that Yi Beichen had lost his mind. It was I, Yi Beichen affirmed with a nod. Unhesitating in his admission. Yi Beichen. The one from Jiangnan. He possesses 100 billion. Questioned a bewildered onlooker. Perhaps he truly does. The Zhao family's assets must be worth hundreds of billions, not to mention the Jiangnan royal family, someone replied. My goodness, what a spendthrift. Another remarked. Is he merely jesting? This is Sotheby's auction house, presided over by the Li family. Even the Yi family from London wouldn't dare to make such a proclamation lightly. Several wealthy individuals shook their heads in disbelief. At this moment, Yi Beichen found himself in a precarious situation. He must either produce 100 billion to purchase the cauldron or it could lead to dire consequences. Wow! Wang Chang'an trembled in fear. Li Kechuan swallowed hard, commenting, Mr. Yi, you are playing a grand game here. What is there to fear? Even if something goes awry, that esteemed individual will cover for us. Wang Chang'an frowned. Li Kechuan, recalling the influential figure from Londu, couldn't help but nod in agreement. The Li family and Sotheby's auction house pale in comparison to a single word from that person. 100 billion. Wei Ziqing was taken aback, feeling it was utterly inconceivable. Had Yi Beichen truly gone mad? What gave him such confidence? Qianye Zhengzi's eyes filled with bloodshot intensity as she screamed, impossible. Yi Beichen could not possibly produce 100 billion. He is clearly just making noise. I demand verification of his assets. If he lacks 100 billion, this cauldron shall be mine. Qianye Zhengzi was on the verge of madness. Though she had boasted and was willing to go to any lengths to acquire the cauldron, she lacked the qualifications to wield 100 billion. If she were to actually spend 100 billion to claim the cauldron, the leaders of the Qianye family would undoubtedly question her capabilities. Li Jiaxin's delicate face darkened, visibly displeased. As an auction house, it was only natural to desire the highest possible bids. Yet, Yi Beichen's call for 100 billion was evidently an act of provocation. Mr. Yi, we need to verify your funds. Li Jiaxin looked at Yi Beichen, gesturing politely, please come forward and present your bank card. Very well. Yi Beichen stood up and, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, walked toward Li Jiaxin. He produced a bank card and handed it to her. It was adorned with images of a golden dragon, black bear, tiger, lion, and eagle, the golden card bestowed upon him by Master Godfather from the 27 Masters. According to William, This card granted access to the vaults of major global financial conglomerates with funds inexhaustible and abundant. Thus, he boldly declared 100 billion. After all, it wasn't his own money, he could afford to be extravagant. This card is. Lee Jae-sin's pupils constricted at the sight of the card Yi Bei-chen presented. She gently shook her head, forcing herself to suppress the tumult within. Mr. Yi. There is no need for verification. Very well. Yi Bei-chen nodded. He found it rather peculiar. Could it be that Lee Jae-sin was acquainted with this card? Why was there no verification of funds? Chiba Meko, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Lee Jae-sin, exclaiming, "What do you mean, Lee Jae-sin? Is Sotheby's engaging in underhanded dealings? How could this thing be valued at 1 trillion? Even 100 billion seems excessive. It must be a forgery, undoubtedly a forgery." Lee Jae-sin, her delicate visage betraying no emotion, retorted, "Chiba Meko, are you questioning the integrity of the Lee family from Hong Kong?" Startled, Chiba Meko hastily shook her head. "Miss Lee, you misunderstand, that was not my intention. The Lee family was the wealthiest in Long Country a decade ago, their financial might is certainly on par with the Chiba family." Realizing her misstep, she quickly amended her statement, "What I meant to say is, this thing is not worth 1 trillion. Out." Lee Jae-sin's response was succinct and to the point. The auction house staff appeared, issuing a prompt eviction to Chiba Meko and her companions. Even accompanied by 3 masters and 2 grandmasters, Chiba Meko dared not command them to act. Offending Sotheby's and the Lee family would surely bring dire consequences to the Chiba clan. As Chiba Meko and her entourage were expelled, Wei Ziqing found herself alone. Feeling somewhat awkward. "Mr. Yi, please come this way to settle the payment," Lee Jae-sin offered with a gentle smile, inviting Yi Bei-chen into a private room. Yi Bei-chen, without hesitation, followed her inside. Lee Jae-sin wasted no time, stating plainly, "Mr. Yi, if you are willing to spend 1 trillion to acquire this thing, you must be aware of its origin, correct? It is used for alchemy." Yi Bei-chen spoke succinctly, "Indeed." Lee Jae-sin smiled slightly, "Yes, it is indeed for alchemy. Along with this thing, our Lee family possesses a recipe." "Oh." Yi Bei-chen expressed mild surprise. "Alas," Lee Jae-sin sighed, "regrettably, the recipe is damaged. I can provide it to you, Mr. Yi, and the thing will be a complimentary gift. 1 trillion, we shall not accept a single cent. However, we require Mr. Yi to agree to one condition." "What condition?" Yi Bei-chen inquired, his brow furrowing. "Such a seemingly free gift must harbor ulterior motives." Lee Jae-sin noticed his apprehension and explained. "Mr. Yi, there is no need for concern, our request is quite simple. Should you, one day, use this thing to produce elixirs and decide to sell them, we ask that you first consider our Lee family. Furthermore, if you manage to restore the recipe, we kindly request a copy for our family." Yi Bei-chen was somewhat taken aback, "Just these 2 points?" "Indeed, just these 2. Lee Jae-sin affirmed earnestly. "And the rationale?" Yi Bei-chen queried. Lee Jae-sin replied succinctly. "For the Lee family, monetary value has become inconsequential. It is the recipe and the elixirs that we truly desire." This response was satisfactory. Yi Bei-chen smiled. "How did you know I could concoct elixirs? Who would seek a thing if they could not?" Lee Jae-sin replied sagely. "Very well," Yi Bei-chen agreed decisively. Lee Jae-sin instructed someone to carefully wrap the bronze cauldron and handed Yi Bei-chen a tattered alchemical formula. The writing was nearly indecipherable. Yet some of the medicinal herbs could still be faintly discerned. He glanced over it briefly before tucking it away and turning to take his leave. Just as Yi Bei-chen departed, Lee Jae-sin summoned an individual, furrowing her brow as she inquired. "Are you certain he defeated Tang Qingcang in 3 moves at the charity gala in Longdu?" "Yes." A middle-aged man glanced around cautiously before whispering. "Not only did he defeat Tang Qingcang, but he also killed Qin Shaoyang." Lee Jae-sin was taken aback. Qin Shaoyang, the notorious scion of Longdu. He had once visited Hong Kong Island, throwing a lavish party that cost over 100 million. The middle-aged man continued that night. Secretary Chen arrived with an order from the national leader. No one in Longdu dared to discuss the matter. Miss Li, you must keep this confidential. Or I will be in grave danger, he said, visibly anxious. Despite having signed a confidentiality agreement, it wouldn't be overly difficult for the Li family to uncover the details of that night. Li Jiasen was astonished. Such formidable martial prowess. Yet he can also concoct elixirs. Could he possibly hail from an ancient martial family? Exiting the auction house, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Chiba Makiko and others awaited at the exit. The moment Ibechen appeared, she followed closely behind him. The Qianquan town prison tower sent a message, "Kid. Do you sense it? 3 masters, 2 grandmasters, and that Chiba Makiko. Let them trail behind, while escort you back to the dormitory first." Ibechen appeared nonchalant. At the base of the dormitory, Zhou Ruoyu nestled in Ibechen's embrace, oblivious to the curious gazes of others. After lingering for a full 5 minutes, she reluctantly ascended the stairs. Ibechen wiped the smile from his face and, with a few leaps, vanished from Zhonghai University. Thinking of escaping? Do you really believe you can? Chiba Makiko scoffed. 10 minutes later, Ibechen stood in a deserted alley 5 kilometers away from Zhonghai University. The area was eerily quiet, with wild dogs barking under the silver crescent moon. Leaning against the wall, he boldly lit a cigarette. "Chiba Makiko, is your speed rather sluggish?" Ibechen sighed, exhaling a smoke ring. "I'm already on my 2nd cigarette, and you've only just caught up." Chiba Makiko emerged from the alley, flanked by 2 martial arts masters and 1 grandmaster. At the opposite end of the alley stood another martial arts master and a grandmaster, blocking Ibechen's path. Ibechen, using an ancient saying from the Dragon Kingdom, "Are you still stubborn in the face of imminent death?" Chiba Makiko's expression darkened ominously. "You severed one of my arms in Longdu. You eradicated the Eastern Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan. And in Zhonghai, you seized my cauldron. Ibechen, you truly know how to court disaster." Chiba Makiko gritted her teeth as she uttered these words, commanding, "Disable him but leave him with a breath. I want him to understand the meaning of regret." Chapter 82, Invasion of the Dragon Kingdom. 3 martial arts masters and 2 grandmasters approached Ibechen. Their faces twisted into cruel smiles. "Be cautious, his martial prowess is formidable," Chiba Meko warned gravely. "Fear not, Miss Meko," sneered one of the grandmasters from the east. "He is merely a young man from the Dragon Kingdom. I could make him kneel and beg for mercy with a single hand." Bang! In the next instant, the Eastern Grandmaster leaped forward, closing in on Ibechen. Ibechen stood calmly, seemingly lost in thought. The Grandmaster from the East chuckled. "Do you feel my speed is overwhelming, leaving you utterly unresponsive? Are you stunned? Ha ha ha. Foolish man of the Dragon Kingdom, you should never have offended Miss Meko. Die." Ibechen uttered a single word, "Die." In that fleeting moment, the Grandmaster felt an unsettling illusion, as if Ibechen were a reaper towering over all, pronouncing his fate with that one word. "What did you say?" The Eastern Grandmaster seethed with rage. He loathed such a sensation. Raising his hand, he intended to strike Ibechen down. An incredible scene unfolded. As the Grandmaster lifted his hand, Ibechen struck fast, his speed unmatched, his aim precise and lethal. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted as the Grandmaster's head exploded like a watermelon, his body standing rigidly in place, motionless. A second later, it collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Oh!" Chiba Meko screamed, nearly paralyzed with shock. She could scarcely believe her eyes. That was a Grandmaster. Another Eastern Grandmaster exclaimed in disbelief. "Hiss!" The 3 Eastern Masters gasped in horror, retreating in fear. "Goodness! This is terrifying." One Grandmaster was so effortlessly slain. "Ibechen, you!" Chiba Meko finally comprehended the terror of Ibechen. Bang! Another deafening sound reverberated as Yi Beichen struck again. Like a phantom, he appeared before the second Eastern Grand Master, delivering a punch that landed squarely on the latter's heart. Crack! The Grand Master's chest caved in, his backbones jutting out grotesquely. The Grand Master stared at Yi Beichen in terror, his eyes devoid of life. Chiba Meko and the 3 Eastern martial arts masters were on the brink of madness. These were 2 Grand Masters. How could they be dispatched before even making a move? What kind of power does this young man from the Dragon Kingdom possess? Run! The 3 Eastern martial arts masters turned to flee, abandoning Chiba Meko without a second thought. Whose life matters more than their own? Though they had wives and daughters held hostage by the Chiba family, as martial arts masters, they could roam freely elsewhere. Staying would mean certain death. It seems your companions have forsaken you, Yi Beichen remarked with a hint of a smile. With a swift stomp of his foot, he was off. A tile from the ground soared into the air, shattering into 3 pieces that penetrated the bodies of 3 Eastern martial arts masters. Chiba Meko was nearly paralyzed with fear. This person's casual kick was more terrifying than a bullet. Thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiba Meko fell to her knees, beseeching, Mr. Yi Beichen, I apologize for my ignorance. I implore you to spare my life. I am willing to offer 100 billion yuan for my redemption. A smile crept across Yi Beichen's face. He was not in need of money. Observing this, Chiba Meko, like a wildcat, crawled towards him, prostrating at his feet. She deliberately thrust out her ample bosom, arching her back to create an enticing escarve on the ground, and playfully brushed her cheek against the back of Yi Beichen's foot, saying, Mr. Yi, am I beautiful? If you desire, I am at your service right now. It would be even more thrilling, wouldn't it? This woman was a vision of allure, seemingly intent on seduction. What are you doing? Yi Beichen stamped his foot, releasing a surge of energy. Bang! Chiba Meko was sent flying, crashing against the wall. Spitting a mouthful of blood, her beauty mad, she scrambled back to kneel at Yi Beichen's feet, trembling as she pleaded. Mr. Yi Beichen, please spare me. You do not want money, nor me. What is it that you truly desire? Yi Beichen inquired directly. What do you intend to do with this cauldron? Chiba Meko's expression was one of struggle. Bang! Yi Beichen showed no mercy, delivering a kick that sent her screaming across the room, leaving a crack in the wall. This woman was a martial artist, albeit of modest strength, at the earth level. Had she been an ordinary person, she would have perished from that blow. Yi Beichen's cold, unfeeling voice resonated. You have a second chance, either speak or face death. I will speak, I will speak. Chiba Meko was utterly terrified. This man from the Dragon Kingdom was nothing short of a harbinger of death. This is the Qingmu cauldron, carved from thunderstruck wood. It is exceedingly rare, left behind by an ancient alchemist of the Dragon Kingdom. My family, the Chibas, has summoned numerous alchemists, relying on the formulas we possess to continuously cultivate martial artists through extensive alchemical production. Yi Beichen furrowed his brow. What do you need so many martial artists for? Chiba Meko trembled as she replied, for other plans. What plans? Yi Beichen sensed something amiss. Chiba Meko shuddered, gritting her teeth, to invade the Dragon Kingdom. What? Yi Beichen's expression turned icy and ruthless. The Eastern Islands still harbored treacherous intentions. What are your plans? Yi Beichen fixed his gaze on Chiba Meko. Her scalp prickled with fear. She understood that if she did not tell the truth, Yi Beichen would not hesitate to end her life. This man was ruthless. She could only say, the Chiba family's mission is merely to conduct business with the dragon people and establish a commercial association. Establishing a connection of mutual interests. Several prominent families in the dragon country have ties with our Chiba family. The more advanced tasks are known only to my father. Yi Beichen contemplated for a moment before promptly taking out his phone to call his senior sister. In a luxurious courtyard in Longdu, Liu Sueki stretched lazily and answered Yi Beichen's call. Junior brother, have you arrived in Shanghai? Calling your sister so late, are you perhaps missing me? Her tone was laced with ambiguity. Ibechen immediately disclosed the matter regarding Chiba Masako. What? Lusweki sprung upright, the glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. After a few seconds, she responded, Junior brother, this information is extremely important. I must report it immediately. Who would have thought that you, having just become the young commander of the Dragon Soul, would achieve such a remarkable feat? This is of utmost significance, we shall discuss further later. Ibechen nodded, understood. Senior sister. Good night, junior brother, Lusweki hurriedly ended the call. Ibechen's gaze fell upon Chiba Masako, I shall guide you on your journey. Yamiedi. Chiba Masako, startled, instinctively shouted in her mother tongue, Master, I acknowledge you as my master. Chapter 83, Master, do you acknowledge me as your master? Ibechen pondered for a moment, gazing with interest at Chiba Meko. You are from the land of the rising sun, renowned for your Bushido spirit and unwavering loyalty to your family. Would you ever choose to betray your kin? Chiba Mako's delicate face turned pale. Biting her crimson lip until it nearly bled, she replied, as a woman from the east, I cannot control my own destiny. Even though I am Chiba Meko, the eldest daughter of the Chiba family, my future is destined to be that of a pawn in a marriage alliance. What I just demonstrated to you, my master, is a skill I learned from my family since childhood. Ibechen contemplated deeply. Indeed, such traditions exist in the East. The women there hold a lowly status. Even the daughters of prominent families ultimately become mere playthings of those in power. If I were to take Chiba Meko as my servant, perhaps I could leverage the Chiba family to uncover information about my mother. Very well, from this moment onward, you shall serve as my servant, Ibechen declared decisively. Genzi. I pay my respects to you, my master. Chiba Meko exclaimed with excitement, bowing repeatedly. Suddenly, Ibechen made a swift motion, casting a handful of silver needles that pierced into Chiba Mako's body. I have implanted the 13 ghost needles within you. From now on, you must obey my commands, or you shall suffer a fate worse than death. If you doubt this, feel free to betray me, it matters not. Chiba Meko abruptly lifted her head, her expression one of shock. What? The 13 ghost needles. Ibechen had already reached the mouth of the alley. Only Chiba Meko remained kneeling in place, staring blankly at his retreating figure, as if beholding the Grim Reaper. As Ibechen stepped out of the alley,